Chapter 1. I really didn't mean to fish for kills. My opponent and I stood like two statues on the massive arena, our gazes locked as tension crackled in the air between us. Clutching my over 2-meter-long spear, my eyes shone with unwavering determination, sharp as an unsheathed blade gleaming in the light. I secretly gloated if I could secure this victory, I'd finally make it to Diamond 4. I'm a sophomore-to-be who's already reached the peak of second order and achieved diamond rank in virtual combat. Among freshmen at my school, I'm considered a top-tier genius. Combat begins, the virtual combat system's voice announced. Just as I was about to unleash my martial skill to seize the initiative, I saw my opponent casually toss aside his long sword. I froze in confusion for a second before suddenly realizing, shouting in shock, "The Smith King!" Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the air as gale force winds engulfed the entire arena. I only felt a sharp pain on my face, then darkness before my eyes as I was forcibly ejected from the virtual combat space. At the same moment, in an extravagant villa in the imperial capital, I slowly sat up from the virtual combat pod, my face filled with disappointment. Damn it, I actually got matched up against the Smith King. I wailed, my face twisted in misery. My 10-win streak. Ding! Congratulations, host, for instantly obliterating a second-tier opponent. You have earned 2 points. Open stats panel. I shouted in my heart, as a blue light screen appeared in my mind. Name, Jiang Hao. Stage, Peak First Order, Physique, 39, Comprehensive Measurement of Explosive Power, Endurance, Strength, Speed, Recovery Ability, etc. Third Order, Mind, 39, Comprehensive Measurement of Soul Strength, Perception, Willpower, Mental Energy, etc. Third Order, Talent Ability, Martial Arts Prodigy, slightly increases cultivation speed, has a certain chance to directly master martial techniques when learning them, accelerates martial technique proficiency acquisition. Martial Arts, Crumbling Fist, Perfected, Instant 9 Flashes, Minor Mastery 168/2000, Lightning Blade, Minor Mastery 246-300. Cultivation Method, Xia Country's 8th Fundamental Body Training Technique, 3rd Tier, Points, 36. Evaluation, the hell is this first tier? Staring at the pitiful points on my panel, I couldn't help but sigh. Advancing both physique and spirit to the 4th tier requires 1000 points, and warriors below the 4th tier can only participate in a maximum of 10 virtual battles per day. Even discounting my current points, it would take at least 50 days to save up enough. What a shame you only earn points by instantly defeating opponents. Otherwise, I could just enter the 3rd tier zone. Each victory there would give 5 points. I looked regretful. I had tried competing in the 3rd tier arena before, but the results weren't great. Out of 10 matches, only 1 ended in an instant victory. After all, my cultivation level simply couldn't compete there. Guess I'll keep grinding in the 2nd tier zone, enlightening others. As I emerged from the virtual combat pod and gazed out the window, the night was as dark as ink, moonlight cascading like flowing water from the heavens, spilling across the land. It's been 18 years since I arrived in this world, a full transmigration from birth. Maybe the mangpa soup was watered down too much that day, because I naturally regained memories of my past life when I turned 10 years old. This place is called Blue Star, somewhat similar to Earth in my past life, but it's a world of high martial arts. High-level martial artists can move mountains and fill seas, and legends say those who surpass the 9th rank can even see stars and capture the moon. Over 200 years ago, humans discovered a peculiar energy on Blue Star that continuously strengthens one's origin, turning ordinary people into superhumans. This energy was named Primordial Force, and thus, martial arts ascended. At the age of 10, I vowed to become a high-level martial artist. Starting from the first year of high school, it took me 2.5 years to become a first-rank martial artist, rising as one of the top talents in the martial arts class of Yunnan City's 3rd high school. Yet fate played its cruel joke. Just as I was envisioning a future where I'd compete with the nation's prodigies at martial school, disaster struck. My parents tragically perished while traveling, with authorities claiming they fell victim to a beast rampage. Later, Uncle Chang, my father's military friend, came to our home bearing the truth. According to Uncle Chang, a high-ranking member of the Sacred Beast Society codenamed Blood Shadow was secretly hunting martial artists for sacrificial rituals. His madness stemmed from trying to win favor with an otherworldly beast surpassing the 9th tier, attempting to tear open a spatial rift that would flood our world with mid-tier beasts from another dimension. Of course, it ultimately failed. A 9th tier powerhouse from the military destroyed the spatial channel before it could fully form. Afterward, the military fighters forcefully cleared out the beasts and members of the Sacred Beast Society in that area. But the perpetrators behind the blood ritual that killed my parents had disappeared. Due to the immense impact and its connection to the notorious Sacred Beast Society, Xia Country had no choice but to intensify its crackdown on the organization. Uncle Chung told me, striving to cultivate and getting into a top-tier martial school would be the best way to honor your parents. The Sacred Beast Society had over 20 high-level fighters. Opposing them was entirely beyond my capabilities. For the next few days, I remained in a dazed and depressed state, withdrawing into myself as I took an extended leave from school to focus on self-cultivation at home. Then on my 18th birthday, everything changed. I awakened a stat allocation interface and finally saw hope. My new ability was simple. Defeat opponents instantly to earn points. These points could strengthen anything, whether it was raising my cultivation realm, enhancing my physique, sharpening my mind, refining martial techniques, or unlocking innate talents. After opening my beginner's gift pack for 4,000 points, I regained confidence in my future. In this high martial world, power alone reigns supreme. Without strength, one might perish any day from the aftermath of battles between masters. With the help of the attribute panel, I'm confident I can reach the pinnacle of martial arts and then continue upward, surpassing all limits. Wait for me. Wait until I become a high-level martial artist to avenge you, I murmured into the night. For over 3 months since obtaining the panel, I optimized every gain, pushing both physique and spirit to 3rd tier before smoothing in 2nd tier zones of the virtual combat arena. In successive battles, my combat skills continued to refine, and I gradually adapted to attributes far exceeding 1st tier capabilities. Peak 3rd tier attributes, something even most 4th or 5th tier martial artists might not necessarily achieve, represent corporeal strength capable of rivaling 3rd tier opponents without relying on elemental force. Honestly, I never meant to crush low-level players. I sighed helplessly. I'm just a weak 1st tier martial artist. How could a 1st tier fighting a 2nd tier possibly count as crushing? Chapter 2, 7th tier mutant beast, breakthrough to 2nd tier. More than 300 kilometers from Yunlan City where I resided, several military martial artists were jointly battling a 500-meter-long giant serpent. The giant serpent's pale golden scales were mostly shattered, blood continuously flowing out, its vitality dwindling to the extreme. Hold this beast down, I'll finish it, the leading man shouted to his 4 companions. The giant serpent seemed to sense the danger, struggling desperately, but was firmly restrained by the other 4. Boom! The night sky was illuminated, as if the entire heavens trembled before the impending attack. A thunder spear hundreds of meters long hovered within the dark clouds, as countless smaller lightning bolts from the surrounding clouds continuously converged onto it. The thunder spear grew larger and larger, its oppressive might steadily rising. Thunder sky-shattering strike, the man shouted. In an instant, the thunder spear descended toward the giant serpent. The kilometer-long lightning spear pinned the massive serpent like a heavenly pillar. The terrifying attack completely vaporized the kilometer-tall hill beneath the giant serpent, leaving almost no trace of the creature's body behind. The thunder spear pierced through the earth, creating a crater several kilometers in diameter with its deepest point reaching 500 to 600 meters, a testament to the devastating power of this single strike. Phew, I'm exhausted, the leader gasped as he lay flat on the ground, catching his breath. The 4 teammates who had dodged early gathered around. One of the women remarked, "Captain, no matter how many times I see your lightning spear face dash, it never fails to shock me." Tang Wenju, how many times must I tell you it's called Thunderous Skybreaker? Though pale-faced, the captain still glared angrily at the woman. Alright, old Zhao, you better report the situation to HQ immediately. I'll go collect the life crystal. A young man in his 20s with long, artistically styled hair walked towards the large pit while speaking. Ha, the young man said in confusion, where's the life crystal? Don't all mutated beasts that reach the 7th rank have life crystals? Captain Zhao suddenly stood up and quickly led his 3 bewildered teammates to the edge of the pit. Watching the young man find nothing at the bottom of the deep pit, Captain Zhao suddenly had a bad premonition. That beast isn't dead. It possesses an innate secret technique that allows possession and reincarnation with life crystals. Tang Wenju narrowed her eyes and said, no need to worry, this innate secret technique definitely carries significant side effects. Even if it can resurrect in other beasts, it certainly won't be at its peak strength. I suspect this secret technique can only allow rebirth in low-level serpent-type beasts. After all, beasts that have reached the 4th tier already possess strong survival instincts and sufficient intelligence, which would interfere with the possession process. Most low-tier beasts only have a few primitive instincts. I woke up, went downstairs to eat breakfast at the noodle shop, planning to finish today's fried fish task early. Skillfully lying down in the virtual combat pod, I clicked on the 1v1 battle mode, thinking to myself, what a shame that only those who enter the martial arts school and reach the 3rd rank unlock the 5v5 team battle mode. If it opened earlier, I could earn 10 points in one go. While imagining how I'd dominate and earn points once team battles were unlocked, I queued for the 2nd rank division matches, not forgetting to shout, fresh lambs, your master has returned. This virtual combat space was jointly developed by the 3 great powers of Blue Star, specifically designed so Blue Star warriors, especially martial arts school students, could accumulate combat experience. Low-level martial artists can enter high-level zones, but high-level martial artists cannot enter low-level zones. This is to prevent smurfing. If low-level fighters intentionally feed points in high-level zones and are caught engaging in match-fixing behavior, both parties will be banned for 7 days. Whatever technology they're using, my physique and mental strength, far surpassing others at my level, have been perfectly replicated in this virtual combat space. Moreover, the network of this virtual combat system, known as Blue Star Net, is also jointly monitored by the three major world powers. As long as you become a martial artist before the age of 20, you can register your personal details at the local martial arts administration and receive a basic version of the virtual combat pod for free. After all, the entire human population on Blue Star shares a common enemy, creatures and native races from different parallel worlds. That's why various countries have established martial arts schools and greatly support young people, especially those with outstanding talents. Looking at the waiting in line sign, I couldn't help but feel helpless. My combat prowess surpasses that of second-tier martial artists, and my rank is Diamond I with full stars, the highest rank attainable for anyone below 4th-tier martial artist. Winning a match adds 1 star, while losing deducts 1. Accumulate 10 stars and win the next match to advance to the next minor rank. I wrecked my fishing streak way too hard with a 100% win rate, making me wait forever to match with an opponent in the second-tier zone. Match found. Combat begins in 30 seconds. Please select your weapon. I studied the figure across from me, feminine in build, her face obscured by swirling black mist that hid any distinguishing features. The virtual combat system offers facial obfuscation and voice modulation for security and privacy. Personally, I keep both settings on, though some opt out, like those streamer fighters who broadcast their matches live to grow their fanbase. Battle begins. The virtual combat system announced. As usual, I discarded my long sword. No choice, you can't initiate a duel without selecting a weapon. My primary tactic relies on the powerful movement skill Instant 9 Flashes, allowing me to instantly appear before my opponent, then delivering a devastating crushing fist with my peak 3rd rank physique. The crushing fist is inherently formidable, and paired with my monstrous physical strength, it basically means 1 punch equals 1 defeated 2nd rank opponent. Combined with Instant 9 Flashes, the advanced movement technique gifted by the system after defeating 100 opponents, which achieves short-range teleportation even at novice mastery, the 2nd rank arena has become my personal score farming ground. I'm quite popular in the second-tier zone, often hearing die-hard fan comments before battles start. Boom! My terrifying strike aimed directly at the woman's head as fierce winds howled around us. The woman didn't even have time to raise her sword before getting headshot, instantly ejected from the virtual combat space. Ding! Congratulations host for instantly defeating a second-tier opponent, rewarded with 2 points. I idly shook my wrist, just another day of seal clubbing. By lunchtime, I had finally completed my daily tasks and earned 20 points. Next, I'll allocate points to break through to the second tier. After all, using the panel to achieve breakthrough creates the most perfect foundation. To reach the pinnacle of martial arts, one must have the strongest foundation. Panel, allocate points, I shouted in my heart. On the blue screen in my mind, realm, first tier peak plus. As I confirmed the point allocation, 50 points were deducted, and intense changes began occurring inside my body. I felt my blood boiling within. Thud, thud, thud. My heartbeat accelerated rapidly as the surrounding energy continuously poured into my body. I seemed to hear a crash sound, and the transformation stopped. I could clearly feel that my body could contain more elemental power now, and the potency of my martial techniques would also increase. Having reached the second tier, once I boost my physique to 40 and advance to the fourth tier, I'll have the confidence to grind points in the third tier area of the virtual combat space. I'll treat myself to a good meal today. I tapped open my smart bracelet, found a highly rated home-style restaurant, ordered a few of my favorite dishes, and started browsing through messages. Seeing blue alerts issued for Yunnan City, Shanfeng City, White Deer City, and other places, I was puzzled for a moment. But on second thought, whatever's happening probably has nothing to do with a small fry like me. The authorities surely have their countermeasures. Seeing the Martial Control Bureau calling on all martial artists to search for low-level mutant beasts hiding in the city, I thought it made perfect sense. After all, the blue alert had been activated, so it's better to eliminate potential threats early. Early the next morning, after breakfast, I packed up and headed out. Sitting in the self-driving taxi, I realized, today is May 19th, only 19 days left until the National College entrance exam. But I wasn't worried. With my strength and second-tier cultivation level, I could even get into Shenzhou Martial Arts Academy, the most prestigious institution in Xia Kingdom. After the taxi stopped at the designated parking area of the Martial Control Bureau, I paid the fare and pushed open the door. There it was, the awe-inspiring building of the Martial Control Bureau. As I gently pushed open the main entrance, my smart bracelet automatically projected a holographic screen with the message, "Respected first-tier martial artist Jiang Hao, what service do you require today?" I said, applying for second-rank martial artist certification. The staff member instructed me to take the elevator to the 4th floor second-rank certification area, asking if I wanted to modify the automatically completed registration information. I glanced at it. Aside from being a second-rank application, there was no significant difference from the basic details I had manually filled out when becoming a first-rank martial artist, so I replied, no. I took the elevator to the 4th floor, where there weren't many people, and went straight to the certification hall. Inside, 3 people were waiting, 2 men and a woman, seemingly a small group. They turned to look at me, and the leader, a man in his 30s, asked in surprise, "Young man, you're already a second-rank martial artist at such a young age?" The other 2 also wore expressions of disbelief. After all, Yunnan City wasn't a major metropolis. Young second-rank martial artists usually stayed in the cities where their martial schools were located, and I looked barely of age. I nodded and said, "I've indeed reached the 2nd tier." As I spoke, I opened my wrist device, and the holographic screen accidentally revealed my high school senior student ID. Absolutely terrifying. Even the top prodigy from First High has only reached the peak of the 1st tier. The trio was completely overwhelmed by my unexpected display. At that moment, the certification room door opened, and a young man in his 20s exclaimed cheerfully, "Ha ha ha, from now on, Wang Anqing is officially a 2nd-tier martial artist." The 2 young men and woman gathered around to congratulate him. "Mr. Jiang Hao, please prepare for your certification," they said. Looking at the light screen prompt, I quickly stepped into the certification room. Inside sat a stylish young woman with soft features, an oval face, and single eyelids. She glanced at the registration information in the system and exclaimed in surprise, "You last registered as a martial artist in January, and now you've already reached the 2nd rank." I replied, "Yes, the talent I awakened at the 1st rank is related to accelerating cultivation speed." She said enviously, "Then doesn't that mean you're guaranteed a spot in one of the top 10 martial schools?" Every person who becomes a 1st-rank warrior awakens 1 or more innate talents. These talents are randomly awakened, leading to different occupational classifications among warriors. The manifestation of talents is also related to one's cultivation level, as the capacity to contain Yuan force is limited. I arrived at the Martial Authority Bureau for 2nd-rank certification. A woman said to me, "Alright, place your hand on this Yuan force detection device and release your Yuan force fluctuations." I nodded and complied. With a beep, the system announced, "This warrior's Yuan force fluctuations have reached 2nd rank, 1st layer. Warrior identity confirmed. Confirmation complete. The fluctuations belong to warrior Jiang Hao." After entering the information into the system's holographic interface, the woman asked me, "Mr. Jiang Hao, would you like to proceed with the combat test now, or would you prefer to adjust your condition first?" I shook my head and said, "No need, let's just begin." The woman had me lie down in the virtual combat pod, mentioning it was automatically sterilized. This was the internal combat space used by the Martial Unification Bureau to test combat data, similar to the kind used during college entrance exams. I said, "No problem, I'm not that particular. I'll start now." With that, I entered the virtual combat pod and clicked on the 2nd-level martial artist combat test. This test was basically just a formality. The system AI was a 2nd-level, 1st-stage martial artist, but its martial skills and combat awareness were top-tier for its level. Most martial artists who had just reached the 2nd level couldn't win. Losing wasn't a big deal, it was just embarrassing to lose too quickly and end up with a painfully low score. Battle begins. The instant the system announcement ended, I tossed aside my blade, muttering to myself, "Ugh, force of habit throwing my weapon at the start, guess I can fight barehanded?" Then I materialized behind the AI with 9 flash instant step, piercing its core in 1 strike while mentally adding sound effects, asterisk schlick, asterisk. Black Tiger plucks the heart. The computer-controlled opponent collapsed wordlessly into eternal sleep. Ding! Congratulations host for one-shotting a 2nd-tier opponent, awarded 2 points. Host has defeated opponents in 1,000 instant battles, rewards have been dispatched. I was shocked, this good? And it counts from computer fights? The virtual combat space doesn't feature AI opponents, not even in rooms created between friends, so this was my first time learning about it. I shouted, "Open panel," and spotted a new line under the talents column. Talent ability, rapid adaptation, can quickly master enhanced abilities while allowing precise control over strength, speed, psyche, and other attributes. Minor boost to adaptability in extreme environments. I clenched my fist in excitement. Talk about bread when hungry, a pillow when sleepy. Looks like I won't need to waste time slowly adjusting after allocating points anymore, and embarrassing mishaps like cracking floor tiles just from walking will be a thing of the past. After sighing with emotion, I checked the time and stood waiting a few more minutes before choosing to exit the virtual combat space to settle my score. When I came out, I noticed the woman looking at me with a strange gaze, so I asked, "What's the matter?" Slowly withdrawing her gaze, the woman asked, "I've been here for almost 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen a perfect score. How on earth did you manage that, big shot?" Puzzled, I replied, "Aren't you the examiner? Can't you just watch the virtual combat replay directly?" I had actually checked beforehand that advanced combat test examiners don't have viewing permissions, so I deliberately waited a few minutes before exiting to avoid appearing too exaggerated. While it wouldn't be possible to hide anything from the combat system or the top brass in Xia Nation, those people operate at a completely different level. At most this would just demonstrate my formidable fighting capabilities. The woman shook her head. For all combat tests, we examiners can only see the scores. We don't have authorization to review the recordings. This is to protect martial artists' privacy, as some fighters' trump cards could make them vulnerable if exposed. He then said, so, big shot, how exactly did you manage that? Don't worry, my lips are sealed, I won't spill anything. After a pause, he quickly added, oh, if it's some kind of trump card or something, forget I asked. I calmly replied, there's nothing confidential about it. Just study more, observe more, practice more. The woman looked utterly bewildered and stammered, sir, your second-level certification is approved. You can go back now. I nodded and said, yeah, see you. With that, I walked out. The woman stood up, snapping back to reality, and muttered, should I ask the boss for his contact info? Forget it, with that kind of cultivation speed and compatibility, he must be heading to Divine Land Martial Arts School. I'd better just stick to my regular job. Then she quietly sat back down, waiting for the next martial artist to certify. Fresh from completing my second-tier certification at the Martial Arts Bureau, I walked along the sidewalk, gazing at the city I'd lived in for 18 years. I thought to myself, even though I have over 200 more years than my previous life, the technology doesn't seem to have advanced that much. Looking at the roadside decorations and the drones slowly flying by with their glowing screens broadcasting advertisements. Perhaps because the college entrance exams were approaching, the entire city of Yunnan was preparing for them. As the genius of the martial arts class, I only had to take the Chinese language exam for the written test. The college entrance exams were divided into written and martial arts tests. The written test was similar to my previous life, but without foreign languages. This was because the entire Blue Star now uniformly used the language of Xia as its common language. Not only was Xia the most powerful nation on Blue Star, with a number of high-level martial artists and warriors beyond the 9th rank surpassing the combined total of all other nations on the planet, but also because most of the cultivation techniques and martial arts skills were written in the language of Xia. Other countries must cultivate students to learn the Xia language from childhood if they wish to embark on the path of martial arts. Even wealthy families abroad without martial heritage send their children to study in Xia as early as primary school. Rumors even suggest that certain ruins from otherworldly realms and the sudden emergence of mysterious domains on Blue Star exhibit design styles rooted in Xia's culture, with martial techniques and skills inscribed in Xia's script. Some suspect the appearance of Yuan power is no coincidence, that it has always existed, with those wondrous worlds having been conquered long ago by powerful civilizations akin to Xia. Nowadays, the path of martial arts on Blue Star has evolved gradually by emulating the techniques and combat skills that have drifted down from those sources. However, this once powerful martial arts civilization later vanished, which is why the parallel worlds connected to Blue Star harbor such deep hostility toward its humans. Of course, this rumor was quickly debunked, as neither the Beacon Nation nor the Northern Grey Bear could possibly admit that the Xia Nation is the true origin of Blue Star's civilization. As for the martial arts entrance exam, it's straightforward, just reach tier 1 martial artist level with decent combat skills to qualify for martial schools. The top tier academies simply have higher standards, that's all. As I entered a small grove, a short man with burn scars covering his face emerged from the trees. He appeared extremely wary and, upon seeing me, immediately lowered his head and quickened his pace to avoid me. However, this Yuan power fluctuation is only at the first rank. Not much talent, Thanks to my formidable third-rank mental strength, I can easily detect the Yuan power fluctuations of warriors below the 3rd rank. Unless I'm unlucky enough to run into a big shot smithing or encounter a spiritual weapon that conceals Yuan power fluctuations, I can usually discern an opponent's cultivation level under normal circumstances. Speechless, I watched the man walking faster and faster, thinking to myself, this scene. Based on my decade of bookworm experience before time traveling, this guy is 100% suspicious. Was he not afraid of arousing suspicion? Deliberately, I shouted, hey, buddy up front, you dropped your knife. The short man stopped dead in his tracks and patted his pants, then suddenly remembered, wait, I didn't even bring a knife today? Kid trying to trick me? He turned to look at me and said, kid, mind your own damn business. Then he made a fierce throat-slitting gesture with his hand. I pretended to scoff, who are you trying to scare? I'm from the Holy Beast Society. Keep staring and I'll blow your damn head off. The short guy was just about to come over and let me bleed when he froze mid-step, asking suspiciously, you're with the Society too? I thought maliciously, this guy doesn't seem too bright, no surprise the Sacred Beast Society folks are all messed up in the head. With that, I waved my hand dismissively and said, of course a lowly first-tier outer member like you wouldn't have seen me before. I roared inwardly, Sacred Beast Society. Just let me sweet-talk him into leading me to their Yunnan City hideout. Then I'll report them to the Martial Control Bureau. The short man said incredulously, you're a full member? You're so young, I thought you were lying to me. I replied impatiently, obviously. Only a complete idiot would pretend to be part of our Sacred Beast Society these days, it's a death sentence. The short man nodded and said, exactly. None of the brothers dare show their faces now, terrified of being caught. Sigh. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have joined this Sacred Beast Society. Some members haven't shown up at the base for ages. I sneered. Oh, having regrets now? Without the organization's nurturing, do you think a worthless fool like you could ever become a martial artist? Enough. Martial law is everywhere lately, better hurry back. The short man immediately fawned. Oh my, how could I dare regret it? Without the organization's training, talentless folk like me would never achieve anything our whole lives. Being a periphery member suits me just fine, he added. Sir, let me escort you back to the base. My car's parked nearby, no surveillance here, I checked carefully. I said, alright, let's go. Don't wander around during this period. Stay put and wait for the heat to die down. I glanced back at the woods before calmly following the man into the car. The smart wristband continuously transmitted all recorded data to the Military Control Bureau's tip-off line. Watching the scenery flash by outside the window, I thought, I hope we're in time. At that moment, squads were gathering at the Military Control Bureau. A tall man at the forefront, sucking on a lollipop, looked at the assembled numbers before removing the candy and shouting loudly. I led the group to the outskirts of the abandoned manor. As the car stopped, I peered through the window at the derelict estate, quietly sending a message to the Military Control Bureau advising them not to drive their vehicles too close. At that moment, the short man immediately got out of the car and opened the door for me. Just as he was about to speak, I cut him off. Go buy me a bottle of water, and be quick about it. He looked dumbfounded, wrinkling his scarred face from burns, and said, Sir, we're already at the base. There's plenty to drink inside. I glared at him. Are you telling me what to do? I want Lacey, room temperature. Go fast and come back quickly. I'll take a nap in the car. With that, I closed my eyes. Listening to the sound of his footsteps fading away, I took a deep breath. To be honest, saying I wasn't nervous would be a lie. Who knew what the situation inside the base was? If things went south, I'd lose all face as a transmigrator. I thought to myself, I better not enter this hideout. I'll just wait in the car for the Martial Control Bureau to clean it up. The Martial Control Bureau was quite efficient. They arrived near the hideout via tracking before the short man returned. Upon receiving the message, I immediately got out of the car and jogged over to join the Martial Control Bureau team. I put on a smile and said, Greetings, officers. I'm a senior high student from number 3 high school. Today I encountered a suspicious person and managed to bluff out the location of the Sacred Beast Society hideout by thinking on my feet. But this is just my duty. As an outstanding patriotic student, it's absolutely necessary to fiercely report such evil organizations. Could the reward be directly deposited into my Blue Star Network account? The lollipop-sucking leader shot me an exasperated glance before waving for his subordinate to respond. A bombshell woman in uniform stepped forward and said earnestly, First of all, thank you for your contribution to Yunlan City. But next time you encounter such a situation, never follow alone or pretend to be a member of the Holy Beast Society again. Prioritize your own safety. Second, the rewards we mentioned will be transferred to your Blue Star Network account, though the exact amount will be determined after mission evaluation concludes. Third, all signals here are currently jammed, and every IP in the manor has been locked down. If there are no further issues, we'll arrange an escort for you, either back home or to the Martial Control Bureau to await results. Lastly, don't call them officers next time. With that, she turned and rejoined the team. Somewhat awkwardly, I said, well, I wish you all success in your operation, but no need to see me off, I'll just stroll back on my own. The leader crushed his lollipop between his teeth and barked, Operation begins. After bidding farewell to the Wutong Bureau agents, I hurried away from the estate. Barely 100 meters out, I heard a deafening boom, and the air grew scorching hot. Looking back, I saw that supposedly brooding lollipop-sucking captain now enveloped in violent currents of wind, hovering 50 or 60 meters in the air. His hands slashed and swept through the air with practiced grace, hurling blade after blade of compressed air. It was almost elegant. His opponent was a gray-haired old man who could summon pillars of fire with a stomp of his foot, deflecting attacks while hurling fireballs to create chaos. I was filled with envy. If only I had elemental talents. Spellcasters are truly unmatched. The estate's buildings and walls were already damaged, and the other members of the Martial Control Bureau had also engaged in battle. Overall, the Martial Control Bureau had both numerical and strength advantages. I couldn't help but complain, was such haste necessary? They started fighting the moment they stepped in. What happened to the promised covert infiltration operation? Feeling that the suspected fourth-rank powerhouse from the Sacred Beast Society and the captain were locked in a fierce battle, I decided to make myself scarce. After all, I hadn't forgotten that short guy who drove into the woods, no idea what he was up to. My peak third-rank physique granted me exceptional endurance and speed. I deliberately chose deserted paths, sprinting through them until I reached the woods we'd seen earlier in no time. I exhaled sharply and stepped into the forest. After walking about a kilometer deep into the woods, I suddenly swayed and vanished from my spot, activating 9 blinks of an instant. Right where I'd been standing, a white jade arrow pierced the ground. The area within a 100-meter radius around it had frozen solid in an instant. I cursed under my breath, damn, an ice archer. If my spiritual perception hadn't alerted me to the killing intent, I might have been controlled already. Though this earth-freezing arrow meant nothing to me, the best way to deal with an archer is to charge straight at her and cut her down. I dashed toward the direction of the arrows, constantly using instant 9 flash to evade each incoming shot. The young female archer grew anxious when she saw the surrounding trees couldn't hinder my movements. I was about to close the distance between us. She gritted her teeth, preparing to engage me in close combat, likely reasoning that while my footwork was impressive and my perception sharp, my energy fluctuations only registered at the second tier. Meanwhile, as the deputy leader of the Sacred Beast Society's Yunlan City branch, she, a peak third-tier fighter, was confident she could swiftly finish me off in a few moves before relocating with what they called the Sacred Beast. She knew something might have gone wrong at their base. All she had to do, she thought, was bring the soon-to-awaken Sacred Beast to the headquarters in Cloudsore Province, meet her high-tier chief father, and she'd be rewarded, perhaps even gifted sacred blood to break through to the 4th tier. Unfortunately for her, those thoughts were far too optimistic. When she reached out to block what she thought would be a simple punch, her hand snapped, or more accurately, her right arm exploded in a spray of blood and flesh, as if struck by an overloaded truck. The crushing pressure in the air made it hard for her to breathe. The smile on her face vanished, while mine only widened. I wasn't confident about defeating this ice archer at first. Without my weapons, I couldn't use my proud swordsmanship, and as a poor warrior with short reach, I could only rely on footwork to engage in close combat, waiting for a chance to land a lethal strike with my explosive fist technique. To my surprise, she actually stopped moving and approached me, even catching one of my punches single-handedly. I wasn't about to let this opportunity slip, beat the drowning dog, so I kept throwing punch after punch at her. The boom, boom sounds were like someone continuously tossing grenades into an empty field, while the shockwaves from my fists kicked up dust from the ground, sending it swirling through the air. She was as defenseless as a ragdoll, her Yuanli shield about to give way. Ugh, she vomited blood heavily, knocked to the ground by my blow. Estimating she might still be salvageable, I moved in for the finishing strike when she pleaded desperately, her face covered in blood. Don't kill me. My father is from the... I immediately launched a crushing fist at her. Seeing this cultist was beyond saving, I collapsed heavily onto the ground, panting ha. My hands trembled slightly, but recalling the atrocities of the Sacred Beast Society and recognizing this woman was clearly no ordinary member, I immediately reported the incident to the Martial Control Bureau, pondering her unfinished words. Whatever connections she had, let her take it up with the Xia country's Martial Control Bureau. Of course, I clearly stated how I accidentally encountered her, fought back fiercely, and how she appeared already severely injured, allowing me to luckily finish her off. After resting for a while, I spotted a large tent not far away and walked over to see what treasures might be inside. Pulling open the tent, I found it filled with living supplies. It looked like someone had just arrived recently. I guessed the short male, likely a peripheral member, was here to deliver supplies to the woman. Not willing to give up, I searched further and discovered a transparent container holding a golden-scaled serpent-like mutant beast about 2 meters long at most, radiating Tier 2 primal energy fluctuations. Upon closer inspection, the snake seemed to be suffering from heatstroke. Kind-heartedly, I opened the box to give it some air and prevent suffocation, then delivered it explosive punch that reduced its head to crimson mist. The system notification chimed, ding. Congratulations, host, for instantly defeating a 7th-tier opponent. Reward, 500 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving an instant kill across multiple tiers. Bonus reward, 500 points. Ding! Detected life crystal from 7th tier mutant beast, convertible to 5,000 points. Proceed with conversion? I stared blankly at the headless little snake. What the hell? Is this thing actually a 7th order mutated beast? What the hell is a life crystal anyway? With great effort, I regained my composure and refused. No. If there hadn't been a report, I might have used this crystal without hesitation. But since the Martial Control Bureau is coming, coupled with the recent blue alert and the city's purge of low-level mutated beasts, they're clearly looking for this thing. Not that I'm worried about the crystal being confiscated. Xia country has clear regulations. For mutated beasts slain solely by a martial artist, all spoils belong to the martial artist in question. Post-event redistribution is possible, but only with the martial artist's consent. I thought proudly to myself, 1,000 points. Enough to break through the 4th rank for both my spirit and physique. With my knack for quick adaptation, I'll have some fun in the 2nd rank zone first, then move on to harvest some easy pickings in the 3rd rank. 5 points each time, ha ha ha. I chuckled inwardly, though I decided it'd be wiser to first return home, allocate my points, and keep a low profile. Before long, footsteps approached. I looked up to see that profound squad leader, Qin Tianyu, standing before me again. I quickly greeted him. Hello, Captain Qin. Qin Tianyu, who had a lollipop in his mouth, nodded and said, not bad, kid. Taking down a 3rd-tier warrior as a counter? How about joining the Martial Control Bureau after graduation? With an innocent look, I replied, I've already promised someone I'd get into Shenzhou Martial Arts School, the strongest in Xia country. Maybe I can recommend some of my high school classmates to you, Captain Sheen? Captain Sheen took the lollipop out of his mouth as he walked toward the corpse, glancing at the heavily mutilated body, then back at me. His lip twitched before he tossed the lollipop aside and asked, "Found anything else?" I immediately led him to the tent and pointed at the small snake. There was a second-tier snake here that I took care of. But this snake is too small. Can it still be exchanged for money? Captain Sheen stared at the tiny serpent, as if suddenly remembering something. He immediately grabbed it and examined it closely, then swiftly sliced open the snake's belly with a wind blade. A transparent crystal the size of a ping-pong ball tumbled out. Captain Sheen took a deep breath and said, "Kid, you've hit the jackpot this time. If this thing gets to the black market, it's worth at least this much." He tossed the crystal to me, extending 3 fingers. After a moment's thought, I asked, 3 million? Captain Sheen raised his eyebrows. 300 million. I asked again, never mind the amount, what can this thing actually do? Captain Sheen silently took out a new lollipop, unwrapped it, and stuck it in his mouth before mumbling indistinctly, "It enhances a warrior's physical constitution and mental fortitude. Of course, you could also treat it like essence crystals or spirit marrow liquid to directly boost your cultivation, allowing you to reach the peak of the second tier rapidly without side effects. However, that would be too wasteful. Much of the primal energy and refined essence would dissipate into the surrounding environment before you could fully absorb it. After all, unless you're one of those elite scions from top-tier families, most people only use it to break through bottlenecks or strengthen their psyche. You're one lucky kid." This snake was originally a peak 7th tier, but the military beat it half to death. That's how you got such an unbelievable bargain. Of course, the military did say whoever lands the killing blow keeps the spoils, so take it with a clear conscience. Captain Sheen stole another glance at the crystal and added, "You should know advancing to 4th tier and 7th tier both have spiritual intensity requirements. This thing? Bet no one in all of Yuanlan City has ever used one. You can't buy this with mere money." I glanced at the spirit energy that was about to reach the 4th level and nodded silently, thinking to myself, got it, I'll use this for recharge soon. Captain Sheen waved his hand as if he didn't want to see the crystal, turning away while saying, "If you're using it yourself, find a quiet spot, just hold it in your hand and circulate your cultivation technique to absorb it. Your bonus will be transferred in a couple days. Hurry home now. Contact me if anything comes up." As he spoke, he tapped a few times on the light screen, and soon my smart wristband received a friend request. I tapped to accept. I said, "Captain Sheen, I'll head back first then. When I get into Shenzhou Martial Arts School, I'll treat you to a meal." Captain Sheen shook his head and replied, "No need for a meal. Just give me a heads up if you hear any news about the Sacred Beast Society in the future." After a final goodbye, I took my leave. Captain Sheen immediately returned to the Martial Control Bureau, opened his smart bracelet, and sent the death report of the 7th tier giant serpent to the higher-ups at the Yunshao State Martial Control Bureau. It was already afternoon by the time I got home. After a quick bite to fill my stomach, I couldn't wait to recharge my panel with the life crystal. Ding! 7th level life crystal charging complete. Obtain 5,000 points. Attribute allocation. I spent 1,000 points to boost both physique and spirit to 40, reaching 4th tier. Then 300 points pushed my cultivation realm to 7th heaven, achieving late-stage 2nd tier. Finally, I invested 1,500 points to enhance the martial skill Crushing Fist, breaking through its original limits to reach 5th tier martial skill level. After my body underwent a series of transformations, I felt an all-over soothing sensation as if receiving an oil massage. Excitement surged as I mentally shouted, "Open status panel." A blue holographic screen appeared in my mind. Name, Jiang Hao, Cultivation Realm, 2nd tier 7th heaven, plus. Physique, 40, comprehensive measurement including explosive power, endurance, strength, speed, recovery, etc. Tier 4 plus. Spirit, 40, comprehensive measurement including soul strength, perception, willpower, psychic power, etc. Tier 4 plus. Innate abilities, martial arts prodigy plus rapid adaptation plus, martial techniques, shattering fist plus 1, tier 5. Perfected plus instantaneous 9 flashes intermediate 256/2000 plus flash thunder blade intermediate 253/300 plus. Cultivation technique, Xia Nation's 8th basic body forging method tier 3 plus, points, 3208. Comment, "Oh Great One, reign in your powers. Stop seal clubbing." I gazed at my status panel with satisfaction. Who could have imagined that just days ago, I was merely an ordinary 1st tier martial artist. Now, my current strength could casually dominate 3rd tier fighters. As for the complaints? No seal clubbing means no points. Thanks to my rapid adaptation talent, I just needed to spend 2 days in the virtual combat space to fully digest my suddenly enhanced abilities, then the point farming could happily begin. I activated the virtual combat pod and deftly selected the 1v1 duel mode. I mused to myself, with my talent, I'll advance to 3rd tier soon enough. Once that happens, I won't be able to access 2nd tier zones anymore. Thinking about how the second-tier area has accompanied me on this long journey, recalling both the joys and hardships of dominating in second-tier matches after obtaining the panel, and remembering those familiar faces I've matched with repeatedly, I decided, today will be my final match in second tier. This time, I won't instantly defeat my opponent by opening the door. Who knows if I'll ever see many of these old acquaintances again. Might as well go easy on them. Of course, going easy doesn't mean surrendering, that's out of the question. At most, I'll chat with my opponent for a while, tell them I'm moving on to compete in third-tier matches, not to miss me too much, and maybe offer them some last-minute pointers. After all, my win rate remains at 100% to this day. Even during those few trips to third tier before, I still emerged victorious using cheeky tactics to exhaust my opponent's primal energy. A third-tier warrior can release their primal energy outward to form an energy shield. As long as they have primal energy remaining, the shield can be maintained indefinitely. Of course, energy consumption accelerates when under attack. The primal energy shield isn't invincible. Sufficiently powerful martial techniques can penetrate through to cause internal injuries or even shatter it completely. Match confirmed. Combat will commence in 30 seconds. Please select your weapon. I eyed the young man across from me. No facial obscuration? Seems you're quite confident. This isn't good. People should learn to keep a low profile. What if someone blindsides you with a sneak attack one day? The young man across from him grew nervous. The fish slayer. Ha! Someone who recognizes me? Have we met before? I glanced at the long blade in my hand, thinking, but I've never shown my face before. Could he really recognize me just by this sword? Battle begin. The virtual combat system announced. I casually tossed aside my blade and strode over to the trembling young man, sighing, dude, seriously? It's just virtual combat, nothing to be scared of. Seeing that the fish slayer didn't immediately wipe him out, the young man sighed in relief. Big bro, I've run into you 3 times before. 3 times. Each time ended with one punch sending me flying. I swear you've beaten me, stupid. I said speechlessly, finishing a virtual battle won't affect your real self. It must be that you're just too timid. Also, you can relax, I'll be moving to the third tier zone soon. Since we've matched 4 times as old friends, I'll go easy on you today. The young man asked, really? You're getting promoted to third tier, boss? Congratulations. Noticing the young man wasn't carrying weapons, I asked curiously, virtual battles can't start without weapons, can they? Why are you able to go without any? Big shot, didn't you know? As long as you awaken magic-related talents and follow the magic path, you can register your information with the Martial Control Bureau. Within 24 hours of registration, Blue Star Network will notify you whether to carry weapons during duels. I follow the pure magic path, so I don't need weapons, the young man said somewhat proudly, completely oblivious to my darkening expression. Damn it, what's wrong with pure martial artists? Of course I knew that when fighting against mutated beasts, magic path martial artists were more favored than pure weapon-wielding martial artists. After all, with their long-range attacks, the majority of low to mid-tier beasts during the beast rampage were cleared by spellcasting warriors. Such is the way of magic users. Pure fighters just need to battle, revel in the thrill, and it's over. Meanwhile, magic users have to consider so much more. I exhaled sharply and said, come on, let me see just how flashy you magic users can get. At the same time, in the Martial Blade Arts Academy of the Divine State Martial School, Imperial Capital, 9 Dragons Province. Chapter 7, A Gaze from the Higher UPS, Friend Request? Second Uncle. Second Uncle, open the door quickly. A pale-faced young man with heavy dark circles under his eyes kept pounding on the Vice Dean's office door. Just as the young man was considering whether to break in, click, the door opened. A middle-aged man with a darkened complexion and twitching eyes disdainfully gestured for the youth to enter. The middle-aged man's face had sharp contours and rigid lines, gives off a solemn and dignified impression, tall in stature, with exposed arms that seemed to radiate virtue and wisdom. The young man swaggered in, casually picked up the teapot, and gulped straight from the spout. He complained discontentedly, Uncle, why isn't this tea the kind that boosts elemental energy today? It's hardly satisfying. Then he boisterously declared, I, Joe Wayphone, am the top disciple of our combat academy after all. Led the team to win the Global Martial Arts School Championship twice. This is how we treat our nation's prodigies? The middle-aged man calmly sat down, leaning against the backrest, and said, how many times have I told you? At school, you must address me by my official title. Got it, Uncle. No problem, Uncle. Uncle, I just discovered a wild genius who seems destined for our martial arts academy. Joe Wayphone said quickly. Yesterday, a second-tier martial artist from Yunshao Prefecture scored a perfect on the certification test, and the system automatically reported it to the admissions office. I happen to be there keeping an eye out for any promising junior schoolmates. Guess what? We've struck gold with this one. Vice Dean Joe watched the shared video and said, don't do this again. Students could face consequences for taking these internal videos. The admissions office already complained about you last year. If your father hadn't already reached same tier and been dispatched to guard the front line of world number 4. The academy would have already punished you long ago. The young man casually ate spiritual fruits from the tea table, indifferent. I didn't dare cause trouble as a freshman. Now that I'm already 7th tier and about to graduate, why shouldn't I? Wasn't this martial arts training all for nothing? After watching the video, Vice Dean Joe looked heartbroken at the completely looted spiritual fruits. Having barely suppressed his anger, he was immediately choked up again by the young man's words. Ahem. Uncle, have some water. Oh wait, I drank all the tea. Should I go buy you a bottle of water? The young man scratched his head, looking innocently at his uncle. Vice Dean Joe took another deep breath, feeling as if his peak 8th level cultivation was nearly overwhelmed by sheer frustration. Thankfully, this brat will graduate next month. When that time comes, I must take on a respectful, diligent, and well-behaved disciple. Vice Dean Joe kept comforting himself. The movement techniques and martial arts displayed by this student in the video are incredibly profound, at least a 9th tier martial skill, with even a trace of spatial principles. But exceptional martial skills alone don't prove anything. The most important thing is that his physical strength is astonishingly exaggerated. Vice Dean Joe reviewed it once again. The footage of Jiang Hao delivering a straight punch to the AI's core in the video, without using martial techniques or primordial energy, relying solely on his raw physical power. This is at least the level of physical strength one would have at the 4th tier. The fighting arena was stomped into a crater by this guy, and the heart-piercing strike had already surpassed the speed of sound. If it weren't for the anti-gore mechanism and the virtual combat space below Tier 4, where human bodies are prevented from being shattered into pieces, the AI wouldn't even have kept its body intact. The AI for the promotion test are all meticulously selected by Xia country. In fact, only prodigies can achieve a perfect score, while ordinary contenders stand no chance. The original purpose of setting up this AI was to remind martial artists not to assume they're invincible just because they've been promoted. You can't even beat a computer and you're still putting on airs? Go train properly. Now it's become a tool for martial arts schools to compete for prodigious students in advance. Seeing Jiang Hao's unadorned yet formidable strength, Vice Dean Joe shouted in his heart. This boy belongs in our weapons combat academy. Weiphone, go call the admissions office and tell them we absolutely must recruit Jiang Hao for our Shenzhou Martial Arts Academy. Even our combat division is willing to offer him an S-class contract. The S-class contract offers the best benefits while requiring the fewest obligations. Every top-tier martial arts institute engages in fierce competition to attract talents, constantly raising their benefits package. The young man said with an expression that said, I knew it all along. I told you we'd found a treasure. One without family or backing from major factions. A martial artist who achieved 2nd rank before the college entrance exams and possesses physical strength comparable to 4th rank. Absolutely possesses extraordinary physical talent. With just modest cultivation, he will surely lead Divine Land Martial Arts School to win the championship in the Global Martial Arts School Tournament. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao had a friendly spar with the future mage. Both sides were quite satisfied. The only downside was that the mage was too physically weak. Jiang Hao barely had time to experience the might of magic before the mage tapped out. Indeed, smiles never vanish, they merely transfer to those in need. Jiang Hao clicked next match with satisfaction. Match successful. Combat will begin in 30 seconds. Please select your weapon. Jiang Hao casually chose a long sword and looked across at his opponent. A woman with facial blurring activated. Her exact age was indeterminable, though her exceptional figure was evident. To put it bluntly, her figure was curvaceous, with a slender waist and long, graceful legs. Too bad Jiang Hao wasn't cultured enough to say anything more eloquent than damn, she's fine, in his mind. The swordswoman across from him, gripping her weapon with one hand, finally spoke. Hello? Excuse me, are you the deep-fried fish king? Clearly using voice modulation, it had this totally AI-synthesized sound. Let the battle begin. The virtual combat system's voice rang out. Jiang Hao tossed his weapon aside as usual and nodded, saying, You've been matched with me before? Seeing that Jiang Hao didn't even open his door before coming up to escort her home, the woman also nodded. I encountered you for the first time last night, but I lost. The woman's voice sounded monotonous, devoid of any inflection. Jiang Hao internally scoffed. What brand of voice changer is this? Sounds like a female ghost. But losing, wasn't that perfectly normal? Though Jiang Hao's face was similarly shrouded in black mist, he flashed a certain Flame Emperor-style grin. Just got lucky. The swordswoman was taken aback but shook her head, saying, I reviewed the replay repeatedly last night and couldn't find any way to defeat you. She paused briefly before continuing. But once I decide which path to take and advance to the 3rd rank, I should be able to fight you on equal terms. Although her tone remained flat, Jiang Hao surprisingly detected a trace of confidence in her words. As long as you're happy, Jiang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. What he actually thought was, too bad times have changed, this is the era of cheats. The me today could one punch knock out the me from yesterday. Suddenly, the woman leveled her sword and said, Can you take one strike from me? Who do you think you're dealing with? Jiang Hao stepped forward and swatted the sword away with one slap, remarking, "Next time, I suggest covering your eyes with a black cloth." Without another word, he threw a devastating punch straight into the woman's chest. Ding! Congratulations, host, for instantly defeating a second-tier opponent, earning 2 points. Huh, does this count as an instant kill? Seems the criteria aren't that straightforward after all. Immersive translate. Xinglua Province, Falling Star City. A pair of pale, sleek legs gradually emerged from the pod's doorway. The woman had an elegant and aloof temperament, with delicate features. Her face wore a bewildered expression. Xing Yingyue still hadn't figured out what just happened. It was just an ordinary raising of her sword without any provocation. Why did the Fish Blasting King suddenly turn hostile? Fish Blasting King seems stronger than last time. Could it be he wasn't using his full strength before? What does covering my eyes with black cloth mean? Xing Yingyue couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she thought. So she re-entered the virtual combat pod to find the previous match and clicked on Smith King's profile. I don't eat beef? Xing Yingyue ignored the strange nickname and scrolled to the bottom, discovering that Fish Bomb King had no posts whatsoever. But after a moment of silence upon seeing the 100% win rate, she chose to send a friend request to Fish Bomb King on Blue Star Net's Feishin. The virtual combat system was linked to Blue Star Network, and only martial artists could register for Blue Star Net. If only I could possess such formidable power. Xing Yingyue gazed at the pending verification notification in Feishin and sank into her memories. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao slowly completed the remaining 8 matches, earning 16 more points. As he looked at the panel displaying points, 3,226, he felt completely at ease. Tomorrow he'd go earn more points in the 3rd tier. Ha, someone's adding me as a friend? Jiang Hao looked puzzled at the light screen notification and said, could this be one of those frustrated leaks I just broke through? Jiang Hao opened Feishin to check the applicant. Fish and Bear's Paw? Chapter 8 Chat, School. Fish and Bear's Paw? Jiang Hao scoffed with disdain. What kind of lousy name is this? With that, he clicked, agree. After all, the last time he encountered someone so triggered they specifically added him to argue was, well, the last time. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Jiang Hao naturally wouldn't stoop to the level of the leaks in his vegetable patch. But if the leak breaks through their own defenses and then verbally dismantles themselves, the opponent will surely double their efforts to train harder, thinking about exacting revenge as soon as possible. From this perspective, Jiang Hao actually did a good deed. Not only did he improve the psychological resilience of Xia Kingdom's young martial artists, but he also motivated them to strive harder. Jiang Hao stared at the light screen displaying that verification complete, chat now available interface. My mind kept rehearsing and rewinding what I should say to take control of the conversation. Fish and Bear Paw, you there? Jiang Hao's fingers reacted faster than his brain as he typed. I don't eat beef, starting with you there, guarantees clown behavior. Fish or Bear's Paw? I'm the one who used a sword earlier and you mentioned about covering eyes with black cloth. There are some things I'd like to consult you about, so I added you on Feishin Not. Can't you use punctuation marks? Jiang Hao complained while replying. I don't eat beef, sorry about that. A friend suddenly bumped into me and sent that message. I've already beaten him up. What did you want to ask? Fish or Bear's Paw, is your friend a 4th-rank martial artist? Is he alright? Jiang Hao replied impatiently. I don't eat beef, cut to the chase or buzz off. Then Jiang Hao sent in my minister may rise meme. After waiting a minute with no response from the other side, Jiang Hao ordered takeout. It was already evening, after all. Eat early and sleep early, tomorrow's Monday and we still have to go to school. Fish and Bear's Paw, that's how it is. Why are you so strong? I feel like your strength could defeat most peak 3rd-tier martial artists. But at best, I can only handle 6th-level 3rd-tier fighters. So tired. Suddenly don't feel like replying. I don't eat beef, sis. Couldn't you just add a punctuation mark? They're free, just add one. I don't eat beef. The reason for my strength is simple. Learn more, observe more, practice more. Because I truly want to improve so badly. Fish and Bear's Paw, like this? I understand. Thank you. Jiang Hao rolled his eyes speechlessly. You understand nothing. Jiang Hao quickly typed his reply. I don't eat beef. I'm going to take a shower, let's chat next time. The reply came back quickly this time. Fish and Bear's Paw, okay. Jiang Hao stretched lazily and took out tomorrow's school clothes to air them. After finishing the takeout and washing up, he went straight to bed, determined not to carry any fatigue into the next day. The night passed without incident. Immersive translate. The next day, Jiang Hao, woken by the alarm clock, sluggishly got out of bed, washed up, and changed into casual clothes before heading out. Today's May 20th. Staring at the calendar on the light screen, Jiang Hao recalled how this date used to be dubbed Bankruptcy Day for men in his previous life. Jiang Hao still remembered one of his dorm mates from his past life who skipped class to fly 2,000 kilometers as a surprise for his long-distance girlfriend, waiting outside her school. Not only did he buy a stylish white casual suit on the spot, but also 99 roses. Then he happened to run into his girlfriend's roommate, who told him she'd gone out with a junior year senior yesterday and hadn't returned yet. The revelation stunned the roommate, and ultimately the couple broke up. My roommate lost his money and got dumped by his girlfriend. What a brutal double whammy. It got so bad that even Jiang Hao and I took turns bringing him meals and refilling his water, and we muted our game audio to avoid triggering his fragile state. Man, that's terrifying. Good thing I've always been single. Although I hit the jackpot right after graduation, I ended up in this high martial world, and I still have a younger brother to take care of my parents. Jiang Hao recalled the tragic fate of his former roommate in his previous life and sighed as he walked toward the gates of 3rd High School. Today was Monday, the day to collect martial arts resources each week. Every student who became a martial artist could receive one elemental crystal suited to their current cultivation level. You should know that an ordinary first-order yuan crystal already costs 10,000 yuan, yet the second-order yuan crystal that Jiang Hao was about to receive is worth 20,000 yuan per piece. And the school distributes them to students for free. If you have talent, the school will even strive to secure first-class or even special-class scholarships for you. A special-class scholarship of 300,000 yuan per month is enough to give ordinary martial artists from modest backgrounds a chance to turn their fortunes around. Unfortunately, there's only one special-class spot available. The first-class scholarship was only 100,000 per month. Students like Jiang Hao, who were among the first batch to become martial artists, were all awarded first-class scholarships by the school. However, Jiang Hao saved all his scholarship money, especially since he became a martial artist shortly before awakening his system panel. Just by crushing noobs and farming newbies in the virtual battle arena, he could level up like crazy. Jiang Hao arrived at Class 1 of the Senior Martial Arts Division, the elite class groomed by number 3 High School as their top-tier program. Holy shit, who do I see here? If it isn't Brother Skyfucker. A boy with ash-gray dyed hair shouted loudly, drawing the entire class's attention. Jiang Hao covered his face in embarrassment. No helping it, though he'd spent 2.5 years in Class 1. Jiang Hao had sequestered himself at home just days after becoming a martial artist. The elemental crystals were all delivered to his doorstep by the homeroom teacher and class monitor. Although regaining confidence after obtaining the panel, frying fish was just too satisfying, and there was no need to wake up early every day, so Jiang Hao didn't come to school and cancelled his long leave. Today, Jiang Hao came to update his school records. Having reached the 2nd rank, of course, he had to show off in class and stir up some envy. After all, if one becomes wealthy but doesn't return home, it's like wearing embroidered clothes at night. Under normal circumstances, it would take dozens of 2nd-rank spirit crystals plus a month of diligent cultivation to progress from the 1st to the 2nd layer of the 2nd rank. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao could directly ascend one heavenly layer just by spending 50 points and visit the 2nd tier zone for 3 days. Of course, those ultra-rich 2nd-generation martial artists could advance much faster by directly consuming primordial marrow elixir. The cheapest 4th-tier primordial marrow elixir costs 1 million. For early-stage 2nd-tier martial artists, just 2 bottles would guarantee a breakthrough to the next minor realm, with virtually no risk of unstable foundations or floating realms when using primordial marrow elixir for advancement. Long time no see, Shaoli, Jiang Hao responded with a smile to the gray-haired youth. It's been a while since we've all seen each other. Gray hair was yelling on the side about something. I'm not Little Lee, but nobody paid him any attention. All the classmates gathered around. Jiang Hao, having learned from his first school experience, got along quite well with his classmates this time around. With the martial arts class often practicing together, honing their skills, and sparring with each other. Everyone was very friendly. No one would randomly provoke you just because they didn't like your face. Hey, Brother Jiang, how's your self-imposed house arrest going? Come on, let's head to the training room for a match. A guy over 2 meters tall, his bulging arm muscles thicker than Jiang Hao's thigh, squeezed his way over. Jiang Hao took half a step back. Let's forget it, class monitor. I'm afraid I'll end up on my knees begging you not to die. Ha! The class monitor's eyes bulged with indignation. I've already reached the 1st-rank 6th heavenly layer. Last week during the exchange match with number 2 high school, I even knocked down a 1st-rank 7th heavenly layer genius. How about that? What? Class monitor, how did you know I've reached 2nd rank? Jiang Hao laughed while looking at the monitor. Oh wow, I really didn't expect to reach 2nd tier so quickly. I thought I'd have to wait until university to get there. 2nd tier isn't actually that amazing anyway. Class rep, I'm sure you'll reach 2nd tier in no time too. Jiang Hao's perfectly executed Versailles-style psychological attack left the class representative utterly defeated. The entire class fell into silence before erupting in cheers loud enough to blow the roof off. What? Ritian, you've actually reached the 2nd stage? Damn it, Jiang, you must be cheating. Even the top genius from number 1 high school is still stuck and hasn't broken through yet. Abba. So terrifying. Even the class monitor, Zhang Zhuang, snapped back to reality and said, why was Zhuang born when Hao exists? It looks like all the students are really excited. Chapter 9, Exchange Match? There's such a good thing? The noise was so loud that students from Class 2 next door curiously crowded into the hallway, and the doorway was completely blocked with people. What are you all crowding here for? I told you not to gather in groups. Hurry back to your classroom, class 2. Class is starting. A middle-aged teacher with a high hairline who looked nearly 50 shouted loudly. The homeroom teacher's coming, everyone retreat. Monitor, you were the loudest just now. The students from class 2 scattered instantly when they saw the head teacher, while Jiang Hao and the rest obediently stayed seated at their desks. Jiang Hao glanced at the class monitor and thought, thank goodness the monitor didn't clear away my desk and chair. The head teacher's name was Ban Zhangyan. Although everyone called him Old Ban, he wasn't old at all, just in his early 30s. But his high hairline coupled with his extremely stern demeanor during class made someone, no one knows who started it, decide to call him Old Ban. Of course, Old Ban didn't object. Instead, he often got along famously with the students. Everyone, settle down. Today is the day we distribute martial arts resources, and let's also congratulate Jiang Hao from our class for completing his second-tier martial artist certification. Applause. Clap clap clap. The whole class burst into applause, their faces brimming with proud smiles. I'm in the same class as the top student in the whole city. Watching my classmates eagerly wanting to repost those showing off expressions in their Feishin friend circles. Even our homeroom teacher couldn't help but smile for once. After distributing the elemental crystals, the homeroom teacher continued. The principal just informed several martial arts class teachers in our senior year that representatives from First High School will be coming for an exchange competition soon. That former top student of Yunlan City will be coming too. Changing the subject, he continued. Originally, the principal intended this to be more of an exercise, but since Jiang Hao happens to be here today, I've decided to have him replace one of the students who competed last time. Jiang Hao, would you be able to compete later? The top performing student will be awarded 2 bottles of 4th tier primordial marrow elixir, with the reward shared equally between our school and number 1 high school. Absolutely. And there are such benefits? Jiang Hao readily agreed. Old class, let Jiang Hao go in my place. Xiao Lizi stood up and said, as a mere first stage 3rd tier among the 5, I might as well let brother Hao go since I'm at the bottom anyway. After speaking, he flicked his gray bangs with a smug flourish. Alright, then Jiang Hao will replace Li Jing in the exchange match. Immersive translate. A black business sedan slowly pulled through the gates of Sanzhong High School, and 5 teenagers clad in black and red trenchcoats stepped out. This exchange tournament at Sanzhong is a complete waste of time. We should just take the rewards now and leave. Exactly. I heard second high lost to some kid who's only at the 1st rank, 6th level last time. Those second high trash keep getting more pathetic, a lanky, short-statured boy grumbled angrily. I still haven't gotten payback after losing to that idiot from second high, and now he got beaten by a 6th level nobody? So does that mean I'm worse than Sanzhong students? With brother Zhang stepping in this time, that little number 3 high school is as good as handled. Alright, let's have Zhang Jiangyu go first this time. Aim to sweep all 5 opponents and take away the Yuan Marrow Spirit Liquid. Maybe student Zhang can use it to break through to the 2nd rank. The leading teacher from number 1 high school said with undisguised pride. Because number 1 high school was the strongest in Yunlan City. Zhang Jiangyu said coldly, just a 6th level trash. I could knock him down with one hand. Brother Zhang is awesome, x4. The 5 members from First High School this time are the strongest in the entire school, 1 at 9th Heavenly Layer and 4 at 7th Heavenly Layer. Last time during the exchange match with 2nd High School, only 2 7th Heavenly Layer students went, but this time the whole team is making a move. Because the primordial marrow spiritual liquid is extremely precious. Though it seems to cost only 1 million, this thing can only be purchased by those with military merits. After all, Yuanlan City is just an ordinary city, with its strongest practitioner only at the peak of the 5th rank. Some precious cultivation resources are simply impossible to purchase here. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao learned that the minnows from First High had already arrived, and their instructor was currently arguing with the representative from 3rd High over whether to hold an arena-style competition or a 5v5 team battle. In the end, after persistent arguments from First High's instructor, it was decided, an arena tournament. Jiang Hao watched as the 5 flashy fellows across from him approached Old Ban. Old Ban, let me go first in a bit. Don't you want to wait for others to test Zhang Jiangyo's martial skills before strategizing? Old Ban said urgently, this time, only the top performer will receive the primordial marrow spirit liquid. Everyone else just gets a 100,000 consolation prize. Jiang Hao confidently laughed and said, homeroom teacher, don't worry, if I lose, I'll eat this entire arena on the spot. No need for that. If you lose, the whole class will eat you, shrugged the homeroom teacher. Good luck. Hurry up and start already. I still need to bring the Yuan Marrow Elixir back for cultivation later, Zhang Jiangyu said impatiently. He was simply too eager to break through to the 2nd rank. Both sides are now ready, let the match begin. First, let's have the first member from each side step onto the arena. Jiang Hao and Soy Sauce Man stepped onto the platform, exchanging fist salutes as a gesture of goodwill. The arena in the sports hall was already packed to capacity, with some junior students from the first grade even crammed into the aisles, chanting non-stop, "Third high will prevail. 3, 2, 1, begin." Zhang Jianyu flicked the dust off his trench coat before striking an odd pose to stare at Jiang Hao. His expression seemed to be silently demanding Jiang Hao's surrender. Jiang Hao's lips twitched, unwilling to give the other side a chance to show off. With just the right amount of force, he delivered a kick that sent Soy Sauce Man flying. Watching the soy sauce guy roll off the platform, Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Below the platform, Zhang Jianyu's brain completely froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Meanwhile, the observing teachers and fellow students erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause. Hao Tian the Great is invincible under heaven. Brother Jiang, you're legendary. Acts 1:23. Jiang Hao noticed the lead teacher from number 1 high school wearing an expression like someone who just swallowed a fly only to realize the fly had recently dined on feces, while also catching sight of old Ban's grin stretching nearly to his ears. Turning to face the remaining 4 little darlings from number 1 high school, Jiang Hao flashed them a smile. "Hurry up if you would, I'm on a tight schedule." Immersive translate. The exchange match concluded with Jiang Hao successfully defeating all 5 opponents single-handedly, securing 5 points. The friends from number 1 high came with smiles, and they left with howls of laughter. Jiang Hao watched the principal's flushed, excited expression as he accepted the 2 bottles of primordial marrow elixir. "Monitor, come here for a second." Jiang Hao furtively sought out the class monitor. Jiang Zhuang put on a high-pitched voice and said, "Oh great Jiang, what can this lowly one do for you?" "Ugh." Jiang Hao took a step back in disgust. "Hurry up, I need to talk to you about something." Jiang Hao led the class monitor away from the approaching classmates to a deserted corner. "I'll cut to the chase. Do you want these 2 bottles of primordial marrow elixir? Official price 1 million a bottle." Jiang Hao took out the rewards he'd just received. "Holy shit, Brother Jiang, are you crazy? Aren't you gonna keep these for yourself?" Jiang Zhuang was shocked. Jiang Hao shook his head. "Not much use to me. But monitor, you're only at the 6th heaven level right now. With the help of 2 portions of marrow spirit elixir, you could reach the 9th heaven before the college entrance exams." Jiang Zhuang fell silent, because he was indeed coveting those 2 bottles of marrow spirit elixir. After all, the 9th heaven level in the first stage of the exams would give 30 more points than the 6th heaven. Those 30 points might be exactly what Jiang Zhuang needed to get into one of the top 10 martial academies. "Alright, it's not like I'm giving them to you for free, you have to pay for them." Jiang Hao waved his hand and said, "Besides, class monitor, you've often helped me since our first year of high school and even guided everyone in their cultivation. During my reclusive phase, you personally delivered cultivation resources to me and even brought me meals. Right now, these resources aren't that useful to me anymore. I can get into Shenzhou Martial Arts School regardless. Class monitor, please just accept them." Hearing Jiang Hao wasn't joking, Jiang Zhuang's eyes reddened as he nodded vigorously and said, "I'll take it. I'll tell my dad to spend 3 million for your essence marrow elixir when I get back. Wouldn't want brother Jiang to suffer a loss." Jiang Hao knew the class monitor's family ran a business. Quite wealthy, too. They'd never refuse 3 million in exchange for their child's chance to get into one of the top 10 martial academies. "Alright, hold on to these 2 bottles of primordial marrow spirit liquid. Try to reach the 9th heaven within these 10 plus days. Just transfer the money to my Blue Star Net account." With that, Jiang Hao turned and walked away coolly, leaving the class monitor with his gradually receding figure. Even going back to the classroom has to be dramatic. Looks like brother Jiang has really moved on. The class monitor tightly clutched the bottles of primordial marrow spirit liquid, smiling as he watched Jiang Hao depart. Chapter 10, Advancing into the 3rd tier zone. Class 1 of the Senior 3 Martial Arts Division. The homeroom teacher stood on the podium explaining the martial arts portion of the Gaokao exams. The martial exam is divided into realm assessment and combat assessment. The former goes without saying, just reaching the first level martial artist qualification guarantees a base score of 300 points, with an additional 10 points for each ascending tier achieved. The peak of first level yields 380 points, but advancing to second level directly grants 400 points, while third level achieves the perfect score of 500. Our entire class has already become martial artists, so there's no need to worry about this. However, combat scores differ. Defeating a computer AI of equivalent level earns 400 points. Don't think this will be easy. The computer AI in the martial exam all possess top-tier strength at their respective levels. Whether it's combat skill mastery or battle awareness, they far surpass ordinary students. Within the same realm, these AIs can utterly dominate most martial artists. The old instructor said, spotting Shaoli napping and shouting, "Li Jing, get up and explain how the minimum passing score and 350-point benchmark for practical assessments are determined." The gray-haired boy jolted upright, replying awkwardly, "It seems surrendering directly gives you 0 points, but as long as you fight seriously, even if you lose, you'll still get a baseline of 300 points, with the maximum going up to 350. The homeroom teacher nodded approvingly. Exactly. For most students, the combat assessment isn't about scoring 400 points, that's reserved for those with real combat talent. Your goal as the majority should be to maximize your performance to push the system score as close to 350 as possible. Last year in Yunqiao province, just passing the Xia language exam was enough. A martial arts exam score of 610 could get you into the lowest tier martial schools. Even such modest standards still eliminated a portion of martial artists, because they were defeated by the AI in just a few moves. Remember, even if you avoid fighting the AI the entire time and just drag it out for 5 minutes, you'll still get 320 points. Zhang Hao watched as the homeroom teacher repeatedly reminded everyone of the practical exam precautions from the podium. It was eerily similar to how his high school teacher in his previous life had endlessly emphasized bringing all the necessary exam supplies and arriving early. Immersive translate. It's been a while since I last had lunch at the school cafeteria. Zhang Hao returned home. With the college entrance exams approaching soon, the school principal had agreed that martial arts class students could prepare for the exams at home. A new message notification popped up on his Feishin app. Fish and Bear Paw, you there? I don't eat beef, get to the point, don't ask if I'm here. Fish and Bear's Paw, which do you think is better, martial arts or spellcasting? Martial arts refers to pure fighters like Zhang Hao who wield weapons, while spellcasting, well, those in the know, no. I don't eat beef, no point asking me, I have no talent for spellcasting. Go ask your teacher instead. That's it, logging off. Zhang Hao is about to go on a rampage. Returning to the third tier area, for safety's sake, Zhang Hao decided to power up first. Panel, allocate points. Points, 3,231 3,131. He kept the remaining points for martial techniques that the Martial Control Bureau hadn't provided yet. With 100 points deducted, Zhang Hao arrived at the peak of the second tier. Clenching his fist, he felt he could easily handle the Frost Archer from last time, so he confidently entered the battle pod. Virtual battle, initiate. After choosing a 1v1 duel, Zhang Hao entered the third tier zone. The third tier zone matching was quick, pairing up in just over 10 seconds. Perhaps it's because most martial school students are at third tier. Match successful. Combat will commence in 30 seconds. Please select your weapon. Zhang Hao still chose the long saber while carefully observing the figure opposing him. Male, face obscured, no visible weapons. Another spellcaster? Has magic become so common now? Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel sour. Let the battle begin. Zhang Hao knew full well that dealing with a mage required closing in for a one-hit kill, otherwise, getting kite wouldn't count as an instant takedown. A brutal loss of 5 points. When Zhang Hao unleashed his slick combo of instantaneous 9 flashes plus shattering fist to the head in one fluid motion, his opponent suddenly dissolved into shadow and dispersed. What the hell? I'm reporting someone for using God mode. Zhang Hao glared darkly at the figure that had reformed several meters away. Give up, classmate. My innate talent is shadows. Before reaching the 7th rank, none of your blade strike techniques can defeat me without special martial arts. The voice carried a distinctly synthetic, AI-like tone. Damn it, what did our blade strike school ever do to you? Refusing to concede, Zhang Hao charged forward and unleashed a punch, the sheer force of his fist tearing through the shadow completely. Yet, to his frustration, another silhouette promptly materialized nearby. How about it, classmate? This is the confidence that spell flow gives me. The young man kept releasing mental attacks from the side. Another air-splitting strike landed, and the shadow coalesced once more. Useless. How many more times can your primal energy sustain such martial techniques? Your life is already but a flickering candle in the wind. Not necessarily. Zhang Hao took a single bounding step, his fourth-tier physique leaving afterimages in the air as he moved. Another punch followed. This strike shattered the shadow and smashed into the ground, creating multiple fissures over 10 meters long that spiderwebbed across the virtual third-tier arena platform. Watching the shadow's regeneration speed slow by nearly a second compared to its initial state, Zhang Hao laughed joyfully. I'll use my fists to see just how much yuan energy you've got. Don't worry, I can keep playing with you all day. The young man opposite him froze. Those moves you just used weren't martial arts techniques? Zhang Hao picked up the longsword from the ground and threw it, taking down the young man yet again as he casually remarked, "Oh, those were just my basic attacks." Then he effortlessly tore apart the shadow chains binding his legs. It's whack-a-mole time now. About 3 minutes later, the young man's energy was finally exhausted after being instantly defeated by Zhang Hao's punches countless times. The young man looked at Zhang Hao helplessly and said, "Classmate, you win. Running into a monster like you whose basic attacks rival combat skills is just my bad luck." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Hao's punch sent him flying out. Zhang Hao breathed a long sigh of relief. Looks like I still can't underestimate the talents of this world. The Martial Bureau promised rewards including several combat techniques. Seems I'll need to save up points for upgrades. Click next match. 30 seconds later, watching his opponent charge forward with sword and shield, Zhang Hao felt reassured. The swift combo directly bypassed the shield and shattered the energy barrier, sending the opponent flying with a single punch. Ding! Congratulations, host, for instantly defeating a third-tier opponent, earning 5 points. Last time he came to the third-tier area, as a first-tier martial artist entering for the first time, he had to drop 2 major ranks, directly falling to Gold I. That resulted in him only facing opponents who hadn't reached late third tier, none with any strange talents. It made Jiang Hao think the third tier area wasn't all that impressive. But now, with his Diamond I rank, Jiang Hao could only guarantee a 100% win rate, ensuring instant kills every match was beyond him. If only I could be matched exclusively against Blade Arts fighters, he thought, dwelling on the advantages of Blade Arts as he queued up for the next match. Immersive Translate. An hour later, Jiang Hao emerged from the virtual combat pod and checked today's accumulated points. 3,166. Exactly. After instantly killing that sword and shield brother, Jiang Hao proceeded to one-shot 6 more opponents in succession. There were 2 matches where he encountered a support-type fighter. When he punched, some damage was actually reflected back, and the opponent was merely knocked away instead of being instantly killed. Facing a turtle-like opponent, Jiang Hao stubbornly endured their tickle-level attacks, hammering them repeatedly for a full minute and knocking them away several times before finally securing victory. Then there was a spellcaster who directly split into over a dozen clones, with the original body able to swap places with any clone at will. Jiang Hao ended up taking more than a dozen extra punches before resolving the situation. Immersive Translate. After dinner, Jiang Hao suddenly received 2 consecutive payment notifications from Blue Star Network. He opened his smart wristband and saw the extra 13 million in his Blue Star Network account, along with a message from the Martial Administration Bureau about collecting cultivation resources and selecting martial techniques tomorrow. In fact, discovering the Sacred Beast Society hideout isn't worth such generous rewards. After all, the strongest members there were only 4th tier, and the main reason was Jiang Hao's exceptional talents that made him worth recruiting. Not to mention accidentally killing that 7th tier mutant beast in its extreme weakened state. After brief consideration, Jiang Hao sent a phishing message to Captain Qin from the Martial Control Bureau. I don't eat beef, Captain Qin, can I convert all my rewards into an advanced martial arts technique? If it's not enough, I can make up the difference. The reply came instantly. Quitting smoking, I'll check with our colleagues at the state headquarters to see if it's possible, since our city doesn't have the authority to exchange for advanced techniques. Quitting smoking, but with your talent, Xiao Jiang, the state headquarters will definitely agree. No need to compensate any extra money. I don't eat beef, really? Thanks so much, Brother Qin. And thank you, our nation. Quitting smoking, don't worry about any strings attached. This is the only thing Cloud Mist Province can do for you before you step onto a bigger stage. After all, our province ranks second to last among Xia Kingdom's 9 provinces, crying. I don't eat beef, don't worry, Brother Qin. When I win the Global Martial Arts School Freshman Tournament Championship, I'll praise Cloud Mist Province to the skies during interviews. Quitting smoking, confidence is good, but remember to add Yunlan City, handshake. Jiang Hao closed the holographic screen with satisfaction. I hope I can switch to a long-range martial technique tomorrow. Chapter 11, Recognition from the Big Boss, a same-tier martial technique. Jiang Hao arrived early at the Martial Administration Bureau, following Captain Qin to the top floor. Brother Qin, are we meeting someone later? It couldn't be someone from Yunshao City, could it? It's no wonder Jiang Hao thought this way. He had just sent a message to Captain Qin at the Martial Control Bureau when he saw the captain hurrying over, grabbing Jiang Hao's wrist and pulling him toward the elevator. Captain Qin, who is usually so composed, wasn't even eating his usual lollipop today. As soon as the elevator reached the top floor, Jiang Hao stepped out. Captain Qin patted him on the shoulder. You're going in alone, remember to stay sharp and polite. Answer whatever questions you can, but only what's safe to share. Don't be too nervous either, just be natural. With that, Captain Qin pressed the button for the first floor, ready to make his exit. Alright, putting pressure on me at the last minute, huh? Jiang Hao gazed speechlessly at the descending elevator before heading toward what appeared to be a lounge. Upon entering, he saw an elderly man with graying hair who nevertheless exuded no sense of aging or decay. The old man stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back. The glass faintly revealed the old man's completely unwrinkled face. His closed eyes seemed to be waiting for someone. Do all big shots enjoy turning their backs on people? Jiang Hao thought to himself, yet his mouth moved quickly. Greetings, boss. Well, Captain Qin didn't specify his rank, calling him boss couldn't be wrong. Jiang Hao mentally patted himself on the back. The old man continued gazing out the window as he said, have a seat. My visit today is simply to see for myself how the geniuses of my Yunshao province truly compare to those from the great provinces. I think I'm doing alright, Jiang Hao responded with an utterly tactless remark. Merely alright? Far from it. The old man turned around and fixed Jiang Hao with fervent eyes, saying, second-tier peak coupled with formidable physical strength. Your spiritual power is remarkably strong as well. Excellent. Talent such as yours far exceeds my expectations. unparalleled endowments of flesh and spirit. It means you won't encounter any barriers before making the ultimate leap at the peak of the 9th rank. Moreover, your probability of breaking through to the Saint rank far surpasses other prodigies. Jiang Hao's face was filled with shock, not because of the evaluation about breaking through to the Saint rank, but because it felt like even his underpants were being seen through. Originally, Jiang Hao had already resigned himself to the inevitability of exposing his cultivation level. Even if he claimed his physical talent was on par with the 3rd rank, others wouldn't be able to tell, let alone his mental strength. The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Ha ha, relax. There's no harm in acknowledging natural talent. Rest assured, unless it's a Saint-tier expert, regular 9th-tier practitioners can only perceive your extraordinary physical constitution." Jiang Hao was startled. Was the old man before him actually a Saint-tier expert? Looking at Jiang Hao's disbelieving expression, the old man chuckled and nodded in affirmation. "I am none other than the guardian of Yunshao province, and the only Saint-rank martial artist in our Yunshao province." Yet Jiang Hao's first reaction was, "But I thought our Yunshao province had no martial artists above the 9th rank? The Xia kingdom is divided into 9 provinces, and Jiang Hao's Yunshao province ranks 3rd from the bottom among these 9 provinces of Xia. Resources are relatively scarce. It's said that the top 3 major states, Jiulong, Xinglua, and Guhuan, all have martial artists surpassing the 9th rank stationed there for extended periods." The old man seemed to have guessed what Jiang Hao was thinking and said directly, "Theoretically, I only follow orders from the imperial capital and rarely take action. And every 10 years, they must rotate to another world. That's why the outside world believes the later ranked great states don't have martial artists beyond the 9th rank. Of course, it's universally acknowledged that the top 3 great states indeed overpower the remaining 6. For example, the Xing family in Xinglua state has several saint-level martial artists, and even a council member who has reached the Life-Star realm." At this point, the old man chuckled and asked Jiang Hao, "Young man, can you guess why Xinglua state's capital was renamed Falling Star City?" Jiang Hao had no idea and could only shake his head. The old man seemed like one of those students in a past life who got into prestigious universities and showed off their talents to relatives and friends. 20 years ago, during a battle between the former head of the Xing family and the Demon King, the native ruler of the 3rd Otherworld, he smashed an entire star onto the Demon Clan's blood pool. This nearly exterminated the Demon Clan of the 3rd Otherworld, and the Demon King was sealed by council member Xing. So now you know why it's called Falling Star, right? Currently, the 3rd Otherworld has been downgraded to the point where it doesn't even need Saint-rank warriors stationed there. Maybe you'll get the chance to visit World 3 after entering martial school. While you're at it, bring back some local specialties. The old man winked as he finished speaking. Listening to this, Jiang Hao's face was filled with longing. Grabbing a star with his bare hands, Jiang Hao couldn't even imagine what it would be like if he could bring a star back to Earth. Just charge the solar battery directly, and you'll never have to worry about electricity bills again. And then there are the specialty products from the other world. Could they possibly be what I'm thinking? Looking at the solemn expression on the old man's face, Jiang Hao wasn't so sure anymore. Alright, we've gone way off topic after all this talking. Just focus on going to Shenzhou Martial Arts School without worries. No one would mind a young person being too talented. In fact, if your talent is strong enough, the Saint-level warriors of Shenzhou Martial Arts School might even make an exception for you. The old man added, "If you have any other questions, you can ask them now." Just call me Old Man Li directly. After pondering for a while, Jiang Hao asked seriously, "Is there a garrison envoy in Jinsha State who has reached the saint level like you?" Jinsha State is the lowest ranked major state in Xia country, with no martial arts schools other than Jinsha Martial Arts School. Jiang Hao's parents had met with misfortune while traveling in Jinsha Prefecture. The old man nodded. It's inevitable for all 9 prefectures to have sacred-ranked guardians. So why didn't the prefecture guardian intervene when the Sacred Beast Society performed their blood ritual to open the gateway to another world? Jiang Hao asked agitatedly. Old Li remained silent for a moment before saying, "I think I understand what you're asking. The reason the Jinzhou emissary didn't take action is quite simple. Unless it's a naturally existing passage or one formed by 2 worlds actively approaching each other, any artificially created spatial passage will gradually annihilate. So without intervention from that 9th-tier military expert, it would have failed in the end. Because once deprived of the energy supplied by that sacred-tier exotic beast, the passage would collapse into the chaotic void within seconds. As for the Sacred Beast Society, since it doesn't have any martial artists surpassing the 9th rank, the state guardians typically don't pay them much attention." The old man said apologetically. However, the Xia kingdom is now preparing to eliminate these nuisances. The only reason they haven't acted before is because the kingdom needed an overtly evil organization. Even if we wipe out the Sacred Beast Society, other groups would simply rise to take its place as the new cult. That's why the Sacred Beast Society has been allowed to exist until now. If you're feeling aggrieved, Jiang Hao, I can find an excuse to beat up that guy from Jinsha State next time. Jiang Hao shook his head and said, no need, elderly. I'll settle the score with that sacred rank exotic beast myself. Of course, there's also that vanishing blood shadow. Oldly nodded with satisfaction. Exactly, we'll deal with that guy from Jinsha State later. Do you have some grievance with that person from Jinsha State? Jiang Hao looked speechlessly at the eager elderly and said, Grandpa Li, I'm here today to pick up the advanced martial technique I applied for. Do you have any techniques that are powerful, have long-range attacks, low energy consumption, and cool-looking special effects? Are you here to make wishes or what? Grandpa Li's forehead seemed to darken with invisible lines. Ordinary advanced techniques won't do you much good. Why don't you just learn my signature move? It happens to suit a blade wielder like you. Jiang Hao asked curiously, Grandpa Li, what tier is this technique? Can it deal with enemies who can turn into shadows to evade attacks? Old Li stroked his beard and glanced at Jiang Hao, saying, as long as your primordial energy is sufficient, there's no enemy you can't handle. That's my signature martial skill. Saint rank martial skill, Soaring Sky Sundering Slash. Chapter 12, Soaring Sky Sundering Slash. Saint rank martial skill, Soaring Void Cleave. Old Man Li explained proudly, this martial skill emphasizes the swiftness and power of blade momentum. With a single swing, the sword chi rends the void. Because it's a special sword chi condensed from both primordial energy and spiritual power, it can strike the true body directly whether against shadow players or other spellcasters. The true danger of this technique is that by the time you see the blade's light, your soul has already been cleaved. Of course, achieving this effect requires personal mental guidance, like an invisible thread connecting to the opponent. Only then can the blade's light deliver this unavoidable strike. The sword chi cleaves through defenses, the blade's radiance shatters the mind. Upon mastering it, even if the unleashed sword chi doesn't directly hit the target, the accompanying mental assault within the blade's light alone can sever the opponent's consciousness. At this point, Elder Li suddenly gritted his teeth and said, not only that, this martial skill can even attack enemies from a distance. As long as you have enough spiritual energy and mental strength, a single slash can clear monsters faster than magic attacks, and reach even farther. Old Li shouted excitedly. That bastard from Golden Sand Province used to bully me because I practiced weapon combat and could only be kite by him. Every sparring session left me utterly frustrated. So I kept experimenting, drawing inspiration from a psychic blade discovered in another world's ruins. Through real combat refinement, I finally developed my own sacred tier martial skill. Now I can take on two of him at once. Old Li looked quite pleased with himself. It seems most martial artists specializing in weapon combat were frustrated by spellcasters during the early and middle stages. Jiang Hao pretended temporary deafness to interrupt Old Li. Grandpa Li, can a low-level martial artist like me use this combat skill? I won't collapse after just one swing of the sword, will I? Don't worry, did you think Saint tier martial techniques are that easy to master? By the time you truly grasp it, you'll be at least at the 4th tier. With that freakish spirit of yours and that ridiculously solid foundation, even I find it unbelievable. Cutting down 5th tier opponents with one strike after reaching the 4th tier won't be an issue. Oh, provided the opponent isn't some descendant of a Saint tier expert or something. Otherwise, if they whip out a Saint tier technique too, it'll come down to sheer talent and foundation. Jiang Hao is shocked. Could mastering a Saint tier technique really allow one to fight an entire major realm above? Wouldn't fighting against the direct descendants of that nascent star family mean starting at Saint-level skills out of respect? How the hell are we supposed to fight that? Jiang Hao imagined the scenario where he might encounter those direct heirs of major families in the future, with Saint-level martial techniques being thrown at him like they were free. He might as well go wash up and sleep early. Old Li watched Jiang Hao's expression keep shifting on the side. Silently placing the jade slip containing the Facio Voidren slash on the table, he coughed and said, you might have some misunderstanding about Saint tier martial techniques. Even direct descendants of Saint tier warriors aren't guaranteed to master them. Talent is extremely important. Moreover, the prodigies from major clans have their foundations solidified with rare treasures since childhood. Only when both their mental and physical strengths reach sufficient levels can they apply to learn Saint tier techniques. They typically begin comprehending Saint tier techniques at the 3rd rank, and only around the 4th rank can they truly grasp the basics. Even if these prodigies become high-level martial artists, none would dare claim to have mastered a single Saint-rank martial skill, let alone practice multiple Saint-rank martial skills. It's a complete waste of time. Jiang Hao spotted the key point. The enlightenment begins at the 3rd tier. It suddenly occurred to him that he had an online friend who couldn't use punctuation properly. Didn't she say she could challenge me once she reached the 3rd tier? What was her name again? Fish and Bear Claw Lover? Jiang Hao silently opened Feishin and looked at the IP address of Fish and Bear's Paw. Falling Star City. Damn, is this not so bright swordswoman from the Xing family? Guess I'll have to be more careful chatting next time, don't want to trigger her. Jiang Hao really isn't keen on having a star fired at his face someday. Jiang Hao dismissed his own joke about the coincidence, thinking such an improbability couldn't possibly be true. Even if that person was genuinely from the Xing family, they wouldn't necessarily be the direct descendant of that congressman. And even if they were the direct descendant of that congressman, so what? Jiang Hao certainly didn't believe that a trivial online spat would provoke a high-ranking official like that congressman to come after a nobody like him. But jokes can no longer be laced with sarcasm from now on. This isn't about cowardice. It's Jiang Hao's respect and reverence for those predecessors who defended humanity and battled in parallel worlds. Picking up the jade slip, Jiang Hao declared, "Grandpa Li, I'm really accepting this Saint-Tier martial technique." Old Li waved his hand dismissively. Take it, but don't expect to master it quickly after you go back. Saint-level martial skills aren't that simple. Be prepared for a long-term effort, and if you spar with others in reality, try not to use this martial skill. If it's in the virtual combat space, your opponent might get a headache after taking a hit. That's normal. They'll recover after resting for a couple days. I'll just experience how difficult Saint-level martial arts techniques are without rushing into actual cultivation, Jiang Hao said against his will. Moments ago, when Jiang Hao picked up the jade slip, ding! Detected unfamiliar martial arts technique. Spend points to master it instantly? Ding! Detected host possesses martial prodigy talent. Points required for mastery slightly reduced this time. Jiang Hao didn't immediately allocate his points. Instead, he chatted casually with Old Li for a while longer before taking his leave. Taking the elevator down to the first floor, Captain Qin, who had a lollipop in his mouth, immediately came over. Standing beside him was the deputy captain they'd met last time, the one with the bombshell figure. "So, has Old Li left already?" Captain Qin asked nervously. Jiang Hao gave a reassuring glance. Just now, after Old Li finished saying "see you next time," he turned and vanished with a whoosh in an instant. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to learn that instant vanishing combat technique. Good that he's gone. Captain Qin first let out a sigh of relief, then shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Hao, adding sarcastically, "Keep dreaming, you'll get everything you want in your dreams." How many advanced martial techniques did you choose this time? Forget it, no more nonsense here. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Captain Qin threw his arm around Jiang Hao's shoulders and steered him outside, with the deputy captain quickly following suit. Hold on, where's that stern-faced Captain Qin from before? Weren't you all high and mighty during our first meeting, having others speak for you? Jiang Hao mentally griped, but his quick wit took over. I want hot pot. Immersive translate. The truth proves that eating hot pot is always best enjoyed with company. It tastes even more delicious when someone else is footing the bill. Jiang Hao returned home and couldn't wait to exclaim internally. Panel, attribute points. A blue screen materialized in the depths of his mind. Jiang Hao directly looked at the new martial skill. Soaring Sky Sundering / Novice 2000 / 5000. The martial prodigy talent instantly saved Jiang Hao 2000 points. It seems he should accumulate more points to upgrade martial prodigy several times. That way, when learning sacred tier martial skills in the future, he might skip the novice level entirely and reach the minor mastery stage directly. As for where the same tier martial skill came from, Jiang Hao decided to leave that problem for his future self. Add points. As the 3166 experience points were fully invested, the martial skill panel transformed into Soaring Skyren / Minor Achievement 167 / 30,000. The same tier martial skill had been mastered at the elementary level. Suddenly, Jiang Hao felt as if he had practiced the soaring skysplitting / tens of thousands of times, and had fought against countless different opponents. From purely mechanical swings to purposeful strokes, his blade carved trajectory after trajectory through the air, each stroke linking head to tail like painting a masterpiece midair. Blades of chi were continuously slashed out, their size, power, and distance adjusted at will. To sum it up in 2 words, maxed out intimidation. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. Now I can truly dominate the 3rd tier zone in the virtual combat space. With Jiang Hao's foundation, his Yuan power capacity rivals that of peak 3rd tier martial artists. Although his Yuan power fluctuations remain at 2nd tier peak level, his capacity already surpasses most 3rd tier practitioners. The only slight shortcoming lies in the volume he can mobilize at once. His mental strength has already exceeded that of most 5th tier warriors. Exactly. 40 points of spirit is already the limit that ordinary 5th stage martial artists who haven't consumed rare treasures can achieve. After all, the attributes of physical and spirit on the enhancement panel aren't completely equivalent to cultivation realms. A normal martial artist reaching the 4th stage would only have physical and spirit attributes between 25 to 30 according to panel measurements. A higher martial artist realm means more Yuan energy, resulting in greater power when executing martial techniques. Whereas Jiang Hao previously relied more on his raw physical strength to counter others' Yuan energy, such as with his collapsing fist technique. Even without the augmentation of Yuan force, its power reaches the level of a 4th tier martial skill. And now, I can finally use martial skills enhanced by Yuan force to overpower others. Jiang Hao estimated based on instinct. The Yuan force consumed to instantly kill a 3rd tier martial artist with 1 strike would be enough for about 30 to 40 strikes before running out. As for battling 4th tier opponents, probably only a few strikes could be executed, as the capacity for immobilization of yuan force increases dramatically after reaching intermediate levels. To cleave through an elemental shield in one slash requires channeling greater amounts of elemental power and mental energy. The perfected Voidren slash demands precise proportional compression of both elemental force and psychic focus. Let's test it immediately in the virtual combat arena. Time to make those third-tier greenhorns suffer. Chapter 13, the powerful saint-level martial skill, dominating the third tier. Yunqiao Prefecture, Yunqiao Martial Arts Academy, Girls' Dormitory. Su Moan had been worrying deeply about not being able to come up with exciting new content for her live streams. The daily life of female martial arts students, which she had previously showcased, had grown stale for her audience. Fans had unanimously complained that the streams lacked entertainment value, boring to watch. Yet she was purely a practical combatant, attempting live-streamed battles in virtual arenas where she'd relentlessly chase opponents without uttering a word. No audience interaction either. Initially, this did attract some fans who appreciated such raw violence, but compared to other streamers exploring mystic realms, battling exotic beasts on frontiers, or pulling extreme stunts, Su Muon couldn't even sleep properly because she was so stressed. It was like seeing your roommate study by flashlight after lights out in college. The sound of her roommate flipping pages felt even more unsettling than the noise of other roommates gaming. As someone about to become a senior, Su Muon's goal was crystal clear: to become an internet celebrity, amass an initial fanbase, and ultimately transition into a star martial artist. Moreover, with her looks, Su Muon was at least a quasi-department level campus beauty in her college. With proper packaging and traffic promotion later on, she stood a chance of becoming a household name among all Xia Kingdom celebrities. But becoming a household name through martial arts alone? That was a dream Su Muon wouldn't even dare to entertain. After all, Su Muon's talent could only be considered decent. Her strength at the peak of the third rank was already sufficient to serve as a key member of the Martial Unity Bureau in an ordinary city. Whether it was family members or former high school classmates, everyone praised her as a genius, including some admirers she couldn't be bothered with. But Su Muon knew very well that she was probably destined to remain a mid-tier martial artist for life. Compared to those truly heaven-blessed talents from Divine Land Martial Arts Academy, I'm not even worthy to tie their shoelaces. Remembering how team leader Zhou, who reached Tier 7 late last year from Divine Land Martial Arts Academy, and his teammates averaging Tier 6 utterly dominated all opponents in the Global Martial Arts Academy League with dazzling techniques, he sighed helplessly. Su Muon logged into the virtual simulator as usual for her live-streamed battle sessions. The virtual combat space permitted live broadcasts. The system automatically added facial blurring to opponents while altering their body proportions, preventing any martial artist's trump cards from being exposed. But without seeing fan comments, she could only rely on experience to guide the audience's emotions, occasionally offering a few explanations to maintain the simplest interaction. Su Muon looked at the match-found notification and chose the dual blades. Hello everyone, I'm Mumu. Today I'm continuing my ranked stream, pushing for Diamond Eye. Dear viewers, please follow the channel so you won't miss future streams. Immersive Translate. This is Zhang Hao's fifth battle. In the previous 4 fights, Zhang Hao had ended each with a single casual swing of his blade, no flashy skills or talents, whether it was weapon combat or magic, all fell with just one slash. A fully mastered Saint-tier martial technique is indeed formidable. Zhang Hao pondered whether to commission a durable long sword. After all, the one he had at home was just made of ordinary stainless steel, likely to break after a single serious strike. A warrior of the weapon's combat path must wield a weapon forged from a material capable of channeling yuan power. Family and friends, let's tap that popularity vote. I saw the tutorial request from fans in the last comment section, so today we're putting it into actual practice for everyone. I'll make sure to teach my fellow practitioners how to seize opportunities and master the rhythm from the opening moves when facing martial artists of different schools. Ha, what the hell is that noise? Zhang Hao looked puzzledly at the girl across from him who wasn't using fog effects. Dressed in a sailor-style uniform reminiscent of Japanese fashion, she seemed to be talking to someone invisible, her eyes unfocused as she stared into empty space. Damn, actually ran into a streamer. This was Zhang Hao's first time encountering someone broadcasting live in this virtual combat space. Since you have the courage to live stream and claim you'll teach through actual combat, does that mean you're genuinely skilled? It seems I'll have to go all out in a moment. How embarrassing would it be if I couldn't finish the job in one move? Let the battle begin. As soon as the voice fell silent, the host opposite was still gazing into the void while commenting. This time we're up against a military swordsman, a long blade fighter, good match for me. Just watch how I control the rhythm of the fight. First of all, weapon-based martial artists all favor rushing face first at the start, often possessing movement techniques that allow rapid closing of distance. Therefore, when facing weapon-based martial artists, pay close attention to positioning. It's best to immediately move randomly left or right by about 10 meters at the outset. Avoid standing in their initial charge path. As she spoke, Suma Wang stomped one foot on the arena platform, instantly darting several meters to the right in a flash. Standing motionless, Jiang Hao watched his opponent's performance and began applauding. Well said. Most martial artists focused on military saber techniques do prefer straightforward frontal assaults. Simply dodging sideways first often allows you to turn defense into offense and seize control of the rhythm. But Jiang Hao deliberately paused. Suma Wang, seeing her opponent acknowledge her theory, was just about to introduce herself and ask him to follow her channel when she heard Jiang Hao teasingly trail off mid-sentence. But what? Suma Wang asked. Jiang Hao raised his long blade, and Su Muan took another step back to maintain distance. But what if others refuse to cooperate with you? The words fell. Dozens of sword auras, nearly capable of tearing through space, came slashing forward. The dense sword auras appeared to fill the entire space, attacking Su Muan from multiple angles. The compressed primordial energy and spiritual force through a special technique made the sword chi appear as though it was distorting space. Before the strike even landed, Su Muan felt as if she had already been cut, a sharp pain piercing her brain as if the sword chi could sever souls. The pale blue net of sword chi kept expanding in Su Muan's eyes and before the livestream audience. Ding! Congratulations, host, on instantly killing a third-tier opponent, earning 5 points. Fu Jiang Hao let out a long sigh of relief. To show off, Jiang Hao had used nearly all his yuan power and a significant amount of mental energy to unleash those dozens of sword strikes in an instant, each strike powerful enough to instantly kill a third-tier martial artist. The price? Jiang Hao was completely drained. Despite the exhaustion, there was no denying the satisfaction of putting on such a divine display before a potentially massive audience. Awesome! Jiang Hao wasn't worried at all about being targeted in the future. As long as he could grow strong fast enough, the more points he could earn by crushing noobs. By then, adding dozens of same-tier martial skills through the attribute panel wouldn't be a problem either. Since virtual battles refreshed his physical state after each fight, Jiang Hao continued his path to domination. Immersive Translate. Suma Wang emerged from the combat pod drenched in sweat, even though the battle system assured that all injuries sustained in the virtual combat space wouldn't affect her physically. Yet Suma Wang still felt as if her mind was being torn apart, with the pale blue blade energy replaying relentlessly in her thoughts. She glanced at the live stream comments scrolling rapidly on the light screen, where fans were spamming. Holy **T. This young one is insane. Mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching. Woody, my poor Woody. Along with the barrage of question marks from viewers who kept questioning how those overwhelmingly visible blade auras could possibly have been unleashed by a low-level martial artist. Su Muan gave a pale smile. Alright everyone, Mumu isn't feeling well today. We'll continue the stream tomorrow. Then, without even glancing at the viewers' barrage of comments, she abruptly shut down the livestream. Su Muan lay on the bed with her head in her hands. She knew that overwhelming sword light couldn't possibly be ordinary martial skill. She even suspected she'd encountered some spoiled young master experiencing the thrill of seal clubbing. Thanks to Jiang Hao setting up hidden IP addresses, they successfully made a female streamer suspect she'd met one of those legendary aristocratic scions. For the sake of entertainment value and attracting views, Su Muan had no choice but to start involution. Suma Wang looked at the friends on Feishin and silently sent a message. I'm not Mumu, Jr., I agree to team up for the #1 Mutant Beast battlefield as you mentioned last time. See you on the 25th. Immersive Translate. Jiang Hao, who had just won 10 consecutive victories, grinned at the 50 points displayed on his panel. In 3 more days, accumulating 200 points would allow him to directly break through to the 3rd tier. By then, securing the top spot in the Wukao of Yunshao province wouldn't be a problem. Yunlan City wasn't a major metropolis either. The strongest students in previous college entrance exams typically peaked at first-tier mastery, with second-tier talents being exceptionally rare. Jiang Hao even suspected that the entire Yunshao province might not have a single third-tier examinee taking the national college exams. After all, even if one relied on heavenly treasures to reach second-tier pinnacle, breaking through major cultivation realms ultimately depended on oneself. External aids could only supplement. But this year will be different, Jiang Hao thought with smug satisfaction. Chapter 14 Visitors from Shenzhou Martial Arts School. May 22 RD, Wednesday. A ringtone chimed. Jiang Hao opened his eyes and glanced at the smartwatch on the nightstand. It was just past 9 o'clock. Reach out and swipe the miniature window to answer the call. Old Ban's voice came through. Hey, Jiang Hao, it's Old Ban. Some people came to the school first thing this morning. Looks like instructors from Shenzhou Martial Arts School. They're here specifically for you. Are you home right now? Get ready quickly and come to the school. Seems the mayor might be coming too. Hurry up. The homeroom teacher hastily finished speaking and hung up the phone. Shenzhou Martial Arts School? Jiang Hao was now wide awake. Although Jiang Hao knew he could definitely ace the Yunshao State Martial Arts exam and enter Shenzhou Martial Arts School, but at his current level, he shouldn't yet qualify for a personal visit from a Shenzhou Martial Arts School instructor, should he? Jiang Hao got up and washed up, wondering which part had been noticed by the teacher from Shenzhou Martial Arts School. Did news of my meeting with Old Lee get leaked? Without bothering to eat breakfast, Jiang Hao quickly changed his clothes and rushed out of the neighborhood. After getting into a taxi, Jiang Hao sent a message to Old Lee. I don't eat beef. Good morning, Grandpa Lee. A teacher from Shenzhou Martial Arts School suddenly came to school looking for me today. Is it because I'm so outstanding that people even in the capital have heard of me? Want to retire so bad? It's Jiang Hao. How's my Flying Dawn Skycleaver training going? Hitting a wall? As for the Shenzhou Martial Academy teacher, just do your usual. I don't eat beef. I've mastered the basics. Seems not too hard, just stamina intensive, slashing dozens of times in one breath drains all my primal energy. Just do my usual. Got it. Thanks, Grandpa Lee. Want to retire so bad? Kid, you've mastered the basics? And can slash dozens of times in one breath? I don't eat beef. Yeah, Grandpa Lee, got any weaponsmithing connections? I want a custom longsword, budget around 10 million. Really want to retire, martial arts prodigy, divine insight, or Tao heart enlightenment? Just as Jiang Hao was about to explain his comprehension talent to the light screen, Old Lee interrupted. Really want to retire, comprehension talent, cultivation speed boosting talent, mental talent, physical talent. For cultivation-related talents? Kid, are you trying to defy the heavens? I don't eat beef. I do indeed have comprehension talent. So, Grandpa Lee, do you have a solution for the saber issue? I really want to retire. The knife is simple. I can mail it to you tomorrow. No need to pay. Just remember to nurture your own saint-level warrior for Yunshao province when you eventually break through to saint rank or even become a fated star in the future. Signing off. Jiang Hao silently swiped away the holographic screen. Saint rank or even fated star. Grandpa Lee really thinks highly of me. Good thing I'm cheating, otherwise I'd feel a bit pressured. Immersive translate. The taxi pulled up at Third High School's gates. As soon as Jiang Hao pushed open the car door to step out, he heard someone shout. Jiang Hao, I've also broken through to the second rank. This time I swear I'll win it back. The title of Yunlan City's top genius must be mine. Zhang Jiangyo's. Jiang Hao looked at this soy sauce guy standing at the doorway in their standard number 1 high school uniform. Sensing his freshly advanced second-rank elemental fluctuations, he remarked, Congratulations, soy sauce classmate. Breaking through to the second rank means you could even get into Cloud Mist Martial Arts School now. Alright, the admission teachers from Divine Land Martial Arts School are waiting for me. Let's save our sparring for after the college entrance exams. Jiang Hao immediately turned away, leaving no room for the other to respond. Zhang Jiangyu froze in place, murmuring, Divine Land Martial Arts School. Is Jiang Hao going to the Divine Land Martial Arts School now? Jiang Hao entered the reception room and saw class teacher and the principal sitting upright, their gazes fixed straight ahead. On the couch against the wall, a bespectacled man with immaculately combed hair dressed in professional formalwear was examining the messages within a light screen. Seeing Jiang Hao arrive, he immediately stood up and extended his right hand. You must be Jiang Hao, right? I'm from the admissions office of Shenzhou Martial Arts School. You can call me Teacher Tang. Jiang Hao shook hands with him and then took a seat beside his homeroom teacher. Hello, Teacher Tang. May I ask why you're visiting me today? Teacher Tang replied, Well, Jiang Hao, your combat certification video for advancing to the second tier was automatically assigned to our admissions office due to your outstanding performance. At this point, Teacher Tang paused and looked intently at Jiang Hao as he said seriously, The prepared speech I'd thought of before coming here has become unnecessary after seeing your current cultivation level. This teacher is quite direct, isn't he? Jiang Hao wasn't particularly surprised. After all, teachers at Shenzhou Martial Arts School were at least 7-stage practitioners. Noticing that Jiang Hao had reached peak second stage was perfectly normal. Student Jiang Hao, your excellence is indeed quite surprising. Thinking that young Master Zhou personally called to arrange for Jiang Hao to enter the military combat academy. This student Jiang Hao's natural talent must surpass all other prodigies. Take young Master Zhou, for example. Despite his youth, he's already a high-level martial artist. With this thought, the man's gaze toward Jiang Hao grew even more fervent. This was a walking golden opportunity. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under the intense stare, Jiang Hao asked, So, Shenzhou Martial Academy wants to sign a contract with me in advance? Student Jiang Hao is absolutely right. Our Shenzhou Martial Academy's Weapon Combat Division has decided to offer you an S-Class contract for your consideration. Teacher Tang directly presented the S-Class contract without first testing the waters with B-Class or A-Class contracts. Incrementally raising offers would have been insulting. This is a prodigy comparable to young Master Zhou himself. Both the homeroom teacher and principal stared at Jiang Hao in shock. The homeroom teacher even rubbed his ears in disbelief, wondering if he'd heard correctly. How come just as Jiang Hao arrived without even saying 2 words, the Shenzhou Martial Arts School's teacher was already preparing an S-level contract? Damn it! Did someone erase the timeline? Jiang Hao rested his chin on one hand, thought for a moment, then said, In principle I'm definitely joining Shenzhou Martial Arts School, but what are the general terms and benefits of this S-level contract? Although Jiang Hao didn't really need resources to improve himself after all, once the martial arts school's 5v5 team battle mode began, he could earn 250 points in a single day. Jiang Hao didn't even consider the possibility of losing or teammates stealing kills. What a joke, slashing down and getting a pentakill in one stroke would be way more exhilarating than farming noobs solo right now. Of course, let's talk about the responsibilities under the S-Class agreement first, that is, student Jiang Hao must not slack off in his training. You must participate in the Global Martial Arts School Freshman Tournament during your freshman year and compete in at least one Global Martial Arts School Tournament during your 4 years of university. There are no other conditions or obligations besides these. However, if your progress in strength development falls below expectations or you neglect your training, Jiang Hao, the S-tier contract will terminate all resource benefits. Already allocated resources will not need to be returned. Percent. That's reasonable. Jiang Hao had no objections. Besides, he had promised Captain Qin after winning the Global Martial Arts School Freshman Championship, he would praise Yunqiao Province and Yunlan City as much as possible. Teacher Tang nodded in satisfaction and continued. The S-rank contract benefits include an annual allocation of 600 million Xiaogua currency for martial arts resources. You can freely exchange them, and any unused quota can be carried over to the next year. Second, there's priority access to heavenly treasures and rare resources every year, with no upper limit. As long as you're using these resources to grow stronger, Jiang Hao, the supply will keep coming for you. Third, you'll have 2 opportunities annually to seek guidance from Saint-ranked experts, plus unlimited chances to consult with the dean, vice-deans, and other high-tier martial artists. At this point, Teacher Tang adjusted his glasses and added, the Combat Arms Academy is somewhat special. Our current vice-dean has only reached the peak of 8th rank. Though he comes from the Zhou family in the imperial capital, everyone knows his relationship with them is strained. He never mentions his family at the academy. This is something you should bear in mind. Aside from Zhou Weifeng, the prodigy of the Zhou family's current generation, anyone who mentions the Zhou family in front of him will immediately provoke his fury and get beaten up. As for the dean, he's rarely on Blue Star, spending most of his time either on front lines in various other worlds or exploring ruins in search of opportunities to break through to the saint rank. What kind of cliché beginning is this? Can this combat academy still be attended? Jiang Hao looked speechlessly at Teacher Tang. Ahem, but if the dean breaks through to the saint rank, according to the contract, you can seek his guidance unlimited times, and it won't count toward the annual quota of 2 sessions. Teacher Tang dangled this carrot before him. Jiang Hao tearfully caught it. So you're saying the future of the Blade Arts Academy is promising, right? But I have another question right now. I'm practicing the basic body tempering technique. Will the martial school provide more advanced techniques later? The man nodded. Nowadays, the basic body tempering technique in Xia country has gone through countless rounds of reforms and updates. It was jointly modified by several honorable council members and can basically adapt all current cultivation techniques on Blue Star without causing conflicts. Student Jiang Hao, you can directly apply to switch to a 9th rank cultivation technique when you arrive at the Military Combat Academy. Then I have no further questions. Let's sign the contract now. Satisfied, Jiang Hao tapped open the holographic screen he received and wrote down his name and basic information on it. Watching the words contract established appear on the light screen, Teacher Tang stood up and shook Jiang Hao's hand. Welcome Jiang Hao to join Divine Land Martial Academy. Chapter 15, Reward from a Big Shot, Beast Battlefield Number 1. After signing the S-level contract with Shenzhou Martial Arts School, the mayor of Yunlan City arrived fashionably late and, at the mayor's enthusiastic invitation, everyone happily shared a meal together. According to the mayor's words, student Jiang Hao, as the only outstanding youth in the entire city over the past decade to enter Shenzhou Martial Arts School and sign an S-level contract. This must be announced citywide and heavily publicized. Let all surrounding cities and counties know that Yunlan City has produced a true prodigy. Teacher Tang took a sip of orange juice, casting an approving glance at the mayor. Exactly. Student Jiang Hao is about to enter Shenzhou Martial Arts Academy. He might even follow in the footsteps of young Master Zhou as the next grand champion of the Blade Arts Institute, leading the school in league competitions. No amount of publicity would be excessive to make the other 9 martial arts academies weep with envy. After all, among the so-called top 10 martial arts academies, the other 9 institutions named after provinces are a tier below the Shenzhou Martial Arts Academy. Last year's college entrance exam cutoff score for Shenzhou Martial Arts Academy was 880 points. The highest cutoff among the other academies was 810, while bottom-tier schools like Yunqiao Martial Arts Academy and Jinqiao Martial Arts Academy admitted students with scores as low as 780. This means to enter Shenzhou Martial Arts School, one must at least achieve a score of 400 points in both realm and combat assessments. Both cultivation talent and practical combat ability will be tested. For the other 9 major martial arts schools, as long as you reach the second stage and defeat an AI opponent of the same level to secure 400 points, you can gain admission. The principal and homeroom teacher sat in the corner, not daring to speak, and could only watch as the two big shots chatted amiably. They were discussing how to hype up Jiang Hao and ruthlessly cash in on a wave of traffic. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao was fully immersed in hands-on labor and ate heartily. After all, the publicity was funded and handled by others. Jiang Hao only needed to casually spout some motivational platitudes. When the dinner concluded, Jiang Hao politely declined the mayor's suggestion to reward him with a single-family villa. Jiang Hao understood all too well how desperately the mayor wanted advancement. However, having lived in this house for over a decade, the elderly doing morning exercises in the neighborhood and the uncle and aunt selling breakfast downstairs had become an integral part of Jiang Hao's life. After returning home, Jiang Hao swiftly completed his daily tasks at lightning speed, bringing his points back up to triple digits. Then, watching the continuously scrolling messages in the class group, he pulled up the cover of the S-rank contract, screenshot, forward, done in one smooth motion. Ignoring the instantly exploding class group, Jiang Hao closed his smart wristband with satisfaction. Immersive Translate. Thursday, May 23rd. Knowing that Elderly would be delivering a weapon today, Jiang Hao intentionally woke up early to greet him first. He then waited eagerly for his new weapon to arrive. Soon after, a man wearing sunglasses arrived carrying a box approximately 1.6 meters long. Without uttering a single word, he placed the box down the moment the door opened and immediately turned to leave. The box measured 50 centimeters wide, bearing the words "Confidential Delivery" on its surface. Jiang Hao wordlessly peeled off the white paper stuck to the box. Why all this secrecy? If someone unaware sees this, they'll probably think I bought something questionable. Opening the box, Jiang Hao's eyes fell upon an approximately 1.4 meter long straight sword with an overall pale blue hue. Its design somewhat resembled the Tang Hengdao of his past life, though slightly broader, about 5 centimeters in width. Jiang Hao unfolded the handwritten instruction manual, which read, "Kid, this is a 7th rank spiritual weapon, crafted from materials that can vastly transmit elemental power. Infusing it with elemental power will cause faint blue strands of energy to coil around the blade's surface. The more power you channel, the longer this energy-forged blade will extend. It's highly effective against mutant beasts. Additionally, when unleashing combat techniques, it can mobilize ambient energy equivalent to that of a 6th rank warrior. With sufficient mental strength, you can deliver strikes rivaling 6th rank attacks. With Fei Xiao's sky-piercing slash, even a 7th-tier mutant beast can be severely wounded. If you want to test your blade and experience a spirit weapon, call the State Martial Regulation Bureau. I've put in a word. You can visit the number 1 mutant beast battlefield near Yunshao City for a few days. It's all low-tier mutant beasts in there, no danger to you. By the way, there's an item in the box that can store things, take it as a toy. See you again after you win the top martial scholar title in Yunshao province." After reading the manual, Jiang Hao's expression turned complicated. He never expected Old Li to casually hand over a spirit weapon and a storage artifact. This is exactly what Jiang Hao currently needs. Silently, I committed Elder Li's kindness to memory. When I become truly powerful later, I must follow Old Li's example and equip all the local prodigies with same-tier martial arts techniques and spirit weapons. To avoid arriving at a grander stage with pockets emptier than my face, being mocked for never having seen a spirit weapon before, Jiang Hao examined a pouch-like storage artifact. Inside was about the size of a basketball court. It couldn't hold living creatures, but the space was large enough for many mutant beast corpses. Jiang Hao kept going in and out while holding the spirit weapon. Isn't this exactly like the storage bags found in cultivation novels? Immersive Translate. After completing his daily routine as usual and earning 50 points, Jiang Hao turned on his smart bracelet to search for the number 1 mutant beast battlefield in Yunshao City. Skimming through the official introduction, he read, "This number 1 mutant beast battlefield was artificially created, covering an area of approximately 32,000 square kilometers. The low-tier exotic beasts inside were all relocated through partnerships between the Martial Control Bureau, the military, and some local clans from Yunshao City. The purpose was to provide students from Yunshao Martial School with a relatively safe training ground." Later, a collision accidentally occurred between a small otherworld and the space surrounding the exotic beast battlefield, creating a passage connecting the two worlds. The Cloud Source State once dispatched troops to clear the area, exterminating all 9th-tier beasts along with most of the high-tier creatures. The low-tier mutant beasts were assigned to Battlefield 1, while mid-tier and above mutants were divided by the military into several mutant battle zones for garrison forces to guard. Now some civilian martial artists seeking profit also come here to hunt mutant beasts in exchange for rewards. Both the military and the Martial Administration Bureau welcome these warriors to hunt in the mutant battle zones. This reduces the risk of mutant overpopulation triggering beast rampages. The Martial Administration Bureau collaborated with local clans to establish a hunter exchange near the battlefields. Admission requires tickets for hunting, and slain mutant carcasses can also be sold back to the exchange. Since hunting exotic beasts could exchange for martial arts resources or rewards, some students who failed to enter elite martial schools or attended ordinary ones would linger around exotic beast battlefields for long periods, chasing their dreams of becoming martial artists. The martial artists there were a motley crew, where deaths from beast attacks or robberies among warriors were frequent occurrences. Yet, nothing could dampen the enthusiasm of ordinary martial artists coming to these grounds. After browsing through some precautions and comments, Jiang Hao decided that after completing his daily tasks tomorrow to advance to the 3rd rank, he would head to battlefield number 1 to farm low-level beasts. After all, so many low-tier exotic beasts were just walking points waiting to be claimed. Not only can you test spiritual weapons, but you can also hone your combat skills. Slaying exotic beasts earns you points, and their corpses can be sold for money, killing 4 birds with 1 stone. It's practically like Emperor Qin Shi Huang touching a live wire, winning non-stop. Through the official hotline of the State Martial Bureau, Jiang Hao successfully booked a 7-day battlefield tour for exotic beasts on the 25th. Well, the kind where admission is free and they cover meals, accommodation, and transportation. Jiang Hao lamented his own descent into decadence, then opened Flying Signal to send a message to Grandpa Li. I don't eat beef. Thank you for the Spirit Soldier and Storage Artifact, Grandpa Li. I've decided to head to the number 1 mutant beast battlefield. Also, I'll definitely clinch the top spot in the province. See you after the exams, Grandpa Li. Chapter 16, Breaking Through to Tier 3. I'll have both the fish and the bear's paw. Whoosh! A pale blue blade aura seemed to connect heaven and earth, slicing through space. The man, feeling a piercing pain deep in his mind, stared despairingly as the blade aura came slashing toward him. There was simply no dodging it. The sword light appeared to teleport instantaneously. Even though the man had instantly activated his movement martial technique to dash leftward the moment Jiang Hao raised his hand to strike, the blade light still found its mark. At the moment he lost consciousness, the man roared furiously in his heart. This isn't saber combat at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for instantly defeating a 3rd-tier opponent, earning 5 points. Jiang Hao let out a long sigh of relief. He'd finally reached 200 points and could advance to the 3rd tier. Since he was heading to the beast battlefield tomorrow for a 7-day stay, Jiang Hao decided to spend the afternoon stocking up on ready-to-eat food and camping gear. Items stored in spatial artifacts seemed frozen in time. The prepared food he put in showed almost no change when taken out the next night. When camping in the wild, everyone remained constantly vigilant against beast attacks, unable to light fires for cooking, forced to survive on cold compressed energy bars for self-heating rations. Yet Jiang Hao sat comfortably feasting on steaming hot delicacies, indulging in whatever his heart desired. After all, one should pamper themselves when away from home. Jiang Hao thought gleefully, then opened his status panel. It's time for the thrilling attribute allocation again. Panel, allocate points. Jiang Hao completed the ritual with due solemnity. Then invest 200 points. Realm, peak of 2nd stage, 1st layer of 3rd stage, plus. As the familiar bodily reactions from breakthrough subsided, Jiang Hao extended his hand, summoning an almost translucent elemental shield that clung to his body's surface. His elemental reserves, comparable to a 4th-stage cultivator, rendered the shield remarkably resilient. At the same time, Jiang Hao's current yuan power could support slashing out over 100 blade auras capable of instantly killing 3rd-tier opponents. Compared to the 3rd tier, his yuan power had increased almost threefold. Am I still following the authentic weapon arts path? Why do I feel even more disgusting than spell arts users? Jiang Hao took out his spirit weapon, wiped it, and thought. My attacks outrange spell arts, can switch between AoE and single target, and allow kiting enemies. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up on the smart wristband. Fish and bear paw, you there? I asked my teacher and family members, and they all said the magic path suits me best. But I still don't want to give up on the martial path, so I'm asking you again. Ha, is this that girl who doesn't use punctuation, probably from the Xing family? Didn't she ask this before? Noticing this, Jiang Hao replied. I don't eat beef, the magic path is strong. I wish I had the talent for it. Fish and bear paw, I know, but I still don't want to give up the martial flow. Great-grandfather also said my spell talent is as strong as my martial talent, and told me to decide for myself. Jiang Hao looked at the punctuation marks the other had typed with satisfaction. Had this guy actually gone for remedial lessons? I don't eat beef. Who's your great-grandfather anyway? How could he be so sure your talents are equally strong? Fish and bear paw, that, I can't say. I don't eat beef. Fine, since you said you don't want to give up martial blade path, then don't. We'll pursue both spellcraft and blade techniques. I don't eat beef. Only mediocre warriors make choices. True geniuses take them all. I don't eat beef. There's an old saying from my hometown, the path of the blade was already peerless, but learning spells just opens more roads. Jiang Hao's fingers flew across the keyboard. Fish and bear's paw, I understand now. Thank you for helping me strengthen my resolve. My family has been urging me to specialize in one area, but I also want to follow in my great-grandfather's footsteps, mastering both martial arts and magic, becoming someone whose mere name can deter outsiders. I want both the fish and the bear's paw. Soon I'll break through to the third tier. Jiang Hao stared stiffly at the words on the light screen. Weren't you supposed to keep it a secret and not say anything? The cat's already out of the bag, big sister. According to Jiang Hao's understanding, also specifically mentioned on Blue Star Net, among all 18 counselors of Blue Star, only 2 from Xyland achieved the status of fated stars by mastering both martial and arcane arts. Their names alone could frighten away monstrous beasts and hostile races. One is the founder of Shenzhou Martial Academy, Xiao Wushuang. The other is the former head of the Xing clan, who nearly caused the demon race's extinction, Xing Huangtian. This is bad. I've gone and tricked the great-granddaughter of a counselor into walking with a limp. But it doesn't matter. He was simply expressing his dreams normally. He hoped that one day, he too could become a dual cultivation warrior. Jiang Hao silently typed his reply. I don't eat beef. Actually, I just thought about it. Walking 2 paths simultaneously is too difficult. It means you'd have to study magic arts while also practicing martial skills. This would hinder your progress in cultivating primordial energy. This really wasn't Jiang Hao being timid. Arcane arts differ from martial techniques. First, one must awaken an innate talent for sorcery. Old-school arcane practitioners believed in brute force casting, lacking fixed spells and relying entirely on personal exploration. This included utilizing the environment to unleash devastating attacks and such. Consequently, exceptionally gifted arcane warriors and mediocre ones might as well belong to completely different professions. The current spellcraft was adapted by a foreign legislator from magic systems of another world centered on sorcery, then refined through modifications. Advancing one's cultivation realm automatically grants access to corresponding tier spells. Like martial arts techniques, spellcraft must be purchased. Some formidable spells rival even same-tier combat skills. Different specialization paths exist, including control, damage dealing, and support schools depending on one's chosen focus. If awakening an elemental-type talent provides corresponding elemental bonuses, then spellcasting martial artists would only need to study that single element. The only drawback is that most spellcasting martial artists can only learn spells of the same tier. The advantage is that spells consume less primordial energy than martial techniques, allowing practitioners to rely on mental focus to gather primordial energy from the surrounding natural environment to empower their spells. A peak third-tier fire attribute spellcasting martial artist could effortlessly unleash 40 to 50 fireball spells, each comparable to a high-explosive grenade. While third-tier warriors were still fooling around with sudden face-swiping moves, putting on performances like, if we're bros, let me slash you once. Fish and bear's paw, no problem. I have Heart of the Tao enlightenment. Whether it's spells or martial arts, I can master them just by watching once. Instantly reach proficient level. Are young people nowadays so blatant about cheating? I could easily dominate in virtual battles without breaking a sweat. How come I never ran into someone as flashy as you? I don't eat beef. Damn, with such strong talent, what were you hesitating about earlier? If it were me, I'd directly break through to 3rd rank and dual cultivate. I don't eat beef. Forgot to turn off the lights at home, logging off first. Jiang Hao immediately turned off his wristband, initially thinking he'd led someone into a pitfall. He was about to throw her a lifeline, but in the blink of an eye, the other party had already flown up on her own. I've got to rack up serious points on this monster battlefield trip. When my yuan energy runs out, I'll just switch to hacking away with spirit weapons. Kill every single monstrous beast we encounter. Otherwise, how am I supposed to clinch the top freshman spot at Divine Land Martial Academy when we're up against those cheating bastards? Time for a major shopping spree. Jiang Hao changed clothes and strode out the door. Chapter 17, Undercurrents. In a small underground warehouse in Yunshao County, a group of people stood, lay flat, sat cross-legged on the ground, and some even slept upside down from the ceiling with their faces toward the floor. A pitch-black magic circle suddenly materialized in the open space. Dozens of towering silhouettes emerged within the basement. The atmosphere instantly turned solemn. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone, rise and give our new friend a round of applause. A man in his 30s with a plastered-on fake smile stepped forward. Not a single person paid him any heed. The man's expression instantly darkened. If you refuse to honor Frost Venom today, tomorrow you'll be plotting my murder. The day after, you'll betray the Sacred Beast Society. Fine, fine, fine. If you won't show me respect, then I'll kill you all. As he spoke, the temperature in the basement plummeted. Puddles of water instantly froze over. At that moment, a somewhat portly man with a ruddy complexion stood up and said, "Come now, let's all make peace and prosper together." You damned fat ass, is your Yun family meddling in our sacred society's affairs? Holy shit, infighting among our own ranks counts as work now. Yun like I looked at Frost Venom with contempt. What a lunatic from the Sacred Beast Society indeed. But for the sake of the upcoming mission, he had no choice but to shout loudly. Everyone, set your sights on me now. Today, our demon friends have come to Cloud Sky Province for major business. This entire operation hinges on their cooperation. The listless crowd reluctantly raised their heads. Even those sleeping on the ceiling cracked open an eye. Frost Venom, annoyed at having his thunder stolen, pushed aside the Yin family's fat man and strode to the center. Except for that coward Blood Shadow and those detained by the Xia Kingdom, all the top brass of our sacred order are gathered here today. Frost Venom glanced at the zombie-like crowd around him. Xia Kingdom is blind and dares to strike against our sacred society, so we must retaliate, we must fight back. Hearing this, the high-ranking officials began to stir, each shouting, Xia Kingdom doesn't know its place. I'll fight them to the death. Will they win? Ugh, I'm so sleepy. Can I just surrender already? Why hasn't the banquet started yet? Ignoring her bunch of lunatic colleagues, Frost Venom continued speaking. There's an otherworldly beast that has reached peak 8th tier within the small world surrounding Battlefield number 1. Our goal is to elevate that serpent to the sacred tier. Let it stall the Jinzhou envoy. As for how to achieve this, we'll let our friends from the Demon Clan explain. A towering figure clad in a black cloak, their face obscured, stepped forward from the Demon Clan. Speaking in awkward San language, they declared, our Demon Clan's newly appointed Demon King, the Soul Devourer, has offered his true Demon King's blood. This can momentarily grant that 8th tier beast power comparable to the sacred tier. But it can only last a few minutes, and it's no match for a true saint rank. Since your Holy Beast Society wants to cooperate, you must show sincerity. Frost Poison clapped his hands and said, thank you for the true blood from our demon friends. Yun Laikai maintained a smile on his face, but secretly grumbled inwardly. Pa! A demon duke who hasn't even reached Life Star dares to call himself a demon king. If he's so powerful, why doesn't he go stir up trouble in Xinglua province? Is it that you don't want to? Frostbane continued, our sacred order will also contribute a piece of peak divine tier exotic beast flesh and one of its bones. Add the demon king's genuine blood, and feeding it to that 8th rank mutated beast will be enough to hold off the provincial guardian. A senior official lying on the ground counting dust retorted, even if we delay the Jinzhou envoy, what can we possibly do against the military, the Martial Control Bureau, and the elite forces from the Yunshao city families? Frost Venom explained, these demon allies will also take action, each being a demon count, equivalent to our human high-rank martial artists. Combined with all the high-rank martial artists from our sacred society, we can already tie down all the top-tier forces in Yunshao city. When the time comes, we'll storm Battlefield number 3 together and put pressure on the officials' high-rank martial artists. The justification was utterly absurd, but those present were either demons or madmen who couldn't care less about why they needed to assault the military-guarded Battlefield number 3. This time, our apparent target is those low-level warriors in number 1 Beast Battlefield. During this period, our sacred society has been continuously transporting 7th-level monstrous beasts from outer states precisely to unleash them in number 1 Battlefield for slaughter. It would be even better if a few prodigies died in the process. A pity that only one 7th-level beast has been successfully transferred in so far, the others were discovered and casually eliminated by the military. Of course, our true objective has never been those low-level warriors, but rather Yunshao State's guardian envoy who has reached the sacred realm. A leading demon from the Demon Clan also said, that exotic beast forcibly elevated to the saint rank will naturally collapse within half an hour at most due to internal conflicts between different laws. And before slaying that beast, the prefecture guardian won't emerge from that pocket world. After all, a battle between two saint-ranked beings could destroy entire civilizations. Unless the prefecture guardian dies or actively calls for help, none of Xia country's other saint-ranked powerhouses will come to assist. At the very moment when the exotic beast is on the verge of collapse and at its most frenzied state, the Demon King will strike to ambush the town governor. And the Demon King's innate secret technique can completely seal off the miniature world, preventing the town governor from sending any messages. Frost Venom chimed in, I have a subordinate who can infiltrate that miniature world. I'll take care of delivering the flesh and blood true essence. Yun Laikai also narrowed his eyes with a smile and said, our Yun family's prodigy, in order to reach the 3rd rank before the college entrance exams, begged the family patriarch to take him to Wind and Thunder State to seek opportunities. Frost Venom nodded in agreement. The old patriarch of the Yun family has already condensed the laws, standing just one step away from the Saint Realm. Leaving Cloudsoar province at this time would indeed be the perfect moment for this operation. Yun Laikai continued, during this period, our demon allies can follow the Yun family's merchant caravan to the vicinity of Cloudsoar City. The Yun family's properties also employ tamed demons as guards, so as long as you suppress your auras and wear restraining collars around your necks, you'll be able to blend in. People will simply assume our Yun family has acquired another batch of goods. The Demon Clan present showed no anger whatsoever at their kin being sold like merchandise. After all, captured demons were no longer considered clansmen. Frost Venom surveyed the assembled crowd and demons, issuing a warning. Before the operation begins, no one may venture out alone, nor commit murder or any act that might expose the sacred society. If killing an ordinary person or low-level martial artist leads to suspicion from the Xia Kingdom, the Sacred Society will have no choice but to abandon this operation. If we can't go out, can we at least feast? How many days can we feast for? Guaranteed to win. Why should I listen to you? I'm going out no matter what. Members of the Sacred Beast Society, who rely on the power of exotic beasts for cultivation and forcibly advance their levels, tend to be a bit short on brain power, more or less. Frost Venom raised her hand, unleashing the pinnacle 9th rank Yuan force fluctuations. Seeing everyone saying they could endure it a little longer, Frost Poison relaxed his clenched fist with satisfaction. See you all on the 31st. Immersive translate. When it ended, Frost Poison returned to his temporary dwelling. In the room where he was alone, his left hand kept rubbing the ring on his thumb, quietly gazing at the secret documents recording the Yin family's dealings and trafficking of demons. Frost Venom suddenly smiled, her eyes filled with mockery. Chapter 18, Departure to Cloudsource City. May 25th, Saturday, auspicious for travel. Yesterday afternoon, Zhang Hao went on a crazy shopping spree, buying not just various ready-to-eat foods but also compressed energy bars. After all, Zhang Hao had already decided to pull an all-nighter to grind for points. With 40 points in mental stamina, going without sleep for a few days is no big deal. Channeling the same fervor he'd poured into gaming in his previous life, Zhang Hao was ready to give the beasts of Battlefield 1 a proper thrashing. The sky was just beginning to lighten when the personnel arranged by the Wutong Bureau of Yunshao City arrived to pick them up. Zhang Hao got in the car, ready to head to the airport. Yunshao City is approximately 1,200 kilometers in a straight line from Yunlan City, and taking a flight would take over an hour door to door. Follow the staff through the Green Channel. This time it was a special flight arranged by the State Military Bureau. All I had to do was follow along. As we took off, I watched Yunlan City grow smaller outside the window. Perhaps some passive skill from his past life had carried over to his current self, because Zhang Hao started feeling drowsy almost immediately after sitting down. His eyes closed and opened again. Yunshao City, we've arrived. As his feet landed firmly on the ground, Zhang Hao's anxious heart finally settled. Staff from the Zhouwu Coordination Bureau had already arranged a vehicle to go directly to number 1 Monster Battlefield. Zhang Hao munched on compressed energy bars in the car to replenish his strength. Mr. Zhang Hao, shortly we'll first meet the teammates you'll be with for the next 7 days and 6 nights, said a woman who appeared to be a secretary. Teammates? Zhang Hao tilted his head in confusion. I thought I was supposed to operate alone the entire time? It's like this, you're entering the mutant beast battlefield for the first time. Only veteran hunters familiar with the area understand the dangerous zones and mutant creature behaviors. The woman continued, besides, this is the leadership's arrangement. Even if you refuse these 4 teammates, they'll still follow you after entering. Though we can discuss adjustments if you have concerns. For instance, you could operate solo during daylight hours, but please try returning to the team at night. The woman wasn't surprised by this. Mr. Jiang Hao had been personally instructed by the head of the Martial Control Bureau to be treated with utmost hospitality. He must be some young master from a prominent family. So-called Yunlan City was nothing but a disguise. Last time, the young master of the Yun family had barely reached 2nd rank before posing as a freelance hunter to come here. If they hadn't sent escorts to protect him the entire time, pre-injuring some mutant beasts for the young master to finish off, with multiple mid-rank martial artists standing guard during their nightly camps. They'd even arranged for extras to pretend astonishment when the Yun young master killed a 2nd-rank mutant beast. How could that young master Cloud still show off so comfortably about being like a fish in water on the beast battlefield? Are you kidding me? Does anyone really think there's no danger in the low-level beast battlefield? Whether it's swarms of beasts or desperate outlaws looking to kill and loot at night. None of them are something a green newcomer could handle. Not to mention distinguishing exotic beasts, identifying poisonous creatures, and locating water sources. During daytime, just have 10 mid-tier martial artists follow behind for protection. Along the way, they could also incapacitate a few third-tier beasts to let young Master Jiang Hao enjoy the thrill of scavenging loot. Indeed, the female secretary was completely convinced that Jiang Hao, who'd already reached 3rd tier before even taking his college entrance exams, must be some spoiled rich kid from powerful families in other provinces here for amusement. After all, that member of the Yun family from Yunshao City hasn't even reached 3rd tier yet. Jiang Hao considered it and realized it truly wouldn't be practical to go alone. Given his relentless point farming style, he'd inevitably end up steamrolling the competition like a madman. It would be perfect to have professionals along to help gather the corpses. Lower-tier mutated beasts aren't valuable whole, only certain parts, rich in primal energy and transformed through mutation, hold worth. These guys can just help me dispose of the body. I'll give them a cut of the money later. Alright then, let's go meet my teammates. Immersive translate. At the entrance of number 1 mutant beast battlefield, 4 men stood in silence. Each had a large bag at their feet. They were all veteran hunters who had worked with the Martial Control Bureau for years, every one of them a 3rd-ranked blade master. A dark-skinned man holding a knife and shield asked, "Big bro, Where do you think this young master came from? Only a few years old and already at the third rank. Could it be some prodigy from the three great provinces here to experience life? His tone carried a hint of sourness. The man addressed as Big Bro had a shaved head and carried a greatsword on his back. Frowning, he replied, "Shall see, we shouldn't pry into things that aren't meant for us to know. Since the Martial Control Bureau is paying in full anyway, our only job is to make sure that young master enjoys these 7 days happily." The remaining two men stood apart, one with long hair wielding dual knives, the other wearing a dark green windproof cap, a spear resting on his shoulder. Suddenly, the boss looked up toward the vehicle that had come to a stop. The first to step out was their Martial Control Bureau contact, followed by the young man who had declined assistance and opened the car door himself. Tall and well-built, with pleasing features and extraordinary charm. Upon taking a closer look, he truly was quite a handsome young man. The boss immediately stepped forward with 3 companions to greet them. Jiang Hao looked at the 4 men surrounding him, not a single spellcaster among them, all pure martial artists of the Blade Combat School. He nodded in satisfaction. After all, Jiang Hao didn't expect his teammates to be particularly skilled, they couldn't match his abilities anyway. The most important thing is having great strength to carry more loot, and possessing ample stamina for prolonged movement. Just as the leader was about to introduce himself, the young master opposite gestured and asked, "Are you 4 familiar with the areas in the battlefield with the highest concentration of aberrant beasts?" The boss froze for a moment, immediately realizing this young master was worried about encountering danger. Stepping forward confidently, he said, "Veteran hunters like us who've worked here long know exactly which areas to avoid. Rest assured, young master, we'll definitely steer clear of them when the time comes." Jiang Hao exclaimed with uncontained excitement. "No, take me straight to where the beasts are gathered in the largest numbers. Just point me in the right direction. I'll go ahead myself first and come back to tell you where to collect the bodies." The boss hesitated and looked helplessly at his female secretary. The secretary was also at a loss for words. While members of these noble families were indeed formidable, just how strong could they be with only low-tier elemental energy? Even killing 100 or 200 beasts wouldn't make a dent when dealing with hordes that numbered in the hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. What difference would it really make? The woman was just about to tactfully advise Jiang Hao not to be too reckless at the outset when she saw him draw out a pale blue longsword. Everyone present sensed the fluctuations created as the longsword gradually began attracting the ambient yuan energy. There was also the heart-pounding sense of danger when yuan energy was channeled into it, making the blade glow. A spirit weapon. Those present exchanged silent glances, further deepening certain stereotypes. The lowest tier for spiritual weapons starts at 7th rank. They could indeed dominate the lower-tier battlefields. As someone from a great clan, carrying a spiritual weapon is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Jiang Hao, seeing no objections, sheathed his knife with satisfaction and returned it to his storage bag. The 4 hunters exchanged glances, never expecting they could take it easy on this mission. The leader stepped forward quietly to introduce himself. "Greetings, young Master Jiang. I'm Lu Da. The one with the twin blades is Guan Er, and the fellow carrying the spear is Zhang San." Finally pointing to the dark-skinned man shedding envious tears, they said, "This is Ho Si. Young Master, if you have any requests, we'll do our best to fulfill them." "Holy cow, Lu Guanzhang trio, huh? You guys wouldn't happen to have met in a peach orchard, would you?" Jiang Hao spoke up, "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for everyone. I'll take the front lines killing the exotic beasts, and you can follow behind to handle the corpses. In case of danger, I can unleash an attack comparable to 7th rank spiritual weapons. Don't worry about me being reckless and triggering mutated beast riots." Jiang Hao tossed out this reassurance as if throwing a calming pill. The female secretary also nodded and said, "Then we wish young Master Jiang pleasant adventures in the coming days." Chapter 19, Battlefield Observations. Jiang Hao followed his 4 teammates towards the entrance of Battlefield Number 1. "Young Master Jiang, look, that's the Hunter Exchange, also the largest warrior trading venue in our Cloud Peak province," declared Lu De with evident pride. Jiang Hao turned his gaze to the majestic, exquisite architecture near the entrance. It didn't resemble an exchange at all, rather, it looked more like some grand theater or convention hall. "Can you post commissions or the like at the exchange?" Jiang Hao asked curiously. Lu De affirmed. "At the exchange, you can do everything, whether it's selling exotic beasts, posting or accepting commission tasks, purchasing supplies, registering information, or forming teams. If young Master Jiang wants to buy something interesting, you can visit the trading market set up voluntarily by martial artists near the battlefield entrance. Occasionally someone digs up something really good on the battlefield, like the main materials for forging spirit weapons. Sometimes even rare natural treasures appear." As Jiang Hao was thinking about experiencing bargain hunting at the market, he suddenly heard, "What gives you the right to cut in line? We were here first." Jiang Hao looked up and saw 2 groups of people confronting each other at the entrance. One group appeared relatively young, likely students from a martial arts school, while the other, judging by their equipment and weathered faces, seemed to be a team of seasoned hunters. However, the situation looked quite unfavorable for the martial arts students, as the hunter squad had a full 10 members. The way the 5 martial arts students were positioned made it clear they weren't particularly familiar with each other, most likely just temporarily grouped together. Jiang Hao, embracing the spirit of never missing out on free entertainment, walked over and tapped a bystander on the shoulder. A first-tier elemental crystal was handed over, and the impatient-looking passerby immediately broke into a smile. "Oh, you mean those students?" There were 4 of them waiting for someone at first. They just stood there blocking the line without even buying their own tickets. An old hunter couldn't stand seeing them hold up the line while waiting, so he went over and said a few words. But those geniuses from the martial academy looked down on the old hunter, who was only a second-tier fighter. The best part is coming. The last member from the martial arts school team finally arrives after dawdling for ages. He barges straight through the crowd, ready to buy a ticket, completely ignoring everyone else waiting in line. The people behind weren't having it after all. Who here trying to make money doesn't have a fiery temper? Those 10 veteran hunters shoved the students aside, cutting to the front to buy their tickets first, and soon both sides were in a full-blown argument. Jiang Hao asked Lu Di with curiosity, "Do martial school students usually have such terrible relationships with ordinary martial artists? Is this common? Doesn't the Martial Union Bureau intervene?" Lu Da's team members silently watched the escalating quarrel between the two groups and explained, "Ordinary martial schools aren't typically like this. Only elite institutions like Cloud Soaring Martial School, one of the top 10 martial academies, produce students who look down on lower-ranked ordinary martial artists. After all, graduates from the top 10 martial schools can basically reach the 4th rank upon graduation. Those like us with poor talent, lacking any special opportunities, are basically stuck at the 3rd rank. That's why ordinary martial artists often envy the prodigies from the top 10 martial schools, leading to frequent conflicts between the two groups. As for the Martial Control Bureau, they generally won't intervene unless it's a fight to the death. Most of the time, they side with the martial school students anyway." Watching the two groups exchange threats and agree to settle things on the battlefield, Lu Di remarked, "There's nothing more to see here, young Master Jiang. Let's go inside." Lu Di and his 3 companions stood around Jiang Hao like bodyguards, leading him through the VIP entrance. Some martial artists watched the well-protected Jiang Hao enviously, remarking, "Which wealthy family's young master is this, coming to experience our world?" His teammate chimed in, "People help carry bags when coming and going, and maybe there are even mid-level martial artists secretly protecting them. If I could have this treatment, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams." A young man carrying a large bag nearby glanced at Jiang Hao's privileged treatment, feeling displeased. He muttered sourly, "People like this definitely don't know anything about the battlefield. When the fight comes, they'll probably just have their bodyguards step in. It totally defeats the purpose of training. If I had that kind of family background and trained hard every day, I'd already be a mid-level martial artist by now." Immersive translate. Suma Wang was in a terrible mood now. She had come to Beast Battlefield number 1 specifically for the show's effect and to attract fans. She had agreed with her junior to meet at 10:30 on the 25th at the exchange entrance. Now 3 other students from their school who'd temporarily formed a team had arrived, but the junior still hadn't shown up. He wasn't answering calls or messages either. Those 3 classmates insisted on standing at the front of the ticket line near the battlefield entrance, saying that when Junior Gao arrived, they wouldn't have to waste time waiting in line and could just buy the tickets and go straight in. Sumoan tried to persuade them but to no avail, so she had no choice but to message Junior Gao to hurry up. Junior Gao's full name is Gao Longtao, and he is 1 grade below Sumoan. He is the youngest son of the head of the illustrious Gao family in Yunshao City. Moreover, the head of the Gao family is an 8th-tier powerhouse. Su Muan watched irritably as her classmates quarreled with the old hunters, secretly relieved that she wasn't live-streaming at the moment. By the time Junior Gao arrived, the situation had completely spiraled out of control. Coupled with Junior Gao's arrogant demeanor, flaunting his 3rd rank, 6th level Yuanli fluctuations and announcing his family name, the surrounding martial artists, who had been ready to back down and give the Gao family face, hesitated anew. The junior loudly mocked those ordinary martial artists for being old yet still stuck at low levels. "A bunch of trash like you aren't worthy of standing in line with me." He'd successfully drawn maximum hatred. Su Moan considered just entering alone at this point. Then 10 hot-tempered veteran hunters couldn't take it anymore and simply cut past them to buy tickets. This eventually led to the scene of trash-talking at the entrance and even setting up a battlefield duel. Suma Wang watched her classmates, who were practically dripping with sarcasm, and felt like she wouldn't dare close her eyes when sleeping at night if she had to share a room with them. She was terrified of getting ambushed by those martial artists. After steadying her nerves, Suma Wang switched on her smart bracelet and started the livestream. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao, who had just walked through the market, felt somewhat disappointed. There were neither damaged saintly weapons nor metal fragments bearing records of powerful martial techniques. so Jiang Hao followed Lu De deeper into the battlefield to start hunting beasts. On a small hilltop, over 30 second-tier terror wolves, accompanied by hundreds of first-tier pack members, were resting beneath the trees. Suddenly, a massive pale blue sword aura swept horizontally across the battlefield. With a flash of blade light, over 30 dire wolves were split apart into heart-exposed wolves. The first-tier dire wolves instantly awoke from their stupor, scattering in panic to escape. But how could Jiang Hao let his prey escape? Over 40 smaller sword auras slashed out like the scythes of the Grim Reaper. The ground split open to reveal bare earth, while surrounding trees and boulders were severed clean in half. Hundreds of first-tier direwolves were obliterated in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host, for instantly defeating a second-tier opponent and earning 2 points. Ding! Points, 752. In just this short while, Jiang Hao had earned as many points as he would have gotten from fighting in the virtual space for over 10 days. Of course, the consumption of primordial energy was astonishing too. Don't be fooled by Jiang Hao's effortless expression when slashing out those blade auras. Sure, there were spirit weapons, but using spirit weapons to unleash martial techniques while mobilizing ambient primordial energy required mental energy expenditure, and the soaring void-piercing slash inherently consumed both primordial energy and mental energy. Those few dozen strikes just now had already drained nearly half of Jiang Hao's primordial energy, along with a significant portion of his mental energy. He simply couldn't afford to tap into the spirit weapon's amplification. If Jiang Hao were to inject primordial energy and spiritual energy into a spirit weapon to unleash a single strike at the 7th tier level, he estimated his primordial energy would be completely drained. At most, only half of his spiritual energy would remain. Behind them, Lu De and his 3 companions watched as Jiang Hao wiped out over 100 aberrant beasts in just 10 seconds, leaving them utterly speechless in shock. Ho Si was the quickest to react. Dropping his shield, he immediately went to process the corpses of the second-tier direwolves. The other 3 snapped out of their daze, set down their weapons, and quickly followed. At this moment, Su Muon, who was live streaming, walked alongside several classmates while discussing their plans for the next few days and the characteristics of various exotic beasts. A familiar string of pale blue sword light slashed through the air. The entire live stream room, including Su Muon and her companions, seemed to be under a paralyzing spell as they stared dumbfounded at the wolf pack annihilated by a single person in the distance. Chapter 20, I Have a Kind Heart. Is that him? Su Muon gazed at the familiar flash of the blade, and at the young man who swung his long sword with effortless ease. She felt the throbbing in her head return. Her eyes traced the crisscrossing sword marks carved into the ground. A teammate gulped. He said with a trembling voice, "Big bro, are you a mid-level warrior here to smuff?" Su Muon let out a sigh and said, "Maybe we should detour. Watching from this close might cause misunderstandings." Another teammate agreed, "He must be smoothing in the low-level battlefield. We'd better steer clear of him. I doubt I could block that slash of his." Gao Longtao stared at the awe-inspiring scene, utterly speechless. His gaze shifted to Jiang Hao's youthful face and the faint blue spiritual longsword in his hand, a spirit weapon. In the entire Gao family, only his father possessed 2 spirit weapons, treasured beyond measure. The sword he himself used was merely an ordinary weapon forged from 5th-tier exotic beast materials and energy-conducting elements. He was consumed by extreme jealousy, his heart brimming with envy and malice towards Jiang Hao. He knew this was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Those blade energies were undoubtedly a saint-tier martial technique. Others might not have been able to tell. But Gao Longtao had been one of the top prodigies in Yunshao City back in the day. With his scores, he could have attended Shenzhou Martial Academy, even if just barely scraping by. But he didn't. He knew those top prodigies at Shenzhou Martial Arts Academy had all mastered saint-tier combat skills and cultivation techniques, each wielding several spirit weapons. Some scions from major clans even bore the imprint of saint weapons. Yet at Shenzhou Academy, he was merely average, just another spectator at tournaments, invisible to everyone's gaze. So he stayed in Yunshao City and enrolled at Yunshao Martial Arts Academy. Now, not even a junior yet, he's already approaching late-stage 3rd rank. He was the top student in their grade. Gao Longtao had been proud of this for a long time, believing he had made the right decision. But today, Jiang Hao's performance completely shattered his confidence. While Gao Longtao could only turn tail and run when encountering so many exotic beasts, Jiang Hao casually slaughtered them as effortlessly as crushing a swarm of ants. It reminded him of an opponent he encountered during senior year in the virtual combat arena. Despite both being at the 2nd tier of melee combat, he was utterly helpless against them. The opponent looked at him with a mocking smile. Is this really the level worthy of the virtual combat arena? When I reach the 3rd tier, a single move from me could take down 100 trash like you. With that, the opponent thrust their spear straight through his chest. That was Gao Longtao's nightmare, being called trash by someone. Those arrogant eyes didn't even care about the hatred in his expression. Seeing Jiang Hao turn his head to look this way, Gao Longtao immediately smiled and walked over with his teammates. "Hello there, classmate. Thank you for dealing with those mutated beasts. My teammates and I really couldn't have handled them ourselves." Does this have anything to do with you? Jiang Hao wordlessly sheathed his long blade. Don't mention it, I was just getting in some practice. These dire wolves are too close to the entrance, might as well clear them out to prevent any first-tier warriors from accidentally wandering in. As he spoke, Jiang Hao glanced at Su Muwen standing opposite him, dressed like an adventurer. Something about her seemed familiar. Wasn't she the streamer he'd hit multiple times with his sky-piercing feather slash technique? Who knew how many days she'd suffered from headaches afterward? Jiang Hao averted his gaze with a twinge of guilt. Su Muwen felt phantom pains throbbing in her skull again under Jiang Hao's passing glance. The chat in the live stream went wild. Clearly, those familiar blade flashes made the viewers recognize him. Holy sh*t. This big shot is actually from our Cloud Sky province. This martial skill is insane, absolutely insane. I gotta send this to my roommate. See? I told you last time this guy was definitely a mid-tier warrior, how else could he take down a wolf pack that fast? Time to settle some scores. Those upstairs, brains aren't meant to be used but must exist. Since when can your third-tier battle arena accommodate mid-level martial artists? Mumu, I have a friend who asked me to help find out what this expert's Feishin ID is. Sumawan watched the live broadcast screen with its privacy filter activated. Most of the bullet comments above were skeptical, believing Jiang Hao didn't genuinely clear this area of beasts specifically for first-tier martial artists, thinking he was just here to show off. Hoshi had already finished collecting the teeth and claws of the second-tier terror wolves. Young Master Jiang, all the second-tier materials have been gathered, Hoshi said, presenting a pouch to Jiang Hao with both hands. Jiang Hao glanced at Lu Di and the others, who were still busy harvesting materials from the first-tier terror wolves, then thought for a moment and said, Lu Di, forget about the first-tier ones. It's a waste of time. Let's keep moving to where there are more beasts. With that, he casually tucked the pouch into his storage bag. The three members of the Lu Di party swiftly packed up the gathered materials, picked up their weapons, and positioned themselves beside Jiang Hao. The live stream erupted once again. Holy shit, what am I seeing? That's a spatial storage item? You're telling me this big shot is from Cloudsore Prefecture? Woo-woo, so many tier 1 mutant beasts. Just think how many elemental crystals all these materials could trade for and the big shot doesn't even want them? I suspected that knife was a spirit weapon earlier, and a bunch of people spent all day trolling me about it. Well now, looks like they got proven wrong. Ugh, so what if it's a spirit weapon or storage artifact? Without their privileged background, they'd probably still be worrying under some bridge about how to become a martial artist. Exactly. Hell, even I could do what they do. Does anyone actually think those second-gen martial artists got where they are through talent? Su Muwen ignored the obvious baiting in Sour Grape's comments in the barrage. Suppressing her fear, she asked Jiang Hao, this, classmate? Are you all planning to go hunt mystical beasts later? Su Muwen had originally wanted to ask if you'd come here to fish for fun, but afraid to dare. Jiang Hao gazed at the holographic screen for live streaming and flashed a bright, cheerful smile. Right. I'm a rather kind-hearted person. I can't bear to see those young folks who've just reached the first rank risking their lives on the battlefield just to make ends meet. So they decided to kill more mutated beasts to prevent the younger generation from encountering large swarms. With that said, Jiang Hao left with Lu, Guan, Zhang, and Hoshi in tow. At this moment, Gao Longtao spoke up. Let's go find some third-tier mutated beasts to practice on too. After saying this, he headed off in another direction. The rest of the team quickly followed suit. There must be at least several third-tier yuan crystals among so many corpses. A teammate couldn't help but glance regretfully at the bodies before returning to the group. Suma Wang also followed closely, casting a glance in the direction where Jiang Hao and the others had departed. As expected of prodigies from other regions, their combat prowess already surpasses some fourth-tier martial artists. The live chat erupted with comments like, hey, big shot, if you don't want them, give them to me. He really cares. I'm moved to tears. To think someone still remembers ordinary martial artists like us. Immersive translate. Once again, Luda led the way up front while Hoshi followed with sword and shield as backup. Every exotic beast encountered along the way, whether solitary or in groups of dozens, was swiftly dealt with by Jiang Hao. The remaining four sole responsibilities were locating the beasts, watching them get instantly obliterated, and then collecting materials from those beasts above first tier. Ludu watched Jiang Hao wielding his spirit weapon as he charged into a group of third-tier beasts, executing a massive whirlwind attack, and sighed. Taking on this job escorting young Master Jiang is easily the easiest work I've ever had in my life. The other three exchanged glances and unanimously gave a thumbs up. After all, they didn't have to lift a finger, just guide and gather resources. Compared to their past battlefield experiences where they constantly feared encountering hordes of beasts, this was practically a vacation. Chapter 21 A Day's Harvest? Sleep? Who needs that? As the last Tier 3 mutant beast collapsed, Jiang Hao slowly exhaled. His internal energy had been completely depleted 2 hours earlier. Now without activating combat techniques, he merely maintained an energy shield while relying on his formidable foundation to gradually recover and supply power to the barrier. Every few moments, another mutant beast would stray from Jiang Hao's vegetable garden. Harvesting them with nothing but the innate sharpness of his spirit weapon certainly proved efficient, but some of the mutated beasts, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, kept struggling even after being slashed. Jiang Hao simply adopted the stance of the collapsing fist and punched straight through, instantly obliterating the mutated beast, though it was a bit disgusting, but it certainly sped things up. Without the infusion of elemental energy, the collapsing fist is merely an ordinary fist technique. So Jiang Hao trudged along with his 4 numb companions, hammering away as he went. At last, the sun was about to set, and golden sunlight filtered through the bushes, speckling the ground with patches of light. Jiang Hao and his 4 companions found a clean, wind-sheltered spot and began setting up their tents. Ho Si went to scatter some insect and snake repellent powder. Lu De approached and said, "Young Master Jiang, I brought some exotic beast meat especially for grilling later. Some exotic beasts are edible, while others, though appearing to belong to the same species, turn out to be poisonous when eaten. Unless one has specialized knowledge, the only option is to discard the meat." Fortunately, Old Lu and his crew are seasoned hunters. Normally on the beast hunting grounds, Old Lu's group would make do with ration bars. Starting a fire to roast meat would be unthinkable. But who could have expected Jiang Hao to be so reckless, chasing down beasts to pummel them? It's unclear whether the mutant beasts have means of communication, but for half an hour now, not a single one has appeared before the group. Jiang Hao pulled out several buckets of water, along with pots, a complete barbecue set including seasonings. Then came various types of smokeless coal, prepared food, and reclining chairs. There was also a simple house made of composite materials. This storage bag only requires mental energy to mark items before storing them directly inside, extremely convenient. The premise is that you can move the item, but for Jiang Hao, it's effortless, though he's never tested it. But earlier, when encountering a 7-meter-tall Tier 3 ox, Jiang Hao could flip it over with one hand and then toss it around like a toy. Jiang Hao looked at Lu Di, who wore an expression saying "I knew it," and remarked, "I'm going to take a shower. You guys eat first." Then he entered the house to wash up and change into fresh clothes. Jiang Hao had regained quite a bit of Yuan power while hammering the aberrant beasts. With his Yuan Force shield activated, he managed to avoid getting splattered with blood. Yet he still felt slightly unsettled. Jiang Hao recalled how he'd frightened several passers-by while hammering his way here. "Yeah, I'd better just beat those beasts at night. Gotta stay civilized during the day." Jiang Hao took a cold shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes before coming out. Lu Di and the others hadn't touched their chopsticks yet, simply letting the beast meat slowly roast on the grill. Seeing all 4 of them waiting for him, Jiang Hao grinned and pulled out another dozen plates of ready-to-eat dishes. "Dig in, everyone. My backpack's still packed with more." Immersive translate. After finishing his barbecue and waiting for complete darkness before going out to farm points, Jiang Hao opened his panel. He looked directly at the points section. Points, 14-15, hell yeah. Unfortunately, after encountering the terror wolves, he never again came across hundreds of mutant beasts gathered in one place. Lu Di also said strangely that the distribution of exotic beasts in Battlefield Number 1 seemed to have changed, and it happened just in the past few days. After all, Lu Di had only emerged from there half a month ago. Jiang Hao couldn't explain the reason either. This was his first visit here. Surely an exotic beast of higher rank couldn't have spawned in a low-rank battlefield, right? Noticing that the sky had darkened almost completely, Jiang Hao walked over to Lu Di and the others. "You guys handle the night watch yourselves," he said. "Don't worry about me. I'm going to hunt a few strange beasts and we'll be back tomorrow morning." With that, he left behind a few signal flares. Lu Di and the others exchanged glances, but in the end could only watch as Jiang Hao slowly disappeared into the night. There's no helping it, Jiang Hao's prowess in this number 1 beast battlefield is simply overwhelming. It's still dangerous for others to go out at night. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao didn't stray too far from the tent after all. With the battlefield being so vast, getting lost would indeed be troublesome. Several kilometers away, Jiang Hao moved stealthily among the trees, continuing his search for lucky individuals. Suddenly, Jiang Hao flashed onto a thick tree branch. On the ground, a dark figure was cautiously creeping towards the campsite where Jiang Hao and the others were staying. Jiang Hao noticed that the person seemed to be carrying something. "So you think you're special because you're from Dazhou, huh? Your family's powerful, isn't it? You're tough, aren't you?" The shadowy man spoke while looking at a device resembling a tablet from his past life, which displayed a large red dot, precisely where Jiang Hao and his group had set up camp. This voice, combined with that inexplicable hostility during the day. "Gao Long Tao? This was our first meeting, wasn't it?" Staring at the red dot, Jiang Hao realized it was likely Lu Di and the others. Someone among them must have secretly planted a tracker. And Jiang Hao had already noticed this when he met the members of Yunshao Martial Arts School during the day. The guy walked over with a smile and thanks on his surface, but Jiang Hao's heightened perception detected a faint trace of malice. Besides, Jiang Hao really was thinking about grinding more monsters at the time, and confident in his own strength, he didn't fear this trash whose only advantage was being older than him. If you dare try anything shady, don't blame me for treating you like a wild monster to grind. He watched as Gao Longtao took out a packet that looked like it contained rat poison, then began scattering it bit by bit on the ground as he walked toward the camp. Ha! So what if you're a heaven's chosen? I refuse to believe you can fight 1,000 or 10,000 at once. Gao Longtao's face twisted hideously as he glared venomously toward the campsite. After parting ways with Jiang Hao's group today, Gao Longtao carefully reviewed the events. He concluded Jiang Hao must have nearly exhausted his yuan energy after dealing with the wolf pack. After all, Gao Longtao reckoned that even as a fourth-tier martial artist, completely eliminating several hundred direwolves without any escaping would be extremely difficult. Those wolves had legs, they could run. Jiang Hao's displayed energy fluctuation only seemed to have barely reached the third tier. Though reluctant to admit it, Jiang Hao was indeed far stronger. At the same tier, Jiang Hao could annihilate him in a single move. At this thought, Gao Longtao's face darkened ominously, the fire of jealousy burning ever fiercer in his heart. Seizing the opportunity to keep watch while his teammates slept, he sneaked over. This beast attractant powder cost me a fortune to obtain from an official member of the Sacred Beast Society. In this mutated beast battlefield, it can lure thousands of beasts. Oh, such a good thing exists? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, ready to have a heart-to-heart exchange with Gao Longtao. Gao Longtao was about to throw the remaining large portion of beast attractant powder toward Jiang Hao's campsite and make his escape. After all, if the wind carried the medicinal properties to where the mutant beasts gathered, it would be troublesome for him to escape. Senior Gao, it's dangerous to be wandering outside so late at night. The shadowy figure froze, turning around in shock. It's you! You're not asleep at this hour? A blade's gleam flashed through the air. Ding! Congratulations, host, for instantly killing a third-tier opponent. Reward, 5 points. Sleep? That doesn't exist. Looking at Gao Longtao lying on the ground, Jiang Hao stepped forward and stored the beast lure powder in his storage bag. He casually put away the tablet and noticed 2 light spots on the device, one large and one small, with the small one marked by a symbol. The distance between the 2 points on the instrument is approximately 50 kilometers. Jiang Hao looked impressed. Did this teammate rush over to deliver himself right after falling asleep? Jiang Hao found dozens more tracking devices, each about the size of a grain of rice. No wonder Lu De and the others had fallen for the trap. However, judging by the tracking equipment and the beast luring powder, Jiang Hao suspected this wasn't the first time he'd pulled this stunt. I guess this counts as eliminating a threat for the people. Hearing what sounded like distant roars in the distance, after all, if any mutant beasts came, they'd definitely eat the corpses first. Jiang Hao decided to head back to camp just in case. Figuring he wouldn't have to worry about lacking mutant beasts for the next few days, Jiang Hao gripped his blade and vanished into the night. Chapter 22, A Small Advantage Still Counts. Swish swish, a figure darted swiftly through the forest. Jiang Hao shouted at Guan Er, who was on night watch, "Wake everyone up, we might have a fight soon." Before Guan Er could go to alert the others, Brother Lu and the rest had already emerged from their tents. Even with someone on watch, during missions they all slept lightly. Jiang Hao's yell had already woken all 3 of them. Lu De was the first to ask, "Young Master Jiang, what's happening?" Jiang Hao, who had just finished drinking his sports beverage, looked at the 4 of them. "I heard the sound of mutated beasts rampaging ahead. There must be many of them charging toward our camp. So gather your things quickly and evacuate toward the plains." Lu De gave a meaningful look to the other 3, signaling them to pack up, then turned to Jiang Hao with a serious expression. "Young Master Jiang, if it's truly a beast rampage, the numbers will definitely exceed 1,000. Even if your strength far surpasses the lower ranks, facing them alone would still be too dangerous." Lu De glanced at Hoshi, interrupting what Jiang Hao was about to say. "Let Hoshi and me accompany you. After all, you'll need help dealing with the corpses once you've driven back those beasts, won't you?" At this moment, Si also tossed the half-packed items to Zhang San and eagerly leaned in, saying, "Indeed, young Master Jiang, with a status like yours, how could we possibly let you dirty your hands dealing with these beasts?" He raised his saber and shield, saying, "I know my elder brother and I can only hold you back in battle, so we'll stay behind and wait for you to finish off those beasts. Don't mind us, just no slacking off," Hoshi said with a grin, glancing at third brother, who was scowling as he packed up his things. Wander suddenly interjected, "Brother, with so many bodies, you two will take forever to clean up. What if it delays young Master John's schedule? Let me help too. These twin sabers of mine make quick work of mutant beasts. As for little brother with his spear-poking skills, might as well let him alone guard the camp supplies." With perfect nonchalance, Guan Er dropped what he was holding while neatly shutting his youngest brother's mouth. Zhang San looked around and could only say, "I'll guard the base." Jiang Hao watched the interactions among the 4 with a smile, recalling from dinner conversations that Zhang San wasn't married but had adopted several orphans. Whenever facing risky situations, everyone tacitly agreed to let Zhang San stay behind or seek help. Of course, Zhang San never took a share of the spoils afterward. They share no blood ties yet are closer than many biological brothers. Jiang Hao understood this was their kindness and nodded, saying, "All right, then follow along. just remember to stay at the back when the time comes. Don't worry, work with me, and in 7 days everyone will get their share. Immersive translate. Several kilometers away from the camp, over 2,000 mutated beasts gathered together, some fighting each other, some lying on the ground licking something with their tongues, others, eyes bloodshot, not at anything in sight. The spot where the corpse had lain was now lost amid the horde of beasts. Clad in a ghillie suit sprayed with odor neutralizer, Jiang Hao wore a grave expression as he watched the flying mutants under the moonlight, their silhouettes streaking crimson across the sky. Flame crows. A gregarious flying beast that has consistently ranked among the most highly bountied creatures in trading markets. Adult blaze crows possess third-tier strength and hold grudges exceptionally well. If you accidentally offend one on the beast battlefield, congratulations. You'll be hunted to death by hundreds of third-tier blaze crows. Blaze crows can condense flames to spit fireballs laced with scorch venom. Never underestimate these projectiles. Although it's similar to the fireball spell from magic schools that can be dodged if you're fast enough, these fire ravens can fly. As the ancients said, strike low when facing high advantages. Moreover, fire ravens are incredibly swift, and when thousands of third-tier fireball spells rain down from the sky, even a fourth-tier warrior can only activate their elemental shield and flee. Seems like we'll only be able to farm points peacefully after dealing with those fire ravens in the sky first, Jiang Hao observed, tracking the movements of the fire ravens. Fortunately, the fire crows were small in physique, had low health bars, and were relatively fragile. A single sky-cleaving slash capable of instantly killing third-tier beasts could take out several of them at once, as soon as the silhouettes of most fire crows overlapped in midair. Swish, swish, dozens of pale blue blade energies sliced through the air, instantly slaying over 200 fire crows in a single strike, their bodies plummeting from the sky. The mutant beasts on the ground abandoned their original targets upon seeing Jiang Hao's figure and charged toward him instead. The remaining 200 or so fire ravens let out piercing cries before spitting out fiery orbs one after another. What a pity. In reality, there's no such thing as friendly fire immunity. Instead of retreating, Jiang Hao dashed straight toward the horde of mutant beasts. Jiang Hao wielded the spirit weapon's long blade, flickering through the horde of mutated beasts as he reaped their lives. Seen from a distance, his movements resembled a solitary dance amidst the creatures. Every fireball raining from the sky was instinctively dodged by Jiang Hao using the instantaneous 9 flashes technique the moment he sensed them. The ground-level mutated beasts fared far worse, being mercilessly bombarded by their own allies. Though Jiang Hao felt some regrets about the kills stolen by the blazing crows. But it doesn't matter. Tonight's haul must be worth at least 2,000 points. Jiang Hao mentally calculated his yuan power consumption while occasionally slashing out blade energy to kill a few fire ravens. Not far from the chaotic battle, Lu Di and his companions watched Jiang Hao's ruthless slaughter with undisguised admiration. Even that flock of fire crows couldn't touch Jiang Hao. Is young Master Jiang really just at the 3rd level? With this kind of strength, I'd believe even if someone said he's a 5th level martial artist. Ho Si said admiringly. The video of young Master Jiang single-handedly taking down the dire wolf pack during the day went viral online. That girl's livestream footage from this morning was edited and uploaded to Blue Star Net, Lu Di said while tossing a piece of beef jerky into his mouth and chewing. Damn, big bro, when did you bring beef jerky? Hurry up and share it with everyone. Guan Air silently joined the battle for the beef jerky. Immersive translate. Shocking. Mid-level martial artist shamelessly snatches monsters. Martial school student laments seniors' public trolling and ridicule. Oldly fell into silence as he watched the video pushed to him by the system. That kid Jiang Hao actually mastered the flying cloud sky-splitting slash, and managed to release so many strikes at once. Truly worthy of being a prodigy from our Cloud Sky Prefecture, his foundations are impressive indeed. Oldly nodded in satisfaction and gave the video's uploader a like. A window popped up. Oldly glanced at the note and darkened his expression as he clicked to answer. A middle-aged man appeared on the luminous screen, teasingly saying, "Laoli, not bad, eh? You must have seen that viral video floating around these days. Did you secretly take on some talented student behind my back? Playing in the sand? Whether I took on a student or not is none of your damn business. Don't bother me if you've got nothing to say, I'm hanging up." Oldly pretended to cut the call, but the amusement in his eyes betrayed him. Alright, Oldly, your Yunshao province has produced such a celestial prodigy, and you actually kept it hidden for so long. Were you planning to call and laugh at me after the college entrance exams? The middle-aged man wore an unhappy expression. His Golden Sand province hadn't produced a celestial prodigy that could satisfy him in many years, yet his old rival had gotten so lucky. Elderly looked at the man's envious expression, feeling as if he'd been walking outside on a scorching day, drenched in sweat, only to suddenly grab an ice-cold bottle of happy water and down it in one go. The satisfaction was unparalleled. Oldly sat calmly in his armchair, watching the light screen as he spoke. That's not my student, I merely passed on the martial technique to him. But the kid's got grit too. he fully grasped the basics in just a day's time. Not bad talent, should have no problem scoring full marks in the college entrance exams. Your Golden Sand province must have prodigies stronger than this youngster. Who knows, maybe Golden Sand will produce this year's top freshman at Divine Land Martial Academy. The middle-aged man on the screen twitched his forehead before abruptly ending the video call. Ah, he cracked. Old Lee burst into triumphant laughter as he watched his longtime rival succumb to his long-range psychological attack. Without delay, he sent a message to Jiang Hao's Feishin account. "Wanna retire? Nice work, Kid Jiang. Have fun for a few more days on the mutant beast battlefield, use that skyrending/often in front of bystanders. I'll send you a gift later." Chapter 23, A Bountiful Harvest, Where's Junior Gao? As Jiang Hao slew the last flaming crow in the sky, the mutated beasts on the ground snapped out of their blood-rushed, hot-headed frenzy. Though most low-level beasts, like honey badgers from his past life, would charge at humans with single-minded stubbornness, fear still existed in them. Watching Jiang Hao crush them one hammer strike at a time, the beast's eyes instantly cleared with newfound sobriety. Some fortunate surviving third-tier mutated beasts had already fled. After all, Jiang Hao had expended all his primordial energy in launching blade energy to kill the flame crows, leaving him to combat the mutated beasts relying solely on his spirit weapons' basic attacks or bare-handed strikes. Occasionally, he'd employ movement martial techniques to dodge aerial ambushes. This led to slightly slower efficiency. Of the over 2,000 mutated beasts that had gathered, several hundred managed to scatter and escape. Jiang Hao pulled out something resembling a mattress and collapsed onto it, surrounded by fields of leek-like creatures deeply submerged in slumber. A fortune. Jiang Hao stretched comfortably while looking at the points displayed on his panel. Points, 4,040. First-tier beasts only grant 1 point each, while that group of third-tier blaze crows contributed at least 1,400 points. Including those killed by fireballs and the ones that escaped, Jiang Hao actually didn't slay that many beasts. But this beast lure powder does have some real effectiveness, better not use it recklessly. Otherwise, it might trigger a major beast rampage, and many ordinary martial artists on the battlefield wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Lu Di hurried over with his 2 junior companions and asked anxiously while looking at Jiang Hao lying motionless. "Are you alright, young Master Jiang? Should we go find a healing-type martial artist to take a look?" Jiang Hao opened his eyes and waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing, I just exhausted my yuan power. I'll head back to camp and rest for a while. You all should prioritize processing the materials from the third-rank exotic beasts first, we can deal with the first and second-rank ones tomorrow." During the chaotic battle earlier, Jiang Hao had used every bit of his remaining yuan power, aside from what was needed to maintain his yuan power shield and movement techniques, to kill the flame crows with his void-piercing Skyrend slash. To conserve his yuan power, he had no choice but to rely on his spirit weapon's ability to draw in and manipulate the surrounding energy. His mental energy was continuously depleted, but with the support of spiritual weapons, he managed to take care of all those scattered death crows in the sky. Jiang Hao was truly exhausted now. He only had enough essence force and mental energy left for 10 more strikes of the flying sky-sundering slash. Right now, all Jiang Hao wanted was sleep. The beastioids probably won't come this way anytime soon. Truly worthy of being young Master Jiang, able to suppress the beast tide alone, utterly invincible. Ho Si immediately followed with a fawning compliment. Jiang Hao rolled his eyes helplessly. "Alright, stop bragging. It's just a minor beast riot, far from being a real monster stampede." Yunshao Prefecture had once experienced a mid-level beast tide before. Hundreds of millions of low-level mutated beasts, nearly a million mid-level mutated beasts, and hundreds of high-level mutated beasts commanding from the rear. Their momentum seemed capable of crushing the entire Cloudsoar province. Unfortunately, under the military's ultra-long-range attacks with yuan-powered weapons, low and mid-tier mutant beasts were instantly wiped out, while high-tier ones were bombed into scurrying for cover. In the end, an unidentified passing same-tier expert resolved everything with a single strike. Thinking back on that news now, could that same-tier warrior have been Old Manly? Jiang Hao fumbled around on the mattress for a moment before pressing some button, for turbine-like devices extended from the bottom of the mattress. Then the mattress slowly floated about 3 meters off the ground. "I'm heading back first. You all should return soon too." The 3 members of the Lu team gaped as the mattress carried Jiang Hao and slowly drifted toward the campsite. Earlier, due to the chaotic fight, large swaths of trees in the forest had been knocked down. Fortunately, the mattress had an autopilot function, so there was no need to worry about it flipping over mid-flight. Immersive translate. On the other side, Liu Yang, who was ready to take over the night watch from Gao Longtao, had already dressed and was waiting outside. Strange, why hasn't Junior Gao arrived yet? Did he go to relieve himself somewhere? Liu Yang didn't think too much about it. He tapped open the light screen, found a relaxing little game to decompress, and started playing. 2 hours later, Wang Lei, who was scheduled to take over the next shift, also arrived. "How's it been these 2 hours? Everything alright?" Wang Lei casually asked Liu Yang, who had started playing a game, then glanced towards Gao Lontao's tent. "Is Junior Gao okay now?" During the day today, I noticed his expression seemed off, like something might be bothering him. Since none of the 5 knew each other very well, and there was also Su Muang, a girl among them, so the 5 of them found a spot near the water pool to pitch their tents separately. Each of the 5 tents was spaced about 10 meters apart. Junior Gao. Liu Yang suddenly realized he hadn't seen Junior Gao return in the past 2 hours. When they checked his tent, there was no sign of him either, so the two immediately called their other 2 companions. Su Muan sat there with disheveled hair, her twin swords cradled in arms, a look of utter annoyance on her face. She just dreamed of commanding hundreds of millions of adoring fans. Top-tier martial artists begged to serve as her personal bodyguards. Even legendary saint-rank masters appeared, claiming she possessed untapped potential and offering to take her as their disciple. Just as Su Muan was dreaming about breaking through to the high-level cultivation stage and receiving confessions from genius cultivators across various provinces, she was abruptly awakened by that idiot Liu Yang. Fuming with sleep inertia, Su Muan angrily thought, how could Senior Shui, so incredibly talented, possibly be dead? He must have sneaked out alone to hunt mutated beasts, trying to outperform us all. Su Muan despised 2 types of people more than anything in life, those who love to overwork themselves to get ahead, and those who wouldn't let her overwork herself to get ahead. At this moment, Liu Yang returned looking utterly dejected after thoroughly inspecting the surroundings, even jumping into the small pond to check. What should we do? Senior Gao really isn't nearby. Could it be that he thinks we're too weak and went off alone to hunt exotic beasts? Liu Yang wore a pessimistic expression. Though all were 3rd-tier martial artists, Su Muang's late 3rd-tier cultivation was the highest among the 5, and she was one of the few battle-hardened female students in their school. Wu Jun still remembered this female classmate from their freshman competition at Yunshao Martial Arts School. Wielding a greatsword with both hands, she chased her opponent while hacking wildly, as if harboring some deep grudge, until she literally cut her adversary into surrender. Her combat demeanor was completely different from her usual quiet and cute appearance. This also attracted some old perverts who adored the Gapmo. Meanwhile, Gao Longtao came from the Gao family, having mastered several advanced martial techniques with exceptional combat experience and awareness. His talent was actually the strongest among the 5. Seeing the unstable morale, Wang Lei immediately reassured everyone. Although Junior Gao is nowhere to be found, his phone is unreachable, and he left his luggage behind. But look on the bright side, maybe he was injured and evacuated from the battlefield? You really know how to comfort someone. The 3 of them silently gazed up at the sky without a word. Though Junior Gao is gone, it doesn't matter. I, Su Muan, can still crush all enemies. Or perhaps, even without Junior Gao, I can lead everyone to hunt down the exotic beasts. I really wanted to shout it out loud, but remembering I still had to return to school and not wanting to reveal my slightly Chinibu tendencies, I could only nod silently. Junior Gao must have done this for a good reason. Let's stay up tonight and do one final search within a few kilometers. If we still can't find anything, we'll drop it and ask the school teachers tomorrow. Liu Yang said listlessly. But Sister Su, don't you remember those old hunters this morning said they wanted to follow us in to settle scores? Everyone froze. Without their walking taunt attendant Gao Shuedi, the 4 of them suddenly felt rather intimidated. Therefore, Gao Shuedi, where the hell are you? Chapter 24. Any publicity is good publicity. Sunday, May 26. After returning to camp and enjoying a good night's sleep that eased both physical and mental exhaustion, Jiang Hao stepped out of his room. Good morning, young Master Jiang. Lu De greeted him cheerfully during his morning workout. Good morning, how did you rest last night? Jiang Hao asked. Took a quick nap when I got back. Finished collecting the 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier mutated beast materials yesterday, but didn't gather any 1st-tier ones, Lu De said, stealing a glance at Jiang Hao. Most 1st-tier beasts weren't very intact. Their useful parts were hard to locate, so we skipped those. Diplomatic phrasing, not very intact, hard to locate. Low emotional intelligence, you smashed it to pieces, the fragments could be flying anywhere. Jiang Hao awkwardly took out the baozi and wonton soup, saying, let's eat, let's eat. The 5 of them ate the baozi and wonton while starting to summarize the problems they encountered yesterday and planning which densely populated monster area they would head to today. Jiang Hao sipped spicy broth with tofu pudding as he listened to the veteran hunter's analysis. Exactly. In his previous life, Jiang Hao lived in a dorm where some preferred sweet flavors while others favored savory. They often argued about which was the authentic choice. One day, utterly fed up, Jiang Hao left campus early in the morning and bought a bowl of spicy soup and a bowl of plain tofu pudding. He took out his instant noodle container and initiated the fusion. From that day on, none of his roommates ate tofu pudding anymore, bringing the wandering thoughts back on track. Jiang Hao first acknowledged the excellent results from yesterday. He then highly approved of today's venture into an area dominated by third-order mutated beasts. Finally, he commended everyone for their cooperative efforts. After breakfast, I stuffed the garbage into a large bag and casually tossed it into the corner of the storage bag. Not littering is truly good etiquette. Looking at old Lee's thumbs up on Feishin for yesterday's Divine Revelation act, along with the recommended video, I clicked. Shocking. What the hell? Where did this shock department come from? Jiang Hao was covered in black lines on his head. Looking at the maliciously edited video. Classmate, the beast you're dealing with was originally ours to handle. That's right, Lu Di, don't waste time. Let's go clear the beasts near the entrance. I can't stand watching first-order martial artists hunt those beasts. Journalism major. Jiang Hao stared at the view count exceeding 30 million. This was Blue Star Network, a platform exclusively for martial artists to register. And there wasn't a single bot in sight. Every view was genuine. Don't let me find out which bastard did this, he growled, glaring at the obviously newly registered throwaway account. Jiang Hao angrily turned off his smart bracelet. Achoo! Li Jing rubbed his nose. Did I catch a cold from staying up late editing videos? Can martial artists even get colds? The gray-haired guy fell into deep thought. But Brother Ritian is really trending this time. Who says negative publicity isn't publicity? Monetizing the traffic flow isn't shameful at all. When Brother Ritian returns and learns how I've been promoting him, he'll definitely thank me. After speaking, Li Jing reopened the back-end interface, hired trolls to spam negative reviews accusing the video of malicious editing, then began releasing links to the complete livestream footage. Let more people know that Brother John's abilities are no exaggeration. As the popularity grew increasingly high, with people across Xia Kingdom and even some abroad becoming aware of this video, Li Jing contentedly stopped purchasing water armies, concealing his merit and reputation. Watching Jiang Hao's formidable skills in the video, he remarked enviously. Indeed, having a powerful name is crucial. Brother Ritian is truly a prodigy of Xia Kingdom. Gray hair was filled with envy, but as he watched the comments section filling with more and more people being charmed by Jiang Hao, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. My brother Jiang is invincible in the world, yeah. Immersive translate. Yunlan City, 3rd High School. The teacher sat in the office, watching Jiang Hao's terrifying skills, then stood up and shouted, "Ha, this is the student I taught." Scrolling through the comments section, the teacher's face instantly turned red, as some jealous and bitter people were maliciously slandering Jiang Hao. He's just smoothing, stop defending him. That fake smile alone tells you this guy's no good. LOL, as if anyone seriously believes they'd actually care about ordinary martial artists. It's all just a show. The furious homeroom teacher yelled at the other teachers, "Hurry, go to the comment section of that video I recommended and argue with those haters." The remaining teachers in the office all chimed in agreement. Exactly. Jiang Hao is the pride of our number 3 high school. We must report those daring to slander our prodigy. I'll mobilize my whole class to help right now. I've already forwarded it to my class 2 group chat and the large teacher group at school. Jiang Zhuang sat on his bed, watching the link in the class group chat and the excited classmates, then slowly typed, "Dare to badmouth our brother Jiang? Why is only half the class countering them? Does the other half not have smart bracelets?" A powerful Yuanli fluctuation at the peak of first order ninth heaven radiated from his body. Number 1 high school. Zhang Jiangyu gazed at the video footage of Jiang Hao's breathtaking sword strike with a complicated expression. This opponent, whom he had once regarded as his destined rival, had long since left him far behind. A boy as thin as a bamboo pole walked over. "Brother Zhang, I heard that useless guy from 2nd High broke through to the 8th heaven," and repeatedly spreading at 2nd High that Jiang Hao just got lucky by catching the attention of some big shots, that if anyone had supported him instead, he could have crushed Jiang Hao. Zhang Jiangyo's face darkened as he asked, "How long has it been since our last exchange match with 2nd High?" "Forget it. I'll go straight there myself. Let's see if that trash's mouth is tougher than my fists." Imperial Capital, Shenzhou Martial School. Deputy Dean Zhou, who had been slacking off, also came across this video by chance. "Ha, isn't that Jiang Hao from our Melee Combat Academy? And with the strength to take down hundreds of direwolves so quickly, kids actually mastered a same-tier martial skill. And from the looks of it, he's completely proficient too. Comprehension talent." That thought struck him. With Jiang Hao's formidable physical talents added to the mix, Vice Dean Zhou gritted his teeth. He immediately opened the Dean's Feishin account and left a message. "Dean, when are you coming back? Our Martial Blade Academy has recruited an exceptionally gifted seedling this time. Even a saint-rank martial artist has already started investing. You need to return quickly to hold the fort." Immersive translate. Jiang Hao didn't pay too much attention to the online chatter. After all, as long as one's own strength is solid enough, people will naturally defend you when the time comes. At this moment, Jiang Hao was chatting with netizens. "Fish and Bear's Paw, I've been promoted to the 3rd rank, but unfortunately, my great-grandfather only allows me to learn 2 sacred tier martial skills and 2 sacred tier spells. Great, just great. No pretense at all, ha." Jiang Hao stared enviously at the word only, suspecting this person was deliberately showing off, but had no proof. "You don't eat beef, then your talent really isn't great. I usually just directly learn 10 disciplines at once. The current Jiang Hao might not be able to instantly crush a young lady who has mastered 4 same-tier techniques, but after 7 days, Jiang Hao with tens of thousands of accumulated points certainly can. As the saying goes, absolute strength crushes all techniques. By then, boost your physique to 5th tier or even 6th tier. With just physical strength alone, you can crush mid-tier martial artists. No matter how strong your martial skills are or how flashy your techniques, I'll smash them all with a single punch. Fish and Bear's Paw. The virtual battle arena has a room creation mode where you can invite friends for 1v1 combat. Coming? I don't eat beef. What you said is right, but uploading photo. I've been out these past few days. Let's talk about it when I get back on June 1st. Fish and Bear Paws. What a pity. Well, don't forget about the first then. This time I absolutely won't lose. Heh, just a few same-tier techniques, nothing more. I couldn't care less. Jiang Hao wiped away his drool and looked at the now prepared 4-person team, ready to set off at any moment. Let's go. Our target, a 3rd-grade mystic beast. Yeah, X4. Chapter 25, The Eerie Sapling. Jiang Hao and his companions continued to advance along the route meticulously planned by Lu De. Aside from their weapons, all excess baggage had been temporarily stowed away by Jiang Hao. As the number of warriors encountered along the way gradually dwindled, the group navigated a path littered with rubble and withered branches, steadily making their way toward the heart of the battlefield. On their journey, they came across a vast stretch of marshland. Amidst this kilometer-wide swamp, Jiang Hao discovered a massive nest of strange new beasts, a nest of Tier 3 corrosive crocodiles. Dozens of corrosive crocodiles surrounded a small tree in the middle of the swamp, its branches heavy with white and purple blossoms. The tree stood roughly 2 meters tall. Various mutated beasts of different species waited quietly around the little tree. There were several hundred of them in number. Even some small exotic beasts were nearly submerged in the swamp yet continued gazing quietly at the small tree. Jiang Hao asked, "What kind of flower is that? I feel strangely soothed just by its scent. And why are these rival beast species gathered together peacefully like this?" Lu De appeared different from usual. No answering voice came in response. Jiang Hao turned to look at Lu De and the other 3. He saw them staring blankly, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on that small tree as if beholding the most beautiful sight imaginable. Even Hoshi had already raised his foot, swaying as he slowly walked toward the swamp. Jiang Hao shuddered instantly, breaking out in a cold sweat on his back. Too close. He almost fell into the trap. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's mental strength far surpassed that of a 3rd-tier martial artist, and his willpower had improved as well. Even so, when Jiang Hao first laid eyes on the sapling, he didn't sense anything amiss. Instead, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could he somehow take it home and plant it in his residential compound? Jiang Hao first knocked the 4 men down, tied them up with ropes, and hauled them several hundred meters away from the swamp area. Watching as the light slowly returned to their eyes and the 4 snapped back to reality, Jiang Hao pulled out a bucket of ice water with a smile and said, "Good thing you snapped out of it, or I'd have to splash you with ice water," he said. Jiang Hao pointed towards the swamp and said to the bewildered group, "Hey, what kind of eerie tree is that over there? It feels kinda demonic." Lu De, who had broken free from the ropes and stood up first, took out a telescope to observe for a while before scratching his head and saying, "I've never seen this kind of plant before, and there's no information about it in the exchange either. But I feel like this plant might be able to absorb a martial artist's spiritual energy." Oh, Jiang Hao looked at the visibly uncomfortable group and asked again, "How much mental energy do you have left?" With a ghastly pale face and unsteady steps, Fourth Ho said with a grim expression, "Ugh, our martial artists of the Blade Strike School don't rely on mental energy to make a living, and we have little of it to begin with. After being drained like this, I won't even be able to watch you, young Master Jiang, dominate the battlefield today. Fortunately, I'm the persistent and hard-working type when it comes to military drills. And you'd better stay lying down, I'm genuinely terrified you might drop dead right in front of me." Jiang Hao watched Hoshi, whose legs were trembling so badly he needed Zhang San's support just to stand, and silently mocked him in his heart. "Master Jiang, that little sapling is definitely harboring something sinister. Shouldn't we detour around it? After all, hardly any martial artists come through here anyway." Lu De stared with lingering terror at the death swamp several hundred meters away. "No need, that tree doesn't affect me much. I'll go check it out alone and see if I can collect it. Who knows, it might be some heavenly treasure." Jiang Hao confidently took out his spiritual weapon. Standing 100 meters from the edge of the swamp, he used blade energy to strike from a distance, taking down the mutated beasts. Not only did this minimize danger, but it also helped him gather some points along the way. What could be better than killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Besides, it's not like that tree could grow legs and run away, could it? Dozens of pale blue blade auras sliced through the air, successfully rescuing most of the aberrant beasts from the clutches of that malevolent tree. He left behind some cheap first-tier beasts to serve as a control group. Watching the newly acquired 900-plus points, Jiang Hao walked toward the evil tree with satisfaction. As he drew closer to the edge of the swamp, Jiang Hao once again caught a whiff of that pleasant scent, though it was much fainter than the first time. So that's it. There was never any intoxicating fragrance, it was just a simple mental attack. After retreating about 20 meters, Jiang Hao realized his nose could detect nothing but the swamp's natural foul odor. That earlier fragrance, the one that nearly carried his mind away, had completely vanished. A bizarre large-scale mental attack? Jiang Hao frowned as he stared at the small tree. They hadn't covered this sort of scenario in school at all. Jiang Hao pondered briefly before deciding to simply cut it down with a single slash. With a casual swing, he released a blade aura that severed the sapling cleanly. The white-purple blossoms on the tree withered instantly, and even the trunk itself rapidly turned to ashes. Those first-level mutated beasts Jiang Hao had deliberately kept alive perished the very moment the sapling was severed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a mental enhancement. Mental, 4041. Ha, didn't the rewards only come from instant kills? Is this little tree some kind of exotic beast? But if that were the case, it should have given points. Jiang Hao was utterly baffled. Since when did the panel have such bizarre judgment criteria? Forget it, the future holds promise, let the future speak for itself. Might as well leave the troubles for my future self to fret over. In the past, I casually grabbed the nearest first-order mutant beast, feeling its heartbeat already ceased. Going by the tropes of Xianxia novels, the souls of these mutant beasts had gradually been devoured by that sapling the moment they caught a whiff of its fragrance. As long as the sapling survives, these mutated beasts will maintain their most basic vital signs. Then these severely weakened beasts attract other powerful predators, ultimately falling under control as well. An endless cycle. Strange. How could such bizarre flora not be recorded in the Hunter's Exchange? Have none of those veteran hunters ever ventured deep into the battlefield? This can't be. Jiang Hao knew full well that the entire number 1 beast battlefield had already been thoroughly explored. After all, this place was artificially created. Except, that connected mini-realm. Could it be a newly emerged alien species? Jiang Hao made a mental note to ask Old Li about it in the evening. Lu De and the others had mostly recovered, having been physically interrupted by Jiang Hao immediately after being controlled. Apart from looking slightly pale, their primordial energy fluctuations were perfectly normal. Apologies for the embarrassment, young Master Jiang. Lu De approached awkwardly. Never did he imagine that as a seasoned hunter, he'd repeatedly mistake locations on the battlefield, failing to find any beast gatherings. Now his team was nearly wiped out by some unknown plants. Lu De concluded it was simply his own weakness, he lacked true strength. Young Master Jiang was only at the 3rd rank, yet he was already far more capable than any of them. When they encountered that small tree, he not only saved them but also went on to deal with the anomaly. It's alright, it was just a coincidence, let's keep going. Noticing Lu Da's unease, Jiang Hao reassured him, actually, even if we don't find many exotic creatures, it's fine. The experiences and insights from these 7 days are just as important. Jiang Hao truly believed this. Though he hadn't earned massive amounts of points, it wouldn't stop him from enrolling into Shenzhou Martial Arts School anyway. Once team battles started at the martial school, he'd still slash his way through opponents and rack up points like crazy. At worst, he'd just avoid sparring with those top-tier prodigies until the school term began. More importantly, these past 2 days living life on the battlefield had brought immense joy to Jiang Hao, who'd never left Yunlan City in 18 years and had always trained obediently. It's a shift in mindset. Much like when he first obtained the panel and soared to new heights, recklessly crushing weaker opponents in the second-tier zone until they nicknamed him the Smurf King. During that period, Jiang Hao absolutely hated when people called him a smurf who bullied newcomers. But as time went on, he began to derive immense pleasure from seeing opponents tremble or curse in rage the moment they recognized him at the match start. Yeah, so what if I'm here to crush noobs? Come at me if you dare. Fighting above my level by sheer skill, dominating peers, this proves Jiang Hao is the real genius. Immersive translate. Deep within the battlefield, eerie little trees bloomed with white-purple flowers. Circles of exotic beasts waited silently around, their numbers exceeding 1,000,000. One of the eerie trees, standing 10 meters tall, suddenly fractured, spewing seeds in all directions. Chapter 26, Where have all the cute monsters gone? A 6-person team dashed desperately across the wilderness, each member's face filled with despair and regret. Behind them was a pack of enraged third-tier ironhide bulls. This shouldn't be happening, the leading man shouted at the top of his voice. We clearly didn't provoke these bulls, we even deliberately detoured around their gathering grounds. Why did these ironhide bulls suddenly change their location? I've been saying it all along, something must be happening in Battlefield 1 right now. Otherwise, so many mutant beast packs wouldn't have changed their positions. A woman who kept waving her hands to summon earthen walls to slow the charging rhino bulls said helplessly. The problem is this place was supposed to be a safe buffer zone before. How does it make sense that a pack of third-grade rhino bulls suddenly appeared here? The bearded man running while checking the map complained. Captain, we'd better think about what to do when our yuan energy runs out and we can't outrun those wild bulls. And Zhang Li, stop using spells, save your energy. Just as the group was about to be overtaken with their yuan energy exhausted, a dreamlike seed drifted down and landed. The moment the seed touched the ground, it sprouted. The 6 immediately halted, their eyes entranced as they gazed at the tender shoot. Ignoring the wild bulls behind them entirely, they swayed slowly in homage to the sprout, then sat quietly on the ground. The 6 gazed at the paradise filled with all the world's beauty and smiled, lost in the depths of their blissful dreams. The wild oxen behind them were likewise drawn in, quietly gathering one by one around the 6. As the breadths of the group and the herd of oxen grew ever weaker, the tender sprouts grew into saplings. More seeds still floated through the air above the battlefield. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao was quite frustrated. Though he no longer cared about finding large groups of magical beasts to amass points, encountering only a sporadic dozen or so beasts after half a day's walk was just too abnormal. This made absolutely no sense. It was nearly noon now, and since that strange little tree 2 hours ago, he hadn't encountered a single cluster of beasts. Jiang Hao remembered that the number of low-level mutated beasts in Battlefield Number 1 had always maintained a stable average. When too many were hunted by martial artists, the military would transport surplus low-level beasts from other battlefields to Number 1. The Hunters Exchange would also tighten battlefield entry approvals, weeding out most veteran third-tier hunters to reserve combat training opportunities for newcomers or martial arts school students. Yet this period clearly wasn't when beast numbers should be diminishing. Logically, there should be plenty of specimens around. Could it be that my luck is just too awful? Jiang Hao wondered with some doubt. Lu Di and the others exchanged glances, at a loss for how to explain this situation. After all, it had been perfectly fine barely 3 weeks ago. Now that map was completely unreliable. Guan Er suggested. Something must have gone wrong deep in the battlefield. Boss, young Master Jiang, we should move closer to the entrance. The Number 1 beast battlefield resembles an inverted trapezoid, covering approximately 32,000 square kilometers in total area, with a depth equivalent to the trapezoid's height reaching 200 kilometers. The entrance corresponds to the shorter side, spanning about 30 kilometers. Compared to the battlefield's depths, it appears quite small, which is why the Hunters Exchange is established at the entrance. They even fenced off the entrance with iron railings to facilitate ticket sales. Truth be told, even without the barriers, no one would dare to barge in. Every smart wristband is GPS tracked, not to mention the numerous surveillance cameras near the entrance. At present, Jiang Hao and the others are positioned right at the center of Battlefield Number 1. According to the exchange records, the connected mini-world was located near the far right side of the battlefield depths. Yet Jiang Hao had encountered the strange sapling on the left side earlier. Could it be unrelated to that mini-world then? After some thought, Jiang Hao affirmed Guan Er's suggestion. If there's a problem, we should report it to the Martial Unity Bureau first. Let's wait at the entrance and decide our next steps based on the official investigation results. After all, that eerie little tree is genuinely unnerving. Moreover, the mutant beasts in the battlefield have been displaying unusual changes. Points, 50-51. Lu Di identified the direction and prepared to descend from the open plain all the way to the entrance. Just then, cries for help sounded from nearby. Help! Murder! Someone, come quickly! Jiang Hao and the others looked toward the figure rushing toward them in the distance. Upon spotting them, the figure immediately picked up speed as they dashed forward. Something about them looked familiar. Wasn't this one of Gao Longtao's teammates? Immersive translate. Rewind back half an hour earlier. The quartet from Cloudreach Martial Arts School, having failed to find their missing junior Gao, prepared to report his disappearance to school authorities. By sheer coincidence, they encountered the same 10 old hunters they'd clashed with the previous day. Had Gao Longtao still been present, those 6 third-rank hunters among the 10 might not have dared provoke students from one of the top 10 martial schools. If nothing else, the towering influence of the Gao clan alone was something they'd need to crane their necks to behold. But Gao, the junior fellow student, was gone, and with Su Muang being a girl who appeared quiet and delicate, not particularly strong-looking. Although the peak third-tier fluctuations showed some capability, students from martial schools might perform well in combat competitions, but when it came to real life or death fights, they were far inferior. The veteran hunters exchanged glances, feeling confident again. Of course, they didn't have any ill intentions, just a simple plan to beat up the 4 and take away the mystical beast materials they had collected. After the incident, Yunshao Martial Arts School wouldn't say anything about it. Just as tensions between both sides reached a breaking point, an arrow shot out and instantly pierced through Liu Yang's left arm. Ah! It's a shattering Yuan arrow. Everyone scatter. The martial arts school members and 10 veteran hunters immediately dispersed, taking cover behind massive boulders. Shattering Yuan arrows were explicitly banned items in the Xia Kingdom. Due to the use of special materials and an enchantment that briefly disrupts the flow of Yuan energy, it can easily penetrate a martial artist's protective energy shield. If struck, the projectile must be pulled out immediately, otherwise, when the martial artist attempts to channel their Yuan energy, it could trigger an uncontrollable surge within their body. In mild cases, the victim may fall unconscious, while severe cases could lead to energy berserk, exploding through meridians and turning one into a cripple. It sounds devastating, but there are drawbacks to it as well. A third-tier enchantment can only penetrate a third-tier warrior's elemental shield in one strike. Against a fourth-tier shield, it can only have a partial effect or rely on sheer numbers to break through. Lu Yan pulled out the armor-piercing arrow, while Wu Jun immediately tore his clothes into strips to bandage the wound and stop the bleeding. Fortunately, as a third-tier weapon-based martial artist, such minor injuries were nothing to fuss about. Ha ha ha. No one dares to take a single strike from me. I truly am the strongest. Another voice spoke up. But the higher-ups told us to lay low recently. If our holy assembly identities get exposed, we won't be able to freeload meals at the base anymore. Damn those Sacred Beasts Society lunatics. The martial school trainees and veteran hunters exchanged glances and instantly reached an agreement. Temporary ceasefire. Especially Mu Su, who had just rolled out wielding a two-handed sword in one hand, ready to charge in for a melee attack when she saw over 20 opponents simultaneously turned their weapons toward her and grinned predatorily. Ha, I recognize her, she's a streamer. Quick, let's kill her live for her fans. That thrill would be absolutely addictive. Female, a beautiful female. I want her to be my little sister. Woo-woo my dear sister, are you okay? Damn it. Su Moan cursed under her breath, immediately lunging forward with her sword aimed at the crazy bastard who just threatened to kill her. Seeing this, Wu Jun and Wang Lei also grabbed their weapons and charged out. The lead veteran hunter shook his head helplessly at the three charging figures. Let's go too. These Sacred Beast Sect lunatics won't let us leave anyway. He then shouted to Lu Yan, who was preparing to support his teammates. Go call for help. Lu Yang could only throw down his weapon and sprint toward the plane, spear in hand, as he watched the melee unfolding before him. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao and the others listening on the run wore puzzled expressions. We just suspected something was wrong deep in the battlefield, and now the Sacred Beast Society appears. That's too coincidental, isn't it? No matter what, dealing with those insane Holy Beast Association lunatics is definitely the right call. Chapter 27. My blade here is big and fast. Zhang San, carrying the Yuan energy-depleted Lu Yang on his back from their frantic sprint, turned to Lu Dig. Big bro, with the Holy Beast Association showing up, should we still head to the entrance? Lu Di remained silent, but Ho Si chimed in instead. Don't be brainwashed by the internet. A lot of things on the Blue Star Network, like killing whole families for money, have nothing to do with the Holy Beast Society. The authorities just pinned the blame on them. Guan Air chimed in too. True, though the Holy Beast Society are all scum who deserve to die, some things just aren't their style. They're totally being framed. I'd rather believe the Holy Beast Society lunatics would murder their neighbor just because their tree grew onto their own property. Holy shit, what is this, Conan Town? Jiang Hao cursed internally, then decided to play it safe and strengthen himself first. He shouted in his heart. Panel, allocate points. Points, 505151. With 5,000 points deducted. Jiang Hao's physical strength skyrocketed once more. Spirit, 42. Physique, 49. Physical strength increased by 9 points, mental strength increased by 1 point. Unfortunately, reaching the 5th tier requires 1,500 points to allocate stats once. But with peak 4th tier physical strength, blocking a shattering arrow posed no pressure at all. KEH, KEH, KEH. My blade, it's big and fast. Jiang Hao revealed a signature smile resembling that of the organization with the most branches across the myriad realms. Lu Yang, hearing this strange sound, glanced at Jiang Hao and thought to himself, truly, all real geniuses seem to have a few screws loose. Blue Star Network didn't lie to me. Jiang Hao looked down at the footprints left by his suddenly enhanced physique and said to the group, you guys keep going ahead, I'll go on ahead to save them. With that, Jiang Hao instantly accelerated, leaving the 5 far behind him. The group stared at the dust kicked up by Jiang Hao's full-speed sprint and the trail of footprints left behind, exclaiming in awe, utterly terrifying. Immersive translate. On the plains, a small dust storm was swiftly moving across the landscape. Meanwhile, Su Muwen and the others, who were still engaged with the Sacred Beast Society, noticed this peculiar dust storm as well. 3 veteran hunters lay on the ground, their fate unknown, while Wang Lei had a deep gash across his abdomen, blood continuously flowing out. Suma Wang had long since stopped her livestream, focusing entirely on dealing with the 2 peak 3rd tier martial artists before her. The Sacred Beast Society fared even worse. The one who'd fired the ambushing sneak arrow had already been traded in a 1-for-1 exchange by the lead veteran hunter. 7 other members were already fast asleep. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced rang out. Apart from the 2 engaged with Su Muwu, the pale blue saber glare annihilated the members of the Sacred Beast Society instantly, just as before. A furious roar erupted from the swirling sandstorm. Ha! Take this, villain! Ignoring the notification of points being credited to his account, Jiang Hao leaped out from the sandstorm, the billowing dust making it impossible for everyone present to keep their eyes open. The remaining member of the Sacred Beast Society half opened his eyes and shouted defiantly. That didn't count. You should have shouted before swinging your blade. This is cheating, I'll report you to the Martial Law Bureau. Another member of the Sacred Beast Society, whose legs had been severed by Su Muwan in the chaos, also roared vehemently. Why have we fallen to such a state? Truly, fate does not favor us. Damned idiots. Jiang Hao cursed in exasperation, then casually knocked out both men with a strike. He planned to hand them over to the Martial Control Bureau for interrogation when leaving the battlefield. Seeing that a powerful ally had arrived, Su Muwu and Wu Jun prepared to run back toward their previous positions. Jiang Hao glanced over and tossed several bottles of quick repair solution to the veteran hunter and Wu Jian present on the scene. Wu Jun stopped in his tracks and sprayed Wan Lei with healing solution, stopping the abdominal bleeding. Only then did he stand up to thank Jiang Hao. Classmate, thank you so much for the rescue. We dropped all our supplies back there earlier. No problem, everyone just calls me Jiang Hao. You should get out of the combat zone quickly, this stuff only stops bleeding temporarily. You'll need proper treatment outside. Actually, my squad is also heading to the entrance. Want to come with us? Suma Wan looked at the captured members of the Holy Beast Society tied up by Jiang Hao and nodded, saying, MHM. Anyway, we must thank you for the rescue. Our team's gains from this mission will be transferred to you through the exchange procedures. As she spoke, Suma Wan's eyes darkened. We also need to report Senior Gao's disappearance to the school. Oh, that captain of yours from yesterday? He's gone missing? Suma Wan nodded, then directed the uninjured Wu Jun to retrieve their abandoned luggage that had been discarded earlier for easier combat. Last night, Senior Gao left his smart bracelet and luggage behind and went off alone, no one knows where. We still haven't found him. Suma Wan chuckled self-deprecatingly. We only found out this morning while packing that he had set his smart bracelet to silent and hidden it in the sleeping bag. Jiang Hao carefully observed Gao Longtao before taking action, relieved not to see the smart bracelet on him at that moment. After all, smart wristbands can track movement routes. Gao Longtao was probably also worried that wearing a smart wristband would record his real-time location and travel route. It might later be discovered that you were very close to Jiang Hao's camp not long before his death, and that the beast uprising occurred right after you left. So coming here without a smart bracelet is just asking to die. Which now means there's no way to prove it. Jiang Hao wouldn't have to worry about anyone finding out he killed Gao Longtao. As for seeking someone to make prophecies, there are only a handful of warriors in the entire Xia kingdom who have awakened prophetic abilities, and Gao Longtao isn't worthy of those grandmasters intervening. Just as the old hunter finished packing up and was about to carry his 3 fallen comrades out of the battlefield, Lu Da's group of 5 finally arrived. Lu Yang jumped down from Zhang San's back. Looking at Wang Lei lying wounded on the multifunctional mattress kindly provided by Jiang Hao, he said sorrowfully, as expected, our team's luck is truly terrible. First, Junior Gao goes missing, and now you, Wang Lei, are seriously injured. Ah, I suppose it won't be long before I die too. Bang, came a sudden sound. Wu Jun gave Lu Yang a rap on the head. Shut the hell up already. With Jiang by our side, what's there to worry about? The guy's unstoppable. Even Wang Lei, who had been lying motionless like a corpse on the mattress, raised his neck to add, Wu Jun's right. Even if another high-level mutant beast shows up, Brother Jiang will damn well chop it down. I beg you, just shut up. If a high-level mutated beast really comes, we'll end up reincarnating together. Jiang Hao helplessly shot Suma Wang a look. Go control your 3 bizarre teammates already. Leaving Suma Wang utterly bewildered, she turned back to the live stream screen and continued. Thank you for your concern, everyone. Mumu is fine now. Those bad people from earlier were all taken care of by this big shot here, she said while making a heart gesture. Is there someone even more skilled? Just a tad more impressive than the experts, right? Jiang Hao turned away wearily, looking at these 4 esteemed prodigies from Cloud-Soaring Martial Arts Academy. Guan Air followed behind, pushing the cart carrying the 2 members of the Sacred Beast Society. Watching a dazzling, dreamlike seed of myriad colors slowly drift toward the group from the sky, he asked curiously, Big brother, what is that? Chapter 28, The Eerie Seed and Auxiliary Fighter. Lu De lifted his head to look, and that bizarre seed reminded him of the small tree he encountered earlier that morning. He immediately shouted, Master Jiang, quickly, look at that seed in the sky. Jiang Hao looked up at the words and swung his blade, sending a blade aura that pierced through the seed and vanished into the air. Jiang Hao stared in shock at the eerie seed completely unharmed. That strike could have obliterated even a 4th-rank warrior, but this seed remained unscathed? Refusing to believe it, Jiang Hao swung his blade again, only for the blade aura to once more pass through the seed and dissipate high in the sky. The seed has no physical form. Jiang Hao finally saw it clearly this time. The blade's energy passed directly through the seed's location, as if the two existed on different layers that couldn't interact. Added to this was the faint yet persistent sense of danger emanating from that seed. Recalling how that eerie little tree attracted mutated beasts, Jiang Hao finally understood why he couldn't find any beasts. Because some of the exotic beast herds were attracted by that thing. With fewer exotic beasts, the remaining herds that hadn't encountered the small tree would either expand their territories or get frightened by the sudden disappearance of their old rivals and flee with their entire clans. Everyone, retreat now. Stay away from that seed, Jiang Hao shouted to the group. Lu De and the others immediately ran backward without hesitation. As for the 4 from Yunxiao Martial School, though they didn't understand why they needed to run, they trusted Jiang, brother Jiang, couldn't possibly be wrong. The hunters frowned as they watched the descending seed, thinking to themselves, even that terrifying blade energy couldn't harm it. Could this be some kind of heavenly treasure? Naturally, the experienced hunters weren't foolish enough to remain standing in place. After all, those who've spent enough time on the battlefield know that things might appear harmless one moment, only to wipe out an entire group the next. Jiang Hao watched the falling seed cautiously as though facing a formidable foe, then it suddenly sprouted. Feeling an attraction similar to that of a small tree, he slashed the tender sprout to pieces with a single stroke. Watching as the sprout likewise turned to ash. No mental reinforcement prompt this time? It seems this thing needs to absorb enough mutated beasts to grow. Noticing the cautious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Hao waved his hand to beckon them over. Looking at the crowd unaffected just 100 meters away from the seed, Jiang Hao pondered the peculiar characteristics of this eerie seed. 1. It appears to have an instinct for recognizing and tracking conscious beings. Questionable. 2. It sprouts rapidly upon landing, transforming from seed to several centimeters of young shoots in approximately 1 second. 3. The sprout possesses the mental ability to bewitch creatures. 4. The sprout can absorb the mental power or souls of bewitched creatures to grow. When it dies, the creatures it attracted will also perish. However, there's still a chance to save them when first lured. 5. The sprout's initial safe distance is less than 100 meters, while a 2-meter sapling has a safe distance exceeding 500 meters. 6. To be continued. Hoshi came over and looked at where the seeds had landed, asking worriedly, young Master Jiang, these things won't end up all over the battlefield, will they? Without strength like yours, young Master Jiang, wouldn't those ordinary martial artists be doomed? Lu De and the others, along with a few of the old hunters, silently gazed at the sky with a sense of melancholy in their hearts. Battlefield number 1 is the only place where ordinary martial artists can seize the opportunity to overtake others on the curve. Whether it's finding rare treasures to break through to the mid-level, or continuously hunting exotic beasts to save up a large sum of money, all to provide the next generation with better and more resources for admission to top martial academies. But now anomalies have emerged at Battlefield number 1, something unprecedented in the decades since its opening. What's there to worry about? Whether it's a real anomaly or some hidden scheme, what does it have to do with low-level martial artists like us? Jiang Hao looked at the crowd whose pessimistic atmosphere had been interrupted, their faces now showing expressions of speechlessness. The most important thing now is to get out, to avoid encountering other, greater dangers. Senior Su, did you turn off your livestream? Su Muwen nodded and said, I turned it off when you swung your second strike, Jiang. Your expression looked pretty serious at that moment. Alright then, I'll make a phone call. Jiang Hao dialed the Yunxiao City Martial Governance Bureau office line. After identifying himself, he reported the anomaly on the battlefield and instructed them to prohibit low-level martial artists from entering the trading area. When the Martial Control Bureau agreed to halt the exchange and began preparing for the rescue meeting, Jiang Hao casually left a message for Elderly on Feishin, briefly explaining the odd seed incident. After pondering for a moment, he continued his message to Elderly, informing him of his decision to join the Martial Control Bureau's investigation team later. Having done all this, Jiang Hao ignored the, as expected of a master, expressions on Wang Lei and the others' faces, directly taking the lead and running toward the entrance. So the group used their yuan power to accelerate their retreat from the battlefield. The good news was that they didn't encounter that strange seed again, indicating the situation hadn't reached its worst. Jiang Hao looked at his companions who had exhausted their yuan power and could only rely on running, making a mental note. Next time, I must store a few vehicles in my storage bag. A convoy of vehicles appeared in the distance, heading straight toward Jiang Hao and the others. The smart wristband's tracking is amazing. Wang Lei happily raised both hands from his mattress. Mr. Jiang Hao, greetings. We are members of the Special Operations Unit from the Martial Control Bureau. 10 off-road vehicles came to a stop before the group. A man and a woman approached with over 20 team members. Hello, I'm Jiang Hao. I've already reported the matter about those bizarre seeds. I'd advise martial artists below the 5th rank not to participate. The male martial artist responded earnestly, you can call me Captain Zhang, Mr. Jiang. This time, apart from Vice Captain Yan and me being at the 6th rank 7 heavens, all the others are 5th rank martial artists. According to your report, everyone we brought this time are either spell-based martial artists or weapon-focused fighters who primarily use crossbows. We also brought some enchanted firearms. Deputy Team Leader Yan, a woman, added. I'm a support-type martial artist. For this operation, I can temporarily provide teammates with spells to enhance mental resistance, as well as alert spells for when external psychic intrusions occur. Jiang Hao gave Deputy Captain Yen an extra glance. This was his first time seeing a support-type martial artist. Support-type marital artists were originally classified within the spellcaster category, but with the continuous emergence of talents like prophecy, healing, and telepathy, combined with that foreign counselor known as the King of Magic gradually modifying some practical support spells into origin force release techniques, let martial artists with magical talent but no desire for combat specialize in supportive spells. This gradually evolved into a distinct support specialization, no longer sharing the same designation as spellcasting martial artists. Jiang Hao recalled that support specialized martial artists received preferential treatment in martial examinations, simply reaching the second-tier guaranteed admission to Shenzhou Martial Arts School, regardless of combat ability. Jiang Hao proclaimed to his little buddies, "You take the vehicle and leave the battlefield first, tend to your injuries, then wait peacefully outside for the outcome. I'll go with the Martial Control Bureau members to investigate why these strange seeds appeared and rescue some of the martial artists who've been drawn in and controlled." Lu Di glanced at the fully equipped Martial Control Bureau members and asked with concern, "But young Master Jiang, is it really necessary for you to go along?" Jiang Hao shook his head and said, "I have my reasons." Whether it was the spiritual reinforcement from destroying the already grown sapling or the massive points potentially gained from slaughtering numerous low-tier exotic beasts later, both were things Jiang Hao simply couldn't turn down. When he couldn't find exotic beasts earlier, he could afford to relax. But now, with such a perfect opportunity to rapidly improve himself right before him, Jiang Hao decided to take a reckless gamble. Of course, Jiang Hao wasn't foolish enough to rush to his death. With 42 points in spirit, he could already resist that eerie attraction. Add to that the spell that would soon boost his mental resistance, plus allocating more points to spirit after slaying the aberrant beasts. Jiang Hao could truly sustain his strength through combat, growing ever stronger in spirit, possibly even surpassing his physique to reach the 5th tier. Looking at the safety reminder from old Li in the Feishing chat, Jiang Hao cracked a smile. What's the point of being young if you're not bold? Such a perfect chance to score points won't come again. Chapter 29, The Martial Control Bureau's Emergency Mission. They're beyond saving now. Watching the 4 off-road vehicles drive away, Jiang Hao turned to Captain Zhang and asked, "Has the Martial Control Bureau figured out where those seeds came from?" Captain Zhang opened a holographic screen and enlarged its projection in the middle of the group. Pointing to the far left position deep in the battlefield, he said, "Through satellite observations, we've discovered that all those seeds drifted across the entire battlefield from this location. Right now, there are many of those small trees you mentioned concentrated in the upper left region of the battlefield. So the problem really did originate from the left side." Jiang Hao silently contemplated the projected map. Last time a small world descended on the far right, could it be that another world connection will appear on the left this time? Captain Zhang continued speaking. "Moreover, we've detected smart bracelet IPs from over 1,000 martial artists in that sector. The martial artists stayed in one place for a long time without any movement records. Either they collectively tossed their wristbands or they've fallen victim." Deputy Captain Yen looked at Jiang Hao and asked, "The intel you provided earlier mentioned that even peak 3rd-tier martial artists could be instantly drawn in and lose themselves. Then in just over 10 seconds, they lost a massive amount of mental energy. If that tree dies, the controlled beings would perish along with it, right?" "Indeed, but that's generally true for ordinary 3rd-tier martial artists. My mental energy is naturally quite formidable, so I could directly resist that pulling force." Jiang Hao noticed both team leaders falling into silence and asked, "Did the higher-ups instruct us to try our best to save those martial artists?" Team leader Zhang nodded, then signaled the team members to board the vehicle. Looking at Jiang Hao seriously, he said, "Mr. Jiang, you really don't need to participate in this emergency mission. After all, you're the martial arts examination champion of Yunqiao province. You'll at least become a 9th-rank martial artist in the future." Jiang Hao shook his head as he met Captain Zhang's gaze. "Like I said earlier, I have compelling reasons to go, and you don't need to worry about my capabilities. Besides, Captain Zhang, why don't you just call me Student Jiang? That goes for everyone else too." Jiang Hao had long wanted to comment on the respectful titles Lu Di and the others used when addressing him, though they were assigned by the Martial Administration Bureau specifically to look after him. Despite having earned their genuine respect through his own abilities, whenever he asked them to drop the formalities, they'd promise next time for sure only to keep using honorifics regardless. Vice Captain Yen curled his lip and shot a glance at the captain before saying, "Alright, Jiang, but that's just the captain's habit. He adds sir to everyone he talks with. Alright, everyone has their own verbal quirks. Let's get going then. Head to the nearest smart bracelet IP location first." Captain Zhang adjusted the route on the holographic display. Jiang Hao rode in the same car with the 2 captains. Watching Deputy Captain Yan's grave expression in the passenger seat, Jiang Hao thought for a moment and said, "When we approach the destination later, if the seat of the bazaar has grown into a small tree, I suggest having one person tie a safety rope and approach it slowly first. We've considered what student Jiang mentioned too. I'll apply a mental resistance spell on myself and test the safe distance. Deputy Captain Yan turned her head and said, a late 6th stage support martial artist would have at least nearly 50 points in mental attributes, even higher than Jiang Hao's current level. With the additional mental resistance spell, she was indeed the most suitable candidate among everyone. If it were Captain Zhang, a military-style martial artist, his spirit points would be lucky to reach 40. Seeing they already had contingency plans, Jiang Hao relaxed and prepared to rest first to adjust his condition. After all, Jiang Hao aimed to earn points and reinforce his spirit, while those 1,000+ martial artists would inevitably be scattered far and wide. With only about 20 people here, they would ultimately have to split up anyway. This was already the best group of intermediate-level martial artists Yunshao City's Martial Governance Bureau could assemble for the rescue operation on such short notice. Mobilizing additional intermediate-level fighters would require more time. As for high-level martial artists, Jiang Hao didn't believe they would participate in this mission. Though the mysterious seeds were indeed peculiar and unprecedented, they only affected low-level practitioners for now, until they're confirmed to threaten intermediate-level fighters. Those high-level martial artists wouldn't lift a finger. After all, Yunshao province isn't one of those major provinces. The limited number of high-ranking martial artists employed by the government are all needed to guard crucial strongholds. As for the high-ranking martial artists from the families in Yunshao City, they certainly wouldn't risk their necks for a bunch of mud-legged peasants. Rumor has it that the Yun family patriarch applied multiple times to the Xia Kingdom authorities years ago for qualification to advance to saint level, but was rejected every time. At that time, the entire Yunshao province was abuzz with excitement, believing that the province had finally produced a saint-rank warrior. However, the outcome proved to be a great disappointment. After the incident, many small online streamers released videos analyzing the official reasons behind such a decision. Due to the huge commotion, ordinary people also heard the news. Aside from Blue Star Network, everyone learned that the old patriarch of the Yun family had his promotion application officially rejected. On the surface, the family factions in Yunshao City still appeared to cooperate with the Martial Unity Bureau, but in private, some were openly compliant yet secretly defiant. Jiang Hao used to wonder how those powerful families dared to openly oppose the officials of Xia country. With his eyes closed, Jiang Hao sorted through the information in his mind, feeling as though he had overlooked something. Old Master Yun. Jiang Hao suddenly remembered that on the afternoon of the 24th, while shopping, he had come across a message on Blue Star's website. The Yun family has a prodigy about to take the college entrance exams who went to Wind and Thunder State with the family's patriarch to advance to the 3rd rank. Moreover, this was personally confirmed by the current head of the Yun family, though Jiang Hao hadn't followed up on the matter afterward. Yet, shortly after a 9th-level martial artist, one step away from the saint rank, suddenly left Cloud Sky State, bizarre seeds began appearing 2 days later. Could this be a counterattack from this big shot dissatisfied with Xia country's arrangements? But why do you need to apply to advance to Saint Tier? Can't you just find a place to do it yourself? And what's more, thinking about how Elderly was so eager to have a Saint Tier martial artist from Yunshao State who could hold the fort for a long time, a powerhouse with potential to break through to Saint Tier, Elderly probably wouldn't mind even if they came from a family faction, right? Jiang Hao was utterly baffled. Immersive translate. The vehicle came to a stop. Jiang Hao stepped out and looked ahead, where hundreds of mutant beasts had gathered around a small tree. Most were 3rd-tier savage bulls, with 6 martial artists positioned at the very center. The strange beasts quietly faced the sapling, completely ignoring Jiang Hao and his group. Deputy Captain Yin fastened his safety rope, buffed himself, and slowly advanced from about 600 meters away. When he reached around 500 meters from the sapling, Captain Yin paused, turned back to signal that an alarm had been triggered, then continued moving toward the young tree. Similar to what I encountered this morning, about 500 meters. Jiang Hao shook his head as Deputy Captain Yin maneuvered around the rhino herd in an attempt to rescue the 6 martial artists. After such a long time, ordinary 3rd-rank martial artists would have no chance of survival. Several 5th-rank spellcasting martial artists went over to help carry back the 6 affected fighters. As expected, the 5th-rank spellcasting martial artists, relying on their previously cast mental resistance spells, successfully withstood that deadly attraction. Deputy Captain Yen emerged and exhaled in relief, saying, that pulling force was quite peculiar. If one's mental resilience wasn't strong enough, they might have fallen prey to it instantly. I estimate only a 5th-stage advanced spell-oriented martial artist could resist that attraction through their own power. Speaking these words, Deputy Captain Yin cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao ignored the awestruck gazes of the Martial Control Bureau members around him who were looking at him as if he were a deity. He privately surmised that only martial artists who passed certain criteria could resist that compelling force. The threshold must be 40 points of mental strength. Those who failed the criteria would be controlled, while those who passed would remain unharmed. Captain Zhang on the side had already begun attempting to rescue people. Unfortunately, the 6 martial artists weren't unconscious due to physical injuries. Deputy Captain Yen tried applying various buffs to them, but they still didn't wake up. Jiang Hao glanced at the sapling covered in white and purple blossoms, then said earnestly to the group, "There's no saving them now. Chapter 30 Leave the experience points to me. They're beyond saving now." As Jiang Hao's words fell, the Armed Forces Bureau members present fell into silence. Though everyone had anticipated this, the map clearly marked over 1,000 martial artists. Those were the pillars of countless families. Captain Zhang was the first to recover his composure as he looked at Jiang Hao. "Is destroying that sapling all we need to do now?" Jiang Hao nodded, refraining from saying something like, "Let me kill some mutated beasts first." Everyone turned to look at Captain Zhang. "Sigh, you lot." Saying this, Captain Zhang drew his bow without taking aim. With a casual shot, the arrow imbued with elemental force instantly struck the sapling. Then came the explosion. Watching the tree trunk rapidly turn to ashes, the last traces of life from those strange beasts and 6 martial artists instantly vanished. No, it would be more accurate to say they had already died the moment they failed the assessment. Not everyone was like Lu Di and his companions, some weren't pulled out of the danger zone immediately after being affected. Captain Zhang glanced at the 6 corpses and ordered his subordinates to send a recovery request via their wristbands, instructing the next team to retrieve the bodies. "Mr. Jiang, I plan to have the team members pair up and head to the marked locations on the map to deal with the soul-devouring trees. Would you prefer to act alone or join me and Deputy Captain Yen?" The soul-devouring tree was the name just assigned by the Wutong Bureau of Yunxiao City. "I can manage on my own." Jiang Hao declined forming a team. Captain Zhang seemed to have anticipated it already and continued asking, "Then how about giving you a car? If you rely solely on psychic energy for transportation alone, you won't be able to handle unexpected situations." Jiang Hao said meaningfully, "Ahem, to be honest, my strongest attribute isn't mental power, so there's no need to give me a car, I can just run on my own." Captain Zhang showed a complex expression, shock, admiration, and excitement. Looking at Jiang Hao, he said with utmost seriousness, "Mr. Jiang, your safety is our top priority. If you encounter any difficulties, you can directly call for help through the wristband, and we'll come as soon as possible." "Alright, I will." With those words, Jiang Hao sprinted towards his assigned spot, kicking up a swirl of dust in his wake. Holy shit, this speed has to be over 100 meters per second. And I didn't sense any yuan force fluctuations. You're telling me this is just a third-tier martial artist? A member of the Martial Unity Bureau blurted out in shock, then quickly covered his mouth upon realizing. Team leader Zhang glanced at his teammates present with an extremely serious expression, like an instructor reprimanding a troublemaker. "We within our ranks understand Mr. John's capabilities well enough, there's no need to spread it indiscriminately online. The soul-devouring tree from this operation is classified as Level 2 confidential. Everyone must sign a non-disclosure agreement before leaving." Yes, the members of the Martial Control Bureau present understood the gravity of the situation. They distributed firearms enchanted with yuan power to facilitate the long-range destruction of the soul-devouring trees. Without needing further instructions, everyone hurried to their assigned mission points, taking vehicles for distant locations and running on foot for nearby ones. A future same-tier martial artist. Captain Zhang glanced once more in the direction Jiang Hao had departed before leading his deputy to the next location. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao relied on his formidable physical condition to sprint all the way, quickly arriving near his first destination. Jiang Hao took out his binoculars and looked ahead at a spot nearly 2 kilometers away, where thousands of mutated beasts had been captured by the soul-eating tree, including 4 martial artists. "This time, I'm really hitting the jackpot." Jiang Hao slowly approached the soul-eating tree, and when he was within 1.2 kilometers of his target, he once again caught that familiar fragrance. Jiang Hao walked slowly within the attack range of the soul-devouring tree, sensing the same level of attraction as the previous 2 times, and concluded, "This soul-devouring tree is clearly more developed, and its influence range is larger." However, the difficulty of passing the judgment remains almost unchanged. As he spoke, Jiang Hao slashed at the nearest mutated beast. Hearing the notification of points being credited, his eyes narrowed with satisfaction. He then continued to kill the defenseless beasts one after another. Even if the over 3,000 mutated beasts didn't resist, it would still take half a day to slaughter them all. Reluctantly, Jiang Hao had to give up on the weaker ones and focus solely on the third-tier beasts. After Jiang Hao finished killing over 900 third-order mutated beasts, points, 4,812. Bliss. He then swung his blade and severed the 5-meter-tall, soul-devouring tree. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a mental fortification boost. Spirit, 4243. Place the 4 long-deceased martial artists on level ground, then click the retrieval request. This is all I can do for now. Jiang Hao gazed at the 4 figures lying on the ground, their faces wearing expressions of yearning smiles. After helping the 4 martial artists close their eyes, he turned to proceed to the next location. Immersive translate. Frostbane frowned as he stared at the communication screen alone in his room. Soul-devouring tree? I'm certain I didn't order any seeds to be planted, and all high-level martial artists of the Sacred Beast Society are under my watch. None could have slipped out to cause trouble. Listening to the voice from the screen, Frostbane shook his head. If the Demon Clan was behind this, the Yun family would have informed me. It's good for us that this happened at Battlefield 1 now, since Plan 31 hasn't even started yet, isn't it? Frost Venom ended the call and stared at the cobweb in the corner. This works out well. Once this operation succeeds, I can immersive translate. Yunchao City, Yunchao Martial Arts School. After signing the confidentiality agreement, the group dispersed. Sumyuan went to the exchange to convert the collected materials into Xia Kingdom currency and transferred the funds to Jianghao through their previously added Feixing contact. The quartet was temporarily split up as Wang Lei needed to be hospitalized due to his injuries, and Lu Yang required treatment for the arrow that had pierced his arm. As a result, only Su Muwen and Wu Jun went to the school to complete their registration. Unexpectedly, Senior Gao's father had also come. Faced with this 8th-tier powerhouse, both of them felt somewhat nervous. So, Tower left alone with just his wristband and luggage, even without taking his weapon? The Gao family head wore an expression that clearly said, "Are you kidding me?" Su Muwen steeled herself and said, "Yes, Senior Gao volunteered to take the first night watch. He must have left after the rest of us fell asleep." Bullshit! A furious shout nearly scared the souls out of both of them. Gao Jianrun, this is Cloud Sky Martial Arts Academy. If you want to walk out of here standing upright, you'd better sit down and watch your tone. An elderly man exuding the aura of a peak night stage expert directly pressed his presence toward Gao Jianrun. Humph! Gao Jianrun felt his throat constrict, but to avoid losing face in front of these two lowly peasants, he forcibly swallowed back the blood that nearly erupted from his mouth. My tear is missing. Your Cloud Sky Martial Arts Academy must provide answers immediately. Send people to search Battlefield number 1 right now. Gao Jianrun's face showed an angry expression, but inwardly he was plotting viciously. Why are all you teammates unharmed when Tower has gone missing? And how dare this old bastard insult me like this? The current principal of Yunchao Martial Arts School glanced at the two frightened students and said, "You may leave now. Don't wander around recklessly these days." Yes, Principal, X2. Su Muwen and Wu Jun quickly walked out of the reception room with their heads lowered. The old man pulled up a light screen to show Gao Jianrun the content. Battlefield number 1 has now been completely sealed off. If Patriarch Gao is in such a hurry, he can apply directly to the Martial Control Bureau. With that, he took a sip from his teacup and fell silent. Good, very good. The Martial Unity Bureau and the Cloud Sky Martial School. Gao Jianrun roared inwardly, slamming the door as he stormed out. It seems I should meet this demon race friend that Jin like I mentioned. Gao Jianrun gazed at the gates of the Cloud Sky Martial School with a sinister grin. Chapter 31, Surging Power. The Final Plan. Fu Jianghao let out a deep sigh. Exhausted, he leaned against a second-tier exotic beast while watching the soul-devouring tree turn to ashes. This was his 15th mission location, despite his astonishing physical stamina having run the entire way here. Continuously using martial techniques to harvest those third-tier exotic beasts had taken its toll. His primordial energy and mental state had been consistently depleted. The mental replenishment froze at 49 points, with unclear reasons. Jiang Hao deftly moved the bodies of several martial artists to a secure location before sending out a request, then settled into a chair he'd produced. Opening his wristband, he scanned the flood of messages in the temporary chat crew created for this special mission. Most participants were progressing at roughly the same pace. Although Jiang Hao traveled quickly, the Martial Control Bureau members only needed to take a shot from afar to blow up the tree. Unlike Jiang Hao, who had to slowly grind for points. But it seems like no one has realized that killing the soul-devouring tree can boost mental strength? Could it be because using firearms from a distance doesn't count? Jiang Hao frowned as he watched the group chat, where some had already completed all their objectives ahead of time and were now spamming pictures to flood the chat. No, perhaps killing the soul-devouring tree doesn't increase mental stats at all. It's because of my interface. Mental reinforcement isn't the same as direct mental improvement. The difference between them is huge. Reinforcement means there's still room for growth within my current realm, but the upgrades from interface points break through all limits. It seems the interface must have obtained some substance or energy from the slain soul-devouring tree, similar to life crystals, but specialized for mental enhancement. This also explains why only I received mental enhancement while others didn't, because they couldn't absorb that energy or substance. During the instant of mental elevation, time seems to slow down noticeably. The mind becomes exceptionally clear, accompanied by a refreshing sensation of coolness. If someone truly achieved enhancement, it would be impossible for them not to notice. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of someone concealing it, but the odds are slim given there are over 20 people involved. Jiang Hao turned off his wristband and continued toward the next objective. Immersive Translate. Virtual Combat Space. Tier 3 Zone. the entire arena seemed to float amidst a sea of stars. Against the deep, boundless canvas, scattered starlight streaked across the sky like meteor showers. The figure across the way witnessed this scene, as though a true starry sea had descended before their eyes, and helplessly lowered the lightning spell they'd been about to cast. The prodigy from Wind and Thunder Province gazed at this dreamlike, beautiful starry sky and said with bitterness, "The Star Clan Saint-Tier magic, starry sky curtain?" Xing Yingyue nodded. The stars in the background suddenly blazed as if descending into reality, each false sun radiating terrifying heat as they plummeted toward the opposite side. Damn it! Why are there so many people using saint-level techniques for low-level battles lately? The man from Fonlei Prefecture cried out in anguish, as if lamenting the injustice of heaven. Watching the man being swallowed by the terrifying explosion, Xing Yingyue tilted her head. So many? Why haven't I encountered a single one? Then clicked to start the next match. The moment the battle began, Starry Moon unveiled the celestial curtain of stars, blending seamlessly with her surroundings through the Saint-Tier movement technique, meteor chasing the moon. Hovering midair, Starry Moon gazed down at the baffled battle strike martial artist below, who stood clueless about his next move, and a faint smile touched her lips. With a casual swing of her sword, trails of starlight wove together to form a silvery Milky Way ribbon that cascaded toward the axe-wielding warrior. The luminous ribbon contained both tangible sword chi slashes and illusory feints to mislead the eye. This time, the martial artist on the opposite side was instantly annihilated before even having the chance to utter last words. So this is what it feels like to bully others? No wonder the Smurf King enjoys picking on opponents of the same rank so much. Xing Yingyue glanced at her 20-win streak over the past 2 days and slightly lifted her chin. I suddenly feel like the title of Fish Bombing King might belong to me, Star Moon Reflection, from now on. Suddenly, Star Moon Reflection thought of something. Wait, isn't he also a military-style martial artist? If we meet again, I'm definitely going to win. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao remained unaware that one of his former opponents was plotting to redeem their honor. After a full day's work, he had finally completed all the mission objectives. By this point, darkness had already fallen. Although they hadn't encountered another soul-devouring tree several meters tall controlling thousands of aberrant beasts again, they managed to amass a substantial amount of points by continuously hunting third-tier aberrant beasts. Points, 20,326. 20,000 points. Jiang Hao's current mental and physical attributes are both at 49 points, while a 5th level upgrade costs 1,500 points per increment. This means Jiang Hao could boost one attribute to 59 points, a staggering value that would astonish even 7th level martial artists. However, considering tomorrow's expedition to explore the earliest emergence site of the soul-devouring tree deep in the battlefield, Jiang Hao ultimately decided to prioritize boosting his mental attribute. With 20,000 points fully deducted, Jiang Hao's attributes and point balance were successfully updated. Physique, 52, 5th tier. Spirit, 59, 5th tier. Points, 826. A wave of numerical beauty reflecting strength washes over you. Jiang Hao sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling the surge in his power, especially his spirit that was on the verge of reaching the 6th rank. His body felt somewhat unbalanced in various aspects, but under the rapid adaptation talent, this discomfort was gradually diminishing until it disappeared entirely. Deep in thought, Jiang Hao gazed at the panel and pondered. Though the spiritual enhancement provided by the soul-devouring tree has reached its limit, the panel can still stack attributes infinitely. 800 points can only upgrade to the 3rd tier's 5th level, which doesn't bring any substantial change. And tomorrow, when we all explore together, it wouldn't be appropriate to go out of our way to kill beasts. Jiang Hao opened his wristband. Seeing everyone in the temporary group reporting that they had completed their objectives, Jiang Hao also reported his mission as completed. Unfortunately, none of the over 1,000 martial artists survived. Their remains would have to wait for more people to come and retrieve them tomorrow. Pretending not to see comments like "Hi, big shot, you've worked hard," and "Jiang, do you want a girlfriend?" Team leader Zhang said in the group chat. Most of the soul-devouring trees scattered across the battlefield have been cleared out now. As for the remaining few stragglers, I've already requested a drone sweep. The drone's enchanted cannons will take out those scattered soul-devouring trees when the time comes. The main focus of our current discussion is still the personnel selection for tomorrow morning's expedition into the depths of the battlefield, as well as the final plan approved by the higher-ups. Deputy Captain Yan then spoke up. Satellite scans detected a large number of soul-devouring trees in the deeper regions. Therefore, we cannot rule out the possibility that their psychic attraction may compound and intensify when multiple trees are present. So tomorrow, I and one other team member will advance slowly into that area to investigate whether the psychic pull grows stronger. If it's proven that the quantity of soul-devouring trees poses an escalating threat, the Bureau will employ long-range missile strikes to cleanse that area. Conversely, the higher-ups have indicated that if the threat doesn't escalate further and won't endanger high-level martial artists, then that area can be preserved. At that point, they'll swiftly establish a quarantine zone to prevent the seeds from spreading. They'll also invite experts in related fields from the maritime province to study this peculiar plant. Jiang Hao wore an expression of utter bewilderment. What kind of outrageous plan was this? This thing was so bizarre, shouldn't they completely eradicate it instead of keeping it around like some New Year's decoration? Jiang Hao pondered for a moment, then began a private conversation with Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang, let Deputy Yan and I go tomorrow. Chapter 32, Closure of the Soul-Devouring Tree Incident, a Malevolent Deity? The next morning, Jiang Hao hastily finished breakfast and hurried toward the meeting point. Last night, after a long discussion, Captain Zhang reluctantly agreed to let me and Deputy Captain Yan serve as vanguards to test the limits of this soul-eating tree. We sprinted all the way to the assembly point 5 kilometers outside the danger zone. The danger zone refers to the space between the outermost mutated beasts and the central soul-eating tree, as marked by the system. Watching Wutong Bureau members arrive one after another, Jiang Hao stepped forward to greet Captain Zhang. Good morning, Captain Zhang. Good morning to you too, Mr. Jiang, Captain Zhang replied with his customary respectful tone. Beside them, Deputy Captain Yan arrived with her hair tied in a ponytail, looking crisp and efficient as always. Deputy Yan first tapped something on the light screen, then turned to Jiang Hao. Good morning, Student Jiang. Since the captain has made his decision, I won't object either. With my buff enhancement this time and a safety rope that automatically pulls you back if anything goes wrong, you can venture forward with complete confidence. Deputy Team Leader Yan looked quite self-assured. However, Jiang Hao stared helplessly at Team Leader Zhang. Is it really wise to set up a flag like this before the operation even begins? Team Leader Zhang gazed at Jiang Hao with a "don't worry, nothing will go wrong" expression and said, Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, the computer-controlled safety rope will immediately pull you out if it detects a sudden stop lasting more than 3 seconds. Alright then, we're just testing the boundaries anyway, nothing major should go wrong. When the high-level directive from the Martial Integration Bureau came through, Jiang Hao and Deputy Captain Yan suited up with safety ropes. The two began advancing slowly toward the danger zone. Tens of thousands of soul-devouring trees with pale purple blossoms were rooted across a desolate wilderness. Surrounding them were millions of exotic beasts, densely packed across every inch of the terrain. When the pair came within several hundred meters of the danger zone, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a wave of disorientation. He forgot what he was supposed to be doing now, and why he was even here. There was a sharp crack, as if something had shattered. Jiang Hao vigorously shook his head to clear his thoughts. Then he decisively slapped Deputy Captain Yan's arm. Whoosh! The sound cut through the air. Deputy Captain Yan, with dazed eyes and a face full of longing, was abruptly pulled back. Fortunately, the automatic retraction device on the safety rope wasn't broken. Wasn't it supposed to retract automatically? Still had to do it manually. Jiang Hao bitterly complained about the unreliability of the Martial Control Bureau's equipment. Feeling that faint, elusive influence again, Jiang Hao turned around and ran back. He saw Deputy Team Leader Yan lying on the stretcher with his head in his hands. Captain Zhang stared wide-eyed at Jiang Hao, who appeared completely unaffected, unable to speak for the longest time. Some of the Martial Unity Bureau members around them were still gawking as if witnessing a deity, while others had already pulled out notebooks to ask Jiang Hao for autographs and photos. Captain Zhang stepped forward to interrupt Jiang Hao's autograph session, looking at him in astonishment and saying, Deputy Captain Yan said even a 7th-rank martial artist might not have been able to break free from that psychic control just now. Not too bad, I was born mentally strong. Jiang Hao maintained his usual poker face while trotting out his old line. Team Leader Zhang pretended not to hear and continued. We've just checked the safety rope malfunction from this incident, couldn't find any issues. The strange part is that when Deputy Leader Yan was being controlled, the computer didn't respond at all. Jiang Hao speculated. So, that soul-eating tree can even fool a computer? After saying this, Jiang Hao himself found it amusing. How could a computer, devoid of consciousness, be fooled? But Captain Zhang furrowed his brows and didn't respond to the remark. Jiang Hao was taken aback. This wasn't some bizarre supernatural world. How could something like this possibly? My scalp instantly tingled with dread. After taking a few steps toward the car, I opened Feixin to send a message to Oldly. Jiang Hao briefly explained the situation, including how the seeds couldn't hit their target unless they touched the ground. I don't eat beef, Grandpa Li. Could this other world possibly be some kind of eldritch horror? I really want to retire. I signed a non-disclosure agreement and can't give you answers, but the Soul Devourer tree incident has been resolved. The military will conduct saturation bombing on that area shortly. Can't wait to retire. Good work on this operation. If there's nothing else, you can head back to Yunlan City early. With that, Old Master Li took his leave. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes as he stared at the information displayed on the light screen. Although Old Li mentions signing a confidentiality agreement, that in itself is an answer. Think about it carefully: demon worlds, magical worlds, mythical beast worlds. So having something akin to a world of eldritch horrors seems fairly reasonable, right? What happened to the promised urban high martial arts and peaceful world? Jiang Hao grumbled, how are martial artists supposed to deal with those eldritch horrors? By blowing up the entire planet of that world? Jiang Hao still hadn't figured it out by the time the group drove away from battlefield number 1. Immersive translate. Yunqiao City, Martial Arts Administration Headquarters. In a pitch-black room, several high-level martial artists silently reviewed the report transmitted by the operation team. Suddenly, there was a sharp snap sound. The lights came on. What's wrong with you people? Not turning on the lights during broad daylight is bad enough, but you had to close the curtains too. A woman dressed in ancient-style clothing sat disdainfully on the desk. Several martial artists shook their heads helplessly as a middle-aged man wearing a hat spoke. Miss Yun, this is the Martial Regulation Bureau. Could you please wear normal clothes when coming to work next time? Humph, you should be grateful I even came to work at the Martial Control Bureau, and now you're making demands of me? Yun Shanshan sat atop the desk, glancing at the projected data and mission logs as she spoke with disdain. Just carpet bomb the place with elemental force missiles already. Did you really need to call me here for this? Such a waste of time. Hurry up and send the request to the military. I've got shopping to do later. Yun Shanshan, don't forget I'm the director here. The middle-aged man wearing a hat stood up and shouted angrily. Ha! Yun Shanshan scoffed at the director, saying, you'll regret this. With those words, she slammed the door and left. Slap. This was yet another repetition of arguments they'd had many times before, complete with that quintessential door slam. The remaining high-level martial artists clenched their teeth, fearing they might burst out laughing. No one knew what grudges existed between the current Cloud family patriarch's younger sister and the bureau chief, but every time they spoke more than a few words, they ended up arguing. The bureau chief turned to his colleagues, who were staring solemnly at the projection, and covering his face, said, submit the request to the military, and arrange for personnel to clean up the battlefield this afternoon, along with drone deployment. A senior executive suggested, shall we organize a special celebration for those members of the operation team? And for student Jiang Hao as well? The bureau chief shook his head and replied, let them celebrate on their own. It's inappropriate for the bureau to host anything, considering over 1,000 martial artists perished in this incident. However, we can arrange a meeting with that student Jiang Hao. Immersive translate. Missiles adorned with intricate patterns on their exteriors and tipped with special materials gradually rose into position. The computer automatically calibrated and fired towards the target area of Battlefield 1. Boom, boom, boom. Millions of mutant beasts and tens of thousands of soul-devouring trees were obliterated by the explosion of the Yuan force missiles. Only massive craters and scorched earth remained. Immersive translate. In the chaotic void. Time is chaotic, without form, lacking orientation. Yet deep within the void, seeds of dreamlike beauty, brimming with infinite yearning, drift slowly toward the blue star world. Chapter 33, The Invitation from Cloudreach Martial Academy. Captain Zhang led his team back to the Martial Regulation Bureau to submit their mission report. After signing the confidentiality agreement, Jiang Hao strolled leisurely down the street. Ha, is this a demon? Since lunchtime was still a while away, Jiang Hao decided to wander around Yunqiao City for a bit, treating it as sightseeing. Unexpectedly, at the entrance of a shop selling basic martial arts resources, I saw 2 3-meter-tall horned demons from the Demon Clan. How could this demon race, nearly exterminated by the Star Council, appear in Cloudreach City? Jiang Hao paused hesitantly at the entrance. 2 pitch-black demonic figures with blue patterns on their bodies and strange collars around their necks looked over, speaking in perfectly standard Xia language. Would our honored guests like to purchase martial arts resources? This is the Yun family's establishment, absolutely fair to all, young and old alike. Suppressing the urge to voice his disbelief, Jiang Hao glanced at the nearby citizens who were entering without a second thought, as if this sight were completely ordinary. Jiang Hao blinked, deliberately inhaling the faint scent of sulfur as he said, do you have any saint-tier techniques? The 2 demons. Are you sure you're not here to start trouble? Although the 2 demons' facial features were completely different from humans, Jiang Hao could still read this meaning in their silent expressions. Forget it if you don't have any. Jiang Hao turned and walked away, ignoring the crowd gathering around him as some recognized him as the protagonist from the viral video 2 days ago. With a grave expression, Jiang Hao quickly strode to a deserted corner and immediately opened Feixing to message elderly, report this. Although judging by the reactions of passers-by just now, the Yun family has long been using the demon race as gatekeepers, it's still better to inform oldly about this, considering the Yun family's former head. I don't eat beef, Grandpa Li. After Counselor Xing conquered the demon world, did some families take over those demons? Old Li quickly replied, wanna retire so bad, you're actually asking why the Yun family would take over this business, right? Suspecting something's wrong with the Yun family? I don't eat beef, Shy Panda. I'm just curious, wasn't the old patriarch of the Yun family on bad terms with the Xia Nation's authorities? Wanna retire? The Star Counselor never allowed people from Xinglua State to interfere in Demon Clan affairs. Wanna retire? If you've got nothing better to do, just go back to Yunlan City. What exactly can you do on battlefield number 1 besides seal clubbing? I don't eat beef. I'm just a freshly promoted third-tier martial artist. Seal clubbing proves my excellence. Others should learn from me if they want to become as outstanding as me. I really want to retire. If you're that stubborn, then take care of yourself. Don't go too deep into the battlefield. I don't eat beef. Roger that. Panda saluting. Closing the light screen, Jiang Hao looked at the Yun family's properties in the distance. The Yun family got support from a Star Council member? Jiang Hao frowned, realizing the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. Was the Yun family's old patriarch truly at odds with Xia country? Why did so many people online claim the Yun family would sever ties with Xia's government? Indeed, some families in Yunshao City are now feigning compliance while resisting in secret. Jiang Hao knew some clues were currently beyond his access, so he couldn't fathom the true stance of the Yun family's former patriarch. Moreover, that clue was likely related to advancing to the Sate realm. Alright then. This was clearly a legendary tier quest he couldn't intervene in at his current level. Better stick to honest low-level grinding for now. In time, he'd surely surpass all those big shots. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao, who arrived at the restaurant first, sent Lu Di and the others a message that the battlefield was closed. It was only then that Captain Zhang and his team hurried over. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Mr. Jiang. I haven't been here long either, Captain Zhang. I'll leave this formidable task of ordering to you. Jiang Hao closed the menu and said to Captain Zhang, whose expression immediately changed. Let me handle it instead. Our captain takes forever when ordering. Deputy Captain Yan calmly picked up the menu and began selecting dishes. Her effortless demeanor made it clear she was an expert at this. Jiang Hao looked regretfully at Captain Zhang's relieved expression and thought to himself. Captain Zhang clearly has obsessive-compulsive tendencies and perfectionist traits. When ordering food, he must consider everyone's tastes and keep filtering through options. Probably getting so worked up he's sweating buckets. Once all the dishes were served, seeing Jiang Hao drinking a soft drink, the others also started drinking beverages one after another. Learning from the gods is always right. Jiang Hao twitched at the corner of his mouth, watching as a group of people sat staring at him without touching their food. It gave him goosebumps. Everyone, eat up. Why aren't you eating? At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a hat walked in. Greetings, Director Yi. The group stood up in unison to salute him. Director Yi naturally stood beside Jiang Hao and said to his subordinates, You've all worked hard on this operation, especially student Jiang Hao. Thank you very much for your report. Director Yi wore a full-faced smile, but inwardly he felt as if his worldview had been refreshed, stunned by the terrifying physique of Jiang Hao. With this physique, I believe he could break through to 7th rank any moment. Such talent, no wonder Elderly asked me to look out for him. Thinking about how Jiang Hao could shake off the mental control that typically restrains 7th rank martial artists, Director Yi silently swallowed the prepared address of little Jiang, a future same-tier powerhouse, not someone to mess with. Ahem. Originally our martial bureau had prepared rewards for you, student Jiang, but Elderly mentioned he'd give you a surprise after the college entrance exams, therefore I won't embarrass myself by offering ours. Wait, I actually wouldn't mind though. Jiang Hao forced a smile. It's alright, Director Yi, as long as you can arrange for me to enter battlefield number 1 earlier. Just joking, Jiang. Let me know what martial arts resources you need. By the way, battlefield number 29 will reopen soon, but with limited slots. Jiang Hao seriously considered but couldn't think of any resources he currently needed. Then just give me some life crystals, Director Yi. I plan to enhance my physical constitution. Director Yi told Jiang Hao, your current level is too low, and life crystals can enhance you without limit. Got it. It's just like the mental reinforcement from killing the soul-eating tree earlier. But since you asked, I can authorize giving you 2 grade 7 life crystals. These were all obtained recently from kills by the Martial Control Bureau and the military. I can probably get the items to you by the morning of the 29th. Thank you, Director Yi. Director Yi is so generous, Jiang Hao said from the bottom of his heart. 2 level 7 crystals are worth 10,000 points. After finishing his meal, Jiang Hao was just about to return to the hotel for a good rest. The bracelet indicated an incoming call from an unknown number, and Jiang Hao tapped to answer. Hello? Is this student Jiang Hao? Came an elder's voice. I'm the current principal of Yunshao Martial Arts School, just call me Principal Li. I'm calling to invite you to visit Yunshao Martial Arts School this afternoon. If you're free, student Jiang Hao, why not come by and have a look? Principal of Yunshao Martial Arts School? Jiang Hao replied, Hello, Principal Li. I'm Jiang Hao. I can come over in the afternoon. After a moment's thought, he added, Principal Li, you're not calling me over in the afternoon to use me as a model student example to motivate those other students, are you? There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Hey, are you really making me be the model example? Jiang Hao stared speechlessly at the screen and asked. Though I don't really care, don't blame me when those senior students end up completely demoralized. Don't worry, Jiang Hao, just spar with some students in the school, defeat them in the end, and make those with narrow minds wake up to how vast the world really is. If anyone actually gets demoralized because of this, it just means they're not cut out for the martial path. Jiang Hao grinned. In that case, it'd be best to have a group battle. I can take them all on by myself. Chapter 34, I want to fight 10 at once. 2:30 in the afternoon. Jiang Hao arrived at Yunshao Martial Arts School right on time. Wu Jun and Wang Lei, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, rushed over excitedly and shouted, "Welcome, Brother Jiang, to Cloud Sky Martial Arts School." As they spoke, they even held up a sign that read, "Welcome, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is invincible." Put. Jiang Hao nearly choked, noticing the confused looks from the people around him. Then he seemed to recognize something and wore an expression of sudden realization. Jiang Hao stretched out his hand to stop the sleeping dragon and phoenix fledgling who were about to kneel and hug his thighs, saying speechlessly, "How did you even pass your Shagwa language exams back then? Do you think grace with your presence can be used casually? Don't you realize I'm here today to challenge your dojo in disguise? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up acting like this?" Wang Lei said with great excitement, "Brother Jiang, for you to come and beat them up is the greatest honor they could ever hope for in several lifetimes." Wu Jun, disgusted by such shameless flattery, pushed Wang Lei away and, not to be outdone, said, "Absolutely right, not a single flaw in that statement. Brother Jiang, your presence alone has brought incomparable glory to Cloud Sky Martial Arts School. Wonderful, just wonderful. If Principal Li had known earlier that his school harbored such brilliant minds like you two, he might very well have stepped down as principal by now." "Senior Wang Lei, right? Have your injuries healed?" Jiang Hao decisively changed the subject. Wang Lei suddenly replied solemnly, "Yeah, a support-type teacher with healing abilities treated me, and Lu Yang too. Lu Yang originally wanted to come too, but he was afraid of getting beaten up so he stayed behind. He asked us to send his regards." "Oh right, and Sister Su too. After she came back, she suddenly had an epiphany. Right now she's taken leave to meditate at the training grounds, trying to break through to Tier 4. At this point, both Wang Lei and Wu Jun wore expressions of envy. Jiang Hao nodded. It seemed these four previously unfamiliar individuals had already grown quite close. Following the two, Jiang Hao toured Cloud Soaring Martial Arts School, where some along the way recognized him as the one who had wielded his blade through packs of direwolves with effortless precision. People eagerly crowded in, hoping to snap a photo together with him. Jiang Hao politely declined with a smile. After all, he was here today to challenge the dojo. Wouldn't taking group photos with these people make things awkward later? The group arrived at the arena. Thanks to the emergence of virtual battle spaces, modern arenas only needed to accommodate spectators. It doesn't need to be too sturdy. At the center of the venue stands a podium and storage area for the virtual pods used by competitors during matches. During battles, opponents face off inside specialized rooms while audiences both on-site and elsewhere can watch the livestream through large screens or smart bracelets. These broadcasts aren't hosted on Launching Network, but rather on Xuanin, a globally trending platform dedicated to video live streaming. Many people enjoy watching short videos in their leisure time, so ordinary people can also join in to watch the martial arts school's live stream. Good afternoon, Jiang Hao. I'm the Deputy Director of the Publicity Department at Yunshao Martial Arts School. You can just call me Lao Wang. I'll be providing commentary for the upcoming competition livestream. Good morning, teacher, Wang Lei and Wu Jun shouted. Jiang Hao shook hands with Teacher Wang, then looked toward the dozen or so people already waiting in the competition area and asked, "Teacher Wang, are those my opponents for today? Would it be possible to open one big free-for-all room?" Teacher Wang adjusted his glasses with his middle finger, and Jiang Hao thought he caught a faint glint of light reflecting off them. "Of course, no problem. Principal Li said today's the day to teach those troublemakers a lesson." Jiang Hao nodded in understanding. Isn't it just a lesson they need? Since this is the first and last time they've come to challenge Yunshao Martial Arts School, let's call it the last lesson. Walking into the competition area, Jiang Hao looked at the dozen or so so-called unique and trendy men and women standing opposite him. He revealed a shy smile. "Later, will you all fight me together, or shall I take on the whole group alone? I'm fine with either." The dozen senior students across from him froze momentarily before collectively glaring at Jiang Hao in reaction. A stout senior with a violet-dyed mop of hair and 10 gold rings on his fingers stepped forward from the group. First, he displayed the peak third-tier elemental energy fluctuations, speaking disdainfully to Jiang Hao. "I know all about you. You just went viral by pretending to be an expert through edited videos, didn't you?" The senior seemed to try cracking his knuckles, but after much effort, not a single sound could be heard. Seeing the senior's embarrassment, Jiang Hao kindly stepped in and said, "Senior, though you have a big head, there's apparently no brain inside it. Didn't you know posting fake videos on Blue Star Network gets accounts banned? Here's a suggestion, senior should repeat kindergarten. When we humor you, you're the senior. When we don't, you're just a fool. Who are you calling stupid? The senior instantly flushed crimson with rage. It's all the arena's fault, don't they turn on the air conditioning in this scorching heat? Look how overheated our senior is. Noticing teacher Wang's gaze from behind, silently urging him to turn up the heat, Zhang Hao discreetly flashed an OK hand signal in response. Look at him, getting all worked up again. Zhang Hao spread his hands toward the dozen or so newbies behind him. A dozen senior students with somewhat grim expressions glared angrily, each revealing peak third tier or even fourth tier primordial energy fluctuations. Wow, these guys have some real skills. That cute-faced but battle-crazed senior sister Su who turns into a berserker during fights is still in seclusion trying to break through to fourth tier. Zhang Hao looked at each of these heaven's favored ones and silently praised them in his heart. Junior brother, I know you have some capability, being only third tier yet able to handle hundreds of dreadwolves. A senior sister emitting peak fourth level primordial energy fluctuations stepped forward, and the dozen or so people automatically cleared a path for her. A senior student with long hair, dressed in plastic armor, looked at Zhang Hao provocatively and said, with senior sister Yun making her move, a mere third level brat like you wouldn't last a single move. Shut up, I hate being interrupted when I'm speaking. The furious senior Yun scared off the guy from earlier with just a deadly glare. She turned back to Zhang Hao and continued boasting. The gap between a fourth-tier martial artist and those below is beyond your imagination. Any single fourth-tier martial artist could easily take care of those hundreds of frenzy wolves. Though Senior Yun proudly raised her head, her fingers trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes kept darting to the side. But Zhang Hao believed it. Captain Qin, so I am a third-rank martial artist? Senior Yun spoke quickly, as if trying to hide something. Enough talk, let's duel. Zhang Hao gave her a surprised look, never expecting Senior Yun to actually be a card game enthusiast. Unfortunately, Principal Li specifically called me here to make an example of them, to kill the chicken and scare the monkeys. Zhang Hao and over a dozen Kun stepped into the battle pods. As the chaotic battle commenced, Zhang Hao appeared on a patch of grassland, watching a butterfly fluttering leisurely before swiftly grasping it between his fingers, observing its desperate struggle. Feeling the breeze on my face. Is this the creator mode that only the top 10 martial schools can activate? The creator mode contains not only randomly generated scenarios by the system but also real-world locations from Blue Star. It's said that in global-level martial school tournaments, there are even 5v5 team battle maps set in secret realms and ancient ruins. Absolutely terrifying. Zhang Hao delivered his standard all-purpose assessment. I believe some of you already know the contestants who are about to face off, but let me explain one last time. First, standing alone on the grassland is an external challenger from outside our school. A young underclassman preparing for the college entrance exams. A terrifying being capable of annihilating wolf packs in seconds. Let's welcome classmate Zhang Hao. Oh, X10086. As for those dozen or so standing together over there, they're the troublemakers of our school. Alright, introductions are complete. Now, let the match begin. Darn it, I'm Yun Xiao. Don't I even get a proper solo introduction? Senior Yun looked like a pufferfish about to burst at any second. The two girls next to her desperately held her back, stopping her from quitting the battle to go confront the host. All three of them had forgotten that in creator mode, simply repeating exit 3 times in their minds would let them leave anytime. 200 meters away, Zhang Hao, equally speechless at this bizarre introduction, silently raised a friendly middle finger toward the sky. He gave a thumbs up. Zhang Hao shouted loudly toward Koan across from him and the livestream audience watching outside. I'll take on 10 at once. Chapter 35, A Decade of Obscure Training, Worldwide Fame from One Explosive Fishing Expedition. As Zhang Hao's audacious declaration of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly rang out, 10 overconfident, strutting extras immediately stepped forward from the opposite side. The senior who feared heat was among them. Watching Zhang Hao gripping his longsword, he smirked with chilling amusement. You think you can take on 10? Fine, we'll let you strike first. That's right. Considering you're still a young handsome junior who hasn't even entered martial school yet, go ahead and make your move. The senior sister wearing a crop top and miniskirt, also gripping a longsword, swallowed hard as she stared at Zhang Hao with shining eyes. Zhang Hao watched these talking corpses who seemed so eager to experience human warmth. Thank you, then goodbye. A pale blue blade aura, dozens of meters long, slashed through the air. The 10 men instantly had their minds assaulted by the spiritual attack carried within the blade's light. Facing that knife stroke that made their brains tremble and hearts race, 10 nameless senior students died on the spot. Plus 50, Zhang Hao dubbed for himself. If you had spread out, I'd have had to swing my blade a few more times. But you actually stood together. Zhang Hao calmly pretended to wipe his blade with his hand. The weapons given by creator mode were so much easier to wield than the usual virtual space armaments. And Zhang Hao's single strike, which instantly killed 10 opponents across tiers, was witnessed by the audience outside. Here it comes. This is student Jiang Hao's invincible divine strike. Even 10 small fries combined would still just be small fries. Student Jiang Hao was overwhelmingly powerful. Teacher Wang, as if possessed by a different personality, was shouting from the commentary booth. The live audience and countless viewers watching the stream through their wristbands absolutely ate this up. They all either shouted or flooded the screen with barrage comments. Who below intermediate rank could possibly block or withstand the strike? Who could stop it? Ah, this is incredible. I knew Jiang Hao was the real deal. I'm devastated. How come others have such prowess without even taking college entrance exams, while I've graduated from martial arts school for 3 years and still remain weak? Sob. The 10 cannon fodder characters who were instantly defeated emerged from the combat pods with looks of utter disbelief on their faces. Pale faces all bore expressions that seemed to say, this can't be right. Did something go wrong somewhere? Didn't Principal Lee say there'd be some overconfident junior wanting to challenge us this afternoon? How come he just wiped us out with a single stroke right off the bat? Could this be what a true genius looks like? Are we just useless small fry not even worthy of being stepping stones? They felt intermittent stabs of pain in their brains and the constant replay of that blade's flash. Why is there still an effect even after coming out? Is this really reasonable? Jiang Hao had no idea that the viewers outside watching the livestream were already doubting whether he was practicing fake martial arts. Watching senior sister Yun and the other survivors across from him, their mouths hanging open in shock, he revealed a humble smile. Please, everyone, meet your demise. Spread out quickly. Though Yun Xiaoxiao wasn't particularly clever, she understood that staying clustered together would only lead to certain death. Watching the vast web of blade energy, spanning nearly half the sky, tearing through the grassland and slicing apart trees in its path, as it came slashing toward them, Yun Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth against the stabbing pain in her mind and barely managed to cast Cyclone. But not at Jiang Hao and his web of blade energy, she aimed it beneath her own feet. Whoosh! Yun Xiaoxiao soared into the sky, looking down at teammates who'd been wiped out in one wave, their corpses dissolving into faint motes of light, and the deep ravine scored across the battlefield. Yun Xiaoxiao instantly felt the stabbing pain in her head grow more severe, even to the point where she felt like she might pass out. Is this really an attack a third-rank martial artist could pull off? My little brother who just broke through to third rank seems completely outmatched. Being a martial artist is so dangerous. After all this, I should just obediently follow Auntie's path and inherit the family business. Yun Xiaoxiao's mindset was on the verge of crumbling. Fourth-tier pinnacle spellcasting technique? No wonder my blade intent couldn't sever her consciousness. Jiang Hao was surprised to see Senior Yun actually withstand his serious strike. Even if she had merely dodged, he would have acknowledged her by unleashing his previous net of blade energy skyward. Surrounded by a raging tempest, Yun Xiaoxiao hovered midair, watching that black-hearted junior unleash dozens of blade auras that sealed off all her possible escape routes. Yun Xiaoxiao closed her eyes in despair, a single tear tracing down her cheek. If I get back, I'll convince that foolish little brother of mine not to enroll at Shenzhou Martial Arts School. That place is hell. Match concluded. The victor is Jiang Hao. As the results of the match were displayed on the giant screen outside, and Yun Xiaoxiao, who couldn't even stand steadily outside the battle pod and needed support to get up, the venue erupted into fervent cheers. Junior Jiang Hao is so handsome. Brother Jiang is invincible. Wow, what an amazing fight. Even nearly getting crushed was worth the price of admission. Lala Senior Yun was completely wrecked by Jiang Hao. She could barely walk without holding the wall. From now on I'm calling him Senior Jiang. The surrounding female students immediately shot disdainful looks at the freshman who'd spoken. The number of viewers in this Xuanyin livestream has already surpassed 10 million. Who would have thought such a small showdown would attract so many spectators? Plus, all those troublemakers have been beaten into self-doubt by junior trainees who surpassed their rank, too terrified to keep causing trouble, which in turn dragged down Cloud Sky Martial Arts School's reputation. It's a complete win-win. Teacher Wang from the publicity department smiled contentedly as he watched the endless stream of virtual rocket gifts from netizens. Jiang Hao had just stepped out of the battle zone when Wang Lei and Wu Jun, who had been waiting on the sidelines, rushed forward with glowing faces, pretending they were about to throw themselves on the ground. Damn it! Get away from me, both of you! Jiang Hao took a step back in disgust. These two were utterly obsessed with latching onto someone powerful. Principal Lee should really round up all the mentally unstable people at school and let them have it out with each other. That'll teach them to behave. Stop them from dreaming up ridiculous schemes every damn day. The two stood up with expressions of regret, pointing at Yun Xiaoxiao, who was being helped off the stage by two female students, her eyes dull and unfocused, and said, Brother Jiang is amazing. You even crushed Senior Yun into silence. No, that's not silence. It's from being repeatedly hit by flying void slash, causing temporary mental exhaustion. Jiang Hao turned his head away, unable to bear looking at Senior Yun's pale face. Some people who looked like reporters crowded around and asked loudly, Classmate Jiang, we are reporters from Blue Planet Network. Could we interview you? Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. Anything that shouldn't be said would remain unsaid, while the rest could be answered freely. Reporters from Blue Planet Network do have professional integrity. A reporter couldn't wait to ask. Classmate Jiang Hao, there are widespread doubts online about your true identity. May I ask which state's genius you are from? I'm from Yunqiao State, and my hometown is in Yunlan City. Jiang Hao answered frankly. There was nothing worth hiding anyway. After the college entrance exams, the truth would come out regardless. The reporter immediately recorded on the holographic screen. Another reporter asked, "Then may we ask, classmate Jiang Hao, what are your thoughts about this martial examination?" Easy peasy. Jiang Hao flashed a professional smile and confidently looked at the camera as he said, "My goal is undoubtedly to clinch the title of top martial examinee in Yunqiao province. Of course, I also hope to have the opportunity to spar and exchange insights with prodigies from other major provinces." Jiang Hao felt his response was perfect. After all, when looking across the entire Yunqiao province, he believed he was the only truly praiseworthy prodigy. That so-called unicorn child of the Yun family wouldn't last a single punch from him even if they reached third-tier cultivation. The journalist, his face flushed and breath quickened, wrote excitedly, "Jiang Hao aims to be the top martial examinee in Yunqiao province. May I ask what type of ideal girlfriend Jiang Hao prefers?" Jiang Hao's eye twitched. Take a guess. To prevent further questions from the reporter, he quickly shot Teacher Wang a meaningful look. Teacher Wang instantly understood. Walking over, he grasped Jiang Hao's wrist and said apologetically to the reporters, "Our school needs to discuss something with student Jiang Hao. Let's end things here for today." With that, the two hurried away. Immersive translate. Jiulong State, Imperial Capital, Jiulong Martial Arts School. Lying on his dorm bed and scrolling through short videos on Xuanin, the young man suddenly came across one whose view count was skyrocketing. Upon clicking in, he saw the familiar pale blue sword chi slashing through the wind attribute spell flows, leaving the girl defenseless. Recalling unpleasant memories, the young man felt phantom pains begin to throb in his mind again, so he decisively left a comment. "I've run into him in virtual battles before. He used to be the infamous Smurf King in the second-tier zones. Now he's moved up to third tier and is still smurfing. Here's his ID, I don't eat beef." The comment quickly went viral with netizens piling on with likes, eventually getting pinned by the streamer who posted the video. Netizens were utterly shocked as they watched Jiang Hao's virtual battle win rate. "I hate beef, tier 3 diamond I full stars. Win rate, 100%. Chapter 36, The Smurf King Goes Viral. Brothers, what am I seeing? 1,000 matches with a 100% win rate. Packing up my bags. Damn, this young guy. Coach, I want to learn this move. Coach, I want to learn it too." Netizens were stunned by Jiang Hao's outrageous win rate, with more and more users flocking to the scene just to leave their mark under that comment, like tourists snapping photos at a landmark. Some kept circulating the previous video for comparison. Several anonymous netizens pointed out, Jiang Hao's skills had leveled up yet another notch in these mere 2 days. The current Jiang Hao far surpasses the Jiang Hao from the video 2 days ago. Of course, nobody actually believes this kind of reverse bragging, but a 100% win rate over 1,000 matches has truly opened the eyes of Xia Kingdom's netizens. How could a martial artist specializing in weapon combat have such an astonishingly high win rate? This isn't scientific. Didn't all the school teachers say that spellcasting martial artists hard counter weapon specialists in the early stages? Some online haters are getting desperate. Because Jiang Hao is so outstanding, it makes their previous behavior look as ridiculous as clowns. A large group of people who claim to have been bullied by the Fishing King specifically edited and posted videos showing both the instant kill of the dire wolf and the recent crushing defeat of upperclassmen side by side. They're trying to smear Jiang Hao as someone who, despite being powerful, enjoys bullying the weak and disrespecting elders. At the same time, having been completely charmed by Jiang Hao 2 days ago, combined with his effortlessly calm attitude during live combat just now, those conquered by Jiang Hao's formidable strength also began joining the debate. Immersive translate. Wind Thunder Province, Wind Thunder City, the ancestral lands of the Feng family. The current head of the Feng family and the former head of the Yun family were deep in conversation. Below, a woman sits poised on the sofa. She is adorned in a resplendent silk gown, embellished with exquisite embroidery and intricate patterns. A tasseled belt encircles her waist, while atop her head rests an ornate hair accessory studded with dazzling gemstones. The entire figure exuded an aura of elegance, splendor, and nobility. Not far away, someone sat cowering timidly in the corner. Yunichen, who didn't dare to lift his head towards the woman's direction, received a message from his foolish elder sister. Xiao not laughing, little bro, big trouble. You've lost your title as martial examination champion of Yunqiao province. Following my heart's desire. Gone is gone. Anyway, I'm not going to Divine Martial Arts Academy. Xiao not laughing. Ha. Xiao not laughing. Little bro, maybe it's good you're not coming. Just now a college entrance exam candidate came to challenge our school. Woo big sis got bullied and I'm still lying in the infirmary. Following my heart's desire. You must have been too cocky and pissed off Principal Lee, otherwise, how could an outsider possibly be allowed in for a sparring match? Following your heart's desire. Is that person you're talking about the one who was seal clubbing in Battlefield 1 with same-tier martial techniques a couple days ago? Xiao not laughing. Yeah. I just sent Chilua the battle replay video. Let's have Sister Chilua come to Divine Land Martial School and settle this score for me. Yun Yichen's eyelid twitched. He looked up at the woman approaching him. Sister Chilua. Yun Yichen flashed an ingratiating smile. Feng Chilua waved her hand dismissively at Yun Yichen, whose demeanor completely lacked the dignity of a peerless genius. That Jiang Hao I've observed, though somewhat arrogant, he's the only one who's genuinely mastered Elder Li's signature technique. She gazed at the figure in the video effortlessly and casually executing the sky-soaring void-sundering blade technique. Even Feng Chilua, hailed as the foremost genius of the new generation, had to admit that Jiang Hao was truly a prodigy of her own caliber. The Skyren Slash is recognized as one of the 10 sacred martial arts of Xia Kingdom, formally acknowledged by 11 of its counselors. If only Elder Li's own strength had reached the life constellation level. This single blade stroke, capable of severing consciousness, shattering souls, bypassing all defenses with unerring precision, would have been enough to rank among the top 3 techniques in all of Xia Kingdom. The former dean of the Blade Arts Academy at Shenzhou Martial Institute, who had reached the 9th tier with the supreme talent of Dao Heart Enlightenment, still failed to master this martial technique. Dean Xia once remarked. Logically, she should have reached minor mastery, but she couldn't unleash blade-like capable of harming the soul. Her blade energy could only tear through physical forms at best. Compared to Jiang Hao, what are Xia Pengcheng and Xing Yingwei? Just spoiled rich kids riding on their family's coattails. Feng Chilua, born to saint-rank parents, conveniently overlooked how her own Feng family was an established council lineage. Though Yun Xiaoxiao might resemble a pufferfish, all bluster and no substance when poked, she was still the Yun family's cherished eldest daughter after all. He shares the same identity as me. With decent talent, his peak 4th-tier strength already allows him to defeat ordinary 5th-tier warriors across levels. In other words, Jiang Hao possesses the same capability as me, being able to defeat opponents 2 major realms above his own. Feng Chilua stared at Jiang Hao's confident smile in the video, her gaze unwavering as she declared firmly, "This year's Divine Martial Academy freshman ranking battle, the top spot belongs to me and no one else." Immersive translate. By now, Jiang Hao had already slipped back to his hotel. The earlier battle had concluded. A whole crowd of enthusiastic upperclassmen came rushing toward him, startling Jiang Hao so much that he unleashed a 9-instant flash technique to bolt straight out the window. I'm clearly here to challenge them? Having their top talent from their own martial arts school thoroughly beaten by me, shouldn't such an embarrassing incident make them all rush to challenge me one-on-one? But thinking about that berserker senior in the comedic trio, Jiang Hao felt at ease. Indeed, Jiang Hao couldn't comprehend the way these people thought. A special attention message popped up. Want to retire? Kid, you really gave me a big surprise. Ha, why is Old Lee suddenly reaching out to me? Jiang Hao immediately replied with a meme, panda with question mark. I want to retire so bad, although I thought you could definitely learn it when I first gave you the skyrending slash of Flying Dawn, I never expected you'd reach this level already. Grandpa Lee, could you stop speaking in riddles? I don't eat beef, Grandpa Lee, is there something wrong with my training? I want to retire so bad. Normally speaking, no one besides me could truly master this martial technique. I really want to retire. Originally, I planned to give you a different same-tier martial technique, but I suddenly had a premonition that giving you skyrending void slash was the best choice. Who would have thought you'd master the basics in just one day? I really want to retire. Although you've only grasped the basics, your spirit that surpasses 7th-tier martial artists has greatly enhanced the soul-sundering power within the Bladelight. 6. So the reason I could learn it was because the system panel handled everything for me? Jiang Hao stared speechlessly at the glowing screen. I don't eat beef. Lucky I'm one step ahead. Panda with arms akimbo. Can't wait to retire. Keep it up, Kid Jiang. Blue Planet is vast. Jiang Hao looked at Old Lee, who came specifically to praise him, and smiled faintly. As expected, his performance today had greatly pleased Old Lee. After the college entrance exams, he would surely reward him handsomely. Immersive translate. Starshine Moon achieved her usual 10 consecutive victories and headed to the training grounds to practice blending spells and martial arts. A tremor suddenly rippled through the air. Curious, she clicked on a video shared in the group chat titled, Who Rules the World? He's actually from Cloudsoar Province? Chapter 37, The 10,000 Instant Kill Reward. Tuesday, May 28th. After an extremely rare night's rest at a hotel, Jiang Hao awoke and turned off his smartband's Do Not Disturb mode. His account backend showed over 100,000 unread messages and a million new followers, calmly clearing the background. Good thing I changed my flight signal to reject friend requests from strangers right after yesterday's match. Jiang Hao ate his breakfast while scrolling through the barrage of his own meme stickers in the Class 1 Senior 3 group chat. Since Jiang Hao's challenge at Yunshao Martial Arts School yesterday, it has been trending fiercely online. The class group chat quickly shifted from "Bro Zhang's amazing" to "Wow, Brother Zhang's meme is so funny." Zhang Hao watched as the class monitor and Shaoli used his bashful smile to mock the seniors, captioning it with memes like "You're so weak" and battling with image macros. He wore the quintessential old man subway phone expression of bewilderment. Silently closing the holographic screen, he began planning his schedule for the day. Last night, the head of the Gao family suddenly caused a scene at the Martial Control Bureau for some unknown reason. He demanded that the Martial Control Bureau dispatch people to search for his missing son. Alive I must see the person, dead I must see the corpse. Deputy Team Leader Yin exaggeratedly recounted in the Action Team group chat how the Gao family head had pointed at Director Yi and berated him, then demanded a public apology from the Martial Control Bureau. As a result, he was coincidentally slapped away by passing Supervisor Yun. Deputy Captain Yan also mentioned that Director Yin openly mocked Chief Yi after the incident, saying he didn't dare lift a finger even when being scolded to his face by a mere 8th-tier novice. The seasoned gossipers in the group chat kept dropping one juicy rumor after another. Zhang Hao secretly feared that one day Deputy Captain Yan might end up with 8 gunshot wounds to the back, officially ruled a suicide. Not daring to speak a word or even look too closely, Zhang Hao silently lit an incense stick in his heart for those brave warriors. Zhang Hao gazed faintly at the scenery outside the window. The Gao family head is quite troublesome. I need less than 300 more instant kills to reach the 10,000 reward mark. Seems like I still have to visit the battlefield when it opens tomorrow. Hope it gives me a decent talent. Immersive translate. Who rules the chat group? 9 fires. So, are we actually going to add Zhang Hao to the group or not? It's already the second day. Jade Emperor, though Zhang Hao is just a notch below me, he's someone who can pique my interest. I vote yes. Feng Qilua, brat from the Jade family, stop bragging. Who here dares claim they can withstand the Soul Cleaver with absolute certainty? Feng Qilua, stand alone. Jade Emperor, damn it, who are you calling short? Prophet, clearly, no one mentioned you being short, flat, or childish. Jade Emperor, F***Kami. No pressure, I don't think so. Although Fei Xiao's sky-piercing slash is indeed impressive, he's neither from a core council family nor a council member's student. No pressure, just bullying ordinary martial artists with combat skills. As for his so-called 100% win rate, I bet several people here wouldn't perform worse than him if they entered the battle arena. Fish and bear paw, but I lost. Twice. No pressure? Imperial City, Xia Residence. Xia Pengcheng was completely baffled when he saw the message Xing Yingyue posted in the group chat. What the hell? You didn't go easy on him just because he's handsome, did you? Feng Qilua, stop making a fuss. I've already asked someone to add Zhang Hao as a friend for me. Feng Qilua, as expected, this group is just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well relying on family backgrounds. Member Feng Qilua has left. Who rules the chat group? You firing shots here? Aren't you from the Feng family too? No pressure, damn it, idiot. Jade Emperor, screenshot taken, you're done when school starts. Prophet, screenshot saved, see you at the infirmary when term begins. 9 fires, I've already sent the screenshot to Sister Wind, tell me bros, did I do the right thing? Xia Pengcheng glared at these petty people and shouted. You can't do this. Newborns, a bunch of newborns. Immersive translate. May 30th, Thursday, evening. The battlefield opened on the second day. Due to the soul-devouring tree incident causing a significant decrease in the number of low-level mutated beasts, entry numbers and cultivation levels are now being restricted. Zhang Hao sold the earlier materials and distributed 40% of the proceeds to Old Lu's group of 4. The battlefield has changed completely now, and Old Lu's group genuinely can't be of much help anymore. With the added restriction that no third-stage martial artists besides Zhang Hao are permitted to enter, everyone had no choice but to part ways amicably. Lu Di and the others also regretted not taking a commemorative photo with Great Zhang earlier. The 2 level 7 life crystals Commissioner Yi gave us yesterday, along with the original remaining points, have already pushed my physical attributes to 59 after exchanging for 10,000 points. Tomorrow I'll strive to break through 60 in one attribute. Zhang Hao stood atop a small hill over 100 meters tall, scanning helplessly for traces of exotic beasts. It took 2 whole days from yesterday until now to find just over 200 mutant beasts, only 20 short of the 10,000 slaughter goal. If no more can be found, Zhang Hao was already considering going home to complete the challenge in the battle dimension instead. At this moment, a group of people dressed in colorful outfits, some even wearing men's swim trunks out in the open, boldly walked straight toward him without a hint of concealment. Hey kid, got a question for you. Get over here quick, or I'll chop you up with this knife. What kind of deranged team-building event is this? He eyed the bunch of second-tier nobodies. Zhang Hao strolled leisurely towards the group, dragging his long blade behind him. A dreadlocked man in a tight leather suit asked, Kid, how do we get to the battlefield depths near the minor realm? We've been walking all day and still can't find it. You mean the far right side of the battlefield depths? In that case, just keep heading to your right. Zhang Hao bluffed. Damn, Why didn't I think of that? The man who first called out slapped his thigh and shouted, "Kid, not bad at all. To think you've got such extraordinary wisdom. Our sacred beast society needs talents exactly like you." The middle-aged man looked over with appreciative eyes. Damn it, it's indeed these idiots. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes and asked, "What are you going there for? Do you need me to show you the way?" Unfortunately, the uncle was very cautious and shook his head, saying, "Our sacred society has a confidential mission. Though I don't know the details myself, Boss Frostvenom told us to come here on our own." "I see, well then, goodbye." A faint blue flash of the blade lit up, and all those who saw its light felt their minds sear with pain before being sliced in half. Jiang Hao casually flourished his blade. He sheathed his sword. Host has instantly defeated opponents 10,000 times. Please select 2 rewards from the 5 options below. Next instant kill reward milestone, 1 million victories. 1. 50,000 points. 2. Talent, Enlightened Tao Heart. Selecting this talent will replace Martial Prodigy. 3. Saint Rank Cultivation Technique. Matches your attributes. 4. Random Saint Rank Martial Skill. 5. Talent Perfect Spatial Affinity. Selecting this talent will automatically unlock the ancient spellcasting path talent, Freeform Casting. Holy cow, we've struck gold with this one. And it's a double yoker. Jiang Hao rubbed his hands excitedly, his gaze fixed on the 5 options displayed on the light screen deep in his mind. First of all, the initial 50,000 points option was definitely out. Only a fool would choose that. The second option was Tao Heart Enlightenment, a top-tier talent for comprehension that could instantly elevate martial skills and techniques to minor mastery. Not choosing this would make him less than human. As for cultivation techniques, Jiang Hao felt that with his talent, joining the Divine Land Martial School would undoubtedly grant him access to sage-grade techniques. Eliminated. Random Saint-tier martial techniques are too uncertain. Eliminated. The end. Perfect spatial affinity? With an innate talent for unlocking the path of magic. Apologies, elderly. Though I've always despised magic cultivation, dual cultivation is simply too enticing to resist. Magic art style, so fragrant. Chapter 38, The Path of Dual Cultivation, Interface Update. Jiang Hao decisively chose the talent Clear Tao Heart, and the talent Perfect Spatial Affinity. Ding! Host has obtained Clear Tao Heart, proficiency in all martial techniques elevated to minor mastery or above. Ding! Host has acquired Perfect Spatial Affinity, automatically activating the free casting talent. Ding! Detected a trace of spatial law and combat skill instant 9 flashes. Can spend 30,000 points to upgrade it to holy tier combat skill, Boundless Stride. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the path of arcane arts. Take off! Mastering both weaponry and magic. A radiant smile spread across Jiang Hao's face. This time he was truly invincible. Generally speaking, to become a magic-style martial artist requires meeting 2 essential conditions. Having inherently superior spiritual power compared to ordinary people. Awakening an additional Yuan Force control talent when reaching the first rank. Additionally, awakening certain related elemental talents will automatically unlock the ability to control primal energy. They continuously learn spells by relying on existing magical templates. These humanoids are referred to as the new arcane tradition. And then there's an extremely small minority. Perhaps it takes several years for the entire Blue Star to produce just one. They often awaken an affinity for a certain perfect element. This gift grants them the ability to cast spells freely. For example, warriors with perfect fire elemental affinity. Not only can they modify existing spell models to make them their own, they can also freely manipulate fire elements to create spells and techniques perfectly suited to themselves. Like Monarchs of Flame, they can unleash attacks far exceeding their current realm's limits, the only constraints being their mental fortitude and the amount of elemental energy available. These people are known as ancient arcane arts practitioners. Jiang Hao's perfect spatial affinity allows him to employ far more varied techniques in combat. Counselor Xia and Counselor Xing both pursue dual cultivation paths, and they're clearly stronger than other council members. This conclusion was drawn from reviewing the battle records of Blue Star's council members. Jiang Hao drew his long blade and activated his spatial gift, casually slashing out with a single strike. Without relying on martial techniques, it was merely a slash fueled by elemental energy. A silvery white thread shot forth, slicing through a 4-meter-tall boulder dozens of meters away. Slowly, the massive rock slid diagonally downward, cleanly split into 2 halves. Jiang Hao instantly flashed over purely by talent. The cross-section of the massive rock was smooth as a mirror. Space itself had been sliced open. However, Blue Star's space was relatively sturdy and would automatically heal. Otherwise, with each swing of the blade, one would witness a pitch-black fissure gap trailing behind silver-white threads. Open the panel, Jiang Hao commanded inwardly. A blue screen unfurled in his mind. Name, Jiang Hao. Realm, 3rd stage, 1st heaven plus. Physique, 59, 5th stage, plus. Spirit, 59, 5th stage, plus. Innate abilities, Enlightened Dao Heart plus Rapid Adaptation plus Perfect Spatial Affinity plus Free Casting plus Martial Skills, Crushing Fist plus 1, 5th tier, Perfect Mastery, plus Instant 9 Flashes, Upgradable, Proficient 563/5000, plus Lightning Blade, Proficient 496/500, plus Skyrending Slash, Proficient 2523/100000, plus Cultivation Method, Xia Kingdom 8th Basic Body Tempering Technique, 3rd tier, plus Points, 2415. Evaluation, the path of invincibility begins here. This panel, to put it bluntly, it's utterly plain and unremarkable. The intensity and numerical values were enough to make average mid-tier martial artists blush with shame. Even high-tier martial artists would be dumbstruck. What a pity that this technique can only be cultivated up to the 3rd tier, Jiang Hao lamented while looking at his shortcomings. Using points to strengthen a basic technique simply wasn't worth it, especially when he could obtain a Saint-tier technique for free later on. Fortunately, Jiang Hao didn't rely too much on cultivation tiers. In the past, he could fight at 3rd tier while being 1st tier himself. Now, wouldn't it be reasonable for him at 3rd tier to battle 6th tier opponents? With this level of physical resilience, Jiang Hao could literally take common attacks head-on. But what are these 2nd tier warriors from Sacred Beast Society doing deep in the combat zone? Has the soul-eating tree incident just ended and now it's happening again? Are there still experts out there? With the mindset that reporting cults is everyone's responsibility, I left messages for Old Li and Director Yi respectively to explain the situation. Jiang Hao took out the simple house and prepared to wash up. Just a bunch of 2nd stage martial artists, what big moves could they possibly make? Probably just came here to throw their lives away in a fit of madness. Sacred Beast Society fanatics act without any rhyme or reason. Best leave that headache to the Martial Control Bureau. Immersive Translate. A certain underground club in Yunshao City. The head of the Gao family looked at the several demon earls with a satisfied smile. Tomorrow, I shall personally take action. A tall demon speaking awkwardly in the Xia Kingdom's language said, "We appreciate the support of the Gao family head. The Gao family shall become friends of our demon race." Clouds reach Martial Arts School and Martial Unity Bureau cozying up to those low-born peasants utterly defiling the sacred profession of martial artists. Gao Jianrun revealed a sinister smile. If the town prefect truly gets killed by the Demon King, Cloudsource City will certainly descend into chaos. By then, I'll eliminate every last one of those criminals responsible for my tower's death. Yun Laikai stood to the side, watching as the heads of several noble families interacted harmoniously with the demon race. Looking at the frost poison lying on the ground asleep, a simple and honest smile appeared. Oh dear, tomorrow, our Yun family will take you in. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if you're discovered too early. A 7th-ranked passerby family head said sourly. Yun Laikai, as a direct descendant of the Yun family, you're actually involved in this? Yun Laikai narrowed his eyes and smiled. Who told the Xia Kingdom to be so excessive, stubbornly blocking the old master's promotion? Rest assured, although the old master doesn't agree with this operation, he hasn't opposed it either, has he? Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Cloudsor Prefecture at such a critical moment. Our entire Yun clan has long been dissatisfied with the Xia Kingdom. Immersive Translate. Feng family, Feng Qiluo's bedroom. What exactly is he doing? I went through so much trouble to get someone to add him on Feishin, but why isn't he replying to my messages? Feng Qiluo lay somewhat frustrated on the bed. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall by the pillow, spreading out softly. She wore an exquisite lace nightgown. Though somewhat disheveled from lying in bed, it still retained its grandeur and elegance. Watching the light screen where her several greeting messages had been ignored, Feng Qiluo pressed the back of her hand against her forehead. Truly a peerless genius on my level. Although outwardly arrogant, his thinking is meticulous, unwilling to reveal even the slightest information through idle chatter. Feng Qiluo was thoroughly impressed. This was exactly the demeanor befitting someone of genuine talent and capability. Unlike that Xia Pengchang, who constantly flaunts his council member family status, he looks down on martial artists without political backgrounds, relying solely on his powerful family connections. His arrogance reveals his glaring weakness. With merely average talent, he couldn't even force me to reveal my thunder magic techniques. How dare they call themselves the 7 heroes of the new generation? They're nothing like the white turned black from the Star family, or that sarcastic prophet from the Gu family. In short, this era only has its twin stars, there are no 7 heroes. As Feng Qiluo repeatedly replayed Jiang Hao's battle footage, she concluded, Jiang Hao's spiritual energy and foundation are abnormally high. Which 3rd tier warrior casually unleashes dozens or even hundreds of Saint tier martial techniques like it's nothing? Not to mention, piercing heaven's roar consumes mental energy. Feng Qiluo thought, he must be just like me, his spirit has reached the 7th tier. He spread his right hand open, making a phantom gripping motion. Are you really just a military combat practitioner? I'd love to fight you at your absolute best just once. His right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Chapter 39, Operation begins. Friday, May 31st. Unlucky for travel. Jiang Hao had rolled double blanks in last night's lottery. Fearing his luck would turn bad, he went to bed unusually early. The weather doesn't look promising today. Jiang Hao looked up at the sky. Dark clouds blanketed the heavens, casting a gloomy pall over the world as if shrouding everything in melancholy. Checking Feishin, Jiang Hao saw that Old Li hadn't replied, while Director Yi had merely sent a message saying investigation in progress. The 10,000 second achievement is already done, time to return to Yunlan City today. After playing for a few days, his own strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. Jiang Hao walked slowly toward the entrance. Time to bid farewell to acquaintances from these past days and head home. Immersive translate. Within the miniature world, a giant serpent writhed ceaselessly. The aura emanating from its body grew increasingly powerful, instantly breaking through the peak to reach the 9th rank. Yet it showed no signs of stopping, continuing to surge uncontrollably. By now, the colossal serpent's body had exceeded a kilometer in length. The scales on its head grew increasingly transparent, fragile as glass, each fragment gleaming with a perilous luster. Along the midsection of its body, layers of hardened bony structures emerged, connecting end to end, gradually forming a pair of massive skeletal frames. Then, flesh continuously regenerated, unfurling into a pair of uncanny wings of muscle and sinew. The colossal serpent, now stretching nearly 2 kilometers, glared with eyes brimming with violent malice. The oppressive aura of the saint rank spread like tidal waves across the entire minor world. The giant serpent hovered in midair with its bloody wings flapping, releasing a roar that shook both heaven and earth. Cloud Source City. Old Li suddenly opened his eyes, gazing toward the minor world closest to the depths of battlefield number 1. His face was completely expressionless, his entire figure gradually vanishing like a pencil sketch erased by rubber. Starry Skies State, Falling Star City. The Star Family. The middle-aged man sat cross-legged in silence upon the meditation cushion. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his pupils unfathomably deep, as if concealing the mysteries of the cosmos. Stars flickered to life and died within his gaze, like a miniature galaxy swirling in his eyes. Xing Wangshan's sight pierced through space, locking directly onto the serpent. Has it begun? I hope this kid succeeds. Immersive translate. Near battlefield number 3. Frost Poison watched these colleagues who were still arguing over who should take the lead. On the side, the 20-something demonic earls were already prepared. Yun Lai Kai was removing the energy-suppressing collars from those demon earls. This time we must teach those humans a severe lesson. One of the demons stretched their body and said. Frost Venom surveyed the crowd. This operation will absolutely succeed. Observing from the shadows with his elemental energy fluctuations completely concealed, the soul-devouring Demon King felt reassured. After all, the soul and essence of a saint-tier martial artist would serve as excellent nourishment for him. Perhaps this could completely repair the backlash caused by the collapse of the blood pool back then. If this operation succeeds, I'll leave the Blue Star world immediately. If it weren't for the Sacred Beast Society offering the flesh and bones of a peak sacred level beast, guaranteeing they could stall the guardian of the province so he could ambush and kill with a single strike. Not to mention, he still had a great teleportation talisman left behind by the previous Demon King, allowing him to instantly cross worlds and escape. I would never come to the Blue Star world myself. This time, I'll just take a bit of interest, consider it payback against humanity. The soul-devouring Demon King gnashed his teeth as he glared in the direction of the small world. He estimated that the provincial guardian had already entered the small world and begun battling the giant serpent. Frost Poison turned her gaze toward her teammates. Mission begin. The words had barely left her lips. A 7th-tier executive from the Sacred Beast Society had already charged forward. I'll lead the charge. Damn it! How dare you steal my line? I'm so craving for a funeral feast, can we have one this time? Over 20 demons followed in silent procession. Frost Poison slowly followed behind, gazing in the direction of battlefield number 1. This time, nothing should go wrong. Immersive translate. Roar! A 7th-tier Thunder Rage Bear was wreaking havoc on battlefield number 1. Spitting out globs of plasma from its mouth, it destroyed large swaths of the forest. Strangely enough, the Thunderstorm Bear had remained completely stationary since its appearance. Some warriors who spotted it from afar were nearly scared out of their wits. They all fled for dear life. Martial Control Bureau? A high-level lightning bear has appeared in battlefield number 1. What the hell is wrong with me, making shit up like this? Where are the high-level martial artists? Save us, quick! Military Control Bureau. Captain Zhang stared bewilderedly at the message from his superior. The head of the Gao family and several family leaders who had reached the 7th stage rebelled, intercepting several high-ranking officials of the Martial Control Bureau. Is this a movie scene? Deputy Team Leader Yen asked in confusion. Director Yi and Principal Li of Yunshao Martial Arts School are both peak 9th stage experts. How dare they launch a rebellion? Captain Zhang, I don't know. Then, Captain Zhang said with certainty, maybe it's just a drill. After all, no one would be foolish enough to launch a rebellion in a provincial capital, right? At this moment, several foolish family heads looked at the senior officials of the Martial Control Bureau opposite them with relief. Before the operation, Yun Kai suddenly informed them that Director Yi and Principal Li would be dealt with by others, and that they only needed to stall a few 7th-rank officials. Gao Jianrun, and you lot, aren't you afraid of being held accountable after this is over? A senior official from the Martial Unity Bureau shouted furiously. Heh, as long as I'm still here, the Gao family will remain standing, Gao Jianran declared, radiating the energy fluctuations of an 8th-tier cultivator. My tower was the most talented of the Gao family, yet he actually died in battlefield number 1. Since the Gao family has no future left, why shouldn't I rebel? Oh, is that so? From behind, a familiar voice rang out. Gao Jianrun and several family heads instantly plummeted from the sky, their life force and primordial energy fluctuations rapidly dwindling. The law of decay. It's the old patriarch of the Yun family. Didn't you sever ties with the Xia Kingdom authorities? Yun Laikong shook his wrist and looked at these clever fools with a strange expression. You didn't really think that a peak-level Saint-tier demon duke and a temporary crippled Saint-tier exotic beast could deal with the guardian of the province, did you? Gao Jianrun froze, his face showing complete bafflement. Shouldn't the weakest few Saint-level experts be assigned as the guardian envoys of Cloudsore Province? Isn't Cloudsore Province a backward region? Yun Laikong wore an expression as if looking at someone who had slipped through 9 years of compulsory education. Do you understand why they're called guardian envoys? Immersive translate. Jiang Hao wielded his long blade, relentlessly cutting down the frenzied aberrant beasts driven to madness by the appearance of a high-tier monstrosity. Damn it all to hell. How the hell did a 7th-tier thunderclap bear appear in a low-tier battlefield? Jiang Hao had originally planned to leave. A thunderstorm bear, bound by chains all over its body, suddenly appeared in the woods 2 kilometers away from him. Though it was unclear who had restrained the thunderstorm bear, low-level mutated beasts that were rarely seen before began pouring out. Jiang Hao knew it would take at least several minutes for the high-level warriors from the Martial Administration Bureau to arrive. Within those few minutes, at least 100 warriors might perish. Damn it! I swear I'll never jinx myself again. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, channeling his primordial energy continuously into the spirit-forged longsword. A powerful will guided the surrounding primordial energy. Wielding an 8-meter greatsword, Jiang Hao charged at the thunderstorm bear. With his spatial talent, he covered hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. The blade was entwined with pale blue elemental energy, while silvery white strands of spatial force gathered at its edge. I could tell at a glance you're not human. Jiang Hao exhausted all his remaining elemental energy and slashed at the immobilized thunderstorm bear. A massive blade energy hundreds of meters long shot forth, carrying the power to annihilate everything in its path. Pale blue blade energy entwined with silvery white light, resembling fragments of spatial rifts. Soaring void sundering slash. Chapter 40, You killed the lightning storm bear? This wasn't in the script. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of space being torn apart reverberated through the air. Thunderclap bear sensed an overwhelmingly thick aura of death. As pale blue and silver white blade lights flashed, Thunderclap bear immediately felt excruciating pain shoot through its brain. Its fur stood on end, but the thought of unleashing a final desperate strike to perish together with its opponent froze mid-action. The soul seemed split by a blade's edge, consciousness plunged into momentary chaos. Blank-brain Thunderblast bear watched helplessly as the sword chi cleaved toward him. No evasion possible, no blocking feasible, no counterattack attainable. Centered on the heart, the upper body of the thunderstorm bear was instantly torn apart and sent flying, followed by a rain of flesh and shattered bones. After cutting through the thunderstorm bear, the blade's energy had greatly weakened. Watching the slash vanish into the horizon, cleaving through the clouds, Jiang Hao collapsed to the ground as if drained of all strength. Ding! First perfect fusion of martial skill with spatial power activated, clear Dao Heart Talent triggered. Martial skill, Skyrending Void slash proficiency increased by 20,000 points. All other martial skills proficiency increased by 2,000 points. Martial skill, Crushing Fist enhancement upgrade cost reduced to 3,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for instantly defeating a 7th-tier opponent. Reward, 500 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving an instant kill across multiple tiers. Additional reward, 500 points. Ding! Detected a 7th-tier mutant beast's life crystal. Can be converted into 5,000 points. Confirm conversion? No! Jiang Hao weakly shouted. He felt no pride for having slain a 7th-tier mutant beast with a single strike. Jiang Hao knew very well that unless someone had wounded and restrained this thunderstorm bear in advance, he could never have dispatched it so effortlessly. After all, the energy fluctuations from his charging attack were so obvious anyone with half a brain would have fled long ago. Either that, or they'd have interrupted him with a flawless combo of their own. So does that mean today was misfortune or luck? Jiang Hao struggled to get up. Although his primordial energy was exhausted and he barely had any mental strength left, None of that stopped the current Jiang Hao from beating the crap out of a 5th rank martial artist. Ha! A curious voice came from above. Jiang Hao looked up. A mature woman in ancient costume was staring at him from midair. The vital energy radiating from her far surpassed that of the thunderstorm bear. She looks to be in her early 20s. There's some resemblance to that Yun senpai who I nearly beat into depression. It's just that her expression is a bit odd. Especially when looking at the thunderclap bear corpse that was clearly killed in one hit, her twitching lips and gaze clearly screaming what a freak. But the elegant lady in ancient robes didn't seem willing to speak first, and Jiang Hao couldn't tell if this auntie was Senior Yun's mother or not. The two stared at each other in silence for a long moment. Finally, Yun Shanshan finally couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up. You actually took down a 7th level mutant beast all by yourself? As she spoke, she glanced at the spiritual weapon in Jiang Hao's hand. A 7th tier spirit weapon alone isn't enough for you to contend with a 7th tier mutated beast. Surely you aren't actually cheating like people say online. Congratulations, you guessed right. Jiang Hao first nodded to acknowledge it was indeed him who killed it, then looked at the descending figure and said, Hello big sister, are you a high-tier martial artist sent by the Martial Control Bureau for support? To be honest, Jiang Hao had originally wanted to call her auntie. After all, he wasn't even as old as Senior Yun. But at the moment the words were about to leave his mouth, his 59-point intellect made him instantly change his phrasing. Talk about survival instincts dialed up to the max. The corners of Yun Shanshan's lips curled slightly as she looked at Jiang Hao approvingly, thinking to herself, this child is so well-mannered, much more perceptive than that scatterbrained Xiao. Yun Xianxi introduced herself. I'm Yun Xianxi, one of the top officials at the Unified Martial Department, and, well, I'm also the aunt of that Yun Xiao you defeated a few days ago. I came here to deal with this mutated beast, but I truly didn't expect you to resolve it in less than a minute. So this lady had already been waiting at battlefield number 1 for the mutant beasts to appear? She just didn't know the exact location, which is why she arrived a bit late. It seems the higher-ups in Yunshao City's government had prior knowledge of some intel. Jiang Hao pondered this realization, but he wasn't foolish enough to voice such questions aloud. Instead, he cupped his fists and said, pure luck. Yun Shanshan looked at the thunderstorm beast's corpse and waved her hand. A massive water sphere appeared, enveloping it, then continually decomposing it. Before long, Yun Cc maneuvered a small water sphere towards Jiang Hao, containing the life crystal inside. Ah, times have truly changed. When I graduated from the martial school, I was only at the peak of the 5th rank. Now you haven't even entered the martial school yet, and you can already slay a 7th rank mutant beast alone. Yun Cc sighed while gazing at the devastated forest. Thanks to you this time, your intervention was very timely, and no martial artists died in the vicinity, though some might have been injured by the frenzied low-level exotic beasts. The Martial Control Bureau will provide them with compensation. Because the thunderstorm bear died too quickly, the low-level beasts hadn't truly formed a major riot before being stopped. Add to that the primordial energy fluctuations emanating from Yun Cc as she flew, scaring those beasts into fleeing in all directions along the way. Jiang Hao remained silent. Although the outcome was good, it was clear the authorities knew the inside story yet didn't step in to prevent it earlier. Now he finally understood why Old Li always urged him to return to Yunlan City early whenever they chatted. But what's the point of doing this? Are they trying to trap someone? For some reason, the image of the demon clan surfaced in Jiang Hao's mind. Right, there's also the Holy Beast Society. Could the frost poison mentioned by those second-tier members yesterday be one of the targets this time too? Yun Cc kept the Thunderclaw Bear's paws, bones, and head while saying to Jiang Hao, are you selling these materials? Jiang Hao glanced at it and shook his head. Since he couldn't craft spirit weapons or the like, keeping the materials would be useless. If Sister Yun wants to buy them, that's perfect. It'll also make it easier for me to find someone. Hee, don't worry, I won't shortchange you, Yun Cc said, clapping her hands together. Alright, what comes next has nothing to do with us. Let's head back to the city. Need a ride? Yun Cc casually stored the materials into her storage tool, rinsed her hands with a water ball, and asked, of course, then I'll trouble Sister Yun for it. Immersive translate. A group of figures were darting swiftly across battlefield number 3. This battlefield is so quiet. We haven't encountered anyone yet. Ah, they must be so scared of my netherfire that they don't even dare show their faces. A feast. I smell a feast coming. A member of the demon clan eyed the high-ranking officials of the Sacred Beast Society who were behaving like a pack of wild dogs. Glancing around in confusion, he muttered, where's Yun Laikai? Didn't he come in with us? A demon nearby said, what's the big fuss? Brother Cloud might have already gone into hiding, ready to ambush the enemy at any moment. Come to think of it, why are we listening to that human frost venom and raiding this place? If it's just about containment, couldn't we do the same in Cloudreach City? I have no idea. After a moment's thought, the group of demons decided to cast their doubts aside and charge ahead. After all, since we're already here, with that 9th tier peak human frost venom and the boss around, there's nothing left to fear. At that moment, members of the demon race and the Sacred Beast Society suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. When they opened their eyes, they found the surrounding environment had completely transformed. What's happening? One after another, they deployed their energy shields mid-air, their eyes filled with shock and uncertainty. I've got it! A high-ranking member of the Sacred Beast Society suddenly shouted loudly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. It's onions! I added onions to battlefield number 3. Damn fools! Demon curse! The leading peak 9th-ranked demon disdainfully retreated from this group of lunatics. Glancing at the drastically altered surroundings in confusion, he addressed the direction where Frost Venom stood. This isn't following the script at all? Ha! Where's the frost poison? That human escaped. Chapter 41, All Actors, The Law of the Heart. Inside the miniature world, the hideous giant serpent's roar shook heaven and earth. Its size had grown again, reaching an astonishing 2,000 meters. Its tail swung like a colossal iron rod, each sweep tearing massive spatial fissures. Large swaths of black fissures slowly healed, but they could never keep up with the destruction wrought by the giant serpent. In the end, the minor realm had its limits and couldn't truly sustain the full power of a saint-rank powerhouse. The colossal serpent glared viciously at the tiny human figure in the distance before suddenly soaring upward to evade hundreds of blade auras that radiated lethal danger. It then lowered its head and unleashed a torrent of breath. A green corrosive exhalation, carrying the essence of decay and annihilation, completely submerged the human silhouette. Observing the vast contaminated land, the great serpent raised its spiky barbed tail. The primordial forces converged. With a heavy thud, it lashed against the ground. The entire microcosm seemed to shudder violently, like a colossal axe descending from the heavens, splitting the earth asunder. A terrifying shockwave erupted, carving out trenches that stretched for thousands of miles. Debris and dust filled the sky in swirling chaos. Old Lee's figure slowly emerged from the aftermath. His disheveled form stood warily before the colossal serpent, the holy weapon in his hand trembling incessantly as if being suppressed. How much longer can you hold out, you beast? Old Lee's voice came through, weary and strained. The giant serpent seemed to grow increasingly anxious as fine cracks began appearing across its body's surface, while its aura flickered unsteadily. All of this unmistakably indicates, it won't be long before it falls in rank. Old Lee steeled himself and stepped forward, ready to fight the giant serpent with his life on the line. Just then, a hand instantly pierced through Elder Lee's heart, then twisted violently. Dark flames immediately engulfed Elder Lee completely. The small world seemed to have been sealed off, temporarily severing its connection with Blue Star. All information within could no longer be transmitted outward. Quack quack quack. The soul and essence of a human saint-level warrior shall be claimed by me, Soul Devourer. The figure of the soul-devouring Demon King finally emerged. He gazed with satisfaction at Elder Lee, who had crashed to the ground and stirred up clouds of dust, sensing that the old man's life force had indeed weakened to its limit. Only then did he truly set his anxious heart at ease. With a casual flick, a black demonic spear pinned the giant serpent to its death. Earlier, he had remained on guard against treachery all along. He had been using his life-bound secret technique to completely conceal his presence. As long as he didn't wander under the noses of those fate stars, he was confident no one could find him. Because the title Soul Devourer was deliberately chosen by him. Given his skills rooted in evasion, concealment, and secrecy, perhaps the Shadow Demon King would be a more fitting name. Who would have thought that human called Frostbane's plan would go so smoothly? The soul-devouring Demon King revealed a triumphant grin. Old bastard, what good is fighting prowess alone? Battles are won with brains. Though already victorious, he still dared not utter the terrifying figure's name. Immersive translate. Battlefield number 3. After noticing the leader was missing. Damn it, that bastard Frost Venom must have gone to feast alone behind our backs. Foodie immediately started his usual antics. I told you from the beginning, follow my Netherfire plan and I guarantee victory. The demon leader surveyed their surroundings. Though his kind normally didn't sweat, he could practically feel the beads forming on his forehead. This is the world that accommodates humanity's saint-rank powerhouses. We've fallen into a trap. The leader cried out in despair. In the gloom-shrouded world, everyone looked up. Gazing at the dazzling starry sky above, each star radiated light and heat. F***CK. It's the saint rank of the Star Clan. The demon leader had already given up on thinking, while the remaining demons trembled as they looked at this all-too-familiar starry sky. Every technique of the Star Clan had been etched into the very souls of the demon race. A bunch of cowards. The critical moment. Codenamed Netherfire, a high-ranking member of the Sacred Beast Society, stepped forward. His body radiated the energy fluctuations of an 8th-rank peak. Netherfire raised his middle finger at the stars in the sky and laughed arrogantly, saying, "What's the big deal about the Saint tier? Can't dozens of us take on just one? We have the upper hand." No sooner had the words left his mouth. A young man stepped forward. Behind him followed Frostvenom, Yunlaikai, as well as high-ranking officials from Yunchao City and the military. present head of the Xing family, Xing Yaoran. The demon lord slumped lazily on the ground. Since we're doomed anyway, might as well take a break. Nearby, Netherflame charged forward excitedly. Annihilation, what a glorious instant. Boom! The flames of Netherflare's self-destruction froze in place moments before they could expand. With a light tap of Xing Yaoran's finger, the fireball was instantly devoured by starlight descending from the heavens. Frostbane, why are you just standing there watching? Have you betrayed us? Frostbane curled her lips into a mocking smile, then rubbed the ring on her thumb before slipping it off. The figure of Frost Poison vanished, replaced by a young man who bore some resemblance to the head of the Xing family. Allow me to introduce myself, Xing Yu, Dean of the Occult Arts Academy at Shenzhou Martial School. The demons and members of the Sacred Beast Society present were momentarily stunned, looking at the irritating expression on Yun Lightsey's face behind him. A demon said in disbelief, Brother Yun, why are you siding with the Xia kingdom? Didn't you say the Yun family patriarch was denied promotion by Xia, and that your family supports the rebellion? Yun Likai pointed cheerfully at Xing Yaoran. Do you know why our Yun family was able to meddle in the demon race's trading business? Long before that soul-devouring archduke fled gravely wounded, the Star family had already come looking for us. Xing Yu chuckled, if we hadn't acted convincingly, how could that soul-devouring archduke who invested all his points in stealth have taken the bait? The demon leader felt his mind grow heavy. You humans and your tactical schemes, every one of your hearts is filthy. Though he knew his group was beyond salvation, the leader still laughed heartily and said, you have no understanding of the Demon King. His power has long surpassed most peak Saint-Tier experts. Even if the Saint-Tier experts from the Star family come to reinforce, it's useless now. The Demon King has already taken the origin power of that provincial guardian and left the Blue Star world. It's already over. We high-ranking demon counts exchanged our lives for the fall of a human Saint-Tier martial artist. It was worth it. With these words, he closed his eyes and awaited death. The members of the Sacred Beast Society had already been suppressed by the military and the Martial Control Bureau. Xing Yaoran spoke up strangely. Why go to support them? The garrison envoys of Cloudsore Prefecture and Golden Sand Prefecture are figures from the same era as our Xing family's patriarch and Counselor Xia. But you're right about one thing, it's over. Now Governor Li Jinzhou has secured the essence of the soul-eating duke. The demon leader's eyes snapped wide open in an instant. Immersive translate. The time rewinds to 10 minutes ago. The soul-devouring Demon King grinned in satisfaction as he prepared to descend and strip away the core essence of the human saint-rank martial artist. Just then, I heard, finally, you're out. Any longer and I was afraid I'd have beaten that giant snake to death myself. The soul-devouring Demon King froze, his expression turning grim as he stiffly turned to look. An old man without a single wrinkle on his face, radiating intense vitality, stood not far behind him with his hands clasped behind his back. Not only was he unharmed, but there wasn't even a speck of dust on him. This defies the laws of Yuan power. Soul Devourer roared in his heart, sensing the primal energy fluctuations emanating from his opponent peaking at the same saintly tier level as his own, and that filled the entire pocket dimension. Adding yet another seal atop his own, Soul Devourer silently stared at the completely inactive Great Teleportation Talisman. He shouted in disbelief. Law of the Soul. Chapter 42, The Path to Sainthood, The Strike of the Fate Star. Peak Sainthood, The Law of the Soul. The soul-devouring Demon King realized he had been tricked. Have you kept this small pocket world just for today? You want to take my origin source to ascend to Saint rank. The peak of 9th rank is the ultimate limit of transcendent 9th rank. To grow stronger beyond this, one must condense the laws themselves. Most martial artists who reach the 9th rank get stuck at this stage. But to truly ascend to the Saint rank, there are only two paths. The first path. Find an unattended small world. Let your own laws and elemental forces gradually transform the small world. Once the small world is completely transformed, it can be accommodated within a martial artist's body. When the small world inside the body can be freely entered and exited, and placed within a giant world, then the martial artist will automatically ascend to the Saint tier. This path is also known as the Sovereign of the World. If the martial artist dies, their inner world will also collapse and be destroyed. This path takes a relatively long time even at the fastest. It requires several months to complete the advancement. The advantage is that this path is more stable, with almost no chance of failure. Moreover, since this miniature world has been completely transformed by one's own primordial energy and laws, it can continuously absorb special energies from the chaotic void and convert them into primordial power. This essentially provides a portable fountain of primordial energy. It's exceptionally beneficial for martial artists who follow the path of spell cultivation. Just keep nurturing the miniature world, and you'll continue growing stronger until reaching the pinnacle of sainthood. The second path, known as the Path of Ascension. The method of advancement is simple. Just obtain the essence of a recently deceased saint-tier existence and forcibly integrate it into your own body. If you don't have a saint position, then snatch someone else's. As long as you withstand the initial erosion and the backlash of the chaotic rules, you can ascend to Saint Tier in just a few days. Those with a solid foundation will have an easier time. There is no fundamental difference between warriors who advance through this method and those who walk the path of world cultivation. Reaching the peak of the saint rank through personal cultivation is about as difficult as nurturing a world. However, the path of ascension is more dangerous, and failure could cost one's life. Some attempt to walk both paths simultaneously, though such cases are exceedingly rare and fraught with even greater peril. The soul-devouring Demon King finally understood. The so-called rejection of the Yin family's old patriarch's advancement wasn't because the Yin family differed from those council families by not being bound to Xia country. Rather, it was because others who needed the minor world's advancement had made a deal with Yunqiao province's officials. His own origin source would be used by the Yun family's old patriarch to ascend to the Saint Tier. I really thought the Yun family was at odds with the Xia kingdom. After all, back then, the internet was full of discussions about this matter. So this trap had been set since that very moment? Staring at the completely isolated pocket dimension, Soul Devourer revealed a vicious expression. If I can't escape, then I'll kill you first. See who takes the other's origin essence. Oldly quietly watched the soul-devouring Demon King, his pupils losing focus as his gaze suddenly turned vacant. His entire being seemed to transform into an emotionless puppet. A cold, mechanical voice, like the high and mighty Heavenly Tao delivering judgment, emerged from Old Li's mouth. My next attack will reach the life star. Law of the mind. Within a certain range. As long as you believe you are strong enough, you will be. Wait, I surrender. The soul-devouring Demon King seemed to sense something and desperately shouted. Old Li slowly raised his right hand, palm as sharp as a blade. He swung it down towards the soul-devouring Demon King. No dazzling effects tore through the stars, nor were there any dazzling blade lights slashing through the air, just a single motion of swinging the sword. The soul-devouring Demon King's body froze instantly. He felt as though his future had been severed with that single strike. All his fate had converged into a single thread: death. Only a fate star can oppose another fate star. It was as if someone had swung a blade down from the infinite heights of dimensions beyond. The soul-devouring Demon King felt his body, soul, and status being stripped away, reduced to their primordial essence. The soul-ender Demon King died without a struggle, passing away peacefully. Phew, phew. Old Li snapped out of his previous state, panting heavily with sweat pouring down his forehead. He could feel the exhaustion of his depleted yuan power and the stinging pain from overexerting his mental energy. With a feeble smile, Old Li muttered, I'm exhausted. At my age, I still have to come out and perform. Once Xiaoyun gets promoted, let him take my shift in the other world. Xing Yaoran appeared with Xinging Yu. Apologies for troubling you, Prefect Li. The soul-devouring Duke's stealth abilities are too formidable, we had to use some tricks to draw him out. Old Li waved his hand, just make sure the promised resources aren't diminished. With that said, he grabbed the Saint Tier origin and left the minor world. The head of the Star Clan casually waved his hand, and starlight shimmered. All the surviving exotic beasts died by mere coincidence. You've done well these past few months, successfully luring the demonic clan into the fray. But after advancing to Saint Tier, don't go wandering off anymore. You haven't visited the Arcane Academy for so long that the Dean has been complaining to me. Xinging Yu gazed excitedly at this small world that belonged to him and said, truthfully, the family had laid the groundwork early on. I merely played the part of Frostbane for a while. But that means I've reached the saint level before that madwoman Xiao Wanjun. Xinging Yu pictured the commotion his return to Shenzhou Martial Arts Academy would cause after ascending to the saint rank, the corners of his lips curling upward. I will definitely become Xia country's youngest saint-level martial artist. Immersive translate. Yunqiao City, the Yun family. So all this was just to lure out that severely injured demon archduke? Zhang Hao's lips twitched as he asked. This demon archduke doesn't seem particularly bright. But with this move, the Yun family has officially latched onto the Xing family's coattails. A few years ago, the rumors that the Yun family was about to sever ties with the Xia kingdom really screwed over a lot of people. The demon clan's last Saint-tier powerhouse is gone. The heavily scrutinized Sacred Beast Society tried to regain their reputation, only for their leadership to be nearly wiped out. Even some ambitious family heads were caught in the net and exposed. The Gao family was utterly finished. Zhang Hao silently lit a stick of incense for the late patriarch of the Gao family, whom he had never met. They were scammed to death. That's exactly right. Grandpa was too eager to reach the saint rank, and since he wasn't a spellcaster, the small world couldn't offer him much enhancement anyway. The Xing family also promised to provide assistance in helping Grandpa ascend to a higher path, increasing his chances of success, and ensuring no death would occur even in the event of failure. Of course, Grandpa and Old Li agreed. Zhang Hao still felt something was off. But the little world belongs to our Cloudsoar province. What will happen to Battlefield number 1 if it gets refined? Yun Shanshan gave Zhang Hao a surprised glance, never expecting that this future powerhouse would care about such matters. Don't worry, the Xing family has promised to double the supply of low-level martial arts resources for all martial schools and high school martial arts classes across Cloud Sky Province. This includes making many mid to low-level martial techniques freely available to students. All expenses will be covered by the Xing family. Elderly agreed to the Xing family's plan mainly for this reason. After all, the essence of the soul-devouring Grand Duke could also be used for advancement. Besides, the decrease in the number of exotic beasts at Battlefield Number 1 doesn't mean they're completely gone. We just need to manage the timing and frequency of activation properly. It seems the Xing family has gained another young Saint-rank cultivator this time, and Cloudsor Province now has a Saint-rank presence in the open. A win-win situation indeed. But speaking of which, is it appropriate for a third-tier novice like me to know so many inside stories? Jiang Hao hesitated, but ultimately didn't dare to ask. Yun Cece took a sip of milk tea and looked at the utterly despondent Yun Yichen beside her, suddenly comprehending. Oh dear, Chen, your biggest rival for martial arts exam champion is Jiang Hao. Why don't you two have a match now to see the difference? Sissy, my little frame couldn't even take one punch from brother Jiang. Yun Yichen naturally called his aunt Sis. Jiang Hao looked at Yun Yichen with disdain. Coward. Yun Yichen looked at this suddenly rising prodigy without feeling the slightest discomfort. After all, the title of State Martial Examination Champion attracted far too much attention. This kind of limelight went completely against his consistently steady and low-key nature. Someone taking over his position was for the best. He definitely didn't want to catch the attention of those so-called 7 heroes of Xia Kingdom. As for Jiang Hao's contemptuous look, what a joke, I'm not that idiotic elder sister who'd call auntie to a young maiden clearly sensitive about her age. Ahem. Jiang Hao cleared his throat and looked at Yun Qianxi, saying, Sister Qianxi, can we keep it a secret about how I drove away the thunderstorm bear? Yun Qianxi blinked her eyes and, seeing Jiang Hao's bashful smile, nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I'll report to old Ji, with discretion. Chapter 43 The Freshman Ranking Battle, Going Home. Yun Yichen looked at the pop-up message with a start, then turned to Jiang Hao with pleading eyes. Brother Jiang, save me. Jiang Hao stared at this usually steady player, typing out a question mark in response. Do you know Feng Qilua? The one director Yi asked you to add the other day. Feng Qilua? Jiang Hao pondered. He seemed to recall such a person. Back then, Director Ye's voice had sounded somewhat awkward, so he'd added her just to save face for the director. But she kept harassing him, sending all sorts of meaningless messages. What, the only true heroes in this world are you and me. You alone are special. This era should indeed be ours to contend for. You clearly suffer from full-blown otaku delusions. It was directly blocked. But isn't this Feng Qilua just an internet alias? No way? Are there really people using their real names online? I remember it, but since I was focused on hunting mutant beasts in Zone 1, I set my bracelet to Do Not Disturb. Plus, she sent quite a few messages, so I didn't read them. Just a half-truth to fool you, Jiang Hao said with deceptive earnestness. Yun Yichen pointed at the dialogue box in front of him and said, Because I went back to Xiaoyun Zhou, the sister asked me to tell you to reply to her message. How did she know I'm at the Yun residence? Jiang Hao asked in confusion. Yun Yichen said with a bitter expression. Of course she didn't know. She just notified me to arrange it. If Brother Jiang weren't at my place today, I'd have to come looking for you. Seriously? Though you usually play things safe, no need to be this much of a coward. Jiang Hao silently opened his wristband. She's not even here, why bother with her? Brother Jiang, of course you're not afraid, your abilities speak for themselves. You could even call yourself the 8th prodigy of Xia. But I'm not like that. Since our families are connected by marriage, my sister and I visited the Feng family as kids. She's been bullying us ever since. Yun Yichen's expression showed no trace of deception, and even Yun Cece's face changed as if the other party were truly some great demon king. The 8 elites? What kind of bizarre title is that? Jiang Hao didn't believe anyone could match up to him. This is the confidence that dual cultivation players give me. Unblock. Ignoring the long string of incomprehensible words, I went straight to the newest message. Feng Qilua, see you when school starts. The top spot in the freshman ranking matches will definitely be mine. Feng Qilua. I don't eat beef. Yeah, you're right. Turning off the wristband and enabling Do Not Disturb mode was done seamlessly in one go. A freshman ranking competition? Does that mean all the new students in the school have to fight at the start of term? With so many people, how long is going to take? Jiang Hao humbly sought advice. Yun Qianxian finished her milk tea and casually summoned a water sphere to dissolve the cup. After gathering her thoughts for a moment, she said, It's exactly as it sounds, though not all freshmen can participate. The school will list 100 freshmen. Their initial rankings are determined based on college entrance exam scores and past standout achievements. Those ranked lower can challenge those above them, with 5 chances per person. These are all very routine duels. There's also the combat between the most outstanding freshmen each year to determine the rankings for the next semester. For example, there are 8 universally recognized top freshmen in your batch, including yourself. Although you're part of that 100, the others aren't qualified to challenge you 8 during freshman year. All 8 of you are supreme talents capable of achieving perfect scores in the college entrance exams. Wait, Sister Cece, is getting full marks really that difficult? Those big states should have plenty of perfect scorers, right? After all, Elderly said mastering same-tier martial skills early would make fighting opponents a whole major realm above effortless. And among those top-ranked states, there's more than one family with same-tier martial artists. Yun Cece shook her head. To get full marks, you'd need at least third-tier cultivation, right? Scoring 500 points in practical combat means you'd have to defeat a fourth-tier computer AI. The National College Entrance Exam's fourth-stage computer AI actually knows same-tier martial techniques or spells. For example, Shinshin here also knows a same-tier martial technique, but he'd absolutely lose against any fourth-stage warrior who possesses same-tier techniques. Yuni-chen quietly raised his hand and said, the same-tier martial technique I know is an escape-type movement technique. That's so like you. Jiang Hao turned his head to signal Yun Shanshan to continue. Yun Shanshan pouted her lips, took out a new cup of bubble tea to moisten her throat, and went on. The 8 of you in this batch will compete in one-on-one elimination rounds until the first place is determined. But, with your skills, you've got a really good chance of taking first place. After all, 6 of the remaining 7 were only slightly stronger than Xiaoxiao's level. The most formidable among them, Feng Qilua, no one truly knows the extent of her strength. But the other 6 had all been defeated by her. It was a completely one-sided domination. It seems these so-called top-tier prodigies were merely at the level of 5th-rank martial artists, maybe a bit stronger, but not by much. As for that Feng Qilua, let's give her some face and consider her at 6th rank. Jiang Hao thought confidently. Though without his spirit blade, he couldn't slash out a sword aura powerful enough to kill a 7th-rank opponent. Dealing with a 6th rank shouldn't be too difficult for him. Checking the time, he felt it was about right. After all, Jiang Hao would be returning to Yunlan City that afternoon. He bade farewell to Yun Cece and Yuni-chen before leaving the Yun residence. Through his wristband, he sent farewell messages to everyone he had met in Yunshao City and on Battlefield Number 1 over the past few days. As he gazed at the chat hologram, Captain Zhang and Deputy Captain Yen were still dealing with the resistance from those rebellious family members. Lu Di and the others replied that they'd treat him to dinner next time. The 4-member team from Cloud Sky Martial Arts School sent their best wishes for the boss's smooth journey. Jiang Hao felt a touch of warmth, the corner of his lips curling slightly upward. This 7-day journey has come to an end. Next time I go to Yunshao City, I might already be a high-level martial artist. Heading to the airport with the members sent by the Martial Administration Bureau to pick me up. On the plane, looking at the words, I really want to retire, on the light screen. After hesitating for a while, I still sent a message. I don't eat beef, Grandpa Li, I've returned to Yunlan City. See you after the college entrance exams. Old Li seemed to be busy and didn't reply, but Director Yi sent Jiang Hao a list instead. Looking at the list where almost all the high-ranking members of the Sacred Beast Society had been apprehended, Jiang Hao couldn't help but marvel at the whims of fate. Just a few months ago, he was merely an ordinary first-rank martial artist. Back then, he had been utterly powerless against the Sacred Beast Society, which boasted over 20 high-rank martial artists. Yet now, he possessed strength capable of threatening even 7th-rank warriors, and the Sacred Beast Society had met its demise. What a shame, Blood Shadow actually didn't show up this time, Jiang Hao said while looking at the list. That guy Blood Shadow is both clever and slippery, completely out of sync with the other members of the Sacred Beast Society. Just as well he didn't come. Soon enough, I'll be able to deal with you personally. Jiang Hao looked out the airplane window at the vast blue sky dotted with white clouds. Jiang Hao slightly narrowed his eyes and stretched out a hand to block part of the sunlight. The sunlight filtered through his fingers and sprinkled on his face. Let's go home. Chapter 44, Panel Optimization, Same-Tier Martial Arts, Boundless Journey. June 1st, Saturday. The morning sun filtered softly through the curtains, casting gentle light into the room. Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and sat up from the cozy bed. The 7-day tour had ended, though the final stretch had been slightly bumpy. But the outcome was good after all. The Cloud Mist province now had its very own saint-level warrior. At least officially, the wristband showed a message notification. Jiang Hao looked at the messages from his former homeroom teacher and principal with dismay. They wanted to invite him back to school to give a speech to his juniors, to encourage them. Rejected without hesitation. Good news, his strength had skyrocketed several times over since then. The dream of dominating peers and overpowering contemporaries has been fulfilled. Bad news, now the entire Yunlan City is playing his previously recorded motivational speeches on loop. Whether it's the evening news or commercials between TV dramas, his face is everywhere. Watching the video he recorded for the mayor before heading to the battlefield, encouraging students. In the video, he was talking effortlessly, pouring out buckets of inspirational clichés from his past life. He had stuffed the students of Yunlan City to the brim with them. Now, Jiang Hao wished he could travel back in time and slap himself twice. Yesterday, just as he entered the neighborhood, the guard at the gate immediately put on a big smile, wanting to get an autograph for his grandson. Listening to the sound of his own voice coming from the video beside him, behind every effort, Jiang Hao almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes from embarrassment. In the end, he quickly signed his name and bolted before being surrounded. However, the video's effect was quite noticeable. Parents from several surrounding cities have been moving to Yunnan City in droves, all in hopes of catching some of that good fortune, ensuring their children can successfully become martial artists. Word has it the principal of Third High couldn't stop smiling for days. Batches upon batches of top students are lining up to attend their school. They certainly picked the perfect timing. It won't be long before students' martial arts resources double. Each person can receive at least 3 yuan crystals every week. After all, the doubling is calculated based on the average level of Cloudsore Prefecture. It's worth noting that for Jiang Hao's batch, the school's meager resources were truly insufficient, as most were barely at the first stage. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and Jiang Hao reflexively said, "Just leave it at the door." Jiang Hao, now fully dressed, froze in confusion. He hadn't ordered any takeout. Stepping outside, he saw a suitcase standing quietly on the ground. A white note was stuck to it, reading, "Private delivery." Looking at this familiar scene, Jiang Hao felt a sharp twitch in his forehead. Pulling out the white paper, picking up the box, closing the door, opening the box all in one fluid motion. Ding! Detected a 9th tier mutant beast's life crystal. Can be recharged for 30,000 points. Would you like to recharge? What the hell? Where did you get a level 9 life crystal? So generous? First, absorb the crystal, breaking through 40,000 points for the first time in history. Points, 41,404. Ding! Host's cumulative points have exceeded 66,666. Beginning system panel optimization. Optimization complete. See below for optimized content. 1. The points notification can now be turned off, including alerts for life crystal absorption detection, etc. 2. Instant kill judgment optimized. Blocking attacks, dodging, or passive counterattacks will not count as judgment failures. Only when the host actively attacks will the judgment begin. Subjective intent to harm the opponent itself. Successful instant kill awards points. Really? Such good fortune? Jiang Hao laughed heartily. This round of optimizations could be said to be extremely precise. Now that makes sense. Otherwise, wouldn't we just be letting the prey escape if we encounter someone quick on the draw who kites us? He gazed at the small folded squares in the box. It seems Grandpa Li did quite well yesterday, dealing with the soul-devouring dupe with just some minor injuries. Unfolding the familiar instruction manual, he read Grandpa Li's handwritten note. Kid Zhang, I've been rather busy these past few days, so don't expect replies to my Feishin messages. I heard you requested 2 life crystals from Director Yi. This freshly dropped level 9 life crystal hasn't been tainted by cosmic laws yet. Take it as your plaything. Oh yes, thanks to a kind-hearted individual's gift, the present I prepared for you can be upgraded again. A freshly dropped crystal. Could this be the same forcibly matured exotic beast that Sister Cece mentioned? Jiang Hao had only learned this yesterday, so it turns out that the frost poison provided the flesh and bones of sacred tier mystical beasts that help stabilize combat strength at the sacred tier were actually from the Xing family's stockpile. That soul-devouring Duke really doesn't seem too bright. How could an organization without even a single sacred tier member possess peak sacred tier flesh? As for the other high-ranking members of the Sacred Beast Society, they simply lacked the intellect to question it. Jiang Hao rubbed his hands together excitedly as he stared at the luminous screen. Next comes the part where your face flushes red and your heartbeat quickens. Panel. Allocate points. First, he spent 8,000 points to boost both physique and spirit to 60. Knock, knock, knock. Listening to the wildly pounding heart, like boiling blood, every cell in the body was cheering with excitement. The figure suddenly grew from 188 centimeters to 2 meters tall. Muscles strained tightly against the clothes before gradually subsiding, and the height returned to 188 centimeters. The spirit also seemed to break through a membrane, clearly several times stronger than before, yet without any sense of dissonance. Jiang Hao felt as though he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. His realm could no longer be suppressed, directly breaking through to the 3rd tier, 4th layer. Moreover, it continued to rise, only stopping at the 3rd tier, 7th layer. And his foundation was remarkably stable. Just one more first-grade crystal and I'll be able to break through. Phew. As expected of a stats panel, it completely ignores the laws of energy conservation. Jiang Hao reveled in the explosive power surging within him. Even without relying on spirit weapons or martial techniques, he could now pulverize an ordinary 6th-tier warrior. Hell yeah! Though he hadn't tested it yet, Jiang Hao could feel it. His physical speed had definitely surpassed the speed of sound. And at full power, it's estimated to reach twice the speed of sound. That's at least 3 times faster than before adding the attribute points. An average 7th-tier martial artist, using their full spiritual energy for flight, normally reaches about twice the speed of sound. However, Jiang Hao's running would create sonic booms that could cause significant destruction. And from far away, you could already hear the sound of Jiang Hao running. But a 7th level martial artist flying using Yuan power wouldn't produce a sonic boom or any sound. I hope when I enter martial school competitions in the future, they don't give me some ridiculous nickname like Raging Dragon Warrior or Mad Blade War God. Jiang Hao was somewhat concerned. Forget it, let future me deal with the embarrassment. Keep allocating points to the stats panel. First, spend 30,000 points to upgrade Instant 9 Flashes. Ding! Martial Skill Instant 9 Flashes successfully upgraded to the Space Attribute Same Tier Martial Skill, Boundless Realm Steps. Boundless journey, no seal, environment, or constraint can hold you back. You traverse the interstitial layers of space undetected, unhindered. You are the sovereign of spatial realms. Staring at the remaining 3000 plus points, I decided to allocate them to Deathfist after some contemplation. Points, 3,404,404. After all, my Yuan energy drains too quickly at times, especially when encountering thousands of aberrant beasts. Flying Blade through the void feels amazing to use, but the energy consumption is outrageously fast. Might as well upgrade Crushing Fist instead. Ding! Detected perfect spatial affinity talent. Crushing Fist attribute transformation. Crushing Fist plus 2 Void Shattering Fist, 9th tier. Void Shattering Fist, infused with spatial power, it directly vibrates the space at the point of impact, dealing massive damage to energy shields. Can cause piercing damage. They're back. They're all back. The days of teleporting past with body techniques and exploding heads with Crushing Fists are back again. Jiang Hao wiped away non-existent tears, gazing at the blue light screen in his mind. The panel updated once more. Chapter 45, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow, activate. On the eve of the college entrance exam. Name, Jiang Hao. Realm, 7th heaven of the 3rd stage, plus. Physique, 60, 6th stage, plus. Spirit, 60, 6th tier, plus. Special status. Transcender I has broken the laws of biological evolution, prematurely initiating the first metamorphosis. Permanent, ability unknown. Innate abilities, Dao Heart Enlightenment plus Rapid Adaptation plus. Perfect Space Affinity plus Free Casting plus. Martial Arts, Sky Shattering Fist, Perfected 1/30,000, plus Boundless Steps, Mastery 2860/100000, plus Lightning Flash Blade, Perfected, plus Skyrending Slash, Mastery 22969/100000, plus Cultivation Method, Xia Country's 8th Basic Body Training Technique, Tier 3, plus Points, 404. Review, Hacked is Hacked, Cheat Engine, activate. Special Status, Limit Breaker, can't even detect any effects on the status panel? No wonder I felt noticeably lighter earlier, and my spiritual energy absorption has increased dramatically. I assume a normal breakthrough transformation would require time and ample spiritual energy, but the panel eliminated that need for me, just like with the Soaring Void Slash technique. Though I honestly expected major changes only after reaching 70 attribute points. What does it mean to be unrivaled among your generation? Jiang Hao could even control an AK, but not the corner of his mouth. Spend some time in the virtual combat space to gradually adjust, then try to develop the uses of spatial force as much as possible. I seem to recall that some overconfident young miss from the Xing family wanted to challenge me, didn't she? With confidence, Jiang Hao tapped his wristband, first dismissing the daily messages from a certain narcissistic Shinibu, watching some highlights from the global martial arts school tournament sent by that 7 elite leader named Feng Qilua. I don't eat beef, so strong, ridiculously strong. I choose triple backfield cover. The reply came swiftly, as if the other side had been staring at his screen the whole time. Feng Qilua, triple backfield cover? Are you referring to the 2+3 formation in 5v5 team battles? Feng Qilua, that makes sense. You can be my deputy captain for the Global Martial Arts Freshman Tournament in the 2nd semester. Feng Qilua, at that time, we'll take care of the competitors from other martial arts schools up front, and just bring along 3 slackers for credits in the back. Holy shit, just bring along 3 slackers? Listen to this, does it even sound human? Your reputation as the top of the 7 elite is weeping. Jiang Hao replied speechlessly. I don't eat beef, forget about who should be vice captain for now. But don't the other 6 elites even get a chance to make an appearance? Wen Qilua, what 6 elites? I've already left that pathetic group chat. The whole lot of them combined aren't even worthy of me using my second element. I don't eat beef. 6. Jiang Hao decisively made his exit. Seems this person truly has some capability. While others were still specializing in a single element, she had already begun triggering elemental reactions. Found fish and bear paw in the list. I don't eat beef. I'm already home. Want to play around? I can give you one hand. True to his word, he'd literally fight one-handed. After all, Jiang Hao usually wielded his blade single-handedly anyway. After a while, the other party finally replied. Fish and bear's paw. I watched your video challenging Cloud Heaven Martial Arts School. Honestly speaking, I have a real aversion to headaches, so let's not fight for now. Fish and pause, just wait until school starts, you'll definitely be fighting in the freshman ranking matches. Lend me a blade and 2 hands when the time comes. I don't eat beef? If you're still half asleep, I suggest drinking some boiled water. This was Jiang Hao's first time realizing it. This young lady from the Xing family, who seemed so serious and composed at first, actually resembled a somewhat aloof, adorably clueless literary girl. Although I never attended school and don't know how to use punctuation marks. Now that we've chatted more often, why do I feel like there's a hidden dark side beneath the surface? Feng Qilua remains the most honest one, revealing her narcissistic and Shunibya traits right from the start. Immersive translate. Feng Lei City, Feng family, virtual combat space. Feng Qilua once again defeated 5 fifth-tier warriors skilled in sacred-grade martial techniques or arcane arts. The entire post-apocalyptic wasteland-style town map was nearly demolished. All buildings were destroyed, with the ground littered with craters and fissures torn open. The raging cyan-colored storm winds and ceaseless purple lightning strikes seem to have become the innate scenery of this battlefield. Even Senior Zhou Weifeng back in the day couldn't defeat 5 warriors mastering sacred tier techniques while being only 3rd tier. Feng Qilua gazed at her masterpiece before her with a triumphant expression. By the traditional standards of the Global Martial Arts Academy Freshman Tournament, having even a single 4th-tier warrior mastering sacred tier techniques would already qualify as the most elite squad. This batch seems much stronger than before. Although those 6 mediocre talents are just average, in any other era they'd be geniuses dominating their generation just like Senior Zhou. I heard there are some decent rivals overseas this year too, probably stronger than that firebending guy. Too bad everyone will just have to gaze up at me, Feng Qilua, from the foot of the mountain from now on. Even Jiang Hao will only get to be my vice-captain at best. Her chest rose and fell as she panted slightly, exiting creator mode. As the most beloved granddaughter of Councilman Feng and the only child of the current head of the Feng family, it's perfectly reasonable for her to have access to creator mode, which normally requires authorization from one of the 10 major martial schools. She noticed the deputy captain still hadn't sent any additional messages. Feng Qilua unhappily turned off the light screen, planning to vent her anger on that Xia Pengcheng during tonight's virtual battle. How dare he call her an idiot? If it weren't for the sake of the Xia family's reputation, she would have beaten him all the way to the capital's hospital. Immersive translate. June 6th, Thursday, an auspicious day for prayers and blessings. It's the day before the National College entrance exams. The class monitor suggested everyone gather for a meetup, since with the Gaokao happening on the 7th, they might as well relax a bit. Maybe I'll make a small breakthrough upon returning because of this change in mindset? Anyway, there's only one Zionese language written exam, and I just need to pass. Jiang Hao changed into casual clothes, then put on a hat and face mask. There was no other choice. Jiang Hao didn't want to be surrounded by people asking for autographs, especially those people who are still playing Jiang Hao's motivational quotes. Jiang Hao is now at the 3rd tier, 8th stage cultivation level. He hasn't cultivated at all, slacking off every day. Apart from completing his daily routine of crushing newcomers in the virtual combat space and watching his classmates brag in the class group chat, just lying in bed arguing with some online haters, using a burner account, or half-heartedly dealing with my future vice-captain, ended up slacking off until I accidentally leveled up a notch. At 10:30 in the morning, all the classmates gathered at the school gate. The old teacher took a leave of absence on purpose to relieve stress from his students, letting them play freely. Brother Jiang. Monitor Jiang Zhuan walked over, holding Little Gray in his hand. Jiang Hao first greeted his classmates. Class monitor, you're killing it. Peak 1st tier realm. When you defeat your AI counterparts, you're definitely getting into the top 10 martial schools. All thanks to Brother John's help that I've reached this level today. Here, this little punkly was editing those videos of you slaying the terror wolf pack all over the internet. I caught him for you. Suggest we just bury him alive. Little Lee shook his ash-gray hair while wailing dramatically. I shed blood for Brother Jiang. I served Brother Jiang with merit. Let me down at once. I demand to see Brother Jiang. And because that video of mine was spreading false rumors, my account got banned on the 3rd day. Jiang Hao's fingers itched, but he resisted. Looking at Li Jing, who had reached the 4th level of the 1st rank, he shook his head helplessly. Enough, it's been days now. Anyway, my strength now speaks for itself. I don't need to prove anything to anyone. This martial arts champion of Yunqiao Prefecture is mine, and the top spot in the Divine Land Martial Academy's freshman ranking battle is also mine. Exactly. Brother Jiang is awesome. Brother Jiang is the strongest under heaven. The two immediately put on cheerful smiles and started clapping their hands. Looking at the classmates gathered in a circle, Jiang Hao smiled faintly. Raising his right hand, he declared, all expenses today are on me. Boss is generous. The boss had 10 babies at once. Everyone laughed together, shoulder to shoulder. Facing away from the familiar campus, they walked toward the sunlit path where the light was brightest. The final day before the college entrance examinations had come to an end. Chapter 46. The college entrance exam begins. June 7th, Friday. Jiang Hao got up unusually early. Today is another day full of hope. Full of energy, Jiang Hao finished his breakfast and put on the clothes he had prepared the night before. He adjusted his collar in front of the mirror, took out the transparent stationery bag reserved for exams, and only stepped out after ensuring everything was in order. Listening as the usually bustling city grew quiet, he watched the flowing light screens on the buildings displaying the words, "Victory in the Gaokao." Jiang Hao walked to the roadside and quietly waited for a taxi. There were several other students like Jiang Hao who were preparing for the college entrance exams, along with their accompanying parents. The parents' faces showed expressions of tension and anticipation. The car stopped. Jiang Hao sat calmly in the back seat. Looking at the messages in Feixing, several friends had sent him encouraging blessings for the college entrance exams. Jiang Hao replied to each one silently, then smiled. A mere first place in the martial arts exam? Easy peasy. Jiang Hao was lucky his exam venue was at Third High School. In the examination hall, there were martial arts candidates like Jiang Hao, as well as students whose talents fell short of becoming warriors and could only take the literary examination. He breezed through the test paper and walked out of the hall with ease when allowed to submit early. Exchanging glances with fellow examinees from the same school, they nodded in mutual acknowledgement. The afternoon session was the realm assessment, held in the main hall on the first floor of the Martial Administration Bureau. There are approximately over 2,000 students participating in the martial arts examination across the city. This number is already staggering, considering Yunlan City is just a small town. It's almost like the legendary revival of spiritual energy in recent years. Blue Star has witnessed an unprecedented surge of prodigies and students becoming martial artists, according to expert interviews in the news. In the future, the elemental energy concentration on Blue Star will continue to rise, and many exceptionally talented individuals will emerge from ordinary families. It's as if the Blue Star world is giving humanity a gift in return. Immersive Translate. Afternoon, at the Martial Regulation Bureau. Jiang Hao walked through the entrance with familiar ease, smiling as he greeted Captain Qin on duty. Good afternoon, Brother Qin. Are you on duty today? Captain Qin silently took out a lollipop and popped it into his mouth when he saw Jiang Hao. After all, it's the National College Entrance Exam today. All combat personnel from the Martial Unity Bureau are responsible for maintaining order at the venues. It's also to prevent anyone who might be disappointed with their results from causing a scene on the spot and affecting others. She cast a faintly resentful glance at Jiang Hao. Of course, if another supreme genius like young Master Jiang were to emerge, we'd just be throwing ourselves into the fire. Alright, seems my progress was too rapid. Captain Qin is starting to question his life choices. Thinking back to those days, well, actually it wasn't that long ago. Jiang Hao watched from afar with envy as Captain Qin casually swung out razor-sharp wind blades. Suspended midair by the raging winds, his figure was nothing short of a war god. The fourth-tier martial artist opposite him was like an emperor amidst flames. Now though, Jiang Hao felt confident he could take Captain Qin 1-on-9. Watching students file in for the test around him, Captain Qin gritted his teeth with a loud crack. Alright, hurry up and go wait in line. Captain Qin straightened his uniform and stood rigidly facing the examinees. His gaze fell on the row of Yuan power detection devices arranged in the center of the first floor, and the name scrolling across the light screen suspended mid-air. Brother Jian, over here. A familiar voice called from ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Xiao Li. Jiang Hao had just raised his hand to wave and was about to go over. Most of the bored waiting students instantly cast worshipful glances at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao blinked, seeing so many people looking at him with hopeful anticipation. The corner of his mouth twitched, and his hands started itching again. Ahem! Everyone, do your best in the martial arts exam. Before he could finish, a male student immediately chimed in. Understood. Dreams aren't unreachable, just chase them bravely. Saying this, the boy flashed a smug expression that clearly said, as expected of me. Damn it, why did my brain short-circuit and serve up so much inspirational nonsense back then? Watching some students appear genuinely moved, clenching their fists with determined eyes brimming with hope for the future. Jiang Hao wiped the awkward smile off his face and silently retreated from the wall. They truly wish to become powerful martial artists, even knowing this path is paved with thorns. Jiang Hao once was just another face in the crowd like everyone else. The combat exam realm assessment begins now. Following the announcement from the light screen, the first batch of examinees in the hall promptly aligned themselves according to the positioning diagram and messages received on their wristbands. Xia Tianchao, first tier, third heaven, 320 points. Sun Shelwei, first tier, first heaven, 300 points. Gao Shi, first tier, fifth heaven, 340 points. Immersive Translate. As student after student stepped forward to complete the test, the atmosphere in the hall gradually relaxed. Some had already anticipated their results and left the hall indifferently, while others, though their outcomes were clear, lingered by their friends' sides to wait. Zhang Zhuang, first year, 9th level. 380 points. Class monitor is insane, shouted over a dozen boys from class 1 who had completed their tests early, in unison. Even the proctor couldn't help but give Zhang Zhuang an approving glance. Zhang Jianyu, second tier, first level. 400 points. That once dashing genius from number 1 high school, who used to swagger about in a trench coat, now sported a crew cut and wore the standard school uniform. He stood before the Yuan power testing device, his gaze fixed on Zhang Hao. The invigilator from Cloud Sky Martial Arts Academy enthusiastically approached Zhang Jianyu, hoping to persuade him to consider their institution. Zhang Hao. The voice paused momentarily. The entire venue fell silent as all eyes followed Zhang Hao walking forward. The invigilator instantly switched back to a take your time, distinguished guest expression. Zhang Jianyu stood nearby with several underlings and the class monitor watching expectantly, while not a single student from class 1 had left, all crowding toward the front. Zhang Hao placed his hand on the device and listened as the results were announced. Zhang Hao, 3rd stage, 8th heaven, 500 points, full marks. Not only did the examinees stare in disbelief, even the invigilating teachers wore expressions of existential doubt. Brother Jiang is invincible. Strong and powerful, ribbit. The students from class 1 were screaming like mad, even including some from Sanzhong School. They almost pushed aside the students who were about to take tests. The members of the Martial Unity Bureau around them were a beat too slow. Failed to prevent it. The invigilator coughed and said, "Alright, those who have finished the test, quiet down, don't disturb the other examinees who haven't taken it yet." Zhang Hao shrugged and stepped back, looking at Zhang Jianyu, who had flushed red and seemed eager to say something. "What's the matter? Want to have a showdown?" Zhang Jianyu coughed violently, then forced out a sentence. "You've won. The title of Yunlan City's number 1 prodigy is yours now." With that, he hastily left with his lackeys in tow. The class monitor walked over, watching Zhang Jianyu's retreating back with a smile. "A few days ago, he went to second high and beat up that idiot who was spreading rumors about you everywhere, Brother Jiang. Hopefully no one got hurt." The other examinees around were still excitedly discussing the unbelievable outcome. "My cousin went to an ordinary martial arts school in Shanghai province, and even after graduating he only reached tier 3 stage 4, and that was enough to make him an outstanding graduate of his batch. Are you kidding? God Jiang is beyond comparison with mere mortals like us. Not just in Yunshao province, he's number 1 in the entire country. Feng Qiluo, who's calling me? Too narrow, your vision is too narrow. God Jiang has no rival worldwide, damn it." Zhang Hao's transformed body possessed extraordinary hearing and perception. If he willed it, he could single out specific information even amidst chaotic noise. Listening to these increasingly absurd declarations, Zhang Hao genuinely worried that tomorrow the internet would be flooded with videos of him challenging saint-ranked powerhouses. "Hurry up and get your friends out of the hall." Parents crowded outside the entrance of the Martial Administration Bureau. The class monitor looked at the students and said, "The instructor has already explained everything about tomorrow morning's combat test. Every one of you knows exactly what you're capable of. If anyone scores 300 points tomorrow, or gets a big fat 0, we'll laugh at them forever. Tomorrow's practical training is indeed important, but don't stress too much. Just like old Ban said, if you can't win the fight, can't you just run?" Zhang Hao replied with a chuckle. "Run straight to the edge right from the start. Use every ounce of strength you have, just survive for 5 minutes and you'll get 320 points. The teacher specifically said that first-tier AIs don't have movement-based martial skills. Don't worry, Brother Jiang. If I score below 320 tomorrow, I'll bring you my head on a platter." Little Lee is still so fond of playing the straight man in comic dialogues. The class monitor raised his wristband. Alright, if you have any questions, let's discuss them in the group chat later. Now, let's go home. Chapter 47, Perfect Score in the Martial Exam. Nightfall. Zhang Hao lay in bed after finishing his daily routine. As usual, the top chatterboxes in the class group chat began flooding the conversation. "Tomorrow's the combat test. My sister said if I score 400 points, she'll introduce me to her best friend. I've seen the girl, she's gorgeous in the photos and loaded too. Help, what should I do? Waiting online, kind of urgent. Ask your sister if she still wants another brother. My suggestion is, eat more cephalexin." Well, that's quite an explosive opening conversation. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher appeared just in time to suppress all opposition. "Everyone, go to bed early. Those with weaker combat skills, pay extra attention to your positioning tomorrow." Watching the rows of uniform copy-pasting, then seeing classmates disperse like a flock of birds and start lurking, Zhang Hao silently copied the message, turned off his wristband, and went to sleep. Immersive Translate. 8 in the morning. Once again, Zhang Hao returned to his faithful Martial Administration Bureau. The same procedure as yesterday, following the names on the light screen to proceed with the test. The Martial Administration Bureau's hall was lined with 30 virtual combat pods. One by one, the examinees began their tests under the encouragement of their peers. Unlike the certification exams of the Martial Arts Bureau, because this was the National College Entrance Examination, upholding the principles of openness, fairness, and justice. Each combat pod is equipped with a light screen displaying the exam's live feed. Naturally, the hall also activates a device that blocks all electronic equipment to prevent anyone from secretly recording. This live broadcast serves both to allow external candidates to observe and learn, while also testing the psychological resilience of those inside. After all, martial artists entering combat schools will inevitably face various competitions. Besides, the hidden realms, ancient ruins explored through multi-school collaborations, and even joint operations with students from other countries, all require frequent interaction with numerous strangers. An introverted student with social anxiety may become overly concerned about their image and others' perceptions, thereby hindering their performance. And examinees who cannot demonstrate their full capability under other scrutiny are undoubtedly unqualified. After entering the martial arts school, specialized correctional training awaits them. Take Jiang Hao for example, he's slightly socially awkward. Wow, the guy from that super famous couple in one-on-one bouts actually got knocked out in just a few moves. Now they can only get 300 points, so brutal. I've heard about it too. The boy in that couple has average talent and just became a first-rank warrior not long ago, while the girl scored 7th heaven yesterday. That boy only got 600 points, he can't even get into the lowest tier martial arts school now. Jiang Hao looked up. A fair-skinned, somewhat androgynous-looking boy was being pulled up by the proctor, looking completely dazed. Meanwhile, his girlfriend had been battling the AI for 2 minutes. Though she couldn't defeat it, scoring 350 points seemed well within her grasp. Jiang Hao shook his head. This scenario played out every year during exams. Knowing their cultivation score was too poor, they pinned their hopes on combat performance to secure enough points for admission into a decent martial arts school. As the boy crouched low with his face buried in his hands, silent sobs shaking his frame, the crowd instinctively made space around him without a word. Look at that guy with gray hair. Holy crap, this dude's actually dodging attacks with slides and rolls. Are we sure this isn't some Souls game master showing off? Watching Li Jing on the screen taunting, making faces, even slapping his own but while completely outmaneuvering the AI. The students in class 1 all pretended not to know him, quickly turning their attention to other examinees. 2 minutes later, Li Jing came out grinning, glancing at the baffled expressions around him before scoffing. So what if I embarrassed myself a little for the scores? I'm the man who scored 320 points in rage. Well, with Li Jing's booming declaration, the already somewhat withdrawn boy now looked like he wanted to bury his head in the ground. The boy's girlfriend, upon learning he couldn't get into the martial arts school, frowned at him and walked away without a second glance. Seeing no immediate breakup or dramatic reversal of fortunes, the onlookers who had been eagerly waiting dispersed with looks of disappointment. At this moment, it was Jiang Hao's turn to be tested, along with the class monitor and Zhang Jianyu in the same batch. Entering the combat space, Jiang Hao faced the AI at the 3rd tier with 8 layers of cultivation and swung his blade. 400 points secured. Next comes the option to challenge different realms. Jiang Hao directly chose the maximum difficulty setting. A more cautious type player would probably have tackled it level by level. The scenery suddenly changed, transforming from the giant arena into a desert-type map. Is this the Golden Sands scenario? Looking at the pale golden desert, sand dunes stood in the distance like pyramids. So the 4th level exams for the college entrance actually unlock creator mode. A few hundred meters away, an AI radiating the energy fluctuations of a 4th stage, 7th layer heavily Yuan, wielding a giant hammer, swiftly charged toward Jiang Hao. In the hall, all the examinees, including some members of the Martial Control Bureau, were staring in astonishment at Jiang Hao's light screen. As expected of Boss Jiang, the world's #1 even the college entrance exam scenario has customized skins for him. I told you to spend more time browsing videos online, but you wouldn't believe me. This is clearly creator mode, which only the top 10 martial arts academies have permission to activate. A 2nd-tier martial artist from the Martial Control Bureau also startledly patted his veteran teammate beside him. Brother Shang, you've seen much in your time, have you ever witnessed anything like this before? Brother Shang glanced at team leader Qin, whose face mirrored the same shock, then turned his head and managed to utter, "This is a sight I've truly never seen before." Immersive translate. With her giant hammer in hand, AI channeled her surging primordial energy and leapt high into the air. The hammer shimmered with radiant light, as if accompanied by the roar of a dragon. AI's descent suddenly accelerated, the sheer force from the hammer even dispersing the sand swirling in the air. The hammer grew ever larger, much like a spirit weapon infused with elemental power. And at its base, the faint outline of a golden dragon's head began to materialize. Dragon's roar, sky-shocking hammer, the familiar synthesized voice shouted from the AI's mouth. At this moment, outside, the examinees erupt in instant uproar upon seeing that dragon-headed giant hammer. A hammer that massive would leave bruises blue and purple all over if it hit you. Hammer, what a huge hammer, dragon-headed great hammer. In the virtual space, Jiang Hao gazed at the martial technique below, whose base area was nearly as large as a 6-story building, and exclaimed in amazement. No wonder Sister Qianqi said mastering a saint-rank martial technique doesn't guarantee full marks. This level of power must be approaching minor mastery of a saint-rank technique, he said. He clenched his right fist tightly. He struck against the falling giant hammer. Sky-shaking fist, Jiang Hao shouted in his heart. His fist was entwined with nearly invisible silver-white threads. With all his strength, he shattered the giant hammer in a single blow. Boom! The entire sand surface completely collapsed, with vast swaths of sand blown away by the explosion's shockwave. The entire area was filled with flying sand. Cough! Damn it, I got sand in my mouth. That AI's hammer had been smashed back into basic materials, and the AI itself was now scattered here and there in pieces. Jiang Hao decisively clicked exit upon seeing the notification indicating his perfect 500-point score. After exiting, the invigilator, sweat dripping from his forehead, loudly announced Jiang Hao's outstanding full-score achievement. This teacher knew the 4th-tier AI possessed same-tier martial techniques, yet moments ago, Jiang Hao had shattered both the technique and the AI with nothing but a single punch. An ordinary 6th-tier martial artist wouldn't survive that punch without activating their Yuanli shield. Unfortunately, due to Jiang Hao's previous incident of challenging Cloud Sky Martial Arts School, everyone took it for granted that he would achieve a perfect score. After all, in everyone's eyes, 4th-rank Pekian Xiaoxiao and 4th-rank 7th-level AI were no different. Both were instant knockouts. Silencing the cheerleading classmates nearby, Jiang Hao turned his gaze to the squad leader's holographic screen. Less than 2 minutes had passed by then. The class monitor was still frenziedly exchanging blows with AI opponents of the same level. Little Jiang, if you screw this up, Little Li will never let you live it down. Chapter 48, the top martial scholar of Cloudsor Prefecture. Class monitor. You wouldn't want Xiaoli to post your old photos online, would you? Jiang Hao, who had just uttered a certain Cherry Blossom Nation's formula, watched Xiaoli staring intently at the light screen without saying a word, though his hands clenched involuntarily, clearly showing he cared. But the eager glimmer that flashed momentarily in his eyes didn't escape Jiang Hao's notice. 6. Jiang Hao glanced at the light screen displaying Zhang Jiangyo's progress. By now, this number 1 high school dude had already conquered 400 points, and he'd chosen to continue the battle against AIs from the next difficulty tier. Truly worthy of being the former top genius of Yunlan City. The invigilator on the side was already grinning from ear to ear. He felt his trip to Yunlan City had unexpectedly yielded 2 promising talents, especially Zhang Jianyu, whose combat experience was incredibly rich, clearly a diligent student who maxed out his daily virtual battle quotas. Unlike some examinees who focus solely on their own cultivation level, yet their innate talent was merely average at best. They disdained virtual combat training, lacked practical experience, and were destined to fail the exam. The invigilator was already envisioning bringing Zhang Jianyu to the school, the dean's approving gaze, the envious tears of colleagues, and most importantly, the commission. With a smile, she began explaining to the candidates watching attentively in the hall. This Zhang student has a very solid foundation, with several martial techniques flowing together quite naturally. Look, when the AI was forced back, Zhang didn't mindlessly rush forward. Instead, he feigned an attack first to confirm the AI wasn't holding a martial technique counterattack opportunity. By accumulating gradual advantages in repeated exchanges without rushing for an instant knockout, he let the enemy maintain the illusion of I can reverse this. Over time, these small advantages converged into a major one, and by then, the enemy had already lost their best chance for a comeback. Jiang Hao nodded earnestly. Zhang Zhang's approach was the standard textbook playstyle, commonly known as the academic school, but Jiang Hao didn't like this style, and it had nothing to do with being unable to earn points. Although the counters were timely, the virtual combat space was after all artificial, with no real-world consequences. Therefore, during matches one could calmly continue calculating, with every step being methodical and steady. The earlier AI actually fought much like academic-style combatants. This fighting style works fine against beasts with low intelligence, but when facing rogue martial artists or practical combat specialists, you'll get brutally beaten. Just look at that berserker Senior Su who's already reached the 4th rank. She discharges straight and swinging, never giving her opponents a chance to change tactics. Even if it means taking damage, we must seize the initiative. Once the academic faction loses control of the rhythm and can't predict the enemy's next move, they can only surrender like a certain country's military salute. Zhang Zhuang, 400 points. The squad leader sighed softly and stood up from the battle pod. Slap. First, he gave an enthusiastic high five to the excited little Li who rushed up, then looked at his classmates with a smile and said, "What a pity. Second-tier AI is still too challenging." Jiang Hao shook his head with a laugh as he looked at the class monitor. Come on, if you were at second tier too, you definitely wouldn't be worse than the AI. Right now, your scores are more than enough to get into cloud soaring martial arts school. The invigilator also came over at this moment, shaking hands with the class monitor with a smile. I'm a teacher from Yunshao Martial Arts School. You can just call me Teacher Jean. Your martial arts exam score is 780 points, which qualifies you for our Yunshao Martial Arts School. How about we have dinner together tonight and chat? The class monitor hesitated slightly, but Xializi immediately slapped him on the shoulder. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and say, thank you, teacher. Alright, Teacher Jean, here's my Feishin account. All the students from Class 1 had finished their tests, with none scoring below 320. Clearly, they all grasped the truth. Only by staying alive can you keep dealing damage. Immersive Translate. 3 days after the college entrance exams concluded coincided with the nationwide release of martial exam scores and rankings. Jiang Hao calmly watched the time approach exactly 10 o'clock and opened the official website of Yunshao State Education Bureau. After refreshing several times, it finally appeared. Candidate name, Jiang Hao. Exam number, 114,514-6666233. Realm, 3rd tier 8th heaven 500 points. Combat test, 500 points. Total, 1,000 points. Ranked number 1 in Yunshao province. Ranked 1st in Xia country, 8-way tie. No suspense whatsoever. Looking at whether to display the wording. First click to save the image, then make it public immediately. Just kidding, how could someone as awesome as me not let the whole state be jealous? Then suddenly, by accident, the picture gets shared to the Moments feed, and the fingers uncontrollably type out the caption. My smart band got a virus, can anyone help me check it? Panda crying. Within moments, comments start pouring in. Forced content? Bro Jiang, you're gonna get locked in the basement for this. Quitting smoking, impressive. Huge certificate, just say Bro John's awesome and be done with it. Shishi Isai, each and only has 980. Fish or bear's paw, Yahishan. You're actually from the counselor family, aren't you? Phone Chilua, get lost with that fake nice guy up there. Image uploaded. Jiang Hao clicked to take a look. Name, Feng Chilua. Realm, 3rd stage, 6th heaven 500 points. Combat test, 500 points. Ranked 1st in Fenglei State, tied for 1st in Xia Nation. Damn, this woman really has something special going on. You've almost caught up to my hard work and dedication. Reading the message from Feng Chilua. Feng Chilua, as expected of my vice captain. You've already reached the 8th heaven. None of those 6 good-for-nothings have even crossed the 4th heaven. I don't eat beef, not bad yourself, Vice Captain, reaching the 6th heaven. Let's have a proper match when school starts. See you then, Vice Captain. The Wind Family. Feng Chilua abruptly sat upright, staring gravely at the message on the luminous screen. Her fingers had already hovered over it, yet she found herself unable to formulate a counterattack. He actually wants to snatch the captain's position. How infuriating. Tomorrow I'm going straight to the imperial capital to beat up that arrogant bastard. Immersive Translate. Jiang Hao opened the class group chat and watched his classmates' chaotic barrage of messages flooding the screen. Everyone was discussing how the top scorer from second high school achieved 350 points in the first combat test, by breaking through the 9th heaven level. It was downright embarrassing. Jiang Hao typed and asked, that top scorer from second high actually broke through the 9th heaven? Hello, brother Jiang. That useless guy from number 2 high school, rumor has it his family sold their house and car to buy 2 bottles of 4th grade yuan marrow elixir from the black market just so he could break through to the 9th heavenly layer. Just to get into one of the top 10 martial arts schools, and yet I actually lost to an AI in yesterday's final combat test. According to another candidate who was also at the back, that guy made a huge scene right after coming out, demanding a retest until the members of the Martial Control Bureau knocked him out cold. Jiang Hao replied, thanks, that's really quite miserable. Lost everything, yet couldn't even make it into the top 10 martial arts schools. Someone with weaker mental resilience would probably have gone straight to the rooftop of Yunlan City's tallest building by now. After all, martial arts examinees aren't allowed to retake the exams. The class monitor jumped out excitedly, listen up, brothers. I've decided to enroll at Cloudreach Martial Arts Academy. Little Lee was the first to respond. Perfect. I was just planning to attend a regular martial arts school in Cloudreach City. We can team up to clear the mutant beast battlefield later. No problem. Jiang Hao's eyelid twitched violently. Why didn't you mention going to Cloud Sky City before? Can't the other students form teams? You guys are definitely hiding something. The group silently ignored the two of them. The conversation continued with talk about how Zhang Jianyu from first high narrowly lost to a second stage triple-layered AI, scoring 810 points. The proctor immediately made a phone call to request applying for a grade B contract. The couple from number 1 high school broke up completely, with the girl bluntly stating the guy wasn't worthy of being with her anymore. Watching one juicy scandal after another get exposed, Jiang Hao sent the class monitor a message. Monitor, how about inviting our homeroom teacher and a few others for a celebratory dinner tonight? Was just thinking the same. Chapter 49 Mutual Blessings, Farewell to Oldly. Evening. Jiang Hao walked alone on the city streets, wearing the uniform of number 3 high school. It seemed someone along the way recognized him. Glancing at Jiang Hao's school uniform, their faces registered sudden understanding, and the words on their lips remained unspoken. Their eyes met, both smiling slightly as they nodded in silent acknowledgement. Watching the afterglow of the setting sun cast upon the glass curtain walls of skyscrapers, refracting into rainbow-like halos, the news of Jiang Hao becoming the top martial arts examinee had already spread throughout Yunshao Prefecture. Observing the enthusiastic comments from netizens, the prefectural news featured Jiang Hao's success and motivational quotes. Nothing could stir even the slightest ripple in Jiang Hao's heart. After all, it was an expected outcome. But in Yunlan City, especially at number 3 high school, the entire student body was immersed in joy and pride. The students from Class 1 planned to book a banquet hotel that hosts wedding receptions for their graduation party. Originally, after getting everyone's consent in the class group chat, they decided to split the bill equally. The result? Somehow, news of the evening gathering reached the principal. The principal generously offered to cover all the expenses. This batch produced 2 students who got into the top 10 martial arts schools, including Jiang Hao, who signed an S-level contract with Shenzhou Martial Arts School. It was all thanks to his wise guidance. Hotel lobby. The students from Class 1 gathered together. Laughter spread through the group in waves, with Shaoli proudly boasting about his newly elevated status at home, directly +1 to his family standing. The class teacher's face flushed red. He kept drinking, brimming with pride for the students he'd mentored. Gathered in a circle, everyone excitedly exchanged tall tales, shared their long-held dreams, and whispered little secrets never before revealed. Some boys seized the heated atmosphere to gather courage, bravely confessing to the girls they'd secretly loved for 3 years. After getting rejected, they were collectively drowned in liquor by their buddies, only to be pulled away by the very girls who turned them down. There were also high-achieving classmates, animatedly outlining their future plans as if they already stood atop the pinnacle of success. Even Jiang Hao uncharacteristically drank a little, watching his classmates with a serene smile. From time to time, he clinked glasses with classmates who came over to offer their blessings. Alright, everyone quiet down, stand up, and sing the final song together. Class monitor Zhang Zhuang took the lead. Everyone sang that familiar graduation song in unison, their voices filled with the deep camaraderie of 3 years spent side by side. Some of the girls had moist eyes, with glistening tears welling up at the rims. The boys struggled to hold back their emotions, forcing smiles onto their faces. Everyone understood that after today, they would part ways and go their separate paths. By that afternoon, most classmates in the class had already applied to martial arts schools. Within 2 days at most, Blue Star Net would issue the electronic admission notices. Moreover, most martial arts schools start their semester exceptionally early, and new students are required to report in advance. For students like Jiang Hao and the class monitor who were admitted to the top 10 martial arts schools, graduating as at least 4th-tier warriors is practically guaranteed. Backed by the resources of Xia Kingdom and the connections of previous alumni, they can continue their cultivation with ample resources in favorable environments even after graduation. This has already erected an insurmountable barrier between them and their former classmates. Brother Jiang, and class monitor. When it comes to the Global Martial Arts School Freshman Tournament, we've got to fiercely show the might of our Class 1. Ha ha, with my talent, there's no way. After all, Yunshao Martial Arts School has never even made it past the national selection round in previous years. The class monitor waves dismissively with a smile, pointing at Jiang Hao as he said, but Brother Jiang will definitely be fine. When the time comes, he'll single-handedly crush all the freshmen worldwide. Jiang Hao wordlessly set down the empty cup, as the principal who had somehow sidled up beside him promptly refilled it. He desperately wanted to advance. Don't worry, while we can't directly praise our school, there's no problem lavishing compliments on Yunlan City. Damn, Brother Jiang, aren't you even going to challenge that rumor about you single-handedly defeating all the freshmen worldwide? Leonardo can't last a minute without complaining, it's physically uncomfortable for him. Jiang Hao gave Leonardo a look, leaving him to interpret its meaning himself. The gathering came to an end. The classmates gradually departed in small groups. Jiang Hao walked out of the restaurant alone, gazing up at the twinkling stars in the sky, his heart still carrying a trace of complexity. Yet, the first major milestone of life had already been crossed. The road ahead was still long. Step by step, he walked resolutely toward home, the streets awash with dazzling lights. Immersive Translate. June 12th, Wednesday, an auspicious day for travel. Last night, Oldly sent a message. He said he had finished his business and told Jiang Hao to meet at their usual spot this morning. Jiang Hao wondered if the old patriarch Yun had already advanced to sage tier, leaving Oldly with nothing to do. Arriving at the Martial Control Bureau, Jiang Hao needed no reminder from Captain Sheen, who typically sucked on lollipops, and headed straight for the elevator. When he reached the same reception room as before, sure enough, he spotted Oldly sharing tea with an elderly man whose hair, eyes, and clothes were all fiery red. A case lay on the table, identical in style to the one that had housed the spiritual weapon last time. Just as Jiang Hao was privately speculating whether his equipment might be due for an upgrade, the old man dressed all in red gave Jiang Hao a cursory glance. Then he suddenly paused, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Jiang Hao more carefully. The rosy-cheeked, white-haired elder's face stiffened, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. It was as absurd as seeing an infant knock an elephant flying with a single punch. Turning to Oldly with his jaws agape and fingers trembling as he pointed at Jiang Hao. Oldly, is this the Jiang Hao you were talking about? Are you fucking sure this guy's just a third-rank warrior? Oldly had already crushed his teacup in his grip. Fortunately, as long as Elderly believes the teacup hasn't shattered, then it truly hasn't shattered. Such is the law of the mind. Setting the perfectly restored teacup aside, he fixed Jiang Hao with an inscrutable gaze that seemed to ask, did you just activate some cheat codes or something? Ahem, it's been a while, grandfatherly, and good morning to you, esteemed senior. Oldly looked at Jiang Hao's physique and spirit. It couldn't be called improvement, but rather a rather euphemistic way of saying he had hacked the system. Indeed, it's been a long time. Seeing you today, I thought years had passed. Back then, Director Yi mentioned how you risked your life to restrain the 7th tier thunderstorm bear, preventing any martial artist from dying. You even suffered some injuries yourself, so I immediately gave you that 9th tier life crystal. Jiang Hao silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. Sis Cece, you're amazing. When there's trouble, she genuinely helps out. Oldly said speechlessly, looking at it now. Kid, don't tell me you'll one-shot the thunderstorm bear? As he spoke, he opened the box, revealing an entirely black longsword. Here, the gift I promised you. It contains a touch of the soul-devouring Duke's essence, forged by this flame family sage from Xianyang province beside me. Jiang Hao knew well that Xianyang province was the foremost place in Xia Nation, indeed the entire blue planet, for crafting spirit weapons. There, some martial artists learned blacksmithing techniques from childhood. The 100 Skills Academy of Divine Land Martial School specifically recruits martial artists with such unique specialties. Just like auxiliary martial artists, one only needs to reach the 2nd rank and pass the assessment to enroll in the 100 Skills Academy. Jiang Hao picked up the long sword, which was of the same grade as the 7th rank spirit weapon he had before. It felt cold to the touch, devoid of any elemental energy fluctuations, just like an ordinary weapon. But after injecting the elemental energy, Jiang Hao felt not the slightest ripple of power surge within his body. Even actively releasing the imposing aura of a 3rd stage 8th layer expert yielded no reaction, whether inspected with the naked eye or sensed with spiritual perception. It was as if he held a wisp of mist in his hand, or perhaps nothing at all. Perfect for ambushing people. Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask, has this blade been named yet? The Yen family saint-level expert looked at his creation with satisfaction and shook his head. This blade belongs to you, the naming right should be yours. Jiang Hao kept turning it over in his hands, unable to put it down. Then, let's name it Hidden Soul. Chapter 50, Heading to Divine Land Martial Academy. Hidden Soul, not bad. This blade is a 9th grade spirit weapon, forged with some saint-grade materials and a trace of essence from a saint-level expert. It's more durable than ordinary 9th grade spirit weapons. When you break through to the saint realm in the future, refining it with the laws can directly make it your life-bound sacred weapon. The saint realm expert of the Yen family suddenly chuckled. As for some other wonderful functions, you'll discover them yourself with time. Thanks, Elder Yen. Thank you, Grandpa Li. Jiang Hao excitedly placed Hidden Soul back into its original scabbard. He didn't put it in a storage bag, just held it in his arms. As for that 7th rank spirit weapon? Sorry, not familiar with it at all. Kid Jiang, make sure to go fishing often after you get to Shenzhou Martial Arts School. It'll do you good. Oldly suddenly remarked. Ha? Fishing? I don't know how to fish. Jiang Hao looked utterly bewildered. He'd never fished in either of his lifetimes, though he'd watched plenty of videos about coming home empty-handed from fishing trips. After all, fishermen can catch everything, except fish sometimes. Oldly narrowed his eyes at Old Yen, who was struggling to suppress his laughter. You don't need to know how, just keep fishing. Alright. Jiang Hao nodded. Seeing that Oldly showed no intention of questioning his sudden surge in strength, seemed like all his earlier worries had been for nothing. After bidding farewell to the 2 big shots, Jiang Hao carried Hidden Soul as he headed home. Could it be that those prodigies are progressing as rapidly as I am? Have the 2 big shots seen so much that they're unfazed now? Jiang Hao thought while looking at the electronic admission notice from Shenzhou Martial Arts School on Blue Star Network. Martial Bureau. The teacups of the 2 grandmasters were set aside as they stared at each other in silence. Oldly, no wonder you didn't take him as your disciple. It turns out you're not worthy. The red-haired elder was the first to break the silence. Oldly's lips twitched. Last time I saw that kid Jiang, he was already monstrous. Now it's even more outrageous. How can someone at such a low cultivation level possess such formidable physical and mental strength? Won't he just explode outright? The two old men scratched their heads, utterly baffled. It's like loading a little boy into a pistol. This is downright absurd. The red-haired elder sighed. This batch of newcomers is in for a treat. Immersive translate. June 30th, Sunday, a favorable day for travel. Jiang Hao got up early and cleaned the house one last time. He packed the newly purchased fishing rod, bait, and other necessary items into a storage bag. The registration date for new students at Shenzhou Martial Arts School was July 1st. Soon he would head to the airport, transfer at Yunshao City, and continue to the imperial capital. For the past month, apart from occasionally chatting with online friends and classmates, I've hardly done anything worthwhile. Daily fish bombing doesn't count. Peak 3rd rank already. Once I enter the martial school, I can start learning Saint-Tier techniques. Then I'll directly break through to the 4th rank. Grinding points in single-player mode day after day is way too slow. Yunlan City Airport. Mr. Jiang, hello. Our city now has direct flights to the imperial capital, and the company has reserved a first-class seat for you. We'll refund you for your original ticket. Jiang Hao followed the staff member into the VIP channel. Does our city really have direct flights to the imperial capital? Jiang Hao looked utterly astonished. The staff members smiled and displayed their badge. There weren't any before, but after you secured first place in the statewide martial arts exams, Mr. Jiang, they certainly should be available now. Holy cow! Could this have been specifically requested by the mayor? Staring at the recently approved date stamped on the document, Jiang Hao's eyelid twitched slightly. The mayor really knew how to play this game. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao finally arrived in the imperial capital and headed to the underground parking garage as instructed. A figure stepped out from a car that had been waiting for a long time. Last time, Teacher Tang, who signed the S-level contract, waved at Jiang Hao. Classmate Jiang, congratulations on placing first in Xia Nation's martial arts exam. Today the school assigned me to pick you up and show you around campus. Hello, Teacher Tang. I'll be in your care then, Jiang Hao replied with a smile as he settled into the passenger seat. Jiang, would you prefer to go to your dormitory first or tour the campus directly? Teacher Tang, who was operating the self-driving vehicle, turned her head to ask. I'm not too interested in touring the campus. Just tell me if there are any good fishing spots, then I'll head straight back to the dorm. Jiang Hao said without looking up from his phone, scrolling through videos. After all, no matter how impressive a campus is, it's all the same old stuff. He'd already seen it all at Yunshao Martial Arts School. What, is Divine Land Martial Arts School gonna keep a saint-level magical beast as a pet or something? Teacher Tang adjusted his glasses in surprise and said to Jiang Hao, I never expected that student Jiang also enjoys fishing, just like the principal. Don't worry, our school has a large artificial lake stocked with specially cultivated edible monster fish. Principal, so this is what Oldly meant by perks. Learning fishing techniques from the principal, and once the principal is happy, boom, rewards come raining down? Jiang Hao's mind wandered until the mention of fish-like mutated beasts brought him back to the present. Won't this be dangerous? Not at all. They're all low-tier aquatic beasts inside, specially bred to be completely non-aggressive. With enough strength, even a first-tier warrior could haul up a third-tier fish. And the texture is excellent, the taste is very delicious, with effects almost comparable to crystals of the same grade. After you catch a fish, you can go straight to the cafeteria, they'll process it for free without charging. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes immediately lit up. Can I just dive in and catch fish directly? What about using elemental force to blast them out? Teacher Tang paused, then mercilessly shook his head under Jiang Hao's pleading gaze. Using yuan force or any method other than fishing rods will result in deducted academic credits. Teacher Tang tactfully suggested. If you truly enjoy eating fish, student Jiang, you could purchase some from others or simply go to the cafeteria. Immersive translate. The Shenzhou Martial Arts School had arrived. Suddenly, Jiang Hao, who possessed perfect spatial affinity, felt as though he was no longer in the Blue Star world. Turning around, he saw the school gate was still there behind him. A martial arts school built within a separate pocket dimension? Jiang Hao frowned as he got out of the car and asked, Teacher Tang, is our school's spiritual energy always this dense? And just now, I felt like I passed through some kind of barrier. Oh, student Jiang, as expected of the top student, you can actually sense the boundary membrane? Teacher Tang exclaimed in surprise. After all, ordinary students who enter Shenzhou Martial Arts School can only sense that the yuan energy is denser than outside, completely unaware they've already left Earth. This really is a unique miniature realm. The school gate is actually a gap in the dimensional membrane created by the previous principal, who said it adds grandeur. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. It was truly beyond his expectations. He'd thought it would be similar to Cloudreach Martial Arts School. At most, it's just a bigger campus, more accomplished professors, better resources, and more talented students. Let's go, Jiang. I'll take you to the artificial lake, guaranteed to impress. Professor Tang declared confidently, patting his chest. Along the way, students continuously passed by, likely freshmen arriving for registration. People were everywhere, wearing wristbands and recording short videos to show off on their social media. Just then, 5 figures approached from the opposite direction. One of them walked at the front, his hair standing on end as if struck by lightning, his clothes torn and tattered. There was a fist mark under his left eye, and his right hand trembled unnaturally. Yet his face bore the domineering arrogance of "the universe bows to none but me." His eyes practically sprouted from the top of his head in pretension. Just as they brushed past each other, that alternative guy suddenly turned around. "So you're Jiang Hao?" Chapter 51. What kind of amateurs are these? Isn't this child's play? Halt! Didn't you hear young Master Xia speaking to you? 2 extras-looking fellows immediately jumped forward. Xia Pengcheng frowned slightly but remained silent. Jiang Hao ignored the few weirdos and turned to look at Teacher Tang, who wore a troubled expression. Where did these clowns come from? Teacher Tang gazed at the sky and said, "It's so good to be alive." Jiang Hao instantly understood. Xia Pengcheng was just about to speak. 2 other eager subordinates immediately interjected. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Don't you recognize young Master Xia? The entire Shenzhou Martial Arts Academy belongs to him." "That's right. Apologize to young Master Xia right now." Jiang Hao looked at the young Master Xia behind him, whose face was starting to darken, and revealed a look of disdain. Can't even control his own subordinates. This underling looks like the type who wouldn't survive 2 episodes. Anyone who takes in trash like this must be pretty worthless themselves. This so-called young Master Xia is probably just a spoiled brat riding on his family's coattails. After all, even Jiang Hao couldn't sense any yuan power fluctuations from the other side. That meant there must be a special spiritual armament capable of concealing its aura. Only by relying on the hidden soul could Jiang Hao achieve complete concealment of his cultivation level. The subordinate who spoke first tried to prevent his cheap brother from stealing young Master Xia's attention. He stepped forward directly to grab Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes. Couldn't be bothered wasting words on these useless sacks of incompetence. It would only drag down his own class. Jiang Hao unleashed the suppressed mental energy with sudden force. Boom! The sound of air vibrating resonated. Such formidable psychic energy could already distort reality, making even light warp visibly. Everyone present felt a searing pain in their minds as if their souls were being torn apart. The 4 underlings instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. The so-called master of the Shenzhou Martial Arts School barely held on with the help of a strange giant bell projection. Xia Pengcheng, his face deathly pale, shouted, "Wait, I am BZZZZ." Boom! The surrounding air instantly erupted, sending 4 underlings flying through the air as Teacher Tang had already covered his head and dodged to the side. Xia Pengcheng was instantly blown to the ground, rolling several times over. Originally in ragged clothes, now even too shabby to be made into a mop, Jiang Hao compressed his consciousness into a thin thread. This was also a minor technique he'd mastered while frying fish daily for a month and manipulating psychic energy. It consumes over 10 times more mental energy than Fei Xiao's sky-splitting slash. Using it against enemies is downright wasteful. Against opponents with similar mental strength, this move might not even deal as much damage as Jiang Hao throwing a punch himself. But it's absolutely perfect for bullying weaklings while pretending to be a big shot. True heroes kill with nothing but their gaze. Whoosh! The phantom image of the giant bell was slowly pierced, then the remaining wisps of mental energy knocked young Master Xia unconscious on the spot. Jiang Hao clapped his hands and archived the miniature light screen that had recorded the entire event. He never fought battles he wasn't certain to win. The few guys ahead, especially young Master Xia, were all tattered and torn, their faces bearing the marks of punches. His hair looked like it had been struck by lightning. This shows Divine Land Martial Arts School isn't quite as peaceful as one might think. When you gather the nation's top talents, none willing to bow to the others, it's perfectly normal for fights to break out over mere disagreements. Teacher Tang walked over, rubbing his brow. Classmate Jiang, it feels like your skills are already at graduation level. Jiang Hao stared speechlessly at Teacher Tang, whose mind seemed foggy and was beginning to talk nonsense. Teacher Tang, are you serious? Ahem. Feeling a bit lightheaded, forget what I just said. But that Xia fellow really is a bit of a handful. Teacher Tang wore an expression of obvious distress, yet the corners of his mouth were practically curling up to the heavens. Meanwhile, pedestrians in the distance were too frightened to approach, hastily detouring around them. With curiosity, Jiang Hao psychically tuned into a nearby conversation between 2 passers-by. Are junior students these days also violent? They even beat up the principal's grandson without hesitation. No kidding. Just now, Junior Xia was nearly electrocuted into charcoal by a stunningly beautiful junior girl, and then she punched him on top of that. He hadn't walked 10 steps before getting instantly KO'd by another junior, a guy slightly less handsome than me, mind you, from across the room. Since Senior Joe's class graduated, even the current senior students probably wouldn't stand a chance against them. Jiang Hao felt completely reassured. It seemed everyone's reaction to beating up the principal's grandson wasn't too shocked. This means the principal's grandson or granddaughter must have been disciplined before. Alright, Jiang, let's head to the artificial lake. Teacher Tang reluctantly sent a message to the infirmary teacher. Jiang Hao asked curiously, Teacher Tang, you don't seem to like this classmate Xia very much? Indeed, our Tang family has always been subordinate to the Zhou family, and the Zhou and Xia families have never gotten along. Jiang Hao understood. In Jiulong Prefecture, there are 3 major counselor families, the Xia family from the imperial capital, and the Zhou family. There was once a merchant, but this counselor thought to himself, how can we make progress when our own people are constantly scheming against each other on Blue Star? With other worldly crises so dire, they're still stuck squabbling for power there. That tiny place called Blue Star is crammed with a bunch of saints. Is the Fate Star trying to make a movie or what? This totally drags down the prestige of Fate Star. Besides, most of the Shang family members hold high ranks in the Xia military. Counselor Shang decided to lead the entire Shang family to guard the alternate world. The same went for that King of Magic. The remaining council members operated on a rotation system, taking turns to garrison other worlds, to prevent foreign Fate Stars from entering Earth. Ever since House Shan left Earth, even outstanding descendants wouldn't return to Blue Star Martial Arts School for education, resulting in, despite being one of the 18 council families of Blue Star, its presence in Xia country is pitifully low. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Zhou and Xia families has already affected half of Xia country. Unless they're from a council member's family, all other powerful families had already chosen their sides, with the exception of Xinglua Province, Yunchao Province, Jinsha Province, and Lingxi Province. Sigh, what's the point of all this squabbling? Jiang Hao didn't understand this behavior. Teacher Tang remained silent, quietly leading the way. Immersive translate. After quickly crossing a small kilometer-high hill, the lake finally came into view. The vast artificial lake resembled a tranquil ocean. Under the sunlight, its surface shimmered with dazzling ripples. It stretched so far that the opposite shore was nearly invisible. Jiang Hao gazed silently at the vast body of water that was nominally called an artificial lake but could easily be written as the Mediterranean Sea. He asked earnestly, could our school really have a saint-rank magical beast as a pet? Teacher Tang wore a face full of question marks. What are you thinking? If there truly were a saint-rank beast, why wouldn't we extract its essence to help a warrior break through to saint rank? Alright. Jiang Hao gave up his disappointing idea of riding out on a saint-tier mystical beast for a leisurely stroll. Noticing the protruding fishing platforms by the lakeside, Jiang Hao thought, since I'm already here. He pulled out the cheap fishing rod he'd bought for $500 and walked over. Though Jiang Hao had never fished before, he still knew one fundamental rule: you need bait to attract fish. He took out a 20 yuan pack of bait, tore it open, and dumped it directly into the water. An elderly man carrying a set of premium fishing gear approached, first signaling for Teacher Tang to stay quiet. Shaking his head, he looked at Jiang Hao and remarked, young man, you'd have better luck catching a ghost than a fish with that technique. Spreading chum isn't done like this. If you can catch any fish with this, I'll eat this whole fishing gear on the spot. Then, pointing to his deluxe fishing gear, he was just about to boast about his skills and experience when suddenly he saw a half-meter-long fish emanating the fluctuations of second-tier elemental power, its entire body pure white like fine jade, was hauled up by Jiang Hao. The old man's eyes widened instantly. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did you do that? Jiang Hao kept casting his fishing line without even turning his head. Ha, isn't this something anyone could do with their hands? Chapter 52. Getting it free feels great. Blue Star's top tier. The old man stared blankly at his hands before casually tossing the fishing gear into his storage space. He turned his gaze toward Teacher Tang, who stood obediently nearby, not daring to make a sound. Grumbling resentfully, Teacher Tang must be exhausted, going out of your way as an admissions officer to personally escort and chaperone a freshman the entire way. If there's nothing else, you might want to check the school gate to stop any freshmen from getting into fights. I heard Peng Cheng even got beaten up. Teacher Tang slightly lowered his head. This is what I should do. Very well, Principal Xia, I'll head over now. Finished speaking, Teacher Tang activated his yuan power and flew away immediately, seemingly afraid to hear anything more. Jiang Hao froze upon hearing the address Principal Xia. Element detected. Quietly, he placed another first-tier fish into the fish cage. This one looked even plumper than the previous second-tier fish. Slurp. It sounded like someone was swallowing their saliva. Who could it be? Certainly couldn't be the principal. Jiang Hao turned around calmly and shouted as if he knew nothing. Hello, principal. Exceptional talent. You have the makings of a council member. Though his words were flattering, he didn't even glance at Jiang Hao. Principal Xia gazed enviously at the fishing net, fantasizing about how impressive it would be if he could catch a fish himself. When the time comes, I'll carry the fish cage across the country to show those who mocked my failed fishing attempts. Let's see who's the true fishing king. Noticing this, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up with an idea. Ha! Got it! Jiang Hao threw the fish, which had inexplicably jumped out and landed on the fishing platform, into the fish basket. Principal Xia stared at the scene in utter disbelief. He kept mumbling, "Abba, Abba." "Principal Xia, I've been trying to lose weight lately. Anyway, I was planning to release these fish later. But considering it took me a whole day of sitting to luck into catching just these 3, I can't bear to part with them. Why don't you take them back instead, Principal? Let's consider it doing these fish a favor." Jiang Hao spoke these utterly sincere lies. Principal Xia's ashen complexion instantly brightened like fresh paint. "Ahem, student Jiang Hao, you're really quite remarkable." The principal swiftly gathered the 3 fish into his own creel. He even continuously cleansed them with primordial energy, erasing all other scents and imbuing them with his own, and everything around them fell silent. Jiang Hao sensed that the surrounding area had been isolated by some kind of spatial barrier. People outside couldn't see what had just transpired. After completing all this, Principal Xia turned to Jiang Hao with undisguised delight. "Well, we certainly shouldn't let it go to waste. Let's do it for you's sake then." Then he thought of something and said with a laugh, "If you're worried that the Xia family will come after you for hitting my grandson, rest assured they won't." Jiang Hao replied sheepishly, No. The Xia family is the foremost dynasty in Xia Kingdom. Why would they bother with a nobody like me? Principal Xia's lips twitched slightly as he observed Jiang Hao's impossibly robust physique and vitality, clearly beyond what any ordinary human could possess. If you really were some nobody with no background, no strength, and no talent, you'd already have been dealt with by the Xia family's underlings. Jiang Hao looked speechlessly at Principal Xia. Couldn't you have phrased that a little more gently? That's terrifying. However, Principal Xia made a turn. The 18 council members of Blue Star have jointly stipulated, any prodigy with the potential to become a Fate Star shall be classified as Blue Star's first priority. Take you for example, in a few days, you'll inevitably be added to the list. At that time, you'll receive protection under the first priority roster. On the Blue Planet, within human territory, all affiliated forces that take initiative against you will face annihilation from the 3 counselors. As long as you don't betray humanity, even if you accidentally kill Peng Cheng in Blue Star affairs, the Xia family won't move against you, neither will their subsidiary forces. Holy crap! Jiang Hao had thought the Xia and Zhou families were too busy fighting each other to care about a wild prodigy like him. Wait, does Planet Blue really treat its top prodigies this well? Shouldn't the saying go, a prodigy who hasn't grown up yet isn't a true prodigy? Why does this feel oddly touching? This won't do. Looks like I'll have no choice but to go to another world to kill aliens now. Or is the situation in other worlds so dire that humanity must give birth to more fated stars? Principal Xia seemed to be muttering to thin air, saying, Number 1 parallel world, the many slain evil deities are about to revive. Instantly, the surrounding sounds rushed back into Jiang Hao's ears. Dean Xia gazed at Jiang Hao as if nothing had been said. So rest assured and just hit away. That young lady from the phone family recently stormed right into the Xia family and sent Peng Cheng straight to the hospital. Unparalleled uncle directly declared, Peng Cheng needs to be taught a lesson. He requires more disciplining. Whoever dares to defend him will be sent to another world with him next year. What? Jiang Hao was stunned. What the heck? Is this Xia Peng Cheng really your grandson? Why does it feel like you're eagerly waiting for him to get beaten up everywhere? What if someone gets so depressed from the blowback? And another thing, my vice captain is that fierce? Charging straight into the imperial capital to fight someone. Your cultivation method is still the basic body tempering technique, right? With your talent, you're eligible to freely select a Saint tier technique, the principal said while looking at Jiang Hao. Now this is something Jiang Hao could talk about all night without getting sleepy. Principal Xia, do you have any recommended cultivation techniques? Preferably the kind that can enhance both physical strength and mental power. He was desperately eager to improve himself. Principal Xia suddenly looked around with a mischievous glint in his eyes. The current cultivation techniques at Shenzhou Martial Arts School aren't suitable for you. Your foundation is too strong, practicing ordinary saint-level techniques would be a waste. But what? Jiang Hao grew impatient. If only I had a good fishing spot. Jiang Hao promptly placed the 4th stubbornly hooked big fish on the fishing stand. Glancing at the time, he exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, it's already this late, Principal Xia. I need to head back to the dorm. Make yourself at home. Without even reeling in his fishing rod, Jiang Hao just stood there blankly. Principal Xia took out a jade slip and handed it to Jiang Hao. This is a cultivation technique Uncle Wushwine accidentally obtained from the ruins. No one in the Xia family has managed to master it yet. You're getting quite a bargain. If it doesn't work out, we can always switch it later. Ding! Detected, unknown, rank cultivation technique Chaos Codex. The enlightenment of the Tao heart talent activates. Ding! Pay 20,000 points to perfectly switch to cultivating the Chaos Codex. Ha! Can't one directly master the enlightenment of the Tao heart? And what the heck is this unknown thing? Jiang Hao was startled for a moment before bidding farewell to Principal Xia. I'll head back first to switch cultivation techniques. Principal Xia, hope you catch dozens of big fish. Principal Xia immediately took Jiang Hao's vacant seat, pulling out his complete set of deluxe fishing gear while casually tossing the unwanted fish into his own creel. If you're short on any resources, just exchange them directly. You have an annual quota. Jiang Hao had just turned away when these words made him instantly spin back with a beaming smile. Then can I borrow against next year's quota to exchange for 4 level 7 life crystals directly? The principal glanced at Jiang Hao and shook his head speechlessly. At your foundation level, these level 7 life crystals would barely make any difference to you. Moreover, your 2-year quota could get you 6 of them. As for borrowing in advance, that's out of the question. But I might sponsor you with 2 level 8 life crystals, though the 600 million quota will still be deducted. Is that so? Thank you, Principal Xia. 2 level 8 crystals make exactly 20,000 points. Jiang Hao followed the projected map to his dormitory. Staring at the luxurious single-family villa before him, he blinked in astonishment. Is this the personal villa teacher Tang mentioned for the top 100 students in the grade? But the pressing matter at hand is to start the most exhilarating, adrenaline-pumping activity. System, allocate my points. Chapter 53, breaking through to the 4th rank. Hey brother, are you a freshman? After entering the villa using his wristband, Jiang Hao headed straight for the cultivation chamber. Ding! Level 8 life crystal charging complete. Total of 20,000 points acquired. He stared at the jade slip containing the Chaos Codex in his hand. Though I don't understand how perfect this perfect transfer truly is. As long as these 20,000 points make me stronger, it's worth it. Perfect transfer. Boom! Jiang Hao's consciousness seemed to completely settle, detaching from his body. Where is this? Jiang Hao asked amidst the vast expanse of nothingness in the starry void. He watched as stars one by one extinguished in the distance. Entire star regions dissipated before his eyes. An overwhelming sense of universal extinction, the end of all things, washed over him. Chaos, desolation, void. No sound, no sense of up or down, left or right. Jiang Hao felt as if he was about to be assimilated by this space. Immersive translate. Just then, ding! Chaos Codex has been perfectly mastered. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a wisp of chaos law. Host has broken through to the 4th rank. Jiang Hao suddenly regained his senses, gasping heavily with his whole body drenched in sweat. Less than a minute had passed. Jiang Hao's consciousness had spent at least several months in that chaotic void. Watching the jade slip instantly crumble into dust, he muttered bitterly. Is this what they call a perfect transfer cultivation? Without the panel, wouldn't anyone attempting this just die? Wait, this couldn't possibly be the original jade slip, could it? Jiang Hao understood that the Xia family wasn't deliberately trying to scam him after all. With enough points, the panel could bypass all conditions and guarantee success. This Chaos Codex was likely something no one on Blue Star could ever hope to master. Because, open the panel. Name, Jiang Hao. Realm, 4th rank, 1st heaven plus. Physique, 62, 6th rank, plus. Spirit, 63, 6th rank, plus. Special status, Limit Transcender I, permanent. Chaos Law Comprehension, permanent. Innate abilities, Dao Heart Illumination plus Rapid Adaptation plus Perfect Spatial Affinity plus Free Spellcasting plus. Martial Arts, omitted. Technique, Chaos Codex, King Class, plus. Points, 1354. Rating, no off is actually on. King Class? Is this a realm beyond Fate Star? Getting 5 points for free on both Physique and Spirit combined. That's equivalent to getting 20,000 points for free. Which means my 20,000 points weren't wasted. Absolutely delightful. Jiang Hao gazed contentedly at his luxurious stat panel. After some thought, I spent the remaining 1,000 points to boost my realm level. Realm, 4th stage, 3rd heaven, plus. Rubbing my stomach, I noticed that although this upgrade didn't take long, I felt unusually hungry. Fortunately, Jiang Hao had prepared food in his storage bag. Jiang Hao browsed the Shenzhou Martial Arts School's website while eating. People were free to speak their minds here, and senior graduates often posted recruitment information in the forum. Shocking, the headmaster's grandson humiliated in public, faints from a single glare from his rival. DM for custom luxury fishing gear. Wow, even here in the capital, the clickbait news department follows me. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaoli posted photos yesterday of him having late-night snacks with the class monitor and a few classmates in Yunxiao City, Jiang Hao would have suspected this guy got specially recruited by Shenzhou Martial Arts School. Click to take a look. Today, the great Shenzhou Martial Arts School welcomes her new master, Junior Xiao Pengcheng. This summer schoolmate was first beaten up by a gentle junior girl, then frightened unconscious by a mere glance from a random passerby. A close-up of the tattered Xiao Pengcheng and the sharp-eyed Jiang Hao. It clearly shows what a weakling this summer schoolmate is. As a peer, he couldn't even fight back before being instantly defeated. Therefore, I strongly recommend kicking this good-for-nothing out of the 8 elite list of Xia Nation. Jiang Hao didn't understand it, but he was utterly shocked. Although this school forum allows nicknames, people often post things that can't be said directly, but the Xia family has always been the ruling power at Shenzhou Martial Arts School. Isn't this guy afraid of being doxxed and retaliated against by the humiliated Xia Pengcheng? Jiang Hao chose the nickname "Everyone's a Big Shot Except Me" and typed a comment. Front row spectator here. Aren't you afraid of getting doxxed, OP? Others quickly chimed in. This OP is a seasoned paparazzo, always manages to get crystal clear photos every time any cute junior sister's around. Plus one, this guy was already posting campus gossip when I was a freshman, badmouthing the school every day. Now I'm a senior and this senior still hasn't been caught. Slack and salty fish. As expected of my vice captain, I was just going to give him a little shock, but you straight up sent that buffoon to the infirmary. Feng Qiluo. You really enjoy posting under your real name, huh? Jiang Hao sighed as he casually clicked follow on the OP. Time to finish today's quota of daily trolling. Immersive translate. Grandfather, you must stand up for me. I hadn't even said anything when I got knocked out. Xia Pengcheng clutched at Principal Xia's clothes, his face deathly pale, as he spoke. How many times have I told you? Those who have ability must stay low-key, and those without should be even more low-key. Principal Xia impatiently shook off his useless grandson, then continued to initiate a vote on the school website to revoke Xia Pengcheng's title as one of the 8 elite. Go and retrieve the fish traps. There are 4 fish inside that I worked hard to catch. Ah! Xia Pengcheng was startled. He quickly looked up at the sky to see if any celestial phenomena like the 9-star alignment had appeared. Xia Pengcheng said in disbelief, Grandpa, you actually caught a fish? Weren't you always skunked before? You even started making your own fishing gear in the end, but still couldn't catch anything. Principal Xia's face darkened. Looking at this good-for-nothing grandson, he really wanted to slap him all the way to Jinsha Island to count grains of sand. Compared to the talented and polite Jiang Hao, it's like they're from entirely different worlds. Get lost. Don't waste my time. You'd better not even step on stage for tomorrow's freshman ranking battle, spare us the embarrassment. Xia Pengcheng protested indignantly. I may not be as good as that Feng Qiluo, and I can't beat Jiang Hao, but I'm still among the elite of the 8 heroes. After finishing speaking, he stormed off angrily carrying the fish cage. My opponent tomorrow will probably be that bratty girl from the Yu family. I'm definitely going to crush her. Xia Pengcheng's determined eyes revealed an intense thirst for victory. Immersive translate. So slow. Why is this 5v5 team battle matchmaking taking forever? Jiang Hao stared idly at the waiting notification. After unlocking the 4th tier zone, Jiang Hao's rank dropped to Platinum I with full stars. He'd originally planned to grind points quickly by playing 20 matches a day, but couldn't even get matched for a 5v5 battle within 10 minutes. Match found. Battle will commence in 10 minutes. Team members must now vote to select the combat map and spawn points. Here we go. Jiang Hao and 4 figures appeared in a room resembling a conference hall, where 3 battle maps for their upcoming match were displayed on the large screen ahead. Creator mode plus 5v5 team battle. In non-top 10 martial schools, a 5v5 team battle is essentially fought within an enormous arena, barely distinguishable from the regular solo combat format. The inter-school 5v5 team battles among the top 10 martial arts academies allow each team to select a battlefield map and spawn points advantageous to their side. Of course, the opposing team will also choose a map. When both sides select different options, the system will default to a third neutral map. A senior student with an exceptionally mature demeanor was the first to reveal his combat profile. Newbie Training Squad, Diamond 5 4 stars, Peak 4th tier, senior year. The other 3 also displayed their information one after another. They were all around high-level 4th tier, either juniors or seniors. As he looked at the gazes from the other 4, Jiang Hao's originally bewildered face broke into a smile. I don't eat beef. Platinum I full stars 4th tier threefold heaven freshman. The expressions of the 4 seniors instantly froze. 4th rank? Bro, you're a freshman. Chapter 54, Enrollment. The Prodigies of Xia Country. Wait, with that username, are you Jiang Hao from the 8 elite? Asked an upperclassman in astonishment. That's me, but shouldn't we focus on voting now? This is my first time playing 5v5 mode, I'll need your guidance, seniors. The first upperclassman to reveal his identity suddenly grew serious. Don't worry, Junior Jiang. I'll absolutely carry you this round. Let's pick the forest map. We'll spawn on the mountain. Accept. Agreed. As both teams finished voting to select their spawn points, Jiang Hao and his 4 teammates appeared on a small hill, with forest stretches below them and no sight of the opposing team across the way. Looks like the other team chose this map too. Now all we need to Jiang, what the hell are you doing? Carrying newbies in the squad, stared dumbfounded as Jiang Hao leaped straight down without hesitation. Just as I was about to call my teammates to go down and support, I saw pale blue flashes of blade light erupted, with exaggerated sword energy slicing apart every tree in its path. The 5 people hundreds of meters away were still making camouflage suits. Before they could even react, they were instantly wiped out. Battle concluded. Ah, X4. Several bewildered senior students stared at their victory notification. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao was already clicking to start the next match. Immersive translate. The next morning at dawn, Jiang Hao stepped out of the battle pod, stretching lazily after finally completing 20 matches in one night. These 5v5 team battles are truly hard to matchmake, because 4th-tier players can only be matched with other 4th-tier players, yet most senior students in their 3rd or 4th years aren't even on campus nowadays. Especially the 4th years, they're constantly out completing various missions to accumulate credits for resource exchanges. Jiang Hao only managed 5 team battles all night, ultimately having no choice but to switch to solo mode to dominate lower-ranked players. He gained 400 points over the course of the night. Points, 754. After spending 500 points to advance his cultivation realm to the 4th stage's 4th layer, Jiang Hao looked through the enrollment reminder and some ranking battle information sent by the school's website. Starting with the 8 elite battle? Looks like the school knows how to grab attention first. After breakfast, he changed into fresh clothes and glanced toward the bedroom where the combat pod was placed. He muttered regretfully, if only we could match with martial academies worldwide. Jiang Hao casually locked the door and stepped out of the villa. Students ranked beyond the top 100 in Shenzhou martial arts schools' grade levels all get single dorm rooms, similar to luxury king bed suites in 5-star plus hotels. The villa zone comes with dedicated training chambers, where the energy concentration is 3 times higher than on the main campus. And it's completely free, no merit points required for activation. Academic credits. It's extremely important in school and cannot be exchanged with money or ordinary martial arts resources. They can only be obtained by completing tasks or through private transactions. Of course, students like Jiang Hao who scored full marks in the college entrance exam each received a 500 credit reward, and 1,000 academic credits can be exchanged for an ordinary same-tier martial skill or spell technique. Many students without backgrounds or sufficient strength to make the rankings would frantically take on missions during their 3rd and 4th years, all just to grind out a same-tier technique before graduation. As for the 3,000 credit points required for the same-tier cultivation method, don't even think about it. Those who are capable don't need it, and those who need it can't gather that many credit points. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao activated universal roaming and entered the gray, desolate space rift, pinpointing the approximate spatial node of the registration office. With a single step forward, in an instant, he crossed over 20 kilometers to arrive at the registration office. Principal Xia, who was idly lurking on online forums, suddenly raised his head. Why do I feel like someone is destabilizing the spatial integrity of the pocket realm? But there's no spatial disturbance transmitted, how bizarre. After saying this, he continued scrolling through the students sending him friend requests and private messages online, revealing a sinister smile. I've long disliked the principal, bro. Add me on Feishin, and let's denounce him together. Custom luxury fishing gear inquiries please DM. Arriving at the registration office entrance, there weren't many new students around. Jiang Hao complained helplessly. That artificial lake is one thing, but is it really okay for the dorm to be so far from the main school buildings? Shaking his head, he went to register at the reception, watching as several enthusiastic teachers offered to show him the way. Jiang Hao politely declined. The school had decided to hold the 8 elite ranking battle precisely at 10 o'clock in the arena. Launching Network and Xuanin would be streaming the entire event live. Just got here and already have to compete? Won't let a single opportunity go to waste, huh? Can't we take a break for once? Jiang Hao hugged his treasured saber, hidden soul, suppressing all his primordial energy fluctuations, getting ready to pull off something big later. Anyway, the registration just now didn't require any verification of abilities. Actually, everyone's information had already been confirmed by the school system when we arrived yesterday. Otherwise, Jiang Hao wouldn't even have been able to enter the dormitory. Non-violent entry. Registration was just an excuse to get new students out of bed. The arena isn't too far from here, and the number of freshmen on the road gradually begins to increase. You can tell just by looking that they're promising candidates for attending 8 a.m. classes every day. As I walk, a young man wearing Taoist robes and carrying a 7-stringed guqin on his back is asking for directions up ahead. Jiang Hao glanced at that androgynous face and skin fairer than most girls. The other person suddenly looked back, and immediately the sound of the qin became melodious, nodding towards Jiang Hao. He walked towards the registration area. Walking with background music? How are we supposed to fight like this? Jiang Hao already knew the young man's identity, thanks to the information given by our deputy captain last night. Jiang Hao recognized him as the only son of the Yi family patriarch from Lingxi Prefecture, Yilingxi. Rumor has it he was even taken as a disciple by a council member. If not for the deputy captain's assurance that the other party was indeed male, just somewhat feminine looking, just with that name and looks. In a previous life, she could have easily attracted more fans than some streamer girls. And the vice captain specifically noted that Yilingxi was directionally challenged, she could get lost even in her own home. It's amazing she even made it from the dorm to here. But judging from the direction she came from, could she have been wandering around campus all night without finding her dorm? Behind, two figures approached. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, one of the figures immediately halted. Then, with a pale face, rigid neck, and eyes fixed straight ahead, they hurriedly walked towards the arena. The other was a stunningly beautiful woman with an ethereal grace, dressed in a black gown adorned with starry embellishments. A sword hung at his waist, apparently a spiritual weapon, and not a low-grade one at that. They were Xia Pengcheng and Xing Yingyue. Jiang Hao looked at the young master Xia, whose legs were trembling, and chuckled. Isn't this the master of Shenzhou Martial School, already out of the infirmary? Xia Pengcheng pretended not to hear and quickened his pace to leave. Just then, Xing Yingyue suddenly tilted her head and spoke with an air of innocence. Group leader, didn't you say you'd give that guy named Jiang Hao a warning when school started? That he didn't deserve the title of 8 elite and you were going to personally test his skills. Did you go and try him out yesterday? The words fell. Xia the useless immediately activated his movement martial technique and vanished in an instant. Jiang Hao's lips twitched as he stared at Xing Yingyue's expressionless face. She seemed genuinely puzzled about why the other party had fled. Noticing the faint glimmer of amusement in her eyes, Jiang Hao silently stepped aside, not daring to block her path. Damn, he's really a wolf in sheep's clothing. The vice captain wasn't lying to me. At first, their online chats had been quite proper, making her seem like a passionate girl with artistic flair. Hello, Jiang Hao. What a pity I'll be facing Feng Qilihua soon. I might not get the chance to spar with you, Xing Yingyue said expressionlessly, but upon closer inspection, the corner of their mouth still lifted by a single pixel. Nice to meet you too, Star. Maybe another time, Jiang Hao nodded courteously. Then, Boundless Horizons, activate. Chapter 55, Is there a single normal person among you? Arriving at the arena, I gazed at this venue that was several times larger than Cloudreach Martial Arts Academy. I thought to myself, this must be the famed Divine Land Martial Arts Academy that has hosted the Global Martial Arts Tournament multiple times. It could easily accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators. If not for the numerous projection screens, audience members in the back probably wouldn't be able to see anything. They'd have to rely solely on their wristbands to watch. Upon entering the venue, I noticed that less than a quarter of the freshmen had arrived. I heard this year's freshman class has enrolled over 8,000 students in total. Among them, the School of Military Arts has more than 5,000 freshmen. The School of Arcane Arts has just over 2,000. The Auxiliary Academy has 1,000 students. The new students recruited by the Final 100 Skills Academy are calculated separately from the 3 major academies. Their teaching buildings and training bases are located in remote areas of the campus. Moreover, they do not participate in school competitions or similar activities, nor are they included in the total number of freshmen. During the waiting time, Jiang Hao idly browsed the school's website, looking for any interesting gossip. As the clock struck 10, over 8,000 freshmen were seated in the massive venue. Several thousand seniors from various grades also came to see how extraordinary this year's junior cohort would be. The ranking battle officially begins. First came speeches from the vice deans of the Martial Arts Academy and the Spell Arts Academy. They explained the ranking battle's mechanics, benefits for the top 100 contestants, and so on. Though they kept their speeches brief, the students below clearly showed little interest in hearing such formalities. Principal Xia ambled onto the stage holding a grilled fish, took a casual bite of the fish, and then straightaway announced, "It's time for the 8 elite ranking battle." Woohoo! Cheers erupted from the crowd, accompanied by the sound of celebratory fireworks. The host in the live broadcast quickly seized the moment to introduce. This is the 233rd batch of freshmen from Shenzhou Martial Arts Academy, and they represent the strongest generation in history, with a remarkable gathering of 8 prodigies who achieved perfect scores in the martial arts exams. Another host chimed in. The last time they were called the strongest was during the generation of Xiao Wanjun and Xing Yingyu, who were hailed as the Twin Kings. 13 years ago, they dominated all the prodigies across the nation, and then crushed the world's elite with unmatched prowess. Today, they serve as the deans of Shenzhou Martial Academy's Blade Combat Institute and Arcane Arts Institute respectively. Now let's witness what spectacular battles this new generation of supreme prodigies will deliver for us. Fine. Senior Zhou Weifeng, the 2-time champion of the Global Martial Arts School League, is being completely ignored by you all, is that right? Wasn't he hailed as the prodigy surpassing the Twin Kings 4 years ago? And you still dare claim you weren't hired by the Xia family? Jiang Hao listened dumbfounded to this blatantly biased commentary. This year's batch. Among the 9 provinces of Xia country, 8 had candidates with perfect scores. Only the Golden Sand province failed to produce any outstanding talents worth mentioning. Truly the weakest province in all of Xia country. Principal Xia stepped down from the podium and, with a sweep of his left hand, the one not holding grilled fish, 8 enormous thrones instantly rose in the center of the arena. Gilded entirely in gold, they were entwined with black dragon motifs. A rousing yet enigmatic melody began to play. From the sky, winged mutated beasts emitting seventh-order primal energy fluctuations descended, adorned in gaudy decorations as they carried 8 crowns in their beaks. A light screen appeared on the throne. It displayed the owners' names according to the school's official ranking. First place, Jiang Hao. Second place, Feng Qilua. Third place, Yan Yeni. Fourth place, Xiao Pengcheng. Fifth place, Yu Xiao. Sixth place, Yi Lingxi. Seventh place, Xing Yingyue. Eighth place, Gu Xiyuan. Instantly, the venue and live stream erupted as everyone cheered and applauded, with bullet comments flooding the screen densely. Clearly, everyone was shocked by this handsome delivery. Jiang Hao stared blankly at the 8 thrones, his face full of question marks. Dude, where's the combat capsule? Just fight directly? There wasn't this procedure before. And this throne is way too chuyuni. Looking at the throne with disdain, Jiang Hao couldn't even imagine how utterly embarrassing it would be if his old acquaintances knew he'd sat on that thing. Principal Xia below the stage contentedly patted his pocket. The Yu family really spared no expense with their sponsorship. Just as Jiang Hao was certain no one would step down to sit on that Shinibya throne. A young girl with twin emerald green ponytails, dressed in gothic Lolita fashion, carrying a spear about 3 meters long, he strode towards the throne at the center of the arena with booming laughter. An aura of yuan power fluctuations at the 3rd stage, 6th heaven was emanating from him. Ha ha ha, I, Yu Xiao, am truly the strongest. Damn, what Chunibyu energy. At this moment, Xiao Pengcheng stood up, revealing the fluctuations of his 3rd stage, 7th layer cultivation. With one great leap, he landed directly before the throne. Then, raising his right fist high, he closed his eyes and waited for the crowd's cheers. Silence fell. To be precise, not a single person paid him any attention. Whispers started spreading across the venue. That's the so-called prodigy of the Xia family's current generation. I heard he got beaten up and ended up in the infirmary yesterday. Ha, big shot Jiang Hao didn't even lift a finger. The guy fainted from sheer fright. What a complete coward. Ha, I heard they've already started an online poll to vote him out of the 8 elites. Even if he's the principal's grandson, there's no way the principal can silence that many voices. The host in the livestream was still vigorously boasting about Xiao Pengcheng's past achievements, urging everyone not to be swayed by rumors online. Xiao Pengcheng sat silently on his throne, his face flushed red. With that, the prologue began. Yan Yeni strode across the fiery carpet, step by step approaching the throne. The temperature in the venue soared instantly, leaving the audience sweating profusely. Yi Lingxi's ancient zither floated midair, continuously emitting streams of exquisite melodies on its own. The closer to the throne, the louder the sound grew, until finally his zither music reverberated throughout the entire venue. As if moonlight had pierced through the clouds, Xingyue's body erupted with starlight, forming silver-white nebulas around him, visual effects at maximum intensity. Gu Xiyuan, having quietly slipped onto the throne unnoticed at some point with narrowed eyes, left no trace of his movement for anyone to detect. But the streaks of golden clouds gradually dissipated. Only Jiang Hao remained standing there, dumbfounded, watching the 6 make their grand entrance with heads held high and visual effects in full display. Jiang Hao genuinely wondered if he'd come to the wrong place. No wonder people on Blue Star Net keep complaining about those prodigies having a few screws loose. At least I'm the most normal one. No Chunibya syndrome here, Jiang Hao reassured himself. Before the live broadcast audience spanning the entire venue and the whole nation, he gazed at the several individuals wantonly unleashing their elemental power fluctuations from their thrones. Looking at Kaze Karai's empty seat, could she be too afraid of being utterly crushed by me, so she didn't dare show up? He shook his head and stood up from the spectator seats. Under the challenging gazes of those 6 people, he took an ordinary step forward. No special effects whatsoever, but Jiang Hao was walking midair, as if supported by invisible glass beneath his feet. Tap, tap, went the sound. Sheathing his treasured blade, a torrential surge of 4th stage, 4 heaven-tier yuan power erupted from his body. The formidable psychic distortion bent light itself as a mental tempest ravaged the entire arena. Air trembled with consecutive sonic booms synchronized perfectly with Jiang Hao's advancing footsteps. All the freshmen and upperclassmen felt a sudden buzzing in their heads, as if struck by an invisible force. Then, it seemed as if they witnessed entire star domains collapsing, worlds dying amidst chaos and nothingness. As Jiang Hao took his seat, those illusions and sounds vanished instantly. The entire room was so silent you could hear a pin drop, everyone staring at Jiang Hao as if he were a monster. Only one thought echoed in everyone's minds, begging to be roared aloud. Is this fucking a freshman? I want to report someone for cheating. Chapter 56, Can I Surrender? Bonus update. The entire hall was shocked by the sudden grand spectacle Jiang Hao had created. Though the illusions couldn't be seen in the livestream, the sheer tangible force of the mental storm alone was terrifying enough. Even the dense barrage of comments paused for a brief moment. The other 6 seated on their thrones also stared at Jiang Hao with unmistakable astonishment. It felt like I was truly understanding this person's nature for the first time. Jiang Hao sat effortlessly on the throne, casually toying with the ornate and exquisite crown in his hand. Anyone who saw him would inevitably exclaim, "Damn, you're amazing." But inside, I was so embarrassed I wanted to eliminate all witnesses. Damn the principal and his flashy antics, and those show-offs ahead of me too. Every single one of them went all out with special effects and grand entrances. If it's my turn to make a plain, ordinary appearance, wouldn't it make me look inferior by comparison? That's right. In my life, Jiang Hao has never been inferior to anyone else. Yu Xiao was the first to break the silence. Assuming a defeated, just end me posture, she said. What's the point of even fighting? This big shot could crush opponents of the same tier with special effects alone, let alone being a tier above us. Indeed, perhaps I should just go back and inherit the family business. The expressions on the other 5 people's faces varied, especially Xia Pengcheng. As if recalling unpleasant memories, his face turned pale as he clutched the crown tightly. Principal Xia, who was standing nearby, was so shocked that he even dropped the grilled fish he was holding. His mouth hung open in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Hao. He completed the cultivation transfer in just one night, and even broke through to the middle stage of the 4th rank? Maybe I should just become sworn brothers with him. That way, when Jiang Hao becomes a council member in the future, I'll have some prestige to show off. Principal Xia didn't give the slightest consideration to the plummeting status of his own worthless descendants. However, his grandness was about to break through to the Saint realm and return soon. If she were to go berserk then, it would indeed be troublesome to handle. The Xia family. Xiao Wushuang's gaze pierced through all obstacles as he looked directly at Jiang Hao. The aura of chaos law? Can humans truly cultivate it successfully? Fate has been altered. King Tier. The upcoming match will feature Jiang Hao, ranked 1st, against Gu Siyuan, ranked 8th. A teacher on the podium snapped back to attention and resumed officiating the competition. The crown in your hands is the latest research achievement, just wear it on your head to enter virtual space. Could have just made it a normal helmet instead of some fancy crown. Jiang Hao resignedly put it on, watching the other 6 wear theirs with such natural expressions. There's still so much for me to learn. Before Jiang Hao's eyes popped up an interface identical to the one in the combat pod. He clicked on the room for freshman ranking battles, ready to start the match. A sudden blur before his eyes. He found himself standing amidst ruins, as if just ravaged by the flames of war. Flames and the charred remnants of buildings were everywhere. The light screen outside instantly displayed live footage of the 2 individuals. Gu Siyuan, of the ancient Gu lineage, Gu Huangzhou, a support-type martial artist possessing the rare gift of prophecy. At this moment, he was squatting alone on a broken low wall, miserably contemplating the future where he could never escape being instantly killed. Blessed with innate wisdom, he had reached the threshold of minor mastery in all auxiliary skills below the same tier. It's just that same tier auxiliary skills were fewer in number, he had only managed to learn 2. Alas, within the limited future he could perceive, there was only a mass of formless substance saturated with chaotic hues. In the very moment of their encounter, he was gone. Gu Siyuan couldn't comprehend why he couldn't see Jiang Hao's actual face. He could only attribute it to some fate-concealing artifact the other possessed. Ugh, so hard. Can I just surrender? Gu Siyuan squinted at the sky, knowing full well those outside could hear him. Several hundred meters away, Jiang Hao was contemplating whether to let these guys show off their skills before instantly defeating them. After all, they'd all be classmates for the next 4 years. If he humiliated them too badly, might he end up getting bullied later? But considering this is a nationwide live broadcast, there might even be international viewers tuning in. Therefore, Jiang Hao decided to choose the playstyle that would generate the most barrage comments. Let the 6 heroes suffer a bit more, I'll gladly shoulder the infamy. Gu Siyuan, who was about to throw in the towel, suddenly jolted awake. Seeing Jiang Hao charging toward him, he instinctively activated his same tier support skill, Air Domain. This is the absolute spatial barrier, an invincible shield below the same tier. If it weren't for its mere few-second duration, support-type martial artists would have dominated the heavens long ago. A row of enormous transparent air walls instantly formed into a hemispherical dome, enclosing Jiang Hao's position. It should hold for a few seconds. Gu Siyuan had already stacked countless buffs on himself before the battle, all enhancing mental resistance and various shields. Then he recklessly hurled restraints, barriers, and seals at Jiang Hao as if they cost nothing. With his primal energy nearly depleted, Gu Siyuan grinned. This time, we could call it a glorious defeat. The live commentator outside also nodded in approval of these countermeasures. After all, everyone knew Jiang Hao's strength completely overshadowed Gu Siyuan's. Yet Gu Siyuan managed to exhaust all his efforts to entangle Jiang Hao and cause him serious trouble. Suddenly, Gu Siyuan's narrowed eyes snapped wide open. He saw a future he couldn't accept. You can't do this. Damn it, you can't, he roared. Before the eyes of the entire nation, Jiang Hao seemed to stroll casually right through the forbidden airspace. Then all those falling restraints, barriers, and seals passed right through Jiang Hao. Not a single one could halt him for even an instant. Externally, Whether it was the audience in the arena or the barrage of comments in the livestream, everyone was stunned by this overwhelmingly cool and invincible display. Holy shit, I'm reporting this guy for cheating. Wait, aren't you all watching this on your knees? Thank goodness I'm not a freshman this year, otherwise I might have jumped off a building. Ignoring the expressions of the other 5 elites, who were questioning whether they were trash, Jiang Hao felt exhilarated. Truly exhilarated. Previously, this move could only be used to suddenly punch someone in the face or to hurry along the way. But now, all these obstacles that hinder movement are being completely ignored. Boundless in movement. Jiang Hao's only same-tier movement martial skill, capable of disregarding all elements that obstruct his path. So powerful that Jiang Hao once doubted whether all his perfect space affinity points had been allocated to this martial technique. Though Jiang Hao appeared to be approaching Gu Siyuan step by step, each stride was actually an execution of boundless stride. He strolled up to the already resigned Gu Siyuan, paying no heed to the dazzling layers of shields that lit up before him. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. The silvery power of spatial energy churned, forming a fist of gleaming silver. With terrifying force augmented by the shield-piercing void-shattering fist, it lashed out violently. Boom! Crack! As if a massive thermobaric bomb had detonated except without the light and heat. Ferocious shockwaves and extreme pressure swept through the entire ruins. Countless debris, steel bars, sand, and stones were sent flying. The space where the fist landed was torn open with dark spatial fractures. Gu Siyuan was a tough guy. He didn't say a word until the very last second. The match is over, the winner is Jiang Hao. As the match results were announced, the audience remained stunned, still relishing that final blow. Jiang Hao opened his eyes and came to his senses. He found himself back on the throne once more. Across from him, Gu Siyuan lay slumped in his seat like a soulless husk. Every move he'd made, every effort expended, had only served to intensify the barrage against him, accentuating his opponent's overwhelming strength. This disparity nearly caused Gu Siyuan's Dao heart to collapse. I didn't even use the flying cloud void slash, so he should be fine. He must just have weak psychological resilience. Boom! Bang! The arena gates were blown apart, and Principal Xia looked on heartbroken at the entrance that needed rebuilding. Luckily the Yu family provided plenty of rice this time. We can rebuild both the damage caused by the first few contestants and the main gate. All eyes turned toward the entrance. A young woman walked in, her features delicate and her demeanor radiantly poised. Sorry I'm late, I was pushing through to 3rd tier peak cultivation. Chapter 57, each showing their skills. Feng Qilua, you finally arrived. The vice president of the Institute of Technology stood up in delighted surprise and shouted. Principal Xia sensed the peculiar fluctuations emanating from the other person, silently placing a bet on the campus network's quiz interface, wagering that Feng Qilua could instantly defeat Yu. Jiang Hao watched the confident and elegant vice-captain approaching the throne-like seat. Not bad, with peak 3rd tier strength, he's already far ahead of this year's batch. Jiang Hao didn't count himself among them, because he belonged to the Gale Moon Shadow faction and outright cheater player. No longer a martial artist of the 3 major sects. No special effects, no further tormenting of the students in the venue. Step by step, he just walked over to stand beside the 2nd throne. At this moment, the host said awkwardly, next up is Feng Qilua versus Yu. Both participants, please enter the battle arena. Some in the crowd recognized her as the junior who had beaten the principal's grandson yesterday. They couldn't help but mock, so this is the gentle junior? That senior must have taken a bribe. Feng Qilua ignored the host's prompts and the dissatisfaction and complaints of the other students. Amid the amused expressions of the remaining 6 elites, she picked up the crown and said to Jiang Hao with a smile, whoever takes first place gets to be captain. With that, she straightened the crown and wore it properly. It's only natural that when I appear here, first place is already mine. Jiang Hao responded with equal confidence. Xia Pengcheng watched these 2 big bullies who were picking on him and muttered resentfully under his breath. That woman actually knows how to smile? And why didn't anyone invite me to be deputy captain? The other 5 elites looked at the suicidal Xia Pengcheng with admiration, while Feng Qilua cast a disgusted glance at him, delivering a death stare. Xia the buffoon collapsed, unable to get up again. The battle begins. Jiang Hao looked at the floating light screen before him. It displayed a nighttime plains map. Oh ho! Doesn't this mean the white turned black got a huge advantage? Though his cultivation realm is still too low, only at the 3rd tier, 5th layer. In the very next instant, a starry sea descended, transforming the nighttime battlefield into a miniature cosmos where the duelists stood amidst real celestial bodies. The livestream commentator shouted excitedly, Stellar Rivervale. This is the Xing family's most renowned Saint-tier field technique. The entire map seemed to shimmer with twinkling stars, as silvery white ribbons resembling tassels flew toward Feng Qilua. Saint-tier martial skill, Phantom Star Moon Slash. Both the audience in the arena and those watching the livestream were captivated by this dazzling display. How beautiful. The moves are beautiful, but the person is even more stunning. Feng Qilihua is in trouble. With the boost from the night map, even a 5th-rank martial artist could be taken down by this move. All flash and no substance, a sheer waste of elemental power. Jiang Hao shook his head as he watched the special effects girl on the screen. If Star Counselor had used this move, he probably would have pulled out real stars and detonated them. But when other members of the Star family used it, all they could conjure were faint flickers of starlight. Indeed, purple lightning tore everything apart. Stars were vaporized, galactic currents shattered. The so-called illusory and real silver-white light bands were nothing more than light pollution in the face of absolute violence. In the blink of an eye, the cosmic starscape transformed into a world engulfed by violet thunderbolts. The battle ended instantly. Xing Yingyue was obliterated by a tempest of thunder before she could react. Percent. Feng Qilihua never truly made a move from beginning to end, nearly altering the arena's backdrop. The commentator, who had been wildly boasting about Star Counselor and the Star family's mystic arts just a second ago, froze in shock, blankly staring at the teleprompter before him. Jiang Hao frowned skeptically, casting a doubtful glance toward the second throne beside him. Feng Qilihua opened her eyes calmly, as if she had just completed a trivial task. She even ignored the excited applause from the audience echoing in the venue. Is this really ancient technique magic flow? Even if she claimed perfect affinity for both wind and thunder attributes, she shouldn't possess such overwhelming power. Only when the host announced the start of the next match did Jiang Hao finally withdraw his gaze. Xing Yingyue across from Feng Qilihua continued watching the third match with an expressionless face, as if indifferent to victory or defeat. However, Jiang Hao remembered clearly, soon after this person had advanced to the third rank and mastered Saint-tier techniques, they'd privately challenged him to reclaim their lost honor. Everything happening now was just an act. The third match held little interest. Both contestants were merely at the 6th level of the third rank. Yan Yeni embodies the ancient mystic path of perfect fire affinity, while Yi Lingxi specializes in a semi-supportive weapons combat style. Ordinary maps, ordinary battles. Flames clashed against sonic waves. The zither tones tore through the sea of fire, slicing it apart, while explosive bursts of flame suppressed the musical vibrations. Watching made Jiang Hao drowsy. The two fought until the very end, but Yan Yeni still proved more skilled and claimed victory, advancing to the semifinals. Sadly, his next opponent was the allegedly cheating Feng Qilihua, forcing him to bow out here. To be honest, when seeing yet another ancient magic technique school in the materials, Jiang Hao couldn't help but complain about the perfect elemental affinity that hadn't appeared for years in the past. This year, 3 popped up all at once. The fourth match was an internal battle between martial arts weapon masters. Xia Pengcheng vs Yu Xiao. Mountain terrain map. Unlike Jiang Hao's opening saber aura, with blade light that severs souls, a false military fencing style, these two wielded a spear and a crescent halberd respectively. It was truly a visual and auditory feast during the battle. Watching the two spar was like witnessing earth shaking and mountains trembling. Shattered stones and scattered dirt flew everywhere. The two commentators in the livestream could finally go all out with their praise, endlessly talking about Xia Pengcheng's talent and his formidable combat prowess. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of both combatants were far from friendly. Yu Xiao couldn't even summon her elemental barrier anymore. Covered in dust, she sneered. That's it? You're a minor realm above me yet it took you this long? Big brother, don't tell me you're not up for it? With strength this week, how dare you challenge Feng Qilihua and Jiang Hao? If you're into M-types, I can introduce you to some of my girlfriends though. Yu Xiao was about to lose, but her mouth remained as sharp as ever. Xia Pengcheng's face darkened as he glared at the infuriating little demon girl across from him. If not for the live broadcast, she'd probably be behaving even worse. And what do you mean I'm causing trouble? They were clearly the ones bullying me. Xia Pengcheng grew angrier the more he thought about it, and crimson smoke effects suddenly erupted from his pristine, dust-free body. In an instant, Xia Pengcheng's aura surged violently, breaking through to the 4th rank. Wreathed in a tempest of raging blood energy, his physical abilities dramatically enhanced, Xia Pengcheng roared at Yu Xiao. I, Xia Pengcheng, shall never be inferior to anyone in this lifetime. A single halberd strike ended the match. It's appeared. This is Xia Pengcheng's latent talent. It not only dramatically enhances physical attributes and resistances but can also temporarily boost Yuan power realm. Classmate Yu Xiao had no ability to fight back at all. If this move had been used from the start, Yu Xiao would have been instantly defeated. Let us congratulate classmate Xia Pengcheng for advancing to the semifinals. Wasn't it supposed to be an unknown talent? You've completely exposed all their secrets now. It seems the Xia family really spared no expense. Not to mention the livestream audience who had been deliberately steered in this direction. Even at the venue, over a dozen freshmen stood up and cheered loudly for Xia Pengcheng. People around them cast strange glances at these seemingly hysterical classmates. Yet more audience members were swept up by the atmosphere and joined in the applause. Xia Pengcheng sat on his throne, pleasantly surprised to see people still cheering for him. With a joyful smile, he waved at the audience. For these dozen fans, Xia Pengcheng silently cheered himself on. In the next match against Jiang Hao, even if I can't win, I'll prove I'm not a useless fool. Chapter 58. You're just a finger's width behind me, fingertip galaxy. Jiang Hao looked at those dozen freshmen, feeling vaguely that something wasn't quite right. If they were truly fans of Xia Pengcheng, their expressions should be much more excited and joyful. Instead, they wore perfunctory smiles, as if simply completing a task. Meanwhile, in an unseen corner, the principal allowed a faint smirk to curl his lips. He opened a temporary group chat and sent each of the dozen freshmen who had courageously sacrificed their dignity to stand up and lead the momentum 50 academic credits. Luxury fishing gear customization DM, well done. I'll delete my previous post and apologize to Junior Xia after he finishes his destined battle with Senior Jiang. Luxury fishing gear customization DM, that way the Xia family and the principal probably won't cause trouble for me. Just pay me, Senior, you're generous. Don't worry, we'll go interact with Xia soon, pretending to befriend him to test the waters for you. Academic dodgy, leave it to me. I'm good at this sort of thing. Green tea is also tea, then I'll play the girl who's jealous and competing for your attention, to give classmate Xia a sense of satisfaction. Luxury fishing gear please DM. I did some research, this Junior Xia never attended school, he was exclusively homeschooled. He took the college entrance exam directly at 18. Luxury fishing gear please DM. Junior Xia still has too little social experience. We should help him adapt early to society's harsh realities. That way, even if the principal finds out, he won't intervene, maybe even reward us. Luxury fishing gear please DM. I only have just over 300 credits left. I'm counting on you all. Principal Xia shook his head as he looked at the smug, bargain basement grandson sitting on the throne. Better to get humbled now than bleed later. Getting conned out of credits by a shady woman beats getting tricked by natives in another world and losing your life. After a 10-minute break, the semifinals began. Jiang Hao also scrolled through 10 minutes of ads, can't deny that. The ads in this era are quite fascinating. All those twists and turns really catch you off guard. Isn't this way better than those cringy, dull TV drama reruns from my past life? The first match of the semifinals, Jiang Hao versus classmate Xia Pengcheng. Jiang Hao turned off his wristband, just about to enter the space. Sorry, classmate Jiang Hao. I only met those people yesterday when I arrived at school. I had no idea they'd speak like that. What? Jiang Hao looked up towards Xia Pengcheng's direction. Apart from Yu Xiao, whose curled lips formed an expression that seemed to say, surrendering already? What a loser. The other five all turned to look at Xia Pengcheng in astonishment. After all, this man had always maintained an attitude of dismissing anyone without consular background as mere mediocrities. As a native of the imperial capital, it was perfectly normal for him to look down upon Yunshao province's Jiang Hao. Even when dealing with Feng Qilua earlier, Xia Pengcheng hadn't bothered to give her a proper glance before striking. Jiang Hao looked at Xia Pengcheng, who was lowering his head with the tips of his ears flushing red, and shook his head with a smile. It's fine, I didn't take it to heart. After all, I even used you as a stepping stool. Now Jiang Hao finally understood why Principal Xia was so eager to throw his grandson under the bus. Sure enough, as they say, it needs more hammering. Let the battle begin. This time, I randomly got a secret realm map that had already been developed. These kinds of maps share one common trait, they're tough as nails. Outside, Jiang Hao's full force strike could obliterate a small hill several hundred meters tall or split a 2,000-meter mountain peak right down the middle. In this kind of secret realm, he'd probably only manage to create a crater a few dozen meters wide at most. Watching from afar as Xia Pengcheng, now in a crimson berserk state, charged toward him wielding his Fangtian halberd. For Principal Xia's sake, I'll fight you one-handed for now. Jiang Hao watched with a smile as Xia Pengcheng leapt high into the air. Primordial energy surged through his body, instantly imbuing his halberd with a golden enchantment. Fierce winds whipped Jiang Hao's hair wildly about his face. Peerless tyrant's halberd. The golden halberd came crashing down towards Jiang Hao with an earth-shattering momentum. This was the mightiest strike infused with all of Xia Pengcheng's primordial energy. Because Jiang Hao's power had grown to a level he couldn't even comprehend. There wasn't even a transition, just abruptly becoming overwhelmingly stronger. If it weren't for the equally monstrous Feng Qilua, Xia Pengcheng would have doubted whether the six elite, including himself, were merely useless trash relying entirely on their family backgrounds. So he bet everything on this single strike. Martial artists of the blade fencing school always advance without retreat. What use was walking the path of blade fencing if one's peers didn't even dare take action? Xia Pengcheng watched Jiang Hao brace himself and couldn't help but flash an eager glint in his eyes. What if Jiang Hao's estimation was wrong and by sheer luck, he managed to defeat him? Then can he prove he's not just a useless idiot? Yet, there's but a single word between hope and despair. In the eyes of Xia Pengcheng and all the onlookers outside, Jiang Hao calmly extended a hand, palm open. He intended to catch with one hand this strike powerful enough to instantly kill a peak 5th-level martial artist. A terrifying explosion rang out, sending shattered stones flying in all directions. The cloud of dust obscured Jiang Hao's figure. The audience in the livestream held their breath, waiting for the results. Unfortunately, no final verdict of the match appeared on the big screen. Several meter-long cracks appeared on the ground. Jiang Hao stood in a small pit, holding the already faded Feng Tian painted halberd in hand. Not even a speck of dust had touched his clothes. In the eyes of outsiders and Xia Pengcheng, it was like an adult effortlessly blocking a baby's punch. Snap! The halberd continued to develop cracks before shattering on the spot. After all, it wasn't a spiritual weapon, merely an implement provided by creator mode capable of channeling profound energy with great efficiency. Xia Pengcheng stared in shock. The all-out strike he had gambled everything on had been effortlessly blocked, with just one hand. He stood frozen in place. Xia Pengcheng's mind was reeling at that moment as he gazed bitterly at Jiang Hao's calm eyes. The gap is really this big? With that, Xia Pengcheng relinquished all thoughts of continuing the fight, his eyes brimming with despair and unwillingness. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. The so-called 8 elite of Xia Nation aren't worthy of being mentioned together with you two. I'll disband the group when I get back. Jiang Hao realized he might have overdone it a bit, almost pushing the kid into full-blown depression with his harshness. He quickly tried to salvage the situation. Actually, you're not that bad. After thinking for a moment about how to phrase it, he continued. You're the only one among the other 6 who's reached late-stage 3rd tier. That proves you're plenty capable. You just happened to run into me and vice Feng Qilua, that's all. And you dared to attack an opponent far beyond your level. That's excellent swordsmanship, not the incompetence I initially assumed. Well, forgive Jiang Hao for not being good at comforting others. He could only extend his left hand. Pinching his index finger and thumb into a C shape, he grinned. You're only this much worse than me. Xia Pengcheng was instantly moved to wipe the corner of his eye, then said thank you with reddened eyes. He then silently recited surrender 3 times in his heart, and withdrew from the battle space. Match concluded. Congratulations to student Jiang Hao for advancing to the finals. Jiang Hao stepped out, speechless as he stared at Xia Pengcheng sitting comfortably on the throne, inwardly groaning. How could you just claim it like that? It's worth at least 5 points. Chapter 59, Spatial Power vs Storm Thunder Power. Bonus release. Xia Pengcheng had proven with his strength that he was the top prodigy among the incoming freshmen. Not some worthless nobody. Living up to the title of one of the 8 elite. Principal Xia, seeing events unfold exactly as he predicted, deleted the post from the school website and wrote an apology letter brimming with sincerity. Some hired internet trolls immediately began steering the narrative, making sure more people knew the original poster had chickened out. There were also some neutral bystanders and objective fans starting to stir the pot. Junior Xia is so magnanimous, he definitely won't take it to heart, and so on. Xia Pengcheng sat on his throne, watching the one-sided slaughter unfold on the light screen before him. The purple lightning instantly compressed the crimson flames into a tiny circle. Then, the last wisp of red vanished entirely. Congratulations to classmate Feng Qilua for advancing to the finals. The final battle will commence in 10 minutes. Just like against Star Engyue, she didn't strike a single blow. She merely unleashed her lightning power and defeated Yin Yenny, another practitioner of ancient arcane arts. Many spectators were stunned by such a violently aggressive underclassman/peer. If Jiang Hao represented an overwhelming force that rendered resistance futile, then this Feng classmate delivered sheer visual intimidation. Absolutely terrifying. Xia Pengcheng noticed the special alert notification from his wristband. The original poster who started the malicious poll actually deleted their post and bowed in submission. Moreover, many people believed themselves forgiving enough that they wouldn't actually use the Xia family's influence to dox their senior. Watching so many kind-hearted individuals place their trust in him, Xia Pengcheng grinned broadly, sitting on his throne and repeatedly nodding away. He followed all the students who spoke up in his defense. Then, under the apology letter, he commented, "Don't worry, I, Xia Pengcheng, would never stoop to such things. I accept your senior's apology." Pressure mountain big. Then preparing to disband the Who Rules the Waves chat group. Looking at this name reminds me of my lawless former self. That version of myself who thought everyone else was nothing but chickens and dogs. Ding. I don't eat beef requests to add you as a friend. Note, just joining the group for fun. Oh dear. Jiang Hao raised his hand and tapped his wristband while looking at Xia Pengcheng. With a laugh. Although everyone's skills are just average, we still need some fillers to make up the numbers for next year's freshman tournament. You can actually talk. Xia Pengcheng helplessly agreed to the request and added Jiang Hao to the group chat. Ever since this Jiang Hao guy became famous, it feels like I've either been suffering setbacks or am perpetually on the verge of suffering setbacks. Xia Pengcheng wept internally. This outrageously arrogant statement won Feng Qilua's approval. The other 5 elites didn't dare protest. After all, this guy genuinely dared to throw punches. Add me to the group too, Feng Qilua commanded. We can just pick freeloaders from there when the time comes. Immersive translate. The final match of the freshman ranking tournament, the 8 elites battle, begins now. Jiang Hao strolled across an island map. The map was vast. At the very least, within Jiang Hao's 10-kilometer perception range, he hadn't detected his opponent's presence. It seems I need to learn a technique that can extend the range of perception. Otherwise, with such high spiritual power, relying solely on primal perception would be such a waste. Suddenly, the entire sky seemed to be covered with purple lightning, dense and chaotic like a frenzy of dancing serpents. Without anyone noticing, an emerald green wind began blowing across the ground. What's this? A wind capable of harming souls? Jiang Hao was astonished as filaments of cyan green threads passed through him, sensing a responsive touch deep within his consciousness. Unfortunately, with mental resilience bordering on the unnatural for his current rank, Jiang Hao only felt the breeze as refreshingly soothing, as if his very soul were being cleansed. Above, the violet ocean expanded ever wider, on the verge of engulfing half of the island. Gazing at the spectacle clearly beyond the capabilities of any low-tier martial artist, Jiang Hao declared with certainty, "Just as I suspected. This isn't spellcasting at all." Those violet lightning strikes and cyan green winds carried none of Feng Qiluo's elemental energy signature. Perfect elemental affinity couldn't produce effects like this. How dare you cheat right in front of me? How interesting. Spatial power, initiate. Instantly, ripples of silver-white light spread outward in concentric circles from Jiang Hao's body. He then raised his right hand toward the purple thunder sea in the sky. With one grasp, one pull, and a twist of his wrist, the purple sea of thunder instantly split open with a massive hole. Feng Qiluo, sensing this through the wind from afar, gazed at the void in the sky with stunned disbelief. What kind of ability is this? Suddenly, a sonic boom erupted from the distance, and Feng Qiluo could no longer perceive Jiang Hao's condition through the wind. Jiang Hao was sprinting, shattering every object in his path with brutal force. The ground was trampled into countless pits and depressions. With the augmentation of primordial energy, it nearly reached 3 times the speed of sound, covering a kilometer in just 1 second. Externally, the audience, stunned by Feng Qiluo's apocalyptic spectacle, had their attention violently yanked back by the humanoid tyrannosaur that smashed through everything in its path. What kind of speed is this? Quick, catch the shrimp. Charge ahead, Jiang the Great. Did no one notice that move Jiang made earlier, tearing through the sea of lightning? What was that silvery ripple? Gu Siyuan narrowed his eyes as he watched the battle screen, then shook his head. I can't predict it, it's beyond me. What the hell, blind guy Gu, can you actually do this or not? If you can't predict anything, what kind of prophet are you supposed to be? Yu Shiyao's remarks were utterly merciless. Xing Yingyue instinctively touched her face and glanced at the projection screen. No way, right? This is a live broadcast. Immersive translate. A cascade of violet thunderbolts wove intricate nets of lightning that surged toward Jiang Hao, while massive wind blades and streaks of thunder struck him relentlessly. These attacks that could instantly take down 5th-rank warriors meant nothing to Jiang Hao with his elemental shield activated. If not for avoiding public indecency, Jiang Hao wouldn't even bother activating his elemental shield. After sensing Feng Qiluo's location, he teleported instantly with world-spanning steps and punched Vice Captain right in the face. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from one end of the island, sending countless chunks of earth and shattered trees soaring into the sky. Did I actually miss? Jiang Hao stared in bewilderment at the figure whose aura had once again become imperceptible. Raising his long sword, silver-white threads instantly coiled around it while strands of chaotic laws merged seamlessly into the blade. Flying void cleave. Whoosh! The space was truly sliced open, revealing black fissures that instantly mended themselves. A blade aura 1,000 meters long, interwoven with pale blue and silvery white hues, swept forth as if aiming to bisect the island, slashing toward the distant shore. If one looked carefully, there seemed to be an extra layer of undulating black substance within the blade's radiance. Due to the influence of the chaos law, all lightning and wind approaching were devoured, transformed into pure, primordial energy to empower the blade's might. By the end, this single slash had extended nearly 2 kilometers in length. Whoosh! Swish swish! The entire island was left with a deeply carved vertical scar. MMMPH. Although Feng Qiluo wasn't in the direct path of the blade she was still struck by the soul-rending saber. He shouldn't have detected me, how could he still affect me? Has he truly mastered this martial technique to perfection? Feng Qiluo clutched her head in bewilderment. Had her spiritual cultivation not reached the level of a 7th-tier spellblade martial artist? That last strike made her admit defeat instantly. In the sky, the violet sea of lightning coalesced into 100-meter-long spikes raining down upon Jiang Hao's position. Emerald winds swirling across the ground attempted to entangle Jiang Hao, restraining his movements. Muda! Boundless domain! Jiang Hao stepped forth directly through the howling gale. Then came another slash of his blade. Ever since switching to cultivating the Chaos Codex, Jiang Hao felt his primordial energy had reached levels comparable to a 7th-rank martial artist. Attacks like these, he could unleash dozens more. Purple lightning spikes capable of killing 6th-tier warriors cascaded from the sky like raindrops. Space inversion. Jiang Hao leveled his left hand, then forcefully flipped it over. The nearly striking lightning spikes seemed to have their spatial coordinates altered, reversing course midair as vast quantities of spikes collided, triggering violent explosions. It really is spatial manipulation. Does he actually possess perfect spatial affinity? Principal Xia's sharp eyes immediately detected the traces of free spellcasting. Xingyin Yue's mind went completely blank. The carefully maintained expressionless facade on his face instantly crumbled. Weren't you said to have no talent for magic? Wasn't combat prowess supposed to be the invincible path? In the battle space, Jiang Hao had already swung his blade for the 10th time. This time, he finally sensed Luo Fengqi's position once more. Though her apparent ability to control the laws of wind and thunder was considered top-tier cheating in their generation. According to Principal Xia's prediction, after today, her name would undoubtedly be on the ranking boards. But even so, nothing could withstand Jiang Hao's persistence and hard work. This ends now. Chapter 60, My cheat is above yours. It's time to end this. Jiang Hao strolled casually across the shattered island. After 10 consecutive slashes, Feng Qiluo's soul suffered progressively deeper wounds. Even the falling thunder from the sky grew sparse, its control weakening significantly. A violent tornado stirred up countless sands and stones, yet could never reach Jiang Hao's side. All these effects were diverted elsewhere by spatial forces. Once again deflecting a descending thunder spear, I could clearly feel its power had significantly diminished. It seems although she possesses what appears to be wind and thunder law talents, she still has to rely on mental energy for control. If only this battlefield wasn't so vast that my mental threads can't reach her, I'd have sent her on a one-way trip to the infirmary with my void-piercing Skyren ages ago. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of primordial power erupted from the distance. Jiang Hao utilized the boundless stride technique to directly cross over, while a surge of silver-white energy formed a massive barrier before him, to guard against an ambush upon arrival. It was none other than Gu Siyuan's ultimate move, Void Domain. With Dao Heart Illumination and perfect spatial element affinity, Jiang Hao could replicate it after seeing it just once. Jiang Hao stood mid-air, looking down at Feng Qiluo who was continuously compressing the powers of wind and thunder beneath him. What's the matter? Not using that strange position-switching technique anymore? Feng Qiluo gripped a purple lightning spear entwined with azure-green cyclones in her right hand. She raised her head to meet Jiang Hao's gaze. I can't. If I keep dodging, you might just wear me down to death with that soul-reaping blade of yours. He then gave a resigned smile. A perfected saint-rank martial technique, who would have thought I still underestimated you? Coupled with ancient spatial magic techniques, Feng Qiluo concedes defeat fair and square. A wisp of chaos law was all it took. Jiang Hao had also developed two applications, decomposing attacks into pure primordial energy and amplifying his own offensive power. This is the confidence the interface gave him. Jiang Hao watched the constantly charging, compressing wind and lightning spear, whose pressure had reached the 7th tier. He extended a finger and said, "So you're still holding that thing up? Can't help it, being chased around by you earlier didn't sit right with me either." With that, he launched a salted fish thrust straight at Jiang Hao's face. A terrifying spear of lightning, swirling with emerald green cyclones. In the end, the two forces merged completely into one. The already shattered island seemed to shrink further. This thunderbolt spear moved faster than Jiang Hao's perception could follow. Before this lightning lance brimming with destructive energy, all matter would be mercilessly pierced. Why the sudden hurry? Feng Qiluo heard Jiang Hao's voice coming from behind, and then, boom! A deafening sound erupted from the sky as terrifying lightning power instantly expanded. Yet it was firmly confined within a certain range. From the sky could be heard, crunch, crack, the sounds erupted. It was as if an invisible air shield had enveloped that devastating strike. Though it seemed on the verge of shattering at any moment, it held firm, steadily blocking the attack. The entire island began to tremble, and beneath the exploding spear of lightning, the seawater was forcibly pushed aside, forming a hollow void. Feng Qiluo had exhausted all her elemental energy, and her mental strength was on the verge of depletion. Her face was deathly pale, and her legs trembled uncontrollably. Losing her balance, she collapsed onto the ground. How pathetic. This is the first time I've been beaten this badly by someone my own age. He wasn't even bothering with self-referential terms anymore. Jiang Hao nodded approvingly and said, "You'll get used to losing a few more times in the future." He completely ignored the vice-captain lying on the floor, who was giving him resentful looks. What a joke. You've already lost to me, so there's no need for me to be polite when speaking to you from now on. Jiang Hao extended his right hand. Feng Qiluo was taken aback, thinking to herself, is he going to help me up? This captain seems pretty decent. At least he still shows me some respect. Just as she was about to grasp his hand, she saw a silvery white light emerge, forming a small sphere at the tip of Jiang Hao's fingers. What? A silvery white ray instantly pierced through Feng Qiluo's head. In Feng Qiluo's widened eyes, there was nothing but question marks. This move's power is decent. From now on, I can just point casually at small fry and obliterate them with a single ray. Let's not talk about actual combat skills, but there's still a tiny bit of flair, just not much. Immediately afterward, Jiang Hao was transported out of the battle arena. Outside the arena, the moment Jiang Hao unleashed those exaggerated sword slashes, everyone was already dumbfounded. Then came the offensive and defensive exchanges, with Feng Qilua being chased around like a helpless mouse. Everyone knows these two have completely stopped pretending. These two prodigies clearly aren't displaying combat prowess that freshmen should possess. Some senior students even suspect that even Senior Joe before breaking through to 7th tier might not have been able to defeat these two working together. How is this even reasonable? Are freshman students these days really this competitive? However, when the audience present and those watching the livestream shifted their gaze to the equally stunned 6 elites who were rendered speechless, everyone's emotions settled somewhat at this sight. Now this is the standard one would expect from normal top-tier prodigies. Xia Pengchang withdrew into himself again, murmuring incessantly. Didn't they say I was only slightly worse than you? Why can't I even see the end of the road ahead? I can't tell the difference anymore. In contrast, Gu Siyuan sat up straighter. The gloom was swept away. This crushing defeat wasn't my fault. The opponent was piloting a Gundam. As for that terrifying thunderstorm spear attack, everyone took it rather calmly. After all, it's perfectly reasonable these days for a peak third-stage cultivator to master dual cosmic laws. When Jiang Hao reached out towards Feng Qilua, some wicked CP fanatics began getting excited. Like a certain gray-haired individual in Cloudreach City who preferred to remain anonymous, and those prodigies from Wind Thunder Province who'd been psychologically traumatized by Feng Qilua's beatings. Just as the livestream commentators were fantasizing about hundreds of thousands of words worth of dramatic scenarios, a merciless energy beam shattered the commentators' writerly dreams. Ah, XN. Bro, that's the most beloved girl from a council member's family. How could you even lay hands on her? Watching Jiang Hao, who calmly opened his eyes and sat expressionless on the throne, and beside her stood Feng Qilua, with a murderous gleam in her eyes, itching to pick a fight. The teacher at the podium wisely kept silent and instead shot glances at Vice Dean Zhou from the Combat Academy. Though Vice Dean Zhou had a thick skull, he wasn't foolish. No bone-headed warrior could ever reach the advanced ranks, so he decisively passed the buck to the Vice Dean of the Spellcraft Academy. After all, this person is also from the Feng family, though not part of the main branch. But there's still an elder to that young lady of the Feng family. Feng Xinhua gritted his teeth and rose to announce. Let's all congratulate student Jiang Hao for claiming the top spot in the 233rd freshman ranking tournament of the Divine Land Martial Academy. There was a moment of silence, and seeing that Sister Win didn't lose her temper but instead lowered her head and silently clapped. Only then did the people in the guild venue dare to stand up one after another, cheering. The other 6 elites also rose to congratulate Jiang Hao, offering their blessings. The live stream commentator suddenly received an anonymous donation from the Xia family. Looking at the note and the script already provided on the teleprompter, the commentator immediately dropped their original remarks and began passionately praising Jiang Hao, setting the tempo and guiding the barrage of comments. Watching as it continuously scrolled. The new generation's twin kings, peerless twins, the 2 gods and their 6 useless teammates. Wait for the barrage. The commentator decided to seize this wave of traffic. In front of the entire internet, he loudly recited the mandatory literary masterpiece for all schools in Junlan City to read upon enrollment. Jiang Hao quotes, "Put, is this fucking commentator holding a grudge against me?" Jiang Hao's hard-suppressed pride instantly crumbled. Chapter 61 The ranking war concludes, only humanity endures. Principal Xia finally finished gnawing on his grilled fish and stepped onto the stage. First, he signaled to cut off the live broadcast, then addressed all the students present. The freshman ranking war, including the 8 elite battles, has concluded. For the upcoming ranking disputes, those with objections may directly enter the virtual combat space to challenge. The twin kings and 6 elites are beyond the challenge scope. Principal Xia directly assumed Jiang Hao and Feng Qilua no longer belong to the category of top prodigies. Given their strength, they should be called heaven-defying prodigies. 8 elites war. Jiang Hao ranked first and received 500 academic credits, while the remaining 7 people each received 200 credits. Every month from now on, 100 credit points will be awarded, and the same applies to all 8 of you. As for the remaining students ranked 9th to 100th, they will uniformly receive 100 credits, with 10 credits awarded each month. Except for the top 8, all other ranks can challenge 5 times per month to update their standings. However, no rewards are given. Students ranked outside the top 100 who break into it for the first time will receive 100 credit points. Alright, your enrollment credit rewards have already been distributed upon registration. Everyone may return to their dormitories or select their preferred course instructors. Arrange your time as you see fit. Classes officially begin in 7 days. Dismissed. Who? All the freshmen in the audience cheered excitedly. After all, they'd barely had time to tour the campus before being dragged here to watch top masters duke it out. They had 7 full days ahead to enjoy themselves to the fullest. Feng Qilua had recovered and composed herself. though her face was still pale and she walked unsteadily. As promised, you're my captain now, Feng Qilihua admitted her defeat frankly as she approached. Zhang Hao nodded and extended his right hand. Let's work well together from now on. As if by conditioned reflex, Feng Qilihua dodged where his right hand was pointing. Watching Feng Qilihua stagger from dizziness after moving too fast, Zhang Hao's eye twitched. What was that for? Really? Feng Qilihua said nothing and quietly returned to her throne. Watching the 6 people who wanted to join in the gossip but feared getting hit, wanting to chime in yet not daring to, Feng Qilihua pointed at them and said, so, have you chosen your teammates yet? Although these people aren't particularly strong, they're already much better than the other students. Xia Pengcheng was struck down yet again. Except for Yixiao, who seemed to be starting to slack off with a carefree attitude. Even Xing Yingwei, who had always kept a straight face, showed signs of displeasure. Though we really can't defeat you two, we are still top-tier geniuses, alright? We're among the top 8 figures in this year's Xia country. Don't you want to save face? Yet the truth lies only in the hands of a few, especially in Feng Qiluo's profoundly convincing gaze, prompting all 5 to immediately put on smiling faces. Zhang Hao, however, hesitated slightly. Not for any other reason, the Global Martial Arts School Freshman Tournament isn't starting until next February. By that time, I might already be strong enough to utterly dominate 7th-tier martial artists. I might even be ready to compete directly in the Sophomore Division Martial Arts Tournament. At that point, I could probably win effortlessly even if I had to carry 4 deadweights. Even without my teammates' support, I can still defeat all the rising talents worldwide. Zhang Hao thought with a hint of pride. At this moment, Yi Lingxi, who had remained silent until now, spoke in an ethereal voice. A team can't win in the end just by having one strong player. Oh, Zhang Hao looked at everyone with curiosity. Seeing all 7 nod in agreement, Zhang Hao asked curiously, I watched last year's competition too. Isn't it just about killing, and demolishing all the enemies? Feng Qilihua instantly wore an expression of sheer astonishment that seemed to say, you're actually going to be the captain without even knowing the specific rules? His pupils suddenly contracted as he shouted. That was the round of 32 finals. The earlier group stage used a points system. 5 team members would take turns fighting one-on-one. Even if you're the strongest fighter, captain, you could only secure 1 point per match. And group stage matches usually aren't broadcasted fully. Since some students want to hide their trump cards, the fights are held in enclosed arenas. Damn it! Zhang Hao couldn't help but curse out loud. No wonder when he saw Senior Joe single-handedly dominating global martial arts schools, there were still 4 cheerleaders following him. Fine, I don't know who to choose either. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Zhang Hao still chose to pass the buck to his future self. Please, future me. On the side, Xia Pengcheng wore an anxious expression, scratching himself up and down like a monkey. His face clearly said, why not choose me? Pick me. I'm practically begging on my knees. Zhang Hao and the others knowingly changed the topic, deliberately avoiding any discussion about team selection. Xia still lacked experience, his face incapable of hiding secrets. A few more beatings from society will fix that. Immersive translate. Yunshao Martial Arts School, Boys Dormitory. Being fellow townsmen, Zhang Zhuang and Zhang Jianyu were assigned to the same dormitory upon registration. Jiang Yu, could you stop grinding already? The semester doesn't start for several more days. Zhang Jianyu didn't respond, continuing to sit cross-legged on his bed circulating primordial energy in cultivation. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd heavenly layer. Once he succeeded, cracking the top 100 rankings at Cloudsoar Martial Academy after school started would be no problem at all. Wow! Brother John's final match in the ranking tournament. Zhang Zhuan watched Zhang Hao's confident stance with excitement. Whoosh! Zhang Jianyu squeezed his way over. Can Zhang Hao win first place? Zhang Jianyu asked. Damn it! Don't you have your own wristband? Get away and stop crowding me. Zhang Zhuan pushed him away in disgust, then immediately at everyone in Class 1's group chat. The Yun family, reception room. Old Manly sipped his tea leisurely, observing the completely transformed Yun Lycon before him. Xiao Yun, next year's rotation mission to Otherworld number 4 will be entrusted to you. Young people need more training and experience. The Yun family patriarch's hand froze as he looked at Old Manly and said, Old Li, isn't this inappropriate? I've just reached Saint Tier. I don't even have my own Saint weapon yet. Wouldn't I just be free prey if I went? Don't worry, would I trick you? There are Saint Tier experts from the Zhou and Xia families in Otherworld number 4. You just need to tag along and contribute minimally. Sacred Luo Empire, Sacred Luo Martial Academy. A striking golden-haired beauty arrived at the prayer chamber. After knocking on the door and hearing a please come in, she cautiously walked in slowly. The prayer room was adorned with exquisite cross decorations, with some biblical stories and murals hanging on the walls. Under soft lighting, the woman looked at the man kneeling quietly on the carpet ahead, her eyes flashing with admiration. A man with silver-white long hair, dressed in a simple white robe, turned his head to look this way. His eyes were the same silver white as his hair, with deep-set and refined facial features. The only thing that felt out of place was, the object of the man's prayers wasn't any saintly icon or cross, but rather a massive map of a blue planet. Captain, today at Shenzhou Martial Arts Academy's freshman ranking battle in Xia Country, 2 prodigies emerged who qualified to be listed in the first sequence. Knowing her captain's temperament, the girl spoke urgently. This was supposed to be your era, yet across Blue Star, candidates worthy of the list keep appearing one after another. Especially at Shenzhou Martial Arts Academy. Those 2 have stolen glory that rightfully belongs to you. The hitherto indifferent man finally looked seriously at his team members. Helena, do you think ascending to the first sequence is an honor? Ah, of course, Captain. In these past 20 years, besides the Zhou Weifeng from Xia Country, you're only the second person to make the list. The man shook his head and turned his gaze to the map of Blue Star. You're wrong. Being on that list signifies trust, but also an immense responsibility, one heavy enough to crush those whose fate isn't strong enough to bear it. Every genius who ascends to the first sequence undergoes prolonged observation by the council members, talent, character, and stance. The man's silver white hair billowed as the 4th-tier energy fluctuations filled the entire prayer chamber without restraint. Helena suddenly felt as though she had lost her way forward, with defeat looming on all sides, above, below, left, and right. His own fate was no longer in his control. Silver white pupils gazed at the location of Xia Country on the map. As long as they can become destined stars in the future and fight for Blue Star, for humanity, then even if 20 people from Xia Country appear on the first sequence roster, I would only feel joy. I believe the other 6 must be thinking the same. The 2 prodigies from Xia Country are about to make the list. In that case, this session will have 9. The man's face remained impassive, yet a blazing fire seemed to ignite in the depths of his eyes. The many eldritch gods slain by the council members shall soon return, and the beast world has long been eyeing the Blue Star realm with greedy intent. Humans must produce more counselors. The man stared fervently at the blue planet map on the wall as he exclaimed, only then shall humanity endure. Chapter 62, I Can Change Jobs. Bonus chapter. Zhang Hao returned to the dormitory and, since it was still early, decided to warm up by jumping into an intense 5v5 team battle first. As for lunch, regular food at the school was free. However, edible exotic beasts required academic credits to obtain. For top 100 ranked students, the school canteen would deliver meals directly if ordered in advance. Zhang Hao now holds both the top rank in Xia Country and first place in the newcomer ranking battle, accumulating 1,000 academic points in total. Tomorrow I'll go pick out a decent sensory-type Saint rank martial technique. Today, Zhang Hao was thoroughly annoyed by Feng Qiluo's mouse-like darting around. If only I had 2,000 academic points, then I could also pick an additional pure mental attack technique. Looking at the fishing rod casually tossed in the corner, she shook her head, dismissing the thought of using the principal as bait. Taking out the crown, she placed it on her head. Principal Xia had already promised this would be the exclusive item for the 8 of them. They could keep using it even after leaving Shenzhou Martial School. Battle space, activate. Immersive translate. Xia, wait for me. Xia Pengcheng, who was on his way to the cafeteria for breakfast, heard someone calling his name and turned around. Is this one of those fans who cheered for me before? And a really pretty female fan at that. Xia Pengcheng instantly wiped away the hurt expression he had worn when being ignored by several people earlier, replacing it with a look of arrogance and wild defiance. Oh, it's you. I saw you standing up and applauding for me earlier. What's the matter? Xia Pengcheng's limited experience with the opposite sex, only 3 instances outside his family, which consisted of being beaten up by Feng Qiluo and being mocked by that brat from the Yu family, and being publicly humiliated by the Xing family's wolf in sheep's clothing. Right now, his only option was to try sending a message in the group chat asking for help. That's right, that bastard Zhang Hao surely has tons of female fans, he definitely know what to do. At this very moment, Zhang Hao was facing 4 people with an expression that clearly said, let's take off. Among the seniors with expressions that seemed to say, time to slack off again. Brother Jiang, which map and spawn point would you like? The junior student asked respectfully, bowing his head. Doesn't matter, I'm fine with anything. Jiang Hao casually selected a grassland map. Pick the very center spot. A senior student delivered a typical bootlicking remark. Jiang, your choice of location is brilliant. Our opponents would never expect anyone to pick the middle. Another introverted senior with glasses and a bowl haircut nodded in agreement. They must have chosen the outermost position, while we appearing in the center can take them out faster. The battle began. They were in a grassland map too, with both sides less than 5 meters apart. Everyone froze. This makes things convenient. The blade's energy split the air, sending all 5 gathered individuals to their demise with a single slash. Today, I'm going to grind my way to 1,000 points, by gum. Immersive translate. Night fell, and Jiang Hao removed his crown. He stretched his neck and took out the lunch that had been delivered long ago. Jiang Hao grabbed them mid-game when he opened the door to collect the delivery, then stashed them in his storage space so they were still piping hot. Opening the wristband, she first added Vice Dean Zhou's Feishin account as recommended by Teacher Tang. I greeted the Vice Dean and briefly mentioned that I would be exchanging martial techniques tomorrow morning. Vice Dean Zhou replied promptly, saying he happened to be free tomorrow and could accompany me. After finishing official business, I'll add today's 760 points to my total. Probably today's freshman ranking battles shook up those slacking seniors. We actually fought 14 team battles today. Panel, attribute points allocation. Realm, 4th stage 4th heaven 4th stage 6th heaven plus. Points, 1019. Feeling the slight increase in primordial energy within his body, he shook his head. Such a minor improvement is better than nothing, I suppose. Next time, I should prioritize boosting either physique or spirit to the 7th tier first. Because Jiang Hao's base attributes were too high, the property boosts gained from breaking through his current realm weren't enough to push his 6th tier attributes up by even a single point. Thus, the panel wouldn't display any increase. But mindlessly pursuing realm breakthroughs wasn't viable either, since Jiang Hao still didn't understand what practical use the special state, over limit I, actually served. But based on years of online novel experience, boosting this attribute at lower cultivation levels is definitely the right move. Anyway, improving basic stats still increases combat power. Twin Kings and 6 Champions, 99 plus. What are they talking about? So many messages. I don't eat beef. Still chatting in the group at this late hour? At your age, can you really chat with peace of mind? Seer, the Ginger God has arrived. At Alex the Great, come quickly and learn from the Ginger God. Ha, what mischief are they up to? Alex the Great, Brother Ginger, we're begging for your advice. Under immense pressure, should I really buy Saint Rank Martial Arts for a female fan? Jade Emperor, buy it. Can't even spare some change for a girl? Fish or Bear's Paw, you've got 2 fans but only 700 credits. Make them fight, the winner gets Saint Rank Martial Arts 3 months later. After reading through the thread, Jiang Hao looked speechless. Wasn't this obviously a female scammer? Or perhaps Xia Pengcheng was being treated as an ATM? I don't eat beef. I don't think it's okay, something feels off. The prophet, Jiang is right. I see a future where you're eating dirt. Under pressure, nonsense. Even at my lowest, I'd never eat dirt. Grandpa loves me the most, I'll just ask him for some credit in advance to buy martial arts techniques for my sister. Win Shilua, Vice Captain Hopeless Case, drag him away. Well, how short a time was that? Already calling her little sister? It reminded me of those dozen-odd freshman fans this morning who behaved like they were completing their master's tasks. There must be a trap in here. But who could blame Jiang Hao for having a kind heart? I don't eat beef, then buy them. But I suggest advancing 1,300 credits and getting both sisters. Can't favor one over the other. Alexander, learn something new. Thanks, Brother Jiang. Of course Jiang Hao chose to sever his final retreat with his own hands. Tuesday, July 2nd. Jiang Hao arrived early at the Blade Combat Academy, spotting Vice Dean Zhou who had been waiting, and stepped forward to greet him. Vice Dean Zhou looked at Jiang Hao's cultivation at the 4th stage 6th heaven realm with satisfaction. Truly worthy of, 4th stage 6 heavens? You broke through again? Vice Dean Zhou looked at Jiang Hao with astonishment. Hasn't it only been a day? How did he break through again already? I had a sudden epiphany after yesterday's ranked battle and just broke through. Jiang Hao wore an expression that clearly said, I already believe you, so why don't you? The Vice Dean turned his head and asked, Student Jiang Hao, what type of martial technique would you like to exchange for? I want a divine tier martial technique that can expand sensory range and enhance sensory precision. I see, do you have any candy? Would a lollipop work? Jiang Hao took out a lollipop and handed it to Vice Dean Zhou. Student Jiang Hao, you haven't chosen a mentor yet, have you? No, I feel like I don't really need a mentor, Jiang Hao said tactfully. Yes, with your talent, you've already found your own path, you don't need anyone's guidance anymore. Vice Dean Zhou said with a hint of regret. I'm certainly not qualified to teach you, but the dean is a dual practitioner herself. She might be able to offer you some advice. But that crazy woman is holed up who knows where and won't reply to messages. This bladesmithing academy is doomed. Deputy Dean Zhou's resentment seemed ready to pierce the heavens. Jiang Hao kindly comforted him. Don't worry, I heard Dean Xing from the Spellcraft Academy is about to return after breaking through to Saint Tier. Then I can always switch to the Arcane Court. Vice Dean Zhou's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 63 Wandering Through Chaos, 1 trillion points? Vice Dean Zhou, surely you wouldn't want me to jump ship to the Spellcasting Academy next door and leave the Blade Arts Institute in further decline, would you? Jiang Hao's stern and serious expression conveyed his refusal to be fed empty promises. Though I truly don't need a teacher's guidance, not needing one doesn't mean I can do without one altogether. That Dean Xia fellow hasn't returned to Blue Star in 2 years, who knows if he's even still alive. But the dean from the neighboring star system is genuinely preparing to break through to Sage Tier and return. Vice President Zhou sighed and said, "Alas, our Combat Arts Academy is suffering. Ever since Weifeng was nearing graduation and the dean lost contact, the average standard of our students has gradually fallen behind that of the Spell Arts Academy. As a result, the school's resources and support have been increasingly allocated to our neighbors instead. Dean Xing is only 31 and already on the verge of breaking through to the Saint Realm. Certainly faster than someone like me." "Stop right there." With veins popping on his forehead, Jiang Hao shot Zhou, the deputy dean, an exasperated look. "Emotional blackmail won't work on me. My demands aren't high, just let me pick 2 Saint-tier martial arts techniques, and we're good." Deputy Dean Zhou, who had been feeling downhearted moments ago, immediately perked up when he realized the request wasn't for consumable resources but for reusable martial techniques. He quickly put on a smiling face. "Ah, Student Jiang, no need to be so formal. Saint-tier techniques are nothing. I can even let you pick 5 if you want, I have the authority." He crunched the lollipop while saying rapturously, "Ah, this flavor is from my favorite childhood brand. For this candy alone, pick anything you want." "So you've tried this local Yunlan City brand during your childhood too?" Yet Jiang Hao still agreed. After all, Vice Dean Zhou just needed a legitimate excuse to exchange martial arts techniques. It's like when visiting a leader's home. You first stop by the store downstairs to buy a can of tea leaves. The exact same tea leaves might cost just 100, while others could fetch 100,000. It's all up to you. As for whether they'll be held accountable, in this school, both the top leaders of the 2 major departments are from counselor families. Even several successive principals have all been from the Xia family. We've arrived at the Martial Arts Pavilion. The layout is quite similar to what you'd typically find in most cultivation novels. Same old routine. Student Jiang Hao, these are all sacred tier martial techniques, duplicates every one of them, which means you're free to take them. I think I have a package that just arrived. Take your time picking out your stuff, Jiang. Jiang Hao glanced at an old man sleeping on a recliner nearby and silently cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Then, he examined each of the sorted martial techniques one by one. There is a seal on it, so only basic information is visible. So you can't rely on Daoheart Enlightenment to freeload. Jiang Hao regretfully set down a Saint-tier saber technique manual. After all, he didn't truly rely on saber techniques to face enemies. Unlike the passionate exchanges of orthodox weapon combat styles where blows are traded back and forth, Jiang Hao plays the one-strike 999 game. From rows upon rows of jade bamboo slips, he pulled out a sensory martial technique called Boundless Divine Sense. Reading through the description, it significantly extends perception range, with greater bonuses proportional to higher spiritual power. Jiang Hao contentedly accepted it. Moreover, this martial technique not only allows one to sense distant locations but also detects even the subtlest changes in one's surroundings. It effectively prevents backstabbings and sneak attacks. Given my current spiritual strength and near-mastery proficiency, I should easily cover over 100 miles without issue. Jiang Hao walked over to the section containing psychic attacks and searched for a long time, but couldn't find anything that suited his preferences. Psionic plague? It didn't sound very reliable, and according to the description, it needed time to gradually infect more people. By the time that happens, I could have already finished killing them all myself. Shadow Blade Sword Saint? Damn, I've got a bad feeling that practicing this might get my head blown off. Just as Jiang Hao was about to give up and settle for a Saint-tier fist technique instead, he suddenly sensed something. In a plastic frame in the corner, over a dozen jade slips were discovered. Ha! Jiang Hao picked up one jade slip that resonated deeply with his spirit. It bore no sealing marks and appeared to be an incomplete martial technique. These must have come from secret realms or ruins, he mused, but since the contents were fragmentary or lacked the proper learning conditions, they were discarded here. Jiang Hao extended his spiritual sense to touch the jade slip. Chaos. Void. Below, a massive world drifted within the primordial chaos. That world resembled a cosmos, filled with countless flowing nebulae. It gave Jiang Hao a familiar feeling. It was similar to the situation with the Chaos Codex, but this time, Jiang Hao could clearly control his wandering in the chaotic space. Looking around, Jiang Hao saw a total of 14 massive worlds connected to that familiar world below, and gradually drawing nearer, they would one day merge into one. So, is that the world of Blue Star? Unfortunately, Jiang Hao's perspective was too transcendent to discern specific details. However, not far from the world of Blue Star, a world larger than 15 worlds combined was enveloped by faintly dream-hued objects, slowly drifting this way. Those dream-colored objects seemed to contain all the beauty of existence, capable of thriving even amidst chaos. Exclamation point. Jiang Hao seemed to understand something. The seed of the soul-devouring tree. The next moment, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You've successfully refined a trace of Chaos Law. Host may spend 1 trillion points to directly complete the Chaos Law acquisition and gain absolute mastery over it. How much? 1 trillion? Jiang Hao couldn't believe what he saw and screamed internally. Had this damn panel gone crazy? Even a peak 9th tier law would only start at a few 100,000, topping out at 1 million points at most. Adding to Fate Star shouldn't necessarily cost 100 million, right? This pie is seriously huge. Could this thing reaching max level mean the game ends? Jiang Hao felt the changes within himself. That recent wave of chaotic wandering seemed to have slightly elevated his spiritual energy again. Spirit, 6367, 6th tier, plus. Though I'm a martial arts fighter, my spiritual power outweighs my physical strength. Isn't this tempting me to learn magic arts? Jiang Hao casually picked a same-tier fist technique called Peerless Overlord's Fist and headed toward the door. This was one of the Peerless series from the Xiao family. Just hearing the name revealed whose martial arts technique this was. The sleeping elder slightly opened one eye, then waved his hand. The seals on the 2 jade slips were completely removed, as if completely unaware of what had just happened. Many thanks, elder. As for that supposedly lucky find of a jade slip earlier, by the time Jiang Hao returned from wandering through the chaos, it had already turned to dust. After all, those jade slips were things nobody wanted. They weren't particularly valuable anyway. Let the higher-ups figure it out themselves. Jiang Hao couldn't be bothered to explain. Can't very well tell the higher-ups that a 4th tier like me just took a casual stroll through the chaos, now can I? Or mention that I saw a ridiculously enormous world floating toward us, right? Deputy Dean Zhou popped up the moment Jiang Hao stepped out. Congratulations, Student Jiang, on finding martial skills that suit you. Though are these 2 enough? Would you like to pick a few more? No need, martial skills value refinement over quantity. Vice Dean Zhou cleared his throat and said, I happen to notice you've exhausted your application quota exchanging for 3 7th tier life crystals? 7th tier won't do much for you anymore. But, this morning I just happened to pick up a few unwanted 8th tier crystals. Then he opened a plastic bag, revealing 5 8th tier life crystals inside. Oh my talent has reached its limit in this lifetime. These crystals aren't of much use to me. After much thought, I realized these are precisely what you need, classmate Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at Vice Dean Zhou's sincere expression. He was moved by his desire to improve himself. How embarrassing this is. Jiang Hao instantly took it and put it into his storage bag. With a radiant smile. Actually, my favorite is the military combat style. I was born for it. Vice Dean Zhou patted Jiang Hao's shoulder with satisfaction. After school starts, there will be a major 3-house tournament. Grades don't matter, but it will determine this semester's resource allocation. If Jiang Hao can bring home first place for the School of Military Arts, I'll go pick up a few more medals for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately snapped to attention. His expression turned stern and razor-sharp, like an unsheathed sword. First place rightfully belongs to our School of Military Arts. Even the principal couldn't protect them. I, Jiang Hao, swear this. Chapter 64, Rapid Progress, the Counselor's Visit. Jiang Hao returned to his dormitory with the life crystals the dean had picked up. He stared at the 5 8th tier life crystals on the table. He exclaimed in astonishment. Damn, Vice Dean Zhou was supposed to be at odds with the Zhou family, wasn't he? How does he still have such influence? Could this be the true capability of a counselor family member? Looking at the 2 Kings 6 Elites group chat, Jiang Hao barely managed to suppress his sense of embarrassment. It's just money power, isn't it? I, Jiang Hao, am not inferior to anyone. System panel, show me your limits. Ding, 8th tier life crystal charging complete. Total of 50,000 points obtained. Hell yeah. Taking out 2 jade slips containing Saint-tier martial techniques, he immediately began studying them. With the blessing of the enlightened Dao heart talent, these 2 martial techniques seem to have been repeated countless times in the inner world. All difficulties were overcome, directly reaching minor mastery. Ding! Detected that the Saint-tier martial skill Peerless Tyrant Fist can be effectively fused with the 9th-tier martial skill Void Shattering Fist. This fusion will not consume any points. Proceed? Continue. Ding! Martial skill fusion complete. Obtain Saint-tier martial skill Peerless Void Sundering Fist. Peerless Void Sundering Fist retains all original attributes. Successful attacks now carry a Void Sundering effect, with an extremely high probability to directly penetrate shields and strike the target's body. Now this every single punch truly delivers a critical hit. Jiang Hao allocated all his attributes to 69 points for both physique and spirit. After some thought, he decided to save up 15,000 points to upgrade either spirit or physique to the 7th tier. Unlike the lower tiers where one could freely cross regions, after reaching the 4th tier, which unlocked the highest king rank, you could only compete in regions matching your current tier level. After all, the difference of 1 rank between intermediate level martial artists carries tremendous weight. Most martial artists find it extremely difficult to overcome a rank disparity in combat. Right now at the 4th rank, I can still find opponents in the sparring space, but once I reach the 5th rank, I'll only be able to match against 5th rank martial artists. Among the top 10 martial arts schools, only Shenzhou Martial Arts School has the most martial artists who have reached the 5th rank, and they are all senior students who frequently take on missions. Non-school martial artists in the civilian sector at the 5th rank do not have access to the 5v5 mode. Jiang Hao had no choice but to compete in 1v1. Even if he fought all day, he could only earn 600 points at most. Might as well stay at the 4th rank and continue team battles, guaranteed at least 700 points per day. The stats panel updated again. Name, Jiang Hao. Realm, 4th rank, 6th heaven, plus. Physique, 69, 6th tier, plus. Spirit, 69, 6th tier, plus. Special status, Limit Breaker I, permanent. Comprehension of Chaos Laws, permanent. Innate abilities, omitted. Martial Arts, Peerless Shattering Fist, Mastery 1/100000, plus Skyrending Void / Mastery 29789/100000, plus Boundless World Step, Mastery 7423/100000, plus Lightning Flash Blade, Perfection, plus Infinite Divine Sense, Mastery 1/100000, plus Cultivation Technique, Chaos Codex, King Tier, plus Points, 14,019. Evaluation, Qing Dynasty Veteran, requesting deployment. Feeling the surging power within him, he chuckled darkly. Just under 1,000 points short of upgrading an attribute to 7th tier. Then I can roam freely across all of Xia Kingdom. Now, let the slaughter begin. Immersive Translate. Evening. Counselor Xiao, you're making a trip in person so late at night. Principal Xiao laughed awkwardly while kicking aside the fish trap that had been empty all day. That kid Pengcheng insisted on fishing, but after a whole day he caught nothing and just ran home crying. Counselor Xiao watched Principal Xia, who was trying to explain from the fishing platform, with a knowing smile. Today is for the final verification, bring those 2 children over here. Got it. Principal Xia switched to his alternate account and immediately sent them both a message. What does the principal want me for at this late hour? Same spot by the man-made lake again? Could the principal be craving fish? After finishing his 16th team battle and earning a whopping 800 points, Jiang Hao stared curiously at the holographic screen. He slipped into the spatial fold, aligned with his destination, and in one stride arrived at the fishing platform. A young man around 20 years old looked him up and down in astonishment. 6th heaven? And your Principal Xia's mind went completely blank. I was truly frightened by Jiang Hao's unreasonable level of improvement. Hello, Jiang Hao. I'm one of the leads of the first sequence project. You can call me Counselor Xiao. Jiang Hao instantly composed himself and greeted politely. Greetings, Counselor. I don't particularly care for being addressed as Your Excellency. After all, I climbed my way up from the bottom rung of martial artists too. I was once one of the earliest to make it onto the first sequence rankings. Thanks to this project and the support of our senior council members, I've achieved what I have today. So you can rest assured, no one will force you to reveal the secret behind your rapid improvement. This is truly inspirational, to rise from a martial artist with no background to becoming a council member. Perhaps this is also one of the reasons Councilman Xiao is in charge of this plan? As for his own rapid progress, comparable to using cheats, would it raise suspicions? Jiang Hao had long since stopped worrying about it. Otherwise, why would I immediately allocate points every time I get a life crystal? Which of those council members didn't have cheat advantages that put them ahead of everyone when they were young? The only difference is that others relied on talent, while I actually used cheats. Ahem, Counselor Xiao, are you here today to test whether I qualify for the first sequence? Actually, as early as the freshman ranking battles, the strength you and Feng Qilua demonstrated had already caught the attention of several council members. Making the list was only a matter of time. Today is just about asking one final question. Counselor Xiao smiled while looking directly into Jiang Hao's eyes. Speaking seriously, word by word, classmate Jiang Hao, will you fight for Blue Star and humanity in the future? Just this question? But hasn't the answer already been written long ago? Everything around became exceptionally quiet, with only Jiang Hao's powerful and resonant voice echoing through the air. It's me, Jiang Hao. He will absolutely lead Blue Star to the true pinnacle. Principal Xiao wanted to retort, but ended up holding it back. Counselor Xiao nodded with a smile. Such lofty aspirations. Young people should possess this kind of all-surpassing conviction. For Blue Star? For humanity? These aren't concerns for you to consider now. All problems shall be borne by us counselors. You elites of the first sequence have only one task: become stronger. Grow stronger rapidly. He extended his hand as he spoke. Then he turned his gaze to Jiang Hao. In the freshman ranking battle 6 months from now, you'll face the other 7 who made the list alongside you. That was also when the first sequence project began offering you the greatest support. I'm looking forward to your performance, or should I say, to you crushing them. The corners of Jiang Hao's lips curled upward, his eyes blazing with an inextinguishable fire. He shouted with confidence. Half a year? Half a year is too long, I can smash them right now. As he spoke, Jiang Hao no longer concealed his chaos laws. A terrifying aura emanated from Jiang Hao's body. The surrounding air crackled with explosive popping sounds. If Principal Xia hadn't intervened to protect the fishing platform, they would have been forced to stand suspended in midair. Now empowered by the primordial chaos force, Jiang Hao's fully unleashed mental storm was now powerful enough to crush warriors of the 7th rank. In the distance, Feng Qilua, who was rushing over, suddenly sensed danger ahead and came to an abrupt halt. Then came an excruciating stabbing pain in her mind, her vision went dark, and she lost consciousness. A dull thud sounded, falling from the sky. Jiang Hao suddenly froze, stopping his indiscriminate attacks. The three of them looked at Feng Qilua, who was asleep on the ground in the distance, and fell into silence. Chapter 65, on the list. End of Volume 1. Jiang Hao silently watched Feng Qilua being urgently taken to the infirmary, quietly burning incense in honor of the vice-captain's sacrifice. Counselor Xiao stared at Jiang Hao speechlessly. Anyway, I've met the Feng family girl a few times, so I won't ask any questions. Student Jiang Hao, that attack of yours that doesn't distinguish friend from foe is quite powerful. Next time, don't use it in front of your own people. Don't worry, Counselor Xiao, I was just a bit carried away earlier, it won't happen again. Jiang Hao patted his chest and assuredly declared. Alright, you'll receive the message from Blue Star Network by noon tomorrow. Principal Xia put away his fishing gear with evident displeasure. Jiang Hao's sudden outburst just now. Although the principal promptly shielded the fishing platform from physical damage, mental attacks are far harder to defend against. At least, the fish in the water couldn't. So now all the fish nearby happily expose their bellies. Principal Xia, maybe I should compensate you with some money? I wouldn't dare take your money, what if it gets exposed later? I absolutely can't shoulder the blame for Shenzhou Martial Arts School principal suppressing a top-tier prodigy while seizing their resources. Jiang Hao bid farewell to the two big shots with a guilty conscience. Hope the vice-captain wakes up soon. Silently, Jiang Hao made a Doraemon-shaped prayer over his heart. Immersive Translate. July 3rd, Wednesday. Noon. Jiang Hao finally saved up 15,000 points and first increased his physique to 70 points, reaching the 7th tier. He could feel his physique, now several times stronger than before the enhancement. If he encountered that thunderstorm bear again, even at its peak condition, Jiang Hao was confident he could kill it with a single punch. The thrill of gaining power is truly addictive. Damn, I'm out of credits again. Credits, 139. I wonder if the school will give rewards for reaching the first sequence. I wish they'd give nothing but life crystals. After tasting success, Jiang Hao thought it was far too slow to keep farming noobs in the virtual combat arena every day. Moreover, due to Jiang Hao's outstanding battle record and terrifying skills, some teammates matched with Jiang Hao transformed into cheerleaders, following him to wreak havoc everywhere. As for the opposing team of 5, they had an exceptionally miserable time, finally getting a match only to face this. Got instantly one-shot the moment I entered. And afterwards, my head kept aching for 2 whole days. Absolutely zero enjoyment. As a result, there are way fewer people participating in team battles today. The bracelet vibrated. A specially issued notification from Blue Star Network popped up. Respected Mr. Jiang Hao, congratulations on entering Blue Star's first sequence rankings. Jiang Hao clicked open the attached link. Note 1, this ranking is listed in the order of entry and should not be considered an accurate measure of actual combat strength. Note 2, those who make the list will be cleared from it after 20 years. First place, Zhou Weifeng, male, 22 years old, Xia country. Level, 8th tier, 1st heaven. Suspected to possess some kind of ancient powerful physique. Battle record, killed a 9th tier, 7th layer extraterrestrial being in the 4th otherworld. Second place, Moira Augustus, male, 18 years old. The Sacred Roma Empire. Realm, 4th stage, 6th heaven. Mastered, Law of Fate. Strength assessment, capable of challenging 7th stage warriors. Third place, Lady Anna, female, age 18, Grey Bear. Realm, 4th stage, 3rd heavenly layer. Mastered, Freezing Law, Frost Law. Combat assessment, capable of battling 7th stage martial artists. Immersive Translate. 9th place, Jiang Hao, male, 18 years old, Xia country. Realm, 4th tier, 6th heavenly layer. Exceptionally gifted, physique unknown, suspected to possess incomplete, chaos laws. Strength assessment, capable of slaying 7th tier martial artists. 10th place, Feng Qilua. Jiang Hao carefully examined the remaining 9 prodigies on the leaderboard. Apart from Feng Qilua who hadn't yet reached the 4th stage, the other 7 from the same cohort had all attained the 4th stage. The vice-captain is just too much of a letdown. And sure enough, she's mastered the dual laws of wind and thunder. Looking at the evaluation on the screen stating he could kill a 7th order opponent, Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Counselor Xiao was indeed quite fair, though his current strength should actually allow him to fight an 8th order opponent. This works fine too, this ranking list gets updated every month. That way I can save face for the others. It wouldn't be good if they got discouraged by how fast I'm improving. Jiang Hao looked at Principal Xia's congratulatory message about making the list, along with the notice that he and the vice captain would receive rewards when school started. After some thought, he replied, "I don't eat beef, Principal Xia. Can my reward be exchanged entirely for life crystals?" "A good grandpa, are you sure? This time there are rare treasures that can enhance your foundation, and things that boost both spirit and physique." "I don't eat beef. Do you think I need to build up my foundation?" "A good grandpa, understood. I'll exchange them for life crystals for you. I don't eat beef, exchange everything for 7th rank ones, thanks. A 7th tier life crystal is worth 5,000 points, a 9th tier one is worth 30,000 points. But in actual transactions, the value of a 9th tier life crystal is comparable to 27th tier crystals. That means 100,000 points turning into 30,000, what a massive loss. Ha, a huge amount of points will be coming in soon. Plus the first place in the Academy's grand competition after school starts, along with the life crystal promised by Vice Dean Zhou. Then we'll get another wave of upgrades, just as I thought. Just like those supreme talents on the first rankings list. With cheat-like talent, you might keep up with my pace in the early stages, but when mid-game hits, only genuinely hardcore players can stay way ahead of the pack. They won't even get the chance to eat my dust. Opening the 2 Kings and 6 Elites group chat, planning to tactfully ask if the deputy captain is ready yet. Seeing Flame Emperor inside complaining how some young prodigies overseas have suddenly gained fame recently. They certainly seem impressive. The Jade Emperor, not worthy to hold a candle to God Jiang. Profit, +1. Pressure Mountain, what foreign prodigies? Just hype. Pressure Mountain, when they come to Xia country, let me test their mettle first. Fish and Bear Paw, just don't get beaten straight to the infirmary again. Pressure mounts, damn it, who do you think I am? These setbacks are temporary, I won't keep losing forever. I don't eat beef. Well said. Those so-called prodigies are nothing but chickens and dogs. I could smash them with one punch. I don't eat beef. When they show up, just charge straight at them and fight. Ah, Xia, my boy. Big Bro can only help you this much. A combat discipline that hasn't endured brutal beatings isn't a proper combat discipline. Closed the group chat. Didn't look at ATM showing off about growing closer to fans. Left a message for Elderly, informing him that he had entered Earth's first sequence. He has the makings of a council member. In the future, Cloudsoar State shall also have its own Destiny Star. Immersive translate. In the 7th Otherworld, within an uninhabited ruin. At last, we've found an unclaimed minor world. A plainly featured woman with an unrestrained expression laughed. Sainthood essence combined with the path of World Master I, Xiaowanjun, shall ascend through this dual breakthrough. The woman's eyes sparkled with madness as the corners of her lips curled upward slightly. I wonder how the Academy is doing now. The wristband doesn't work here either. But with Zhou Weifeng here to hold the fort, it should be fine, right? In at most half a year, we'll be able to return to Blue Star. Either advance to Saint rank, or become nourishment for those who do. End of Volume 1. Chapter 1 Jianghao, I am indeed a barbarian. July 8th, Monday. Today marks the opening day of Shenzhou Martial Arts School. These past 7 days had been exceptionally leisurely for Jiang Hao. Every day, I just idly chat in groups and keep up with Xia Pengcheng's series of simping stories. Every afternoon, I accompany Principal Xia to fish at the artificial lake. Of course, all the fish caught are given to the principal. Watching the principal walk like he's on top of the world, Jiang Hao seemed to see +1 favorability prompts continuously popping up above his head. Will the principal distribute rewards during today's opening ceremony? Jiang Hao could no longer hold back. It felt like dozens of thunderstorm bears were crawling all over his body. He really wants to become stronger. These past few days, he began cultivating his mind and character. He's even reduced the number of times he goes to the battle arena to crush noobs. Dressed, he casually placed the crown into the storage bag. Why did the headmaster remind me to bring this? Isn't today the opening ceremony? No way. There couldn't possibly be a school that schedules battles on the very first day of term. The interdepartmental competition should normally be held on the second day after classes begin, shouldn't it? First, I teleported near the arena, then followed the smart guidance to arrive at the school's grand auditorium. Upon entering the auditorium, Jiang Hao looked up. What? Who designed this place? Why so extravagant? Before his eyes stood a towering dome and dazzling crystal chandeliers. The entire space seemed to be coated in a magnificent layer of gold. Rows of deep red seats were neatly arranged. Disregard those paintings and inscriptions on the walls, along with various medals and trophies hanging on the walls. Gazing at that solemn, luxurious stage, Jiang Hao, being not particularly cultured, could only exclaim, "Holy shit!" The opening ceremony had begun. The auditorium was packed with just over 20,000 students. There were no flashy performances or lengthy speeches. The principal simply said calmly, "School begins." The seniors below seemed to take it in stride, bursting into applause one after another. Next, we'll begin this semester's allocation of resources among the 3 major departments. Here he comes, he's bringing the resources with him. Watching Vice Dean Zhou step onto the center of the stage, he loudly announced, "The rules remain the same as before. Each department may field 100 outstanding students. No grade restrictions. 300 students in a free-for-all. Whichever department survives till the end will receive priority allocation of resources this semester. Now, let's have outstanding freshman representatives from each department step forward and speak." Gu Siyuan from the auxiliary department stood dressed in formal attire. He had been waiting for a long time and stepped up from the edge of the stage. The speech was quite serious, mostly about hoping everyone could coexist peacefully. The principle of friendship first, competition second. Holy crap, there's this segment too? Why didn't anyone tell me? Jiang Hao immediately advised Dean Zhou. "I don't eat beef. Why didn't I get notified? Aren't we supposed to speak?" Watching Vice Dean Zhou furiously typing at the edge of the stage. Rich and approachable, well, for trivial matters like speaking, would student Jiang Hao really need to intervene personally? Loaded with cash, just leave it to the underlings to handle. Everyone knows Jiang Hao is the true top disciple of the Martial Blade Academy. "I don't eat beef. No way. If Feng Qilua gets to go up there later, won't I, as the other half of the twin sovereigns, be overshadowed?" Loaded with cash, alright then, make sure Jiang reads exactly from the script later. No improvisation. "I don't eat beef, don't worry, I'm the epitome of humility." After Gu Siyuan's lengthy nonsense that lasted several minutes, it was finally Feng Qiluo's turn to take the stage. Her gaze first turned towards Jiang Hao's direction, eyes filled with skepticism. "As for today's interdepartmental grand competition, I believe everyone already anticipates what the final outcome will be, so I won't waste time elaborating. So be it." With that, she slightly tilted her head up and walked over to stand beside Gu Siyuan, waiting. Snap! Jiang Hao rose to his feet and took a stride forward. He landed steadily on the stage. First, he flipped through the speech draft provided by Vice Dean Zhou, shook his head at the uninspiring flowery language. Under the watchful gaze of Vice Dean Zhou, who wore an "oh no" expression nearby, Jiang Hao took a deep breath and then declared in a resonant voice, "I tend to speak rather bluntly, please forgive me for that. I, Jiang Hao of the Blade Arts Academy, claim this semester's resources for our institute. Out of respect, I'll give the other two academies a chance to withdraw voluntarily." As his words fell, the entire hall fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Then, the students of the largest Blade Arts Academy all stood up and cheered loudly. "God Jiang is number one under heaven. Brother Jiang, lead us to charge forward one more time. It's back." Those days when we dominated the entire school under Senior Zhou's leadership have returned. The expressions on the faces of the other two major faculties weren't so pleasant. The faint smiles instantly vanished from everyone's faces, replaced by cold expressions. The Spellcraft Academy and Support Academy had brought over 8,000 students collectively today. Yet the chill radiating from them instantly froze the enthusiasm of over 10,000 students from the Arms Master Academy standing nearby. If we head to the Grizzly territory, a few of these individuals might just awaken into prodigies capable of mastering the laws of frost. Looking at the expressions of thousands of people who seemed ready to charge over and tear him limb from limb, even the two people standing in punishment behind them covered their faces inside. Jiang Hao addressed the entire crowd curiously. "Is there anything wrong with what I said? Anyway, I'll defeat you effortlessly when it's my turn. Wouldn't this save everyone's time?" A freshman from the School of Arcane Arts couldn't help but counter. "Jiang Hao, I admit you're strong, but are you really so confident you can take down both our departments?" "That's not what I said, quit twisting my words. Be careful or I'll sue you for slander. I just want to take on all of you present by myself." Jiang Hao raised his head, looking disdainfully at the top contenders from the two major academies. Vice Dean Zhou on the side began incessantly wiping sweat from his brow. Not even the venue's air conditioning could cool him down. With an inquiring glance, I looked towards Principal Xia. "Is this really alright? Shouldn't we stop this? The infirmary simply can't handle so many people." Principal Xia returned the glance with one of his own. "No problem at all, our school precisely needs such talent that can inspire everyone." An angry senior from the support department stood up to speak. "Junior Jiang Hao, aren't you getting too arrogant? We have nearly 9,000 members here. You can't even begin to imagine what spell-style martial artists with our support can accomplish." The other students from the support department also responded vehemently in agreement. Jiang Hao's arrogant attitude completely ignited fierce resonance among the auxiliary academy students. "You, Jiang Hao, might be impressive, but you're only at the 4th tier. Do you really think your yuan power can defeat so many of us? After all, no matter how powerful a martial artist is, can they truly not need teammates? Don't you know their supportive flow martial artists are highly sought after in all kinds of competitions?" Yet Jiang Hao nodded in front of everyone. "You're absolutely right. Last year when Senior Zhou Weifeng was rampaging through the competition single-handedly, his teammates could only watch from the spawn point. The senior female student was instantly left speechless. Senior Zhou Weifeng is the pride of Shenzhou Martial Arts School, she wouldn't dare contradict him. Otherwise she might get jumped by those obsessed fans from the Blade Fighting Club while walking alone at night, after experiencing being knocked out, kidnapped, and locked in a basement. Along with a whole series of similar ordeals, the senior girl sat down with a flushed face. Beside her, a senior boy who appeared to be her lover took up the mantle to counter the great demon king. The bespectacled boy revealed a cunning smile. He stood up and declared, since Jiang Hao is so talented, maybe he shouldn't participate in the upcoming competition. After all, Jiang Hao is the top prodigy of Xia Nation. For someone of your stature to bully ordinary martial artists like us, if word gets out to other nations' prodigies, it would really tarnish your reputation. Fishing in the same school pond, that just sounds bad when people hear about it. Just as the senior was secretly pleased with himself, thinking he had successfully scored a point, Jiang Hao looked at him oddly. Don't you know I have a nickname? Before the senior could react, just as he was about to speak, he saw. Jiang Hao confidently pointed at himself and declared, those restraints are nothing but the worries of mediocre minds. I, Jiang Hao, am a barbarian. Chapter 2, One man crushes two departments, the grace of that single strike. I am a barbarian. As Jiang Hao's shameless words echoed through the venue, that senior student sat down with a face as bitter as if he'd eaten crow, his expression twisted and spasming. Meanwhile, the senior girl nearby remained flushed, still lost in her wild fantasies. Jiang Hao scanned the room, noticing not a single student from both faculties dared meet his gaze. Satisfied, he set down the soul veil blade still entwined with spatial energy. The knife suddenly leaped out, not that he meant for it to happen. Principal Xiao abruptly declared, since no one objects, let's launch a battle royale mode in the 10,000 player room this noon. Awesome! Jiang Hao rejoiced inwardly. With all these willing participants harvested at once, we're looking at a minimum of 40,000 points. Principal Xia glanced at Jiang Hao and said gloomily, Jiang Hao from the Military Combat Institute will fight all students from both major departments single-handedly. This year's Blade Academy wins double the resources. The extra portion will be personally covered by me. Lost resources are allocated below the support department. Any objections? We wouldn't dare have any objections. Students from both departments watched speechlessly as Jiang Hao began wiping his knife, occasionally tilting it up for inspection. At this moment, students from the Combat Academy were already running about in celebration. Some students even brought out champagne, ready to pop open a bottle for the festivities. With Jiang Hao's power rivaling that of a 7th-rank warrior, how could he possibly lose? A senior who had once been paired with Jiang Hao shouted excitedly, this time it's really solid. Double resources. I can definitely break through to the 5th rank. If I reach the 5th rank before year's end, I'll return to my hometown and get married. Stop jinxing it, stop jinxing it. If you keep this up, I might get disconnected during the match and get an automatic forfeit. What then? Jiang Hao silently watched the saber dueling academy students as they began to lose their minds. It seems everyone has finally let their true nature run wild. Did Senior Zhou later refrain from bullying fellow students, thereby causing the Military Combat Academy to get utterly crushed by the Arcane Arts Academy? Meanwhile, students from both major departments wore expressions of utter misery. Some freshmen had already given up, resigning themselves to being second-rate mediocrities anyway. Going up is just asking to get wrecked. We're gonna fight Jiang Hao? For real? Don't joke about that. We'd get absolutely destroyed. Can we win? Yeah, right. Don't be afraid, everyone. With so many of us here, even if Jiang Hao had to slaughter thousands of pigs, it would take him half a day. That's right. I, Fei Wei, swear by my real name, I don't believe Jiang Hao can break through us all. Immersive translate. Noon. Filled with hope for becoming stronger, Jiang Hao stepped onto the battlefield of the Grand Melee. Because of Jiang Hao's arrogant attitude, students from both major departments of the entire Shenzhou Martial Arts School joined in. Their numbers exceeded 9,000. Most were 3rd and 4th tier martial artists, with even dozens who had reached the 5th tier. Now, the Anti-Dark Lord Alliance could rest completely at ease. With so many righteous allies assisting, how could our great cause fail? Feng Qilihua had already departed ahead to challenge Jiang Hao in single combat. This would inevitably consume the majority of his primordial energy. The remaining half decided to disperse and act separately, buying time and wearing down Jiang Hao's strength. And Xing Yingyue blended into the crowd, watching her oblivious teammates who had no idea what was coming, as they gazed up at the sky. If Jiang Hao were to appear right now and strike down with a single slash, every single person here would be done for. I foresee total annihilation. Should we just surrender now? Gu Siyuan narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Alright, now we don't even have the chance to surrender anymore. As the words fell, a terrifying blade energy so vast it seemed to connect heaven and earth sliced toward the crowd. Whoosh! Within the blade's radiance, black matter had already claimed nearly half. Including Xing Yingyue, everyone felt as if their very existence was about to be erased into nothingness. The spirit vanished in an instant. ZZZZT. The slash of the blade left a deep chasm in the ground. The cut was smooth, yet faint traces of silvery spatial energy lingered. The sky fractured into a long trail of black fissures. The remaining students who heard the announcement that over 2,000 people had been eliminated in an instant were momentarily stunned. Their expressions changed dramatically as they scattered in all directions. Wasn't this supposed to be a massive 100 by 100 kilometer map? Why can Jiang Hao still pinpoint our location so accurately? I have no idea. Several more exaggerated blade auras whizzed past. Another 2,000 or so were eliminated. Some students of Earth Elemental Magic Arts tried hiding underground with their eyes closed. Yet the soul blade still struck them. The sky-piercing slash empowered by chaotic laws was no longer mere sword energy. Whether you could see its gleam or not mattered little if you stood within its range. As long as it's a living creature with mental fluctuations, it will be struck down. Unless Jiang Hao actively chooses to spare a target, it's an indiscriminate attack. This is taking too long. Standing at the center of the map, Jiang Hao scanned the leaks scattered across the terrain with dissatisfaction. Should I go up and unleash a full-powered slash to wipe out most of the enemies in one strike? Let's get to work. Jiang Hao's figure flickered as he instantly ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Any higher would reach the accursed map boundary. Jiang Hao currently lacked the power to shatter an entire map with a single blow. Looking down at the terrain below where he could now see the entire map clearly, Jiang Hao broke into a smile. This distance is just perfect. The power of space kept Jiang Hao firmly suspended in midair. He released his perception. A leisurely gaze peered down at a specific spot below. It happened to be approaching the very center of the map. So Feng Qilua is still looking for me? Then I'll make her my first target. After reserving enough elemental power to use boundless steps for returning to the surface, he once again pinpointed the locations of all the students. Jiang Hao raised his longsword. First came chaotic hues swirling around the blade's length. Crack! Snap! The violent fluctuations made space itself emit brittle cracks. Then spatial power in silver white began enveloping the sword. Energy continuously poured in. The slightest movement of the blade's tip could directly slice through space, and it would take several seconds before any signs of healing appeared. Mental energy rapidly depleted. This strike wasn't meant to deal massive physical damage, merely to eliminate most of the cannon fodder in one slash. Jiang Hao took on the heavier workload himself, sprinting over to deliver a punch to his opponent. This strike pierces through all. A single slash was unleashed. The tricolored blade aura black, white, and blue seemed to linger suspended in midair, its speed appearing almost leisurely. Space was being torn apart in massive swathes, stretching continuously along the trajectory of the blade's energy. Jiang Hao panted slightly as he gazed at the masterpiece he had unleashed. Immersive translate. Feng Qilua was steadily gathering strength, clutching a spear of perfect fusion between wind and thunder. Because only an attack of this caliber could possibly pose a threat to Jiang Hao. Sixth heaven can slay seventh-tier warriors. Feng Qilua's expression darkened, never expecting that someone who'd been nearly evenly matched with her before the semester started could surpass her so rapidly within days. This defies all logic. Just then, night fell. As if someone had severed the celestial light source at the conceptual level. All survivors on the battlefield looked up. Each wore expressions of utter horror. Impossible. Everyone's eyes filled with despair, then they were instantly eliminated. Terrifying sword energy slashed down from the heights, as if a giant was swinging his blade from beyond the heavens, imposing judgment upon all living creatures below. Feng Qilua, caught right at the impact point, didn't even have time for last words before being instantly obliterated. The ground was cleft with a sword scar stretching approximately 50 kilometers, though it wasn't very deep. Yet the knife wound carried eerie ripples potent enough to obliterate the psyche of low-level martial artists. Before Jiang Hao even landed on the ground, he heard the announcement of his victory. Did that single slash really eliminate them all in one strike? I thought at least someone could take it. Ignoring some spectating students who kept spamming accusations about his cheating going unpunished, he had simply forgotten to turn it off. Jiang Hao, having been transferred out of the space, stared at the points displayed on his panel. Points, 52,000. Chapter 3, Heavenly Prodigy Level, Defying Heaven Level, Jiang Hao Level. Since it was a competition of 10,000 participants, the students all returned to their dormitories to compete using battle pods. The room has a spectator mode, allowing off-site viewers to enter at any time and choose their viewing angle for the match. After everyone was defeated, a problem arose. Everyone has a single room. Jiang Hao's slash was too fierce. It was a strike utterly reaching the 8th tier level, and due to the nature of the soul blade, all students instantly killed by that final strike now lay pale-faced in their training pods, clutching their heads in agony. Some were fortunate enough to be eliminated early. Just 2 days of headaches, and they bounced back. Those unlucky students who happened to be near where the sword aura struck couldn't even move their hands anymore. Spirit utterly drained. Eyes devoid of life. Only the rise and fall of the chest proves the person is alive. It feels like a bomb, a fragmentation one that had exploded deep in the mind. The even unluckier Feng Qilua remains unconscious to this moment. At this moment, Jiang Hao had already arrived at the principal's office, preparing for an urgent boost. If we could hold such large-scale competitions every day, that would be great. It's just that I'm a bit worried about students dropping out. Enter the principal's office. Just in time to witness Principal Xia with a face full of frustration directing the medical staff to rescue students who had been beaten to the point of losing their will to fight, while also arranging some psychological counseling. Good afternoon, Principal Xia. Have you eaten yet? Eaten my foot. Hundreds of students can't even crawl out of their battle pods right now. Feng Qilua just woke up a few days ago and she's already unconscious again. The infirmary is about to burst at the seams. Principal Xia seemed rather upset. But no worries. Jiang Hao decisively pulled out a big fish he had specifically caught beforehand. Principal Xia, calm down, try to look on the bright side. Seeing the principal's visibly relaxed expression after accepting the fish, he continued. Today, they were completely defenseless against those direct mental attacks. Then they'll put more effort into learning martial techniques and spells that boost mental resistance. I'll personally verify and help them identify their weaknesses, Principal. Principal Xia rolled his eyes. Should they stand up and thank you then? No need for that, Principal. Just give me the rewards. Principal Xia sighed and took out a box. I really don't understand what you're thinking, insisting on getting those useless level 7 life crystals. With your current strength, you're already qualified to be a teacher. The principal pushed the box forward, hinting, why not stay at Shenzhou Martial Arts Academy as a teacher after graduation? My little grandniece has run off somewhere. You'd be perfect to take over as dean of the Military Arts Academy. Jiang Hao nearly shed tears when he saw the 37th tier life crystals in the chest. Hearing the headmaster's blatant attempt to poach him, he decisively shook his head in refusal. Sorry, Headmaster Xia. By the time I graduate I might already be a saint rank. My dream is to become a provincial guardian. Saint rank upon graduation? Why don't you just say you'll become a council member immediately after graduation? Actually, that might not be impossible. Jiang Hao muttered under his breath. Principal Xia clearly didn't believe Jiang Hao's nonsense. Alright, the reward for making it to the first sequence ranking is yours. As long as you deliver outstanding performance at the upcoming competition in 6 months. Mere life crystals, how many do you need? The counselors will give you as many as you want, provided you actually become stronger with those resources. Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled at the thought, as many as he wanted? Wouldn't that make him invincible right away? Such a trivial freshman competition isn't worthy of my skills. Let the senior generation handle this. Jiang Hao confidently bid farewell to Principal Xia, ready to return and focus on increasing his attributes. Is a 4th rank martial artist independently unleashing 8th rank attacks really plausible? Could it really be, as Uncle Wuxuan said, that he's the protagonist of this era? Seeing Jiang Hao instantly teleport back to the dorm after leaving, Principal Xia opened the fishing contact of Council Member Xiao. A good grandpa, Councilman Xiao. Jiang Hao has grown strong once again. He can now take on 8th tier warriors. Tales of Mortals Ascending to Heaven. I watched the live stream, added to next month's rankings update. The Legend of Mortal Ascension. Several council members and I just discussed that we can change the classification of Blue Star's elites from now on. The Legend of Mortal Ascension. From now on, the tiers will be Elite Class, Ranking Class, and Jiang Hao Class. Immersive Translate. Vice Dean Zhou kept his promise and picked up 5 more level 8 life crystals to deliver to Jiang Hao. Lying in bed, Jiang Hao carefully reviewed the details of the recent grand competition. Indeed, I'm still too weak. If I hadn't relied on martial arts tricks to cheat by unleashing a full-range AoE mental attack, I wouldn't have been able to finish off all those scattered students even after exhausting all my energy. I could only grind through with time. If only I had the power to blow up the entire map with a single punch, wouldn't those students have been spared their lingering headaches? After deep reflection, I've decided time to power up. Ding! Life crystal charged successfully. Total points obtained, 200,000. Points, 252,000. With a solemn and earnest expression. Break through this puny limit, status panel, for me. His body underwent a baptism of rebirth. Every part of his physique became extraordinarily divine. He seemed to merge completely with the surrounding primordial energy. The rate of yuan power recovery has increased several-fold compared to before. It felt as if the soul had broken free from another shackle, with perception and spiritual power surging once more. Even the subtlest fluctuations in the surroundings could be perceived now, down to a single speck of dust. Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening the talent Perfect Regeneration. Perfect Regeneration, a body tempered through countless trials has surpassed mortal limits, with greatly enhanced recovery capabilities. Even a shattered heart can slowly mend, unless struck by a fatal blow. Capable of limb regeneration. Note, this talent has been enhanced through Transcender I, Realm, 4th stage 6 heavens 5th stage 7 heavens plus. Physique, 7080 8th tier plus. Spirit, 69747 7th stage plus. Points, 0. Evaluation, no need for others' judgment, you've reached the pinnacle. At this moment, Jiang Hao no longer had the heart to check the panel. Now he's strong, incredibly strong. I didn't save any points this time, invested them all. If only that freshman league could start earlier, at my current level I could dominate all martial arts students worldwide. It's barely been 6 months since he obtained that system panel. I've already grown from a small fry to a great white shark. Perfect regeneration counts as a life-saving ability. But this Transcender I can actually enhance awakened talents? Or is it that with Transcender I's existence, one can awaken additional talents simply by reaching attributes that surpass the limits? It seems breaking through to the next realm isn't urgent yet. Let's first increase my spirit level to the 8th tier and see if I can awaken another talent. Of course, even if Jiang Hao wanted to attempt a breakthrough now, he didn't have enough points left. Staying at Shenzhou Martial School to pick on weaker students can't keep up with my rapid growth anymore. I must go somewhere with plenty of mid to high tier exotic beasts. He opened the group chat messages from the Twin Kings and 6 Elites. The deputy team leader, just regaining consciousness, shakily sent a voice message. From now on, whenever I meet a martial artist with a long sword in the military combat style, I'll fight every single one of them. Chapter 4, Non-Existent Teammates, Unexpected Incident. A squad was making their way through a dimly lit tunnel. Pant, pant. The young martial artist kept puffing out white mist. It's so cold. Why did this damned place suddenly start getting colder? Yet one teammate began stripping off his coat, constantly wiping sweat. He asked in confusion, "Are you out of your mind with this heat? I'm about to get heatstroke." The 6 martial artists who had switched their wristbands to offline mode kept recording everything before them through their holographic screens. Hello? Team 4, do you copy? Team 4, respond. ZZZZ Lala. Fragmented, unintelligible snippets came through the walkie-talkie. The team leader angrily threw down the specially made radio. Damn it! What's going on with this hidden realm? In past realms, the wristbands and walkie-talkies always worked perfectly fine. Captain, there's something I've been meaning to ask. A female member radiating peak 4th tier Yuan Li fluctuations hesitated before speaking. What is it? Just say what's on your mind. The captain tended to be more accommodating towards female teammates. The girl slowly backed away, pressing herself against the wall. Drawing her sword with one hand, she eyed her 5 teammates with suspicion. Our 10 advanced teams were supposed to be 5 members each, weren't they? So why is there 1 extra now? The captain and the other 4 warriors' expressions froze instantly. They immediately scattered their positions. Each began radiating their primal energy fluctuations, looking at each other in wary suspicion. Wait, we've been walking together all this time, how could anyone be impersonating us? Could someone else have just tagged along behind us? Big bro, why don't you step forward yourself? The male martial artist who kept complaining about the cold cried out with trembling legs. He sounded on the verge of breakdown, his words barely making sense. I should never have been greedy for those extra credits and joined this mission. I'm only 20 years old. The other 5 also looked grim as they scrutinized each other. The team leader took a deep breath and stepped forward. Though this was spontaneously formed, I remember each of your names perfectly, whether you're from martial schools or your backgrounds. The captain rubbed his temples as he spoke. I was the 5th one just now. The bracelet's offline mode has been continuously recording. Who was walking at the back just now? There might be something captured. As a result, the 6 of them exchanged blank looks. I remember. I think I was the 5th one. I can't remember who came after me. Ah, I'm the 5th one. There are people behind me, really. Believe me, I'm the 5th. The female warrior's scalp crawled as she watched them argue. She was clearly the 5th one. Are they? No. Are these things really my teammates? The girl grew more terrified the longer she thought about it. I have to save myself. Thwack! The boy from the martial arts school had his heart pierced instantly. It seemed he'd forgotten to activate his metapower shield. The other 4 looked at the girl in shock. She's that non-existent teammate. Kill her. Someone shouted those words. But without hesitation, the remaining 4 immediately launched an attack on the girl. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao quietly took notes. This lesson was on the history of Yuan power development, detailing humanity's journey from discovering Yuan power to the rapid advancement of martial artists. It's so much more detailed than what we learned in high school. Jiang Hao happily jotted down the key points. Although he was originally a science student, his true passion was always history. At martial arts schools, the curriculum is usually arranged by your own instructors. Mostly it involves training sessions and sparring matches, or occasionally field practice. Very few people choose to attend those public lectures. Jiang Hao had already surpassed some of the school's instructors, so he was essentially left to his own devices. These past few days, aside from going to the 5th tier area to acclimate to his newfound power, he spent his time attending open lectures that piqued his interest. His favorites were otherworldly cultures, exploration of mystic realms, and the history of primordial force development. Pity there's no course on edible mystic beasts and their culinary preparation. The bell rang for the end of class, and Jiang Hao slowly got up to pack his things. His wristband vibrated, and a message popped up. Good grandpa, come to the school gate. Hurry, there's an emergency. What emergency? Did the 9 great martial academies attack us? Jiang Hao greeted the buddy he often ran into in the front row. Instantaneously teleported to the school gate. He watched as the Twin Kings and 6 elites, along with dozens of seniors who had reached the 5th tier, stood in perfect formation. Puzzled, he turned his gaze toward Principal Xia, who was in the middle of a conversation. Vice Dean Zhou and Vice Dean Feng were also present. The latter's pupils constricted as he observed Jiang Hao's physique, which was nearly identical to his own. He cast a pitying glance at Feng Qilua, who had soared to the 4th level of the First Heaven Realm through the rewards of making the ranking list. Feng Qilua was proudly raising her head at that moment. Yes, Feng Qilua, relying solely on her own strength, became the existence that lowered the average level of the top 10 unparalleled talents in the first sequence. The Feng family's counselors rushed overnight to bring her heavenly treasures suitable for breakthroughs, coupled with the rewards for making the list. After staying in the school's secret realm for less than 3 days, she successfully advanced to the 4th rank. It was even slightly faster than her progress from the 3rd rank's 8th layer to the peak of the 3rd rank. What a pity. I hope this won't leave any psychological scars. Principal Xia approached with a solemn expression Jiang Hao had never seen before. In the uninhabited region of ancient Huangzhou, an unknown secret realm has appeared. This secret realm can only be entered by martial artists aged 20 or younger. Regardless of their cultivation level, even first-tier martial artists may enter. Yet strangely, even same-tier experts from the ancient family couldn't open the spatial tunnel to this realm. Ancient Huangzhou has sent distress signals to the other 9 major martial academies, hoping to gather a large number of 5th-rank martial artists to forcibly break through this secret realm. After hearing this, Jiang Hao revealed an expression of sudden understanding. Got it. This was about to be put into practice. Coincidentally, he had recently studied many precautions for secret realm exploration. This time it's in the bag. Just watch me show off my skills. Principal Xia's face turned grim. 3 days ago, some of our junior students from Shenzhou Martial Arts School happened to be there and joined in to follow the crowd. According to the response from the ancient Huangzhou Martial Administration, none of the martial artists who entered these past 3 days have come out. But that secret realm seems more like a trial-type realm designed to filter out exceptional talents, which is why all 10 major martial schools will be investigating this time. So that means our Shenzhou Martial School has to bring a bunch of true prodigies to clean up the mess? Jiang Hao speculated. After all, other martial arts schools or organizations definitely don't have as many 20-year-old 5th-level martial artists as Shenzhou Martial Arts School. Who knows? Some organizations might be counting entirely on that one prodigy to carry them. Not to mention Jiang Hao, that big shot who made it onto the first sequence ranking list. A tiny secret realm? That should be a piece of cake. Don't worry, Headmaster. With my abilities, I can easily blast through an age-restricted secret realm like this. Principal Xia managed to force a faint smile. All expenses this time will be covered by the ancient Huangzhou Martial Command and the Gu family. If you want any reward, just go ask for it. I'm sure they wouldn't dare refuse you. After all, even one of the Gu family's outstanding 5th-tier warriors fell victim to it. Jiang Hao raised the hidden spirit high. To rescue those warriors trapped in the secret realm, of course, I, Jiang Hao, wouldn't hesitate to take responsibility. Though if there happens to be some reward afterward, that'd be even better. Principal Xia nodded, then looked at the group ready to depart. This time, the 2 vice principals will lead the team. Everyone must follow orders, except for student Jiang Hao. Then, he stretched out both hands and made a forceful tearing motion in front of him. ZZZZT. A pitch-black void speckled with silvery white space fragments was revealed. Only those who have reached saint level can establish spatial tunnels like this. The other side leads to the city entrance near the secret realm. You go ahead, I'll maintain the tunnel. Inside the secret realm, safety comes first above all else. Jiang Hao waited until the steady stream of people had passed through before stepping toward the spatial tunnel, with a smile directed at Principal Xia before stepping forward. Don't worry, Principal. There's nothing left for me to fear now. Chapter 5, Arrival at Ancient Huang Province. The sensation of entering the spatial tunnel was peculiar, surrounded entirely by howling spatial storms. There was only one path woven from primordial energy leading forward. In the black void, some unexpected debris drifted aimlessly. Wispy silver-white spatial fragments wandered about, bisecting everything they touched into halves. Anyone unfortunate enough to fall in would almost certainly meet their doom. Unlike Jiang Hao's usual short-range teleportation within the realm without borders, in the spatial tunnel, it took several seconds to reach the other end. What met their eyes were teammates who had departed earlier, and the distinctive ancient-style architecture characteristic of Guangzhou. Jiang Hao marveled at the streets and houses that looked like they had leaped straight out of a movie set. Hello, Jiang Hao. I'm Gu Hanwu, one of the leaders of this secret realm operation. Standing over 2 meters tall, dressed in a tank top that strained against his bulging muscles, the man who looked like he might burst out of his clothes at any moment extended his hand in greeting. Hello? Jiang Hao shook hands. Gu Siyuan watched this scene with narrowed eyes. Third uncle, why did you come? Gu Hanwu remained silent, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Hao's exaggerated physique and demeanor. He's already reached the 5th tier. Seems like that ranking list updates far too slowly. Plus he's perfect material for the weapon art style, just a bit lean though, can't even burst through his clothes. Only when hearing his nephew's question did he finally tear his gaze away from Jiang Hao completely. Seeing this, Jiang Hao quickly moved closer to Vice Dean Zhou. He was startled by the same tier expert who was staring at his body with gleaming eyes. Sicheng entered that secret realm 3 days ago and still hasn't come out. So the family sent me to host the reception for all the martial schools. Oh, and Siyuan, you'll have to stay behind and can't enter the secret realm, that's your father's order. Gu Siyuan's narrowed eyes suddenly flew open as he retorted defiantly. Why can't I go? He has no right to decide my actions. Jiang Hao and his little crew casually munched on snacks while watching the drama unfold. Since not all martial arts schools had arrived yet and it was still early, their gathering hadn't properly begun. Most of the senior students had already gone to take photos and post them on social media. Neither of the 2 vice deans intervened. After all, they would soon be discussing in detail how to crack the secret realm and what compensations were involved. It's not like their Shenzhou martial school would bring people here to work for free, right? If any students were to die in the secret realm, it would be a tremendous loss. A 20-year-old 5th stage martial artist is already considered a top-tier genius. Perhaps among these graduating students, some might even advance to the 6th stage. Wouldn't it be great to go to the otherworldly front lines and earn military merits then? There's no reason why, Siyuan, you know me, I'm just delivering the message. Gu Hanwu shrugged helplessly. Even Sicheng, who's already reached the 5th rank, hasn't come out. Your father is simply worried about you. Gu Siyuan argued back. How could my hammer-wielding cousin from the military combat school compare to me? I'm a support-style martial artist who can handle any situation. Gu Hongwu's face darkened, both he and his father were hammer-wielders. What's wrong with the military combat school? Bored, Yu Xiao nibbled on the crispy snack wrapped around her finger and commented. Blind man, aren't you supposed to be a prophet? Can't you tell us what we'll encounter if we go in? If nothing else, can't you at least find out whether those warriors who went in are dead or alive? Everyone suddenly turned their enlightened gazes towards Gu Siyuan as comprehension dawned. Right, though this guy often misses crucial details, he's still one of the rare warrior prophets after all. Gu Siyuan's opened eyes slowly closed, leaving only a narrow slit. He said somewhat awkwardly. Sorry, I can't see anything this time. To prevent misunderstanding, he added, everything related to the secret realm is unpredictable, including those of us who haven't entered yet. It's as if everything related to the secret realm, and all destinies about to involve it, have been deliberately concealed. Jiang Hao shook his head speechlessly. Weren't prophecy-type martial artists supposed to know everything? How come when it comes to you, nothing works anymore? Yu Xiao was even more blunt. Blind man, you're utterly useless. Every time we need your prophecies, you fail. And you still want to join this secret realm expedition? It's okay, Siyuan. At least you can cheer for us from the outside. Plus, as a local, you can take a few days off at home. Sheng Yingyue kindly stepped in to defuse the situation. Gu Siyuan flushed with embarrassment. What? Can't assist unless you can predict the future? He looked at the 2 women and declared, who do you think you're looking down on? I, Gu Siyuan, fear no death. Third uncle, tell that guy, I'm entering this secret realm today, no matter what. Feng Qilua glanced over and quietly distanced herself from the pair who had just completed their instigation. Immersive translate. By afternoon, the support teams from the top 10 martial schools had finally all arrived. Except for the Golden Sand Martial School, which only sent 2 peak 4th stage martial artists, all other schools were led by several 5th stage experts. However, those high-ranking figures were still arguing over the distribution of resources after conquering the secret realm. Though all were high-ranking figures, they argued fiercely over trivial resource allocations. This secret realm expedition is entirely voluntary, given the genuine risks involved. Still, the majority of students opted to participate. High risk, high reward. Jiang Hao and his 7 companions were already waiting at the entrance of the secret realm. This operation would be led by Jiang Hao, responsible for dealing with all the enemies. The others just needed to identify the treasures inside. This arrangement had also been approved by the 2 vice deans. Is this the entrance to the secret realm? It looks nothing like the books described. Jiang Hao stared at the entrance floating mid-air like a black hole and couldn't help but mutter a complaint. There was one more thing he didn't say. This thing somehow feels strangely familiar. Suddenly, that black hole-like thing instantly expanded, engulfing all 100+ students present. The incident happened way too suddenly, no one had time to react. Only, what the hell? Where's my team? Jiang Hao stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, Jiang Hao felt a strange pulling force dragging him toward the secret realm. Reacting instinctively, Jiang Hao activated the chaos law to enhance his boundless steps technique. He immediately entered an untargetable state, freeing himself from the bizarre pull. Whoosh! More than 20 figures appeared. The previously warring big shot stared solemnly at the entrance that had shrunk to the size of a basketball. The secret realm is changing, it's only the 4th day, this is far too soon. A 9th-level martial artist from the Star Luo Martial Arts Academy said in shock. Gu Hongwu reached out toward the spherical object, then shook his head. No, I still can't open the spatial tunnel leading to the secret realm. A same-tier expert from the military gave Jiang Hao, whose power defied the heavens, a strange look. Should we go ask the council members for instructions? Gu Hongwu shook his head, his family's council member was still stationed in another world. The other council members won't be easy to invite, after all, this secret realm hasn't reached the standard danger level. How about I go in and take another look? Jiang Hao raised his hand to speak. Vice President Zhou grabbed Jiang Hao's arm. You were just rejected by the secret realm, how are you going to enter? You probably won't believe me, but, it was me who rejected the secret realm. I had felt the pull before too, but I resisted it with all my might. This time I'm going with the flow, not resisting the secret realm's attraction. After all, as team leader, how could I possibly desert at the critical moment? Gu Hongwu and the military saint-rank cultivators nodded. With Jiang Hao's strength, it was indeed possible for him to forcibly break free, though such a thing had never happened before. Be safe and take care. Seeing that the big shots no longer objected, Jiang Hao drew Hidden Soul and took a deep breath before stepping forward to touch the black sphere. Wait for my good news. With that, Jiang Hao instantly vanished from the spot. Chapter 6: The Strange Secret Realm. Jiang Hao was abruptly dragged in by an irresistible force. Endlessly sinking, fully conscious yet utterly unable to control his movements, he could only wrap himself in the omnipotent chaos law as protection. Moments later, I feel like I'm spinning endlessly inside a tumble dryer, as if trying to shake myself into perfect uniformity. When everything stops and I open my eyes again, I find myself in a hidden realm dominated by ancient architectural complexes. It somewhat resembles the sex styles depicted in cultivation novels. Towering peaks several thousand meters high stood everywhere, dotted with ruined houses. The mountain peaks were completely isolated from one another. Some were dozens of kilometers apart. Mist and clouds swirled between them. It's like a series of floating islands. However, the mountain peak beneath his feet was completely ruined, without even a single blade of grass. This made Jiang Hao wonder if this secret realm had already been looted by others. The boundless divine sense actually can't perceive the situation inside the nearby peaks? Could there be some kind of perception blocking formation array? They must be on a mountain too. Guess I'll have to search them one by one. With that, Jiang Hao merged with space itself and instantly teleported to the neighboring mountain. Seems spatial movement isn't prohibited here. Roar! The moment he landed, a shadow-formed monster lunged at Jiang Hao. Humph! A blade's gleam flashed, instantly reducing the shadow monster to nothingness. No corpse left behind? A creature purely constructed from psychic energy? Some alien species? Jiang Hao cautiously circled around where the monster had vanished and continued ascending the mountain. According to the customs of the other world, when facing unknown races, one can never be too cautious. Immersive translate. Teleportation is so disgusting, I nearly threw up yesterday's dinner just now. Yu Xiao kept banging the tunnel walls with her spear, trying to locate a hidden chamber or passageway. Xia Pengcheng called out irritably, quit knocking already, you family brat. Stop disturbing Brother Zhang's thinking. The 8 figures advanced through the gloomy tunnel, their bodies enveloped in layers of shimmering protective shields. They had already been walking for several minutes. They found nothing but a seemingly endless tunnel. Gu Siyuan had been frowning since they entered. Squinting his eyes, he gave Jiang Hao and the other 16 members a strange look. Previously, whenever he opened his eyes fully to look at Lord Jiang, he could only see a chaotic, blurry entity. But earlier, when prophesying about this secret realm's affairs, everything was obscured by a haze of chaos. After entering the secret realm, for some unknown reason, the 8 of them happened to land together, while none of the other 100+ students were nearby. Moreover, looking at the 6 people whose demeanor, movements, and expressions were exactly the same as usual, as well as the uncovered Jiangshan, was our memory read the moment we entered? Perhaps over time, even the cognition of the warriors inside will be altered. Feng Qiluo's wind and thunder energies continuously roiled as she warily watched the captain ahead. Jiang Hao feels completely different from his usual self. If it were the normal Jiang Hao, he wouldn't care about traps, he'd just swing his sword first and ask questions later. Something's wrong. It's as if the secret realm is affecting my perception. I clearly wanted to fight Jiang Hao again to identify my weaknesses. I specifically learned this Saint-grade mental resistance technique for this purpose, yet now I find myself instinctively avoiding its use. Seeing Yushio and Xiao Pengcheng's argument growing increasingly intense, it seemed they might come to blows at any moment. Even Xing Yingyue, who had maintained an expressionless face throughout, now revealed a sinister smile. No more hesitation. Just as Feng Qilua was about to make her move, from the rearmost position, Gu Siyuan suddenly unleashed a spatial domain, immobilizing the other 7 in place. Feng Qilua stared in shock at Gu Siyuan, who stood with his eyes narrowed and a smile playing on his lips. Gu Siyuan, untie me now. Goodbye, my 6 dear comrades. Without hesitation, Gu Siyuan turned and retraced his steps the way he had come, because in his eyes, the 6 teammates were gradually being enveloped in a chaotic hue. However, the color on Feng Qilua was the faintest, it had even stopped spreading. Could slowing the process be as simple as realizing one's perception was being altered? Yu Xiao could hold back no longer. Raising her spear, a terrifying surge of primordial energy manifested. Aiming at the traitorous Gu Siyuan, he prepared to strike him down the moment the airspace restriction was lifted. Without saying a word, Yilingxi took out her guqin and plucked the strings forcefully. Countless soundwave slashes instantly cut toward Jiang Hao, who had been silently watching the crowd. Are you insane? How dare you attack brother Jiang? Xiao Pengcheng swung his halberd with lethal intent, aiming to strike his opponent dead. Yet what pierced through was a flawlessly fused spear of wind and lightning, tearing through his own heart. His neck stiff, Xiao Pengcheng turned his gaze towards Feng Qilua. Why? Feng Qilua remained expressionless as she continuously summoned weakened versions of wind and thunder spears to eliminate each of them one by one. Finally, glancing at the still motionless team leader ahead, she waved her hand casually. See you later. With those words, Feng Qilua immediately chose to end her own life. Gu Siyuan opened his eyes and kept running towards the starting point. Whenever he encountered the area where the color of chaos was faintest, he would stop to knock on the walls. Finally, at the very beginning place, he discovered a patch of ground completely devoid of any trace of the chaos hue. Whoever designed this test must have a screw loose in their head. I hope they come out soon. With that, he smashed it viciously against the ground. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao was already exploring the 3rd mountain peak. The 2 mountains ahead had nothing on them, just a few 3rd-tier monsters. Such a vast secret realm, and it belonged to a major sect, how could there not be a single valuable item here? After finally getting my first chance to explore a secret realm, I ended up learning a harsh lesson. Up until now, Jiang Hao hadn't even seen a broken sacred weapon, let alone a sacred tier mutated beast severely wounded and regressed to its juvenile stage. Not even a single first-rank primordial crystal was found. Jiang Hao disdainfully opened a bottle of elixirs, whose contents had long turned to useless dregs under the erosion of time. The moment they made contact with air, they gradually crumbled into dust. This secret realm must be at least tens of thousands of years old. Everywhere here is filled with familiar chaotic energy. Could this be the ruins of another world? Did it just happen to land in ancient Huangzhou? Suddenly, Jiang Hao sensed a person approaching at the foot of the mountain. It was none other than his long-lost companion. He immediately rushed over and greeted Gu Siyuan, who had already shielded himself with multiple protective barriers. Why are you alone? Where are the others? Seeing the unrecognizable chaotic mass before him, Gu Siyuan squinted contentedly. Wow, Legend Jiang. Those 100+ students of ours are probably still undergoing trials right now. But is Legend Jiang taking the trial separately? You finished so quickly. Jiang Hao froze. Test? What test? I just walked right in. The 7 of them moved through the dim tunnel when Xing Yingyue remarked curiously. Looks like Gu Siyuan isn't with us. Feng Qilua held her head, feeling as if she'd forgotten something important. As we continued walking deeper inside. Teleportation is so disgusting, I nearly threw up last night's dinner just now. Yu Xiao kept knocking on the wall while complaining discontentedly. Ha! Feng Qilua instantly raised her head. Mental resistance, activate. Without a word, under Xiao Pengcheng's furious, gnashing expression, a thunderous spear blast blew Jiang Hao's head apart. Chapter 7, The Humiliated 6, The Jade Blossom Immortal Sect. The moment Jiang Hao was slain, the entire world came to a standstill, its colors fading away. The space twisted, strands of silk-like threads entwined in the air, forming a swirling vortex. The 6 were sucked inside. Then, like a video played in reverse, everything returned to its starting point. Feng Qilua's consciousness snapped awake, as unfamiliar memories flooded her mind. In the fragmented scenes, this was already their 4th loop. The first 2 times, it was Gu Siyuan who first noticed something wrong and exposed the fake Jiang Hao, only to be killed by the others after cognitive modification made them extremely aggressive and violent. Then as they ventured deeper into the tunnel, everyone grew increasingly paranoid. Suspecting that everyone else might be monsters in disguise, she started attacking them wildly. Miraculously, she managed to take them all down with her every single time. This is just too absurd. Feng Qilua could have easily obliterated them all by herself in an instant. And the third time, Gu Xiyuan simply disappeared on his own. Killing the fake Jiang Hao wasn't the solution. After everything had quieted down, as several people were spat out from midair like garbage, the 6 of them began their 5th cycle. Yan Yanni shook his head as he got up, looking around but seeing no sign of Jiang Hao. Damn it, brother Jiang isn't here. Are we gonna wipe now? Yu Shio wore a nauseated expression before speaking through clenched teeth. This transportation method is downright inhuman. Who the hell designed this? Feng Qilua had regained some of her memories by now and was watching the group with a grave expression. This time that fake Jiang Hao isn't here. Well, in my memories he was unharmed the first 2 times. Feng Qilua's entire body surged with primordial energy, violet thunder roaring violently. In an instant, all 5 intending to walk toward the tunnel were halted. Feng Qilua, what are you doing? The other 4 wore grim expressions, while Yilingxi stood to the side, puzzledly rubbing her head. Xia Pengcheng directly activated his red heat mode, temporarily elevating his cultivation to the 4th tier, intent on teaching this woman a lesson. Feng Qilua paid no attention to this insignificant foe, flicking her fingers casually. An emerald green wind cage trapped him instantly. As expected, even after the cycle, remnants of altered cognition and personality changes still persist. They would react aggressively as long as they were blocked from advancing deeper into the tunnel. That good-for-nothing didn't even dare to raise his voice when talking to me before, but now he actually has the nerve to make the first move. Thinking back to how Gu Xiyuan deliberately uttered, 6 great teammates, and that action of retracing his steps, Jiang Hao might have directly bypassed the memory reading phase. Hell, even the secret realm can't access most of our memories related to him. The flaw in the dummy that triggered the secret realm's formation was too obvious. Aside from Jiang Hao, they're all real proof that this place isn't reality after all. Looks like I was right to act directly in the 3rd cycle. If we'd gone any deeper, even if we looped again, the corruption would have worsened. Feng Qilua glanced at the silent Yilingxi beside her and said, "You actually broke free from the influence?" Yilingxi nodded. "My cultivation technique is rather unique. Since Gu Xiyuan didn't appear during the 4th cycle, it proves there must be a way out." The 2 simultaneously looked down at the ground beneath their feet. He raised his foot and stomped down fiercely. Immersive translate. After waiting for a few minutes without seeing anyone appear, Jiang Hao and Gu Xiyuan prepared to head towards the neighboring mountain peak. How strange. You really can't fly across the mountain? After teleporting with Gu Xiyuan, Jiang Hao asked in puzzlement. Gu Xiyuan squinted his eyes, examining the secret realm filled with chaotic hues. He glanced once more at the captain who was entirely composed of chaos fragments. With an understanding nod. "Captain, maybe it's because there's something special about you. Most of the restrictions here don't seem to affect you." Jiang Hao looked up at the sky. He had originally wanted to fly with 7 accessories, but somehow, he ended up taking the shortcut and activated cheat mode directly. The other 6 were still constantly getting beaten down. "Keep walking. I refuse to believe such a vast secret realm doesn't contain anything valuable." Jiang Hao strode vigorously toward the mountaintop. Along the way, the duo dispatched several shadow creatures foolishly rushing to their deaths while observing several shattered towers. Most of the attic structures had collapsed as well, with heaps of stone materials and debris scattered across the ground. Could this secret realm be the remains of an ancient sect that was completely annihilated after encountering enemies? Jiang Hao gazed at the mountain peak that looked as if it had been cleanly sliced through the middle. The other half had completely vanished without leaving any trace. The cross-section was smooth as a mirror, still faintly emanating an extraordinary blade energy after all these years. Gu Xiyuan looked around the scripture hall devoid of any books or jade slips, shaking his head in bewilderment. Who knows what happened back then? Every written record in this secret realm has been erased. It's as if someone didn't want future visitors to know what occurred. Erased records? Forbidden knowledge that couldn't be spread? Jiang Hao instantly spotted the key point. Meme infection? Where every utterance is heard. Or is it secrecy on a conceptual level? Surely it can't be an evil god? I've heard evil gods have the power to infect all who pray to them across worlds. Gu Xiyuan emerged from the dilapidated tower beside the scripture hall, shaking his head helplessly. It's truly empty. This worthless secret realm isn't even worth taking if you gave it to our Gu family for free. Jiang Hao thought about those big shots who had been arguing over resource distribution and realm development earlier. The corners of his mouth curled upwards. Fair enough, now none of you got anything. Just as Jiang Hao and Gu Xiyuan continuously teleported toward the towering 10,000-meter-high main peak, a peculiar person emerged from nowhere, clad in lavish Taoist robes, with long hair fastened by a jade hairpin. A youth with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his appearance transcendent and otherworldly, smiled as he spoke. I've met 2 fellow Taoists. I am Mo Qianxian, sect master of the Jade Flower Immortal sect. Though it was a language they'd never heard before, Jiang Hao and his companion could inexplicably understand his words. A glint flashed through Jiang Hao's eyes as he released his full sensory perception, yet the cultivator-looking man remained completely unfazed. Let Jiang Hao inspect freely. Gu Siyuan squinted his eyes at the creature covered in the same chaotic hues as their captain and asked, "Esteemed elder, may I ask what happened here?" Ma Chen shook his head and pointed to the sky. Without reaching the celestial venerable realm, one's true spirit cannot ascend to the heights and cannot gather one's own destiny. It's extremely easy to attract the gaze of certain existences. Gu Siyuan's pupils constricted. His cheeks began to twitch. This is the fundamental ability of the Fate Star, to break free from predetermined constraints and gain some degree of control over one's own destiny. It can even regulate the fate trajectories of non-Fate Star entities, causing their complete demise. Only a Fate Star can oppose another Fate Star. This is a truth known to all the council families of Blue Star. Is this existence before me, showing not a trace of primal energy fluctuation, actually a council-level powerhouse? Gu Siyuan turned his pleading gaze toward the omnipotent squad leader for help. Although Jiang Hao didn't know how powerful a Destiny Star was, nor what exactly the Heavenly Venerate realm signified, just hearing the descriptions alone told him this was currently beyond his capability to defeat a boss monster with broken game mechanics. What kind of freaking boss is this for a newbie's first dungeon run? Director, I want to report a problem with the script. Chapter 8, Evil Immortal? Jiang Hao, I love fighting more than anything. Seeing Jiang Hao and his companion tense up, Mo Chen took a step back to show he meant no harm. Actually, if you weren't a bit special, I wouldn't have appeared at all. Don't worry about your companions or those who got trapped here before. Whether they break through that dream or not, they'll all be thrown out after 7 days. The man seemed unconcerned by their doubtful expressions and continued. As for the dream they entered, it's just a little toy I created to kill time when I was bored. Trinket? Gu Siyuan's mouth twitched. If that recurring dream couldn't be quickly broken, it would gradually alter one's cognition and personality. And even if we truly got out, after 7 days, could those martial artists still be considered alive? Perhaps the entire person has already been completely transformed. The master of the secret realm even placed the exit at the starting point as if it were a joke. Was this all just to satisfy their own twisted sense of humor? Jiang Hao looked toward the massive pavilion at the very top of the main peak. Senior, have people entered this place before? What were those shadowy creatures just now? A flicker of embarrassment flashed across Mo Chengshuan's face, but it vanished just as quickly. This immortal realm was originally a trial ground for my Jade Flower Immortal sect to preserve its vitality and select heirs, but I drifted in the chaotic void a tad too long, so now many of the facilities have stopped functioning. This cave paradise no longer serves its purpose of selecting heirs. Out of order? Jiang Hao asked curiously. What about the rewards? Surely there must be some leftover cultivation techniques and materials. Mo Chengshuan did not respond, gazing at the mountain peaks. Those black monsters are merely remnants of pollution. Had you not been truly exceptional, grasping fragments of the chaos laws before reaching celestial attainment, I wouldn't have shared these truths with you. Jiang Hao nodded. So the reason I didn't enter the dream was because you gave me special access? Mo Chen shook his head. It's not that I gave you special access, the dream couldn't read any of your information, so it had no choice but to kick you out. And that's also why I awakened. After all, I once walked the path of chaos laws too. Mo Chen gazed at the pavilion atop the mountain, his expression tinged with melancholy. I woke up and went through those people's memories. Your world is truly a wonderful place. Could you stop speaking in riddles? Senior, could you tell us about the world you came from? You don't have to if it's something you can't share. Chen Mo was taken aback, never expecting this young man with the potential of a heavenly venerable to care about such things. With a wave of his hand, he sent Gu Siyuan to the side of those who had just broken free from the dream. Turning to Jiang Hao with a smile, he said, he's too weak, even hearing detailed information about my world would corrupt him. But you, blessed with the chaos law, can remain unaffected, even shielding others from such perception. Instantly, Jiang Hao enveloped himself in chaotic energy, signaling he was ready. My world is quite similar to the cultivation realms you know, but like yours, we rely on primal energy for cultivation. My Jade Blossom Immortal sect is one of the sacred lands with a heritage spanning over 100,000 years. Across the entire world, everything is governed by more than 20 powerhouses who have reached the heavenly venerable realm. Until one day, a passing supreme being cast its gaze upon us. No hostility, just an idle glance of indifference. We have lost. Over 20 celestial lords mutated on the spot, consumed by severe corruption. Afterwards, the corruption of the entire world worsened, and the path of cultivation decayed. With each advancement in their cultivation, all practitioners found their bodies continuously mutating. Before my true self committed suicide, it severed this remaining strand of relatively pure consciousness, hoping I might lead a few exceptional seeds to find the white world. However, those seeds were already contaminated, even sparking a rebellion. As for my world, I'm afraid it has completely transformed. Every object in the grotto heaven carries trace pollutants. Prolonged exposure can mutate humans, so I've thrown everything that might be taken away into the void. After hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately had a thought. Weird cultivation. Jiang Hao looked up at the attic, increasingly convinced that the so-called seed must be hidden within that perfectly preserved space. After all, in this ruined place, apart from that suspiciously pristine attic, the remaining structures could only be described as complete wreckage. That attic counts as a ceiling-type treasure, but it's already been corrupted. It'd be useless to you now. Jiang Hao wore a modest smile. I only wanted to lend a hand in helping my senior deal with those poor souls. Otherwise, senior wouldn't be here talking to me at such length, right? You guessed correctly. I can't approach the attic. The corruption there would instantly disrupt the malevolence I'd been suppressing through slumber. The age screening condition was set by my true form and an elder who attained the celestial venerable realm. I can't change it alone. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a mess. Mo Qinshan felt somewhat helpless, wondering how his true form had chosen these people in the first place. If fellow Taoist can end that child's nightmare, I'm willing to gift you a strand of chaos law preserved within my pocket paradise. Jiang Hao immediately perked up upon hearing the reward. What's their cultivation level? Are they easy to kill? Mo Qinshan gave Jiang Hao a strange look before replying. According to your standards, at most 8th tier, but due to corruption, their vitality is extremely tenacious. Only by annihilating their spirit can they be truly killed. Jiang Hao flashed a standard 8-tooth grin. Annihilate spirits? That was his specialty. This dungeon run offered him zero thrill. Even 7 noobs could enjoy a tense, exciting dream adventure. Yet because he was overwhelmingly powerful, all he could do was rummage through trash in the ruins. Don't worry, senior. What I love most is fighting. Mo Qinshan silently floated into the distance, preparing to see how this world's geniuses engaged in battle. After all, he had never seen someone with such formidable foundations before. Whoosh! Whoosh! A blade's radiance flashed as tricolored saber energy instantly cleaved through the pavilion, carving open a gap. Crack! Though this was clearly a secret realm with exceptionally sturdy spatial fabric, black fissures still split open one after another. Roar! A jade-colored skeleton wrapped in dark shadows charged toward Jiang Hao, its primordial energy coiling as it threw a punch. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. The entire mountain peak began to tremble as if struck by an earthquake. The already dilapidated house instantly collapsed. Is that all you've got? As the dust settled, Jiang Hao extended his left hand and steadily intercepted the strike. The skeleton seemed unable to believe it, just about to let out a furious roar. A charged golden fist came flying toward it. Peerless shattering sky fist. Slap! Bang bang bang! The skeleton was sent flying, smashing through countless small mountains along the way, before finally being blasted straight out of the main peak. Its skull split open, the dark shadows surrounding its body growing restless. Just as it prepared to flee, a massive blade energy slashed toward it, black chaotic energy swirling along the razor-sharp light. The black shadow was instantly vaporized by this blow. Just as the uncontrolled skeleton plummeted through the clouds, a fleshy hand covered in eyes and mouths, constantly swelling, caught the skeleton. Jiang Hao felt nauseated as he stared at the figure standing upon a carpet of flesh. The head resembled a half-melted candle, its mutilated brain adorned with tiny tentacles waving in the air. The figure absorbed the skeleton into its body, then instantly expanded. A massive monstrosity composed of flesh and blood emerged. Countless limbs thrashed wildly. The head without facial features turned to look at Jiang Hao. Where the monster passed, the carpet of flesh and blood continuously expanded. On the mushroom-like tissue, countless eyes gazed at Jiang Hao. Even the shattered stones on the ground began to fleshify, sprouting countless mouths. A piercing shriek erupted. Humans, die! Chapter 9, Another Spiritual Reinforcement. The fleshy monster's roar carried devastating psychic contamination, as eyeballs began sprouting throughout the surrounding air. Countless arms reached out toward Jiang Hao. Clang! Swish, swish, swish. A web of saber energy sliced apart all those limbs radiating psychic contamination. Roar! Human! The flesh monster was struck repeatedly by the soul blade, falling into a state of paralysis. Its movement came to an immediate halt. Jiang Hao felt his skin itching faintly, as if he too was about to mutate and grow strange organs. Yet as the swirling chaos-colored energy flowed, all corruption was devoured and decomposed. Good thing my mental resistance is high. By the almighty law of chaos, shatter! A mental storm tainted with chaos erupted violently toward the flesh monster that was about to recover, completely engulfing the desperate flesh monster that tried to struggle and escape. Crack! Snap! Space was shattered. The flesh monster was instantly crushed, exploding into a shower of gory fragments. Most of the flesh chunks had already turned ash-gray, losing all vitality. As if petrified, torn to shreds in the howling gale, some flesh and blood remained, connected by thin threads, struggling to reform. Soaring sky-cleaving slash. Jiang Hao brandished his long sword. The blade carved arcs through the air, their trajectories connecting head to tail like brushstrokes painting the sky. Its speed kept increasing, leaving afterimages in its wake. Each swing unleashed over a dozen blade energies. The tricolored blade energies shredded everything in their path, tearing massive spatial rifts across the heavens. It had even created a void. The flesh monster was incredibly strong, unless a 9th-rank warrior had condensed their own laws. Killing it was far from guaranteed. Its ability to endlessly corrupt everything and use that to repair itself was simply too broken. Warriors without mastery of laws or spiritual attacks couldn't harm it at all. In the past, he would have ranked as a mid-level boss at the very least. Alas, divine powers are no match for raw stats. The soul blade brimming with chaotic laws struck repeatedly, utterly erasing the aberrant flesh's consciousness. All the flesh lost its vitality. It grew gray and hard. Finally, it gradually dissipated with the wind. Phew, I'm exhausted. Both my primal energy and spirit power are down to half. Jiang Hao gasped slightly. This was absolutely the most disgusting opponent he had ever faced. If he weren't slightly more skilled, able to fight somewhat above his level, he might have had no choice but to flee. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a mental enhancement. Mental strength, 7477. A spring of clear water seemed to gush from the depths of his mind, washing away most of his earlier fatigue. Ha! His heart shook violently. Spiritual reinforcement. Could it be from that world? Jiang Hao eyed this secret realm with suspicion. On the surface, he continued pretending to have exhausted his elemental power and mental energy. Emochen Xian, who had arrived unnoticed at some point, silently watched as the grotesque flesh finally ceased living. He didn't speak either, seemingly lost in some solitary recollection. Jiang Hao wore a humble smile while keeping his blade unsheathed, gazing at this senior whose current condition remained unknown. My inner alert is at its peak, ready to start the second boss fight at any moment. Even though the Celestial Master bragged a lot earlier, if he was truly that powerful, would he still be trapped here? Couldn't he just casually wipe out the attic with a wave of his hand? Jiang Hao didn't believe that a single wisp of consciousness from a top-tier expert couldn't possess someone else and be reborn. Possessing only a fragmented status, yet lacking the strength to match. Jiang Hao hadn't forgotten about the strange dream Gu Siyuan had mentioned. After all, no matter what, those 7 ornaments still belonged to the council members' faction. If they truly encountered danger, there would undoubtedly be contingency plans in place. If nothing else, just based on Xia Pengcheng's status of being noticed by Councilman Xia, he wouldn't die so easily. Alright, the deputy captain is also on that list. But as for the other martial artists who entered, every single one of them would gradually have their minds corrupted. They might not undergo mutation or become contagious, but a drastic change in personality is inevitable, creating such meaningless dreams just to amuse himself. Is this sect leader really still sane? Immersive translate. After continuously suffering setbacks in the loop, the 7-piece accessory crew finally gathered together. The moment Gu Siyuan landed, he saw the group completely surrounded by a mountain full of shadowy figures. At the mountain peak stood a black shadow giant dozens of meters tall, emanating 6th-tier energy fluctuations. What exactly are these black shadows? Even my same-tier martial techniques can't kill them. Yu Xiao was nearly driven mad by these shadows. The shadows themselves were weak, mindlessly charging forward without strategy. A single casual strike could obliterate an entire group of them, but it just won't die. Apart from the law-attached attacks from Feng Qilua and the mental assaults produced by Yi Lingxi's zither music, the others could only paddle along resentfully. It seems I've come at an awkward time. Gu Siyuan really wanted to turn around and leave, but in the end, he still chose to follow Jiangshan, clearly the better choice. These people suffered setbacks every single day. Gu Siyuan was afraid that he might catch this curse of bad luck if he stayed with them for long. Blind man, hurry up and help. Shield me. Quick, quick, quick. Xia Pengcheng had a nasty fist mark around his left eye, though no one knew who had punched him. The stormy skies above the mountain peaks were engulfed in a sea of purple lightning by Feng Qilua. Wave after wave of shadowy figures were cleared away by the crashing thunderbolts. Swirling green tornadoes advanced toward the areas most densely packed with shadows. This isn't working. We need to take down that boss on the summit first. In the critical moment, even Ingwe started speaking properly. Sadly, all she had learned were large-scale magical attacks and flashy combat techniques, never mastering any mental-type offensive moves. At this moment, she could only serve as a giant moving light source, utterly useless except for attracting more shadowy figures to bite her. Most martial arts students tend to learn whatever looks cool and impressive. Special effects on full blast, the most destructive moves are the best. After all, on Blue Star, dealing with the most common mutated beasts using psychic attacks is far too inefficient. Not to mention, this kind of technique requires excessively high spiritual attributes. Only those from great families qualify to learn it. Feng Qilua took aim at the mountaintop boss and hurled a single wind and thunder spear. The shadows along the path evaporated in an instant. Boom! The terrifying explosion completely obliterated the mountaintop, sending down a rain of shattered rocks. This secret realm expedition has been a complete failure. Not only did we gain nothing, but we got slowed down by a group of shadows. Feng Qilihua gasped violently, her chest heaving as her clothing swayed with each labored breath. She had finally broken through to the 4th tier, with her wind and thunder laws continuing to refine. Now she could unleash her 7th tier wind and thunder spear technique almost instantaneously. Just as she was about to challenge Jiang Hao for another duel, to identify her remaining weaknesses, he actually reached the 5th tier. He's not even hiding his cheating anymore. If not for my elder's discreet warning, I'd probably be utterly crushed again. Though he could have crushed me even without reaching the 5th tier anyway. The other 6 companions, watching the diminishing shadows, also breathed a sigh of relief. I contributed nothing this whole time. Maybe I really should just go back and inherit the family business. Yu Xiao plopped down on the ground like a salty fish giving up its struggle. Xia Pengcheng's face turned ashen. During the previous cycles, he had actually noticed nothing at all, completely fooled by the dream. Feng Qilihua was just about to ask about the captain when a massive black sword came slashing toward the group. Air domain. Gu Siyuan made his move, the invincible strongest shield finally blocked an attack. No way, it's still alive? Feng Qilihua was dumbfounded. That strike just now should have been enough to severely wound an ordinary 7th rank mystical beast. How could this 6th rank shadow remain completely unscathed? Is my wind and thunder Dao principle worthless? How despicable. Why have I been getting nothing but setbacks ever since coming to Divine Land Martial Arts Academy? Chapter 10, Hunter in the Chaotic Void, a King Tier. Mo Qinchuan's neck moved jerkily as he slowly turned to look at Jiang Hao. The surrounding scenery began growing dim and obscure. A sinister smile appeared on his face as the dark shadow beneath him instantly expanded. A hand reached into the void, grasping at something unseen. I knew there would be a second phase. Jiang Hao instantly raised his long blade, with chaotic laws coiling around his entire body. Just as Jiang Hao was about to strike first, ding! Detected a substantial amount of chaos laws. Host is advised to absorb them in a safe environment. Mo Qinxian pulled out a transparent crystal ball. Inside it flowed a remarkably thick stream of chaotic-colored fluid. Ha ha ha, were you startled by me? So, how about it? Quite unexpected, wasn't it? My true form used to scare new female disciples like this all the time. Damn it! Jiang Hao still hadn't let his guard down. Staring at the crystal ball tossed his way, Jiang Hao repeatedly examined it with psychic energy enhanced by the law of chaos. Although the system showed no issues, those alerts only applied to the law of chaos. To prevent any hidden traps within the crystal ball, Jiang Hao decided to take it back for Headmaster Xia to inspect. Gazing at the gradually collapsing pocket realm, Ma Qinxian sighed with emotion. From today onward, the tale of the Jade Flower Immortal Sect has come to a complete conclusion. After handing over the crystal orb, Mo Qinxian visibly relaxed, as though a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Finding that the storage pouch couldn't hold the crystal orb, Jiang Hao used his spiritual energy to keep it afloat. Cracks began to appear in the void of the sky, while the mountain peaks slowly split apart and crumbled. They glanced at each other in astonishment. Is that it? No soul possession or life or death struggle? Yet Mo Qinxian merely smiled and said, I'm just a strand of consciousness severed from the main body. You don't have such immense power like yours. Moreover, I had long been contaminated. If I hadn't fallen into your world and met you, I would probably have completely transformed during my slumber. Ma Qinxian admitted his issues candidly. Stop fooling around. During that fierce battle against the strange monster before, I definitely didn't hold back. After enduring so many indiscriminate strikes from soul-rending blades, yet remaining unscathed, and you call this powerless? With his last remaining strength, Mo Qinxian sent forth the group, Feng Qilihua and her companions, who were being hunted by the shadowy boss. Along with the extras tormented to the brink of mental breakdown by the nightmares, he expelled them from the hidden realm. Having done all this, he turned to Jiang Hao and said, How many years has it been since you first absorbed primordial energy and became a martial artist? Jiang Hao gripped his long blade and began to ponder. Quite a while, about half a year. How much? Even the collapsing secret realm seemed to pause for a moment. Mo Chengxuan stared wide-eyed at the exaggerated numerical value, asking in disbelief. Half a year? What's the matter? Isn't it completely normal to have my level of strength in half a year? Have you ever reflected on whether you've been cultivating seriously enough? I do. Mo Qinchuan's expression twisted ferociously, barely suppressing the malevolent persona within him. It took him quite some time to regain his composure. His gaze at Jiang Hao became complicated. Though your talent is formidable, exceptionally so, never before seen in all the annals of my world. But since you've chosen the path of assimilating the chaos laws, you'll inevitably clash with them sooner or later. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. There are even stronger experts? The chaos laws are far too overpowering. When I was at the peak of heavenly venerable realm, I forcibly refined and assimilated fragments of the chaos laws. And just like that, I instantly became the strongest powerhouse in my world. Before that terrifying entity, a group wandering through the chaotic void, constantly seeking out world after world, came knocking at my door. They had their eyes on the chaos principles I contained, though I easily drove them away. But before leaving, they declared, their king would personally come to claim my chaos principles. They said no creature possessing the chaos principles would be permitted to exist. King? King rank? Could it be that in the past, there was a top expert specializing in chaos laws who was so outrageously powerful that all the king ranks joined forces to eliminate him? To prevent another chaos law practitioner from disrupting the order, they decided to collectively suppress it? Jiang Hao frowned as he sank deep into contemplation. If I were to complete the chaos law, could I really overpower a king-class opponent? Mo Qianxian watched with satisfaction as Jiang Hao seemed to sink into mental turmoil. He felt much more at ease inside. Even the malicious personality that had been roused awake by his earlier pretentious remarks stopped acting up. This is absolutely not revenge. Ahem. Don't worry too much, it might take them thousands, even tens of thousands of years to find their way here. With your talent and strength, you'll surely become a heavenly venerate within 1,000 years. Damn it! Who the hell are you cursing? Jiang Hao glared unfriendly at the person who had just cursed him for being stuck at his current cultivation level. Gazing at the collapsing grotto heaven being torn apart by the void tempest, Mo Qianxian made a gesture and said, "Farewell, fellow Taoist Jiang Hao. May you and your world remain forever blessed." Jiang Hao felt the continuous repelling force and hurriedly asked his final question. "Senior, what was that dream all about?" Mo Qianxian froze for a moment before laughing cheerfully. "That was a protective layer I set during my last descent into slumber, meant to obstruct creatures who might mistakenly wander in from other worlds. After all, while I was asleep, I might not have had the ability to throw it out after 7 days. Staying too long would risk contamination. The dream realm prevents those creatures from entering the cave paradise, forcing them to retreat. Unfortunately, I misjudged the extent of my own contamination. That power distorted the dream, turning it grotesque. So I must trouble you, fellow cultivator, to help me convey my apologies." With those words, Jiang Hao was instantly teleported away. The entire pocket dimension detached from the blue star world, completely collapsing into the chaotic void. All remaining traces of pollution were decomposed by primordial, chaotic forces. The final gift from the progenitor was also bestowed upon one favored by great fortune. Revitalize the Jade Blossom Immortal Sect? Ha, merely a fleeting illusion. Mo Qianxian's figure completely dissipated into the void. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao, who had been forcibly ejected, once again experienced the comforting sensation of being inside a washing machine. Gazing at the familiar scenery, he saw auxiliary stream martial artists busily treating and carrying away the unconscious students. This secret realm adventure turns out to be a genuine newbie benefit dungeon. No twisted plots about teammates turning against each other. And the reward is exactly the essential law we desperately needed. Not bad at all. Classmate Jiang Hao, you've finally come out. Vice Dean Zhou rushed over in an instant, trying to grab Jiang Hao's shoulders. Jiang Hao quietly took a step back to let the Vice Dean calm down. He raised the crystal ball and declared, "The reason I came out late just now was because I was raiding the dungeon boss. This is a reward I got from monster hunting, so I don't need to hand it over, right?" Deputy Dean Zhou repeatedly waved his hands. "No need, no need. Whoever dares to take classmate Jiang Hao's hard-earned spoils will have to answer to Weifeng when he gets back." Jiang Hao had only mentioned it casually anyway. After all, judging by what Senior Mo had said about the chaos laws, containing them was probably still quite difficult. Fortunately, I've awakened my talent for attribute allocation. By the way, where's my accessory? I mean, my teammate? Jiang Hao looked around but couldn't find his little companion, asking curiously. Vice Dean Zhou wore a peculiar expression, as if suppressing laughter. Feng Qilua and the others were nearly critically injured by enemies in the secret realm and just got sent to Guwang City Hospital. Your vice captain overused laws to drain his mental energy and is still unconscious. What? Chapter 11, Principal Xia, why can't I get this lucky? Man, our vice captain's luck is just the worst. Can't he ever get a proper win? Those shadowy figures aren't even comparable to ordinary martial artists of the same rank, yet they're getting utterly crushed? Jiang Hao thought disdainfully, maybe he should just break away from the group of 8. Every last one of those guys keeps getting beaten down like they're cursed or something. Vice Dean Zhou cleared his throat. Principal Xia has also arrived and is visiting student Xia Pengcheng. Although everyone didn't gain anything from this secret realm expedition, even if the secret realm exploded, the Martial Arts Bureau and the Gu family shouldn't go back on their word. As he spoke, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted toward the 2 newly appeared saint-level powerhouses. Gu Hongwu casually nodded toward Jiang Hao in response. Since the family paid and their sons were rescued, even if they're a bit mentally off. But it's still a happy ending overall. The expression of the same-tier martial artist from the ancient Baron State Martial Enforcement Bureau headquarters turned rather grim. This operation was a complete blood loss. To conquer the secret realm, they had no choice but to seek help from the top 10 martial schools, promising many benefits, all just to get a share of the pie. After all, it was their secret realm in Guwang Prefecture. No matter what, some portion of the harvest would remain there. Originally, they had only planned to make a small profit this time. Give every young member of the bureau a spiritual weapon. Glancing at the crystal ball in Jiang Hao's hand, frowning, just about to say something when he noticed his old friends signaling him with their eyes. Recalling that the person opposite was the second strongest prodigy in the first sequence, he quietly swallowed his original words. With a kindly smile, classmate Jiang Hao, you truly live up to being the pride of our Xia nation. With such power at such a young age, undoubtedly you'll become Blue Star's #1 prodigy in the future. This time you are all victims. Our Martial Unity Bureau will definitely compensate everyone. Even if my heart was bleeding, wishing I could roll on the ground crying and throwing a tantrum, yet my face maintained a professional smile. Coincidentally, there's one more grade 9 life crystal in my office. Consider it forming a good connection with student Jiang Hao. Overjoyed, Jiang Hao responded politely. You're too kind, senior. I really don't know how it happened. I was just fighting a boss normally when the secret realm suddenly exploded. Jiang Hao wore an innocent expression. The secret realm had truly self-destructed on its own. He'd merely been passing by at the time. One could sense the brain-trembling chaotic fluid swirling within the crystal orb strapped to Jiang Hao's back. The assembled grandmasters nodded solemnly. Indeed, your words ring true. Everyone engaged in friendly negotiations regarding the secret realm issue and eventually reached a consensus. Jiang Hao arrived at Guwang City through the spatial tunnel. Along the way, he specifically visited a hotel catering to martial artists and spent money to customize a full fish banquet made from aquatic mutated beasts. They were all low tier anyway, so it didn't cost much. The guidance of a peak Saint rank expert is truly priceless. Jiang Hao carried a basket of fruit to the hospital where his teammates were staying. First, he headed to Xia Pengcheng's private ward. After greeting Principal Xia, he mentioned treating everyone to a full fish banquet later. Watching the principal walk out of the ward with a smile, I finally turned my gaze to pendant #1. Seeing someone wrapped in bandages like a mummy, Jiang Hao asked in astonishment, "Did you guys encounter a high-level monster?" As he spoke, he took out an apple and began peeling it. Xia Pengcheng lay on the hospital bed with complete despair in his eyes and said, "It was a 6th-tier shadow creature, incredibly powerful. None of us could do anything about it. If Sister Foam hadn't gone all out in that head-on battle with the monster, buying us time by holding it back, everyone would have probably had to use their life-saving items." Jiang Hao sensed Xia Pengcheng's stable qi and blood levels, yet couldn't hide his puzzlement. "You're not seriously injured at all. Can't you just find a martial artist with healing abilities to fix you up?" As she spoke, she handed the peeled apple to Xia Pengcheng. Touched, Xia Pengcheng extended a heavily bandaged hand to receive the apple. He took a bite and mumbled indistinctly, "It's really not serious, just some superficial scrapes from the aftermath. Grandpa wouldn't let those auxiliary martial artists heal me. Said I should learn my lesson and not try to challenge above my level next time." Jiang Hao looked speechlessly at the regretful Xia Pengcheng. Had this guy actually gone berserk to tank the damage? We really owe it all to Sister Feng this time. She could have easily just protected herself. After all, that bizarre shadow creature that possessed the law of light, despite being 6th tier, had fairly low intelligence. There are actually laws involved? Could those shadows have been creatures trapped in the secret realm and corrupted by its pollution? Seeing that Xia Pengcheng could no longer provide any value, Jiang Hao decisively went to check on the others. Sure enough, a support-type martial artist had stepped in to help. Aside from Feng Qilua, who still hadn't regained consciousness, and Xia Pengcheng who refused treatment, the other 5 were already lively and full of energy. Watching Jiang Hao walking with a crystal sphere by his side, everyone's eyes grew moist. "Big boss, don't leave us behind next time." Immersive translate. That night, Jiang Hao, his 5 tagalongs, and Principal Xia enjoyed a fish dinner at the hotel. Though the other students from Shenzhou Martial Arts School had awakened, they remained disturbed by the surreal nature of their dreams. They all squat by the bed, distrustful of each other, unwilling to emerge. "Principal Xia, this crystal ball was picked up after defeating the boss in the dungeon. Could you take a look and see if there's anything unusual about it?" Principal Xia stared at the glaringly obvious aura of chaos, his neck stiff as he slowly turned his head. "You got this, inside the dungeon? This is the chaos law that even Uncle Wushuang couldn't condense." Jiang Hao put down his chopsticks and laughed. "Luck, pure luck. This thing came flying at me on its own, so I just picked it up. Why can't I ever find anything like this?" Headmaster Xia screamed enviously in his heart. Though he had no use for the thing, who doesn't love free stuff? But then he remembered how fish would voluntarily jump into Jiang Hao's traps when he went fishing, and suddenly it all made sense. This must be what they call the protagonist aura. There's nothing wrong with the surface, but the chaotic principles inside are astonishing, far more than what you've mastered so far. I suggest you return to school and absorb it in the secret realm specially designed for breaking through cultivation levels at our Shenzhou Martial Academy. Without a month, you probably won't succeed. Jiang Hao casually placed the crystal ball aside. Although Sect Master Mo probably wouldn't trick him in this regard, it's still better to play it safe. As for a month of seclusion, Jiang Hao didn't even dare imagine how boring that would be. Fortunately, he'd been diligently adding attribute points all along. Mere chaos laws? Easily handled. No need, Headmaster Xia, I'll just casually absorb it in my room later. Headmaster Xia nodded calmly. It's just using cheats, perfectly normal. Then be careful not to blow up the hotel. The other 5 silently lowered their heads to eat their fish, not daring to interrupt. At that moment, a member of the Martial Arts Bureau, who looked like he had just graduated from a martial arts school, walked over. He was carrying a box. A glint flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. He stood up eagerly, straightening his body. I can smell the scent of life crystals. Hello, Mr. Jiang Hao. These are additional compensations from the Gu family and the Martial Unity Bureau for you. Knowing you enjoy collecting life crystals, there are 20 grade 7 crystals inside in total. And one more is from us, the director personally gifted you a 9th level life crystal. Jiang Hao flashed a radiant smile and took the box. If you ever need help with any secret realm strategies in ancient Huangzhou, just ask. The young man's eye twitched slightly as he silently grumbled. Just don't come back to our ancient glorious state and ruin our secret realms anymore. Chapter 12, Jiang Hao, I desperately want to get stronger. After finishing the meal, Jiang Hao bid farewell to the others and returned to the school-arranged hotel. I wonder what kind of talent will awaken with this spiritual breakthrough to the 8th rank. I hope to have a talent with unlimited spiritual power. Jiang Hao joked. Ding! Life crystal charged successfully, total of 130,000 points obtained. As usual, let's allocate points first. Break through the limit of the 8th rank. As 120,000 points were deducted, the intense changes in body and mind had long become familiar. Physique, 8081, 8th rank, plus. Spirit, 7781, tier 8, plus. Ding! Congratulations, host has awakened the talent Soul Firewall. Soul Firewall, through relentless tempering, your willpower has transcended mortal limits. Spiritual resistance is dramatically enhanced, granting immunity to mental contamination below certain tiers. When facing high-tier corruption, expend massive spirit energy to directly dispel it. Note, this talent has been enhanced via Transcender Eye. Jiang Hao decided to strike while the iron was hot, grabbing the crystal ball to complete the absorption of the chaos law. Ding! Detected that the host is in a safe environment. Ding! The quota of chaos law is substantial. Estimated time for full absorption, 48 hours. Would you like to activate acceleration mode? Acceleration mode will slowly deduct points, helping the host quickly and perfectly absorb the chaos law. This mode can be interrupted and activated at any time. Acceleration mode? Jiang Hao looked heartbroken at his remaining points. No way. This is the hard-earned reward points I've saved up through my own sweat and toil. Gritting my teeth, I choose to accelerate. After all, with barely over 10,000 points remaining, it's not worth sitting around foolishly for 2 whole days to absorb them. Instantly, it felt as if a force from a higher dimension descended. The chaotic laws within the crystal ball were continuously extracted. They coiled around Jiang Hao, dyeing his entire body in shades of chaos. Accelerated absorption of chaotic laws in progress. The next day, noon, Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, it seemed as if a pitch-black sun manifested, all things void, all things culminating in annihilation. Everything, without exception, returned to chaos. The surface of the crystal ball was covered in cracks, its interior completely empty. Ding! Chaos law absorption complete. Fusion with host's own chaos law achieved, enhancement and reinforcement obtained. Current chaos law quota, 2%, fully adapted to host. Points, 100. Evaluation, to lead by a step is genius, to lead by an era is greatness. Yet you have long transcended the summit. Previously, I hadn't shown the limit of the chaos law. Does that mean it wasn't even 1%? Jiang Hao now looked like an ordinary person who hadn't cultivated primal energy at all. Not a single ripple of primal energy could be detected, nor could any trace of vitality be sensed. Everything was nothingness and chaos. It's not a diminishing of presence, but rather the severing of some faithful threads from one's being. Even the few lingering karmic ties to this world were devoured and dismantled. If those martial artists perpetually stuck at the peak of saint rank knew of this, they'd likely explode with jealousy. Yet these gains were merely the beginning. Jiang Hao's figure was clearly right before his eyes, yet seemed omnipresent at the same time. The next moment, he appeared agonizingly distant, utterly untouchable no matter how one reached out. This was talent, perfect spatial affinity enhanced by the chaos laws. He believed it wouldn't be long before he'd awaken the laws of space as a bonus. As for other basic combat enhancements, they're trivial matters. Just mediocre stuff really. I hesitate to mention them, wouldn't want to demoralize those prodigies on the primordial ranking. After all, no matter who comes, witnessing Jiang Hao's ridiculously fast rate of leveling up and growing stronger, they'd start questioning whether they'd been cultivating some fake yuan power all along. When the rankings update next month, I wonder how many will have their Dao hearts shattered. Don't tell me when the Global Martial Academy Freshman Tournament comes around, our team will be the only one participating while everyone else forfeits. Jiang Hao stretched contentedly, ready to treat himself to a good meal. Right now, I should be able to annihilate most 8th level martial artists in an instant. And in my current state, if I brought Inpa along, wouldn't I be able to pass myself off as an assassin? He had just stepped out of the hotel, intending to find some local specialties to try. Principal Xia arrived with 7 companions who had just been discharged from the hospital. Jiang Hao, you actually succeeded in absorbing it overnight. Principal Xia stared at the figure he could barely even sense. In the past, he could at least gauge how much Jiang Hao had improved. Now, he couldn't even get a read on him. Now it's done. After absorbing this chaos law, everything has been obscured. This passive ability is practically the perfect tool for playing dumb while actually being formidable. Not that Jiang Hao even needs to pretend though, every saint-rank cultivator across the Blue Star knows exactly who he is. Some modest gains. Looking back at the friends behind him. Hello everyone. By the way, Xia Pengcheng, did you secretly get someone to heal you? Jiang Hao looked suspiciously at Xia Pengcheng, who had been wrapped like a mummy yesterday but seemed perfectly normal today. Xia Pengcheng's face darkened. I was openly providing resources to others and obtained treatment through fair exchange. The vice-captain remained silent behind them, seemingly lost in thought. After a night of unconsciousness, Feng Qilua finally awoke. Though her face was slightly pale, everything had been worth it. This opportunity to fight an enemy who had reached the 6th rank and mastered law principles allowed her to refine her combat skills and style. Her comprehension of the wind and thunder laws deepened. Her origin power became more condensed, and she was confident she could break through to the 2nd heaven in at most half a month. Not only that, she felt that she had been knocked unconscious multiple times due to mental attacks or had fallen into comas from mental exhaustion. My mental power has actually increased. Not by much, but it's definitely getting stronger. Now she's given up competing with Jiang Hao, that guy's a cheating martial artist. Better to focus on fair competition with other first-tier geniuses like myself. Seeing that everyone had no lingering aftereffects, Jiang Hao also felt relieved. It seems these teammates have some capabilities too, just like Gu Siyuan. They managed to break free from the dreamland before long. Oh, the boss of the secret realm asked me to apologize on their behalf. They said they never expected anyone could actually get trapped in such a simple illusion. That's probably what Sect Master Mo meant, right? Jiang Hao thought uncertainly. Xiao Pengcheng and Yu Xiao kept their heads down in silence, while Yan Yanyan scratched his head awkwardly. Xing Yingyue impassively turned her head to gaze at a distinctive building nearby. Gu Siyuan looked at Jiang Hao, who appeared completely normal without any haze of confusion obscuring him, and thought, God Jiang, did you make another breakthrough? At least before the prophecy showed a blurry figure, but now it's completely blank? Principal Xia, when are we going back to school? Jiang Hao asked. He kind of wanted to visit a place in Kowloon State with lots of exotic beasts. Maybe he'll stumble upon some unwanted high-level exotic beast? Principal Xia shook his head as he looked at the 7 students. Among the benefits negotiated from Guhuang Province this time is a small secret realm that can stably boost cultivation levels. Our Shenzhou Martial Academy has secured 30 slots. That secret realm is truly exceptional. Its cosmic energy concentration surpasses even our own academy's secret realm. Normally, our school only has 20 quota spots each year. Oh, a welfare-type secret realm. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. It would be faster to simply go blast fishing and mutant beast towards himself. I'll pass on this one. Principal Xia, do you happen to have any connections for entering that mutant beast zone in Jiulong Province? Principal Xia pondered for a moment and said, you mean that place connected to Otherworld number 2 by a small natural spatial rift? That'll work. Among the garrison troops stationed there, several 9th-tier martial artists belong to my Xia family's affiliated forces. You can go there directly when the time comes. Any hunting materials you acquire can be sold straight to the military. Jiang Hao was overjoyed. Thank you, Principal Xia. This time, I must soar to new heights. Chapter 13 Jiang Hao, can I really hit them as I please? Though Jiang Hao was itching to immediately fly to Zhelongzu's new points grinding spot, but the principal informed him there'd be a banquet shortly, attended by several Saint-tier powerhouses. Since all 10 major martial schools had gathered with their elites, everyone put their heads together. Why not hold a 10 Great Martial Schools League tournament, they decided. But it had nothing to do with Jiang Hao and his group of 8. This stage was reserved for the juniors and seniors, to showcase themselves easily. If you achieve a good ranking, you'll not only receive rewards but also gain the favor of big shots. Graduation guarantees immediate job assignments with access to the best work and cultivation resources. At the banquet, Jiang Hao, unaccustomed to all the formalities and hidden social rules, quietly focused on eating by himself. The principal mentioned that the passage connecting to parallel world number 2 in Zheolong province is currently blocked by a minor dimensional rift. Moreover, the naturally formed spatial channel on the other side only leads to an area scattered with high-level mutant beasts. It has already become a training ground for mid to high-level martial artists from Zheolong province. Jiang Hao recalled the intelligence he had gathered in his mind and decided to head out in the afternoon to slaughter a few 7th-tier mutated beasts as an appetizer. As soon as the tedious banquet ended, Jiang Hao sought out Principal Xia. "Hello, Principal, can I go now? I can't wait to improve myself any longer." Principal Xia glanced at his foolishly grinning grandson, who was busy chatting with the green tea girl and the academic seductress. He angrily kicked out with his foot. After finishing his meal, Jiang Hao was already thinking about battle, about getting stronger. "With that pathetic talent of yours, all you do is mess around with girls and waste time." Principal Xia conveniently ignored the fact that he was the one preparing to teach his grandson an unforgettable lesson. Ignoring his useless grandson clutching his buttocks while casting a resentful look his way. "Jiang Hao, you must be extremely careful when you go. Don't venture into the deepest parts of the secret realm, and especially stay away from that spatial rift." Principal Xia's sincere emotions overflowed. It seemed Jiang Hao was his real grandson, while Xia Pengcheng was merely a bystander. "Rest assured, Principal Xia, being cautious is my greatest strength." Jiang Hao confidently patted his chest. The depths were filled with 9th-rank mutated beasts, far beyond Jiang Hao's ability to instantly kill. What's the point going there if he can't finish them off instantly? Even if he exhausts himself to kill them, it'd just be a total waste of points. ZZZZT. Principal Xia made a suave motion, effortlessly tearing something apart with one hand. A smaller spatial tunnel appeared. "Go ahead. I've already notified the military saint stationed there." "Got it. Goodbye, President Xia. And everyone, keep up your cultivation efforts." After bidding farewell, Jiang Hao strode into the spatial tunnel. Immersive translate. Before our eyes loomed an enormous spear, at least a kilometer long. Pinned beneath the spear was a peak 9th-tier exotic beast. It somewhat resembled a Western-style dragon from Legends, though it was entirely translucent. A plaque nearby recorded how this creature had attempted to cross dimensions illegally, only to be slain mid-flight by a military saint-rank expert striking from afar. "You must be Jiang Hao, right?" A rather handsome middle-aged martial artist approached. "Principal Xia mentioned you. I'll be taking you to the neutral pocket dimension shortly. Just call me Captain Lu." "Hello, Captain. I quite enjoy fighting. Would it be alright if I just go in and slash around a bit?" "Don't worry. I only want the life crystals. You can keep all the materials." Jiang Hao felt a twinge of guilt, knowing full well he was planning to slaughter every 7th and 8th tier beast inside. "If I encountered a clustered group of aberrant beasts, I wouldn't let them off either. I'm just worried that if I go too far and slaughter them to the point of extinction, what if world number 2 can't replenish them in time?" Captain Lu chuckled and said, "Of course, no problem at all, student Jiang Hao. The mini-world is semi-open to begin with. Go wild with your fighting. Besides, killing so many exotic beasts is actually doing a good deed. It helps alleviate the pressure on our nearby military forces." Captain Lu knew Jiang Hao was incredibly strong, rumored to possess strength capable of slaying 7th-rank martial artists. Truly worthy of being called Xia country's pinnacle genius. But within this minor world, there must be at least several thousand high-rank exotic beasts. No matter how powerful Jiang Hao is, he can't kill them all alone. The military conducts a cleanup operation every month to keep the number of beasts from growing too large. Jiang Hao studied Captain Lu's expression, completely serious, not joking at all. "You're really letting me kill as many as I want?" Captain Lu waved his hand with great enthusiasm. "Go ahead and do whatever you want. You don't even need to deliver the mutant beast materials. Our military will buy everything from you." "Awesome. That's the spirit. Don't worry, Captain Lu, I'll sell them to you at a discount when the time comes." They added each other on Fei Xin for easy contact. Jiang Hao caressed his beloved blade. This time he was determined to grind till the end of time, preferably while hunting some mid to low tier mutated beasts. He was going to complete that million-kill achievement. Perhaps rewarding oneself directly with spatial laws would work out. Awakening the laws ahead of time, reaching the saint rank. The mastery of laws would be much higher than other saints who diligently condensed their laws step by step. Following Captain Lu to the entrance of the minor world, many middle-rank martial artists were gathered at the entrance. They typically formed groups of a dozen or several dozen members. These all belonged to combat regiments. Some among them were talented and capable. Those who don't wish to venture into otherworldly realms or join the official martial system after graduating from martial arts schools. To sustain their pursuit of the warrior's dream, they spontaneously organize themselves into guild-style combat groups. Together they hunt exotic beasts, distributing resources according to individual contributions. Entering these minor realms, they experience boundaries completely different from those of the Shenzhou martial arts school. I heard this used to be the small world that merchant counselor So-and-so reserved for his juniors to advance to saint rank, now repurposed to block the entrance, to create a buffer zone, preventing the battle from erupting within Xia country's borders. Jiang Hao held great admiration for this council member who had long guarded the second parallel world. Then, it's hunting time now. Divine perception unleashed. Activate. A powerful spiritual awareness swept across the surroundings. In an instant, it detected a 7th-tier exotic beast on the verge of heatstroke over 90 kilometers away. Jiang Hao stepped into the layered void and took a single stride toward the targeted spatial node. Boundless realms, wherever perceived, can be reached in an instant. The laws of chaos completed their entanglement in a flash. The power of space followed close behind. A single slash was unleashed. Whoosh! The space was completely severed, yet unlike before, no irregular fissures appeared. The cut was clean, as effortless as slicing through a cream cake. That heatstroke-stricken 7th-rank mystical beast couldn't even react in time. It was instantly taken away. Only 500 points? Seems like you need to leap 3 major realms for the double reward? Couldn't be bothered with the corpse anyway. After a kill, the interface could absorb the crystal remotely. After absorbing the life crystal and gaining 5,000 points, Jiang Hao continued searching for the next lucky guest. Send a message to Captain Lu during the break and let them handle it. A pack of 4th and 5th tier stone wolves were drinking by the riverbank, numbering roughly over 1,000. Since stone wolves turn directly into rocks upon death, their materials are worthless and a hassle to deal with, so no warriors came to hunt them. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. A 3-colored blade energy, predominantly black, came slashing through. With just a single strike, he instantly annihilated all the rock wolves. The entire riverbank was carved with deep blade marks, extending all the way to the distant hill that had been cleaved in two. With Jiang Hao's 8th-tier spirit and the upgraded chaos laws, these mere mid-tier weaklings were obliterated in an instant by the soul blade. 18,000 points. No wonder farming in battlefields is the fastest way. What a miserable life I had before, barely gaining any attributes in days. Jiang Hao hovered in mid-air, deliberately steering clear of areas with many martial artists. After all, he couldn't be bothered to distinguish allies, directly launching indiscriminate psychic attacks instead. By nightfall, staring at the panel displaying over 80,000 points, Jiang Hao grinned so wide his mouth couldn't close. What a pity this buffer world is so vast, the high-tier mutant beasts are too scattered. Otherwise, couldn't I earn over 100,000 points daily? So we'll have to keep wronging those mid to low-level monsters. Fish blasting wasn't my intention. Chapter 14, A Small Step Towards Strength. A giant leap in fish blasting. Panel, allocate points. As 60,000 points were deducted. Physique, 8182, Tier 8, plus. Spirit, 8182, Tier 8, plus. Jiang Hao felt himself grow slightly stronger again, though not by much. Only managed to find 2 7th-order mutated beasts all day. Looks like we'll have to venture deeper tomorrow. With that, he opened his Fei Xin messenger app. He planned to brief Captain Lu about the mutated beast materials. As for the materials harvested from those lower-tier mutated beasts, consider it a reward for the lucky ones. Though it's an isolated pocket world cut off from Blue Star, smart wristbands still maintain signal reception. Just like at Divine Land Martial Arts Academy. Beef is bad. Good evening, Captain Lu. Today I hunted 2 7th-tier mutant beasts, but haven't processed the carcasses yet. Call me Old Lu. Got it. I'll send someone to collect them tomorrow morning. After sending the locations of the 2 mutant beast corpses, Jiang Hao took out his Inpa and prepared to continue hunting. Fighting every single day, grinding for stat points. Even the other prodigies of Blue Star couldn't work as hard as I do, right? Immersive translate. An 8th-tier mutant beast was quietly lying in ambush for a 7th-tier peak-level prey. It hails from the dominion of the great Beast King Magnus Shadowwing the Sun Devourer. As a descendant of the Beast King's lineage, even though it had only recently advanced to the 8th rank, it was more than capable of dominating all others at the same level. Therefore, it held profound disdain for these kin deliberately bred in captivity by humans. No, these barely sentient creatures weren't even worthy of being called its kin. The small portion of shadow law inherited from his parents possessed the passive ability to conceal one's presence and slip into shadows. Enough to accomplish the mission of infiltrating the human world and secretly hunting down human prodigies. So it disguised itself as an ordinary 8th-rank exotic beast and infiltrated this pocket realm where humans raised exotic creatures, continuously hunting down young human martial artists who appeared vulnerable. Alex is truly the most outstanding descendant indeed. Such an important task was actually entrusted to me, not my elder brothers and sisters. Just as his prey had appeared, a figure suddenly materialized in the air. Though not radiating any discernible aura, its presence seemed to permeate the entire space. Everywhere, yet seemingly not in the same dimension as oneself. Bad news, it's a powerful human cultivator. Jiang Hao's right hand was coiled with golden primordial energy and black chaos laws. With a single shattering void fist strike, he directly reduced that 7th-level beast, which somewhat resembled a honey badger, into a bloody mist. Boom! Countless rocks and mud were sent flying as the air at the center was instantly cleared. The terrifying air pressure crushed everything in its surroundings. The tough guy still tried to use his body to withstand the blow. Unfortunately, against Jiang Hao, a professional at dealing true damage, he was like a balloon about to burst, punctured with a single poke. Jiang Hao happily watched his points increase once again. He immediately used the points to enhance his attributes. Physique, 8283, 8th tier, plus. If this continues, won't I have same tier attributes by high tier? Alex felt secretly relieved when he noticed that terrifying human powerhouse hadn't detected him. All shadow laws were devoted to concealing his aura and merging into the darkness. As a shadow creature, Alex feared no attack whatsoever. If that human knew what was good for him and left quietly, it would graciously overlook his insolence. Is this really buy one get one free? A pleasantly surprised voice drifted from above. Those despicable humans must be scamming. There's no way they could have spotted me hiding in the shadows. Ha ha! Looking down, there was an area significantly darker than its surroundings. Jiang Hao grasped the input in his right hand and casually swung the blade. A terrifying tricolored blade aura slashed toward the ground. Ah! A black scorpion less than 100 meters long leaped up. The black scorpion was nearly severed in two, with dark blood continuously oozing out. Though it appeared gruesome, in reality, the scorpion's body was gradually separating along the incision. Before long, a complete, though considerably smaller, scorpion emerged. So small? Shouldn't an 8th rank mutant beast be much larger? Jiang Hao curiously observed this scorpion that had actually survived his casual strike unscathed. Wait, revered human powerhouse, I can lead you to hunt more mutant beasts. Alex felt as though his soul were being ground to pieces. The excruciating pain made even Shadow Leap impossible to use. My spirit has clearly suffered severe damage. If that human were to strike again, Alex was destined to become a sacred beast. How could I possibly die in a place like this? If you spare me, you shall earn the friendship of the great king of sacred beasts, Magnus Shadowwing the Sun Devourer. Jiang Hao stared impassively at the scorpion that had actually spoken. This Xiao language is quite standard. I don't speak to beastkin. Another blade slash followed. No, I am. A blade flashed, and the black scorpion vanished without leaving even a corpse behind. All that remained was an 8th tier life crystal. So it was an ethereal beast without physical form? Jiang Hao absorbed the crystal, earning a whopping 10,000 points. Calling yourself the Sage Beast King? Anyone would think you're some peak tier overlord. Jiang Hao then went off to find the next victim location. It wasn't until dawn that he spotted another 8th tier exotic beast. Nothing to say, just unleash full power with one strike, instant annihilation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for accomplishing an instant kill across multiple tiers. Extra 1,000 points awarded. Not bad. Eliminating an 8th tier mutated beast alone gives 12,000 points, almost comparable to a whole pack of beasts. Spent all 60,000 points earned from a night's hard work to boost my spirit attribute. Spirit, 82848 stage, plus. Sent the location coordinates to Captain Liu once again before turning to leave. Dawn's breaking, those warriors from the battle teams are starting to move about. It's a bit troublesome, can't just casually throw martial skills around in the sky. Punching them into blood mist is such a waste. Then let's keep heading deeper. I refuse to believe there'd still be people in areas teeming with high-tier mutated beasts. Immersive translate. 100-strong war party moved cautiously through the mountain forests. Some of the warriors even carried large bundles on their backs, standing in the middle of the group. Not everyone is like Jiang Hao, possessing a storage artifact bestowed by a top-tier expert. Real battlefield hunting requires considering every potential problem that might arise. Stop! The warrior wielding a giant axe at the front raised his hand in warning. What's wrong, senior? A young man carrying no weapons asked from the side. Don't you find it strange? We've been walking for nearly an hour without spotting a single mutated beast. This must be the territory of a high-level mutated beast. Let's retreat quickly then. Another female member said discontentedly. Yesterday afternoon, somehow many mid-level mutant beasts were killed by someone. Those exaggerated blade marks on the ground were definitely left by a high-level martial artist. What can you do when high-level warriors just stay in the early stages to farm noobs? Besides, didn't we also benefit from others' leftovers? At least half of the mutant beasts' corpses were still intact. Without even breaking a sweat, you've gained resources that would normally take a whole month, and you're still not satisfied? If I ever meet that noble and upright elder, I'll surely kneel and kowtow to him without fail. Chapter 15, the dedicated sparring partner causing trouble again? Boom! Buzz! Buzz! It seemed as if someone had detonated a high-yield bomb in the valley. The entire mountain range trembled as though an earthquake had struck. Jiang Hao threw a punch. His fist, entwined with the chaos laws and spatial forces, carried an unstoppable momentum. The small mountain a kilometer ahead was instantly shattered. The low to mid-tier monsters trembling atop it perished in an instant, not even daring to utter a word of protest. Knock, knock, knock. Bang bang bang. A howling wind raged violently, its deafening explosions splitting the earth with countless cracks. The surrounding air was filled with rubble and dust, along with a few shattered scales. Jiang Hao kept pounding on the alien beast that had curled into a ball. A powerful kick kicked the pangolin beast that had reached the 9th rank, flying directly, crashing into the middle of a towering peak several thousand meters high. The terrifying kinetic energy nearly cleaved the mountain in half. The sonic boom generated by Jiang Hao's terrifying speed was enough to shatter low to mid-level mutant beasts. He didn't even bother using martial techniques, simply relying on his physical strength to kick off and instantly catch up with the abused pangolin. The moment Jiang Hao departed, vast stretches of ground collapsed beneath his stomping feet. The 9th tier, 3-layer pangolin was now filled with deep regret. Why had it listened to the other beast's advice back then, coming to Blue Star to die? Wasn't it said that reaching Blue Star meant one could level up just by lying around? Yet not long after arriving at Blue Star, I'm about to ascend to heaven myself now. What a pity. Jiang Hao couldn't understand the beast language. Another punch was thrown, creating a deep dent in the targeted area with the peerless void-shattering fist. Shattered scales splattered along with blood. Bliss. Just now, after assisting a 7th-order mutated beast in euthanasia when it couldn't sleep, Jiang Hao discovered this pangolin that surprisingly had reached 9th-order cultivation, especially when it curled up into a ball. That scale was insanely tough. Of course it just looked similar, certainly not the double-agent pangolin kind. After pounding at it like mochi for half a day, I could only rely on peerless shattering fist's armor-breaking effect to keep fracturing the scales. The surface looked pockmarked, appearing to only have minor damage, but the internal impact must have been significant. Watching it smash into the ground, instantly forming a deep crater. As the pangolin that sent up a mushroom cloud, Jiang Hao let out a long sigh. To truly experience how strong he was besides his invincible, sky-rending slash, Jiang Hao chose this defense-specialized pangolin as his punching bag. Watching the motionless pangolin continuously vomiting blood, Jiang Hao coldly raised his longsword. If it could no longer continue, then it had lost its value as a sparring partner. The surrounding space began to hum. The entire sky seemed to tremble, foretelling just how astonishing the coming strike would be. Thank you for sparring with me this long, but don't worry, I'll make good use of your life crystal. You shall become the fuel for my endless growth. Jiang Hao stood in the sky. With a single slash, he struck down the pangolin that could no longer rise. Even more exaggerated than the previous strike that instantly slaughtered 9,000 sacrificial lambs. Within the terrifying blade aura, blackness occupied almost the majority. In less than the time it takes to draw a single breath, the blade aura expanded to nearly 50 kilometers. From afar, the slash sent shockwaves through space, leaving massive fissures in its wake, like a black celestial river pouring down from the heavens. Within a 100-mile radius, all low to mid-tier magical beasts who witnessed this blade light had their souls instantly severed, becoming the foundation for Jiang Hao's ascension to sainthood. As for whether there are human martial artists present, most likely not. After all, everyone comes to the battlefield just to get by. There are no truly reckless martial artists who would push their limits. Earlier, Jiang Hao's brutal beating of the pangolin created such terrifying tremors and shockwaves that they nearly caused the mountain range to collapse. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't dare approach, they'd only flee for their lives. Phew. Jackpot. Too bad the earlier battle scared off many of the mutated beasts, they haven't dared to return. If only those mid-tier beasts would just stay put obediently. How can cowards ever make progress? After absorbing the level 9 life crystal and obtaining 30,000 points, Jiang Hao looked at the points displayed on his panel and smiled. Points, 98,765. Same as always, balanced allocation. Physique, 8385, 8th tier, plus. Spirit, 8485, 8th tier, plus. Points, 8,765. Since arriving here yesterday afternoon, I've already earned a massive amount of points in one go. Turns out the only way to get stronger is by steamrolling newbies. Slowly cultivating in this welfare dungeon is just a shortcut, not even worth mentioning. My energy and mental reserves are running low. Time to grab a bite and rest for a while. Immersive translate. The world of exotic beasts. Near a miniature spatial rift, a sacred ranked beast pulsating with powerful energy gazed silently at the passage leading to Blue Star. It knew that beyond lay its world's greatest adversary, the Blue Star world, but it had no intention of going over at all. Not just because the other side was merely a buffer world, and its arrival would inevitably face resistance. Most importantly, it feared death. Once upon a time, it saw from afar its leader, the great Magnus, when he was tricked into attacking the largest spatial rift. A human expert surnamed Xia merely delivered a calm punch, a golden fist imprint that nearly struck the leader to the brink of death. Even its own shadow laws had been forcibly stripped away in part. Ever since then, their leader had remained holed up in their territory, not daring to strike even when provoked by human saint-level warriors. This miniature spatial passage was the closest to their own domain. The mission to harass the Blue Star world and assassinate young humans was assigned to them. But with no reward in sight, why should I risk my life? Might as well toss the most useless offspring over to just go through the motions. Honored sacred beast Alenia, a total of 59th tier brethren have decided to answer your summons. Alenia surveyed her 59th tier subordinates and nearly 100 million low to mid-tier cannon fodder. With a flick of her tail stinger, a blob of blood dripping with cursed energy fell to the ground, forming a purple-colored gem. As a sacred beast embodying both shadow and curse, even the slightest leakage of my power would spell disaster for those humans. I will expand the spatial passage to let you through. Upon arrival, release the curses and launch indiscriminate attacks against all humans in that minor world. Then you must strive to break free from this small world and reach Blue Star. Because that worthless offspring of mine suddenly died on the opposing side, exposed by a sacred beast skilled in mind reading. So if I don't set an example, the other sacred beasts will widely proclaim my incompetence. In the future, the 9th-ranked mystical beasts that come to seek shelter under him will continue to diminish. Eventually, the leader will passively accept his territory being divided among the other sacred beasts. Damn it! So many subordinates had to throw away their lives because of a single remark. One day, I swear I'll devour that damned bastard. Immersive translate. Jiang Hao personally processed the most valuable materials from the 9th grade pangolin. My energy has recovered halfway. I'd better lay low for now. Ha! Jiang Hao's mind stirred, his heightened perception alerted him to approaching danger. He looked up at the sky, where an enormous purple sphere had suddenly appeared and was rapidly expanding. Countless purple threads shot forth towards the entire miniature world. You actually turned on auto-aim. Blades of chi slashed repeatedly, cutting through dozens of approaching purple threads before they could reach him. Yet some of the exploded threads still transformed into specks of faint light that entered his body. His robust physique came into play. A sense of weakness came over him, but it wasn't severe. What is this? A virus? Jiang Hao didn't dare let his guard down. The law of chaos enveloped his entire body, erasing all effects. An 8th tier, dog, appeared within his perception. Then, at the very edge of his perception, thousands of high-level mutant beasts charged in perfect unison toward their direction. No, to be precise, they were charging toward the dimensional barrier of the Blue Star world. The very earth trembled in fear at the sight of so many beasts, sending boulders cascading down the mountains. The thunderous, chaotic stampede seemed capable of shattering the world itself. Jiang Hao couldn't help wondering if he'd caught the attention of the goddess of misfortune. Something always goes wrong every time I enter a dungeon. I just want to grow stronger in peace. Chapter 16, even if I'm cursed and need to use only one hand, outside the small world. Something terrible has happened, sir. The young man burst through the lounge door in a frantic rush. Several 9th-rank martial artists who had been smoking turned to look at the flushed newcomer, whose face had turned red from nervous tension. I'm perfectly fine. A martial artist stood up speechlessly. He said excuse me for a moment to several colleagues, then dragged this newly arrived recruit outside. Xiao, how many times have I told you? No matter what happens, don't panic. How can you expect to become senior management with such impatience? You're very talented already at 5th rank peak at such a young age. My position will surely be yours when the time comes. Hearing his superior speak this way, the young man ceased his agitation. Taking a deep breath, the nervous tension began to ease. That's true. This military outpost housed nearly 49th tier martial artists, and even a revered Saint tier expert. What was there to worry about? The commanding officer nodded approvingly as his newly recruited secretary quickly regained composure. It's perfectly normal for young people to feel a bit impatient when they first enter society. It's actually a sign of ambition. By the way, what was it you wanted to say earlier? The young man was just about to speak. Woo! The base alarm sounded, and a light screen immediately popped up, flashed with red light. Large influx of exotic beasts detected in the buffer world, with up to 59th tier beasts. Activate yellow alert. All high-level martial artists report to the training ground immediately. The officer was so shocked his cigarette fell from between his fingers. His mouth hung open as he stared at the alarm flashing on the screen. Then he grabbed the young man who was watching him with curiosity. Something this important, why didn't you tell me sooner? The young man replied with a hint of grievance, didn't I say it wasn't good from the beginning? The officer took a deep breath. Just state the content directly next time. Then he swiftly flew toward the training grounds. Immersive translate. High-tier mutated beasts are starting to rampage, and there are so many mid to low-tier ones too. Is this the beginning of a beast tide? A few good hits, and couldn't I instantly strike it rich? Jiang Hao grasped the hidden soul, reinforcing himself with the chaos laws. The spatial power remained restrained within. His entire being seemed like a wisp of air, an inconspicuous weed by the roadside. Standing quietly in midair, he continuously released his spiritual energy. Just now, Jiang Hao had discovered a wonderful use of invisible soul, coating the body's surface with a layer of spiritual energy to form a bubble. Invisible soul could directly conceal this entire area. Not invisibility, yet more exaggerated than invisibility. It's like being in an entirely different world. In the past, I always recklessly charged forward with the chaos laws activated, relying solely on my own stats to pull through. But now I truly possess a life-saving trump card of my own. The bracelet buzzed with a message notification. Opening it, I saw it was from Captain Lu. Call me old Lu, Mr. Jiang Hao, are you unharmed? There's been a massive beast tied in the pocket dimension. Where are you now? I don't eat beef. Relax, all's well. I'll do one more job then head back to the entrance. Call me old Lu, stay safe. Military reinforcements have already arrived at the entrance. Jiang Hao finally relaxed his mind. Silently spent 7,000 points. Realm, 5th stage 7th heaven 6th stage 1st heaven, plus. He waited with practiced patience as the changes from his advancement gradually subsided. Raise the blade, gather strength, pouring most of one's spirit and elemental energy into it. The black phantom blade of hidden soul extended to over 80 meters. Unfortunately, the disturbance caused by mobilizing the surrounding elemental energy was too great. Hidden soul couldn't remain completely concealed. It's a human. He should have fallen to a lower rank after being hit by the weakening curse. Why is there still such powerful elemental energy fluctuation? A beast from world number 2 instantly noticed Jiang Hao in the distance, who was beginning to charge up his ultimate move. Kill him. Tell those low and mid-level beasts nearby to scatter. Another 9th tier exotic beast suddenly charged towards Jiang Hao, not allowing that terrifying strike to land. The soul-concealing primordial energy fluctuations grew increasingly powerful, amplified by the chaos laws. They had already reached the peak of the 9th tier. Even without the blade moving, it could slice through the space before it with a smooth cut. The wound refused to heal for the longest time. Countless silvery white threads began swirling in the air around Jiang Hao. These perilous filaments writhed ceaselessly, multiplying by the moment. The crisp sounds of snap, crack, erupted one after another. This is a sign that the space in this area is about to collapse. Jiang Hao's face turned pale. Operating the chaos law and spatial energy at full force only worsened his already depleted mental state. Watching the 9th rank aberrant beast charging toward him, he smiled. Even if I bear a curse, needing one hand to suppress this space. Wielding a blade that had swollen to 100 meters, I swung it toward the 9th tier beast that sensed danger and began to flee. I still stand above the heavens. Silence, not a single sound could be heard. Like a supreme being wielding a blade beyond the confines of the world, the celestial blade descended from on high. It was as if the trumpet of death had sounded. Nearly 10 million low to mid-tier aberrant beasts were instantly annihilated by the soul-reaping blade. Among them were dozens of 7th-tier mutant beasts that couldn't escape in time. No, how can you be this powerful? The 9th-tier mutant beast, its soul already shattered, let out an unwilling roar as its final words before instantly losing all signs of life. The blade's energy passed through its body as if leaving no wound at all. Immediately after, it was shredded into mincemeat by silver-white spatial threads. Vast areas of space began continuously collapsing, revealing dark fissures in the fabric of reality. Countless irreparable black voids hung suspended in midair, like a whirlpool on a black sea. The blade's aura split the earth and severed mountain ranges. A terrifying earthquake began to spread. As for the other mutated beasts that had fled hundreds of kilometers away when Jiang Hao first began gathering his strength, trembling at the sight of that terrifying strike. Humans are terrifying. I want to go home. Immersive translate. At the entrance, some martial artists whose ranks had fallen due to the weakening curse. They stared blankly at the bustling army. Although this curse isn't fatal, losing an entire major cultivation realm still drives people to despair. The curse laws of the Saint Realm are something ordinary martial artists simply can't break. Unless some Saint Realm powerhouse is willing to waste their time removing curses for each of these people one by one. The mercenary groups that had previously profited from collecting large quantities of exotic beast materials now sat together listlessly, their spirits broken. It's all my fault. I already collected so many materials earlier, yet I stubbornly kept hunting exotic beasts instead of returning. Now I've cursed everyone. A disheveled, incoherent female martial artist wept as she begged her teammates to punish her. The team leader, sensing his fallen 5th-tier cultivation level, could only shake his head in resignation. Looking at my teammates, heads hung low, like partners who'd lost their edge. I stood up and shouted, "Enough! If we've lost our realm, can't we just cultivate it back? The gains from this time, plus all the resources we've saved up before, are more than enough for us to cultivate properly for a good while. At the very least, we managed to escape with our lives. But Captain, what's that?" Everyone in the camp, whether they were busy soldiers or warriors from the battle group, stood in shock as they watched that outrageous slash descend from the distant sky. the entire miniature world seemed to darken in an instant. Giant black voids appeared one after another, as if they could swallow the souls of everyone present. Who is that? Did a saint-rank expert make their move? Captain Lu stared at the distant strike, remembering Jiang Hao's earlier message about committing a major act. No way, that can't be so extreme, but he's only 5th tier.